On the first day of the Pendragon family's summer vacation, held on the coast of Silbul with magnificent scenery, it ended with a lavish feast, led by the head maid, chefs, and servants in the villa bringing along various ingredients rushing into cooking for the feast. By Raven's order, everyone was to eat and enjoy the food regardless of their status or race. Unfortunately, the whale brought by Soldrake couldn't be eaten right away. Whale meat was considered one of the most difficult meats to cook because it took several days to drain all the blood and remove the unpleasant smell. Therefore, the whale meat was passed to the orc warriors and falconers, who ate all kinds of meat regardless of its identity, while freshly grilled and steamed seafood dishes were served to the soldiers. Within a few hours, half of the whale disappeared into the stomachs of the Ancona orc warriors and falconers. Raven handed over the remaining meat to the soldiers, except for some select portions that the chefs had designated to keep. The soldiers were very pleased with the generosity in favor of Lord Pendragon, as whale meat was a valuable commodity sold at a very high price, so even if they didn't eat it, selling it would still be worth a fortune. Amidst the wine, delicious food, and joy, the atmosphere of the beach became even more euphoric as the moon began to rise high. Everyone was in high spirits, yet nostalgic that the first day of the holiday had ended too soon. After reveling in festivities, the members returned to the Pendragon villa, situated near the coastline. With a sigh, Raven held a glass of wine and settled into a chair placed outside on the balcony. The sound of the dark waves softly echoed, while the cold moonlight faintly illuminated the sparkling sea. The ambience created by the rhythmic sounds of the waves and the nighttime seascape was truly impressive. However, Raven's eyes gazed into the distance, towards the edge of the coastline on the other side, where a bright light was shining. The bustling port city of Luz was brightly lit, reminiscent of daylight. Raven raised their glass towards the light of Luz as if to toast to its prosperity. Suddenly, someone approached behind Raven with a glass filled to the brim, saying they were drinking because Luz never sleeps. Raven turned around upon hearing the familiar voice of someone, and as predicted, it was Ian. He grinned, but his tone carried a hint of sarcasm. "Mind if I join you?" Raven glanced at Ian with a weary look, noticing his apparent desire for attention. Reluctantly, Raven asked him, "You don't seem too happy, is everything all right?" Ian, finally relieved by the right scratch, let out a burst of pent-up frustration and exclaimed, "Of course not." Ian seethed at the thought of the morning incident and grumbled at Raven, "I was the one who invited those girls for the getaway. Why do you always have to steal the spotlight?" Unable to tolerate this foolish prince any longer, Raven retorted sharply, "Your behavior is disgraceful. You always manage to stir up unnecessary trouble." Ian persisted, his expression now skeptical as he looked at Raven. "Your demeanor always seems disinterested. That's something I've never seen in young nobles of the royal court. Could it be that?" Raven cut him off abruptly, "I'm married." Ian pursed his lips, continuing to speculate and scrutinize Raven, who appeared to not care much about his wife either. Ian suddenly placed his glass down on the table and exclaimed in shock, "Wait, what? Could it be you, Raven?" Raven turned to glare at him with a warning look, but also curious to know what wild idea this foolish prince had come up with. Ian pointed to the space beside Raven, as if mimicking Soldrake's position next to Raven, then hesitantly spoke in broken, staggered sentences, "You, with the dragon, there." Raven was even more taken aback than Ian by the absurd hypothesis spewing from his mouth. He lunged forward, turning the chair to face Ian as if a whirlwind had just swept through where he sat, demanding, "What in the world are you talking about?" Ian faltered in front of Raven's bewildered expression, thinking that Raven might be naive about matters of love. Ian attempted to explain, "Well, it's because when I saw you at the castle, when you were talking to the dragon in human form, you seemed different from usual. Didn't you notice?" Raven immediately turned back towards the coastline, unsure of what to say to Ian. He simply shot him a warning glance, indicating that he shouldn't spread baseless rumors. Raven couldn't help but recall the first night Soldrake stayed with him in human form at the edge of the Ancona forest. She had said to him, "I am a Pendragon, but I am also Raven." In the midst of the fiery exchange between the two, a strange sensation stirred within Raven. From the moment of his reincarnation until now, only Soldrake knew his true identity. Raven pondered deeply on his feelings for Soldrake. He wasn't sure if it was love, given the tumultuous events of his life that hadn't afforded him the chance to understand what love truly meant, but he understood that Soldrake was the only one with whom he could share his innermost thoughts. Raven gently swirled the wine in his glass, then looked at it pensively. He sighed softly before speaking to Ian. "It's not what you think." Raven gazed at the reflection of himself in the deep red wine. Though the liquid was still, his inner turmoil continued to churn. In the image, he appeared as Aaron Pendragon, but deep down, he was Raven. Was Soldrake treating him kindly because he was a Pendragon, or because he was Raven? Raven pondered for a long time, unable to resolve his inner conflict. He raised his glass high, paused for a moment, then admitted to Ian, "Yes, she's special." He then downed the rest of his drink, reminding himself with a familiar phrase branded by Soldrake, "Time will tell." Ian playfully continued to tease Raven, remarking, "She's truly beautiful, in a different league altogether, but I'll pass, thanks, I just need a person." Raven clenched his teeth in irritation as he gripped the glass tightly. "I don't care about your sexual instincts," he retorted. Afraid that he might actually throw the glass at Ian if he continued to jest, Raven swiftly changed the topic. He emphasized the main purpose of their holiday, investigating who was behind the assassination attempt on Shaun. Ian also quickly became serious. Prince Guffley, his mother, Countess Ullin, and the governor of Luz, Count Segunda, they're all relatives, he stated. Raven leaned back casually, crossing his legs, his gaze fixed on the brightly lit Luz. With a mischievous tone, he remarked, "If he's the mastermind behind the assassination, he'll surely take some action upon hearing that the second prince is nearby in Dissect, near Luz, soon enough." Raven paused for a moment before continuing, his voice filled with implication. "For example." Ian calmly brought the glass to his lips before responding to Raven, "Like attempting to kill me, for instance. That's what you mean, right?" Instead of being worried or vigilant, Ian chuckled with amusement. "Those scoundrels have no regard for the law. It's unbelievable they dare to do such things." Raven chuckled mischievously as he glanced at Ian. "You're not the type to sit still and wait to be eaten, are you?" Ian shrugged in response. "If I don't take any action, it'll surely raise suspicions, but if I'm too aggressive like a rabid dog, the opponent will flee before they're exposed. It's something to look forward to. I'm ready to go crazy." Raven smirked cunningly as he reminded Ian, creating just the right amount of tension. "Nevertheless, at this moment, we still have to wait for the fish to bite." Raven's mysterious gaze turned towards the night sea with a sly smile, and Ian also grinned with delight as he took a sip from his glass, feeling the refreshing chill of the wine coursing down his throat. After a sip of wine, Ian stared intently at Raven's back, his face filled with curiosity and suspicion. How could he guess the enemy with just that much information? Ian once again recalled Raven's cryptic words back at Conrad Castle. "I predicted this would happen." A shiver ran down Ian's spine as he remembered the overwhelming sense of rage emanating from Raven in that room, a suffocating oppression that he couldn't forget. Ian remained fixated on Raven, a plethora of unanswered questions swirling in his mind. Was it just Raven's intuition, or was he hiding something else? Ian stared deeply into Raven's enigmatic and inscrutable face as if peering into an endless, mysterious night. His heart ached with uncertainty and doubt. What exactly did Raven know, Aaron Pendragon? Though it was nearing midnight, the port of Luz still glowed with lights. At first glance, it resembled a bustling night market with an odd atmosphere. However, delving deeper into the narrow and intricate alleys, one would come across a lesser-known black market area. At the end of one of these dark alleys stood a tavern with a small sign depicting the silhouette of a killer whale, symbolizing the archipelago's notorious assassin. All sorts of people could be found in the alley: sailors, mercenaries, and warriors, along with the usual patrons drinking with the local prostitutes. Many of them were considered the most arrogant and ruthless individuals at the port, yet even they dared not step foot into the threshold of the Killer Whale Tavern, the familiar haunt of the Ratuan orcs. Two warriors glanced nervously and whispered to each other as they passed by the tavern. "This is shocking, isn't it?" one remarked. "Yeah, who would have thought a human would dare to enter the Killer Whale Tavern, the gathering place of orc pirates?" The two warriors exchanged wary glances at the sign depicting the killer whale, feeling a chill run down their spines. Perhaps they would become prey for the orcs after all. At this moment, the interior of the tavern was rather deserted. Unlike the imagined hustle and bustle of a typical tavern, a slender young man dressed like a typical mercenary from the south was gulping down a large pitcher of ale as if it were nothing. As he slammed the pitcher onto the table heavily, his identity was revealed. It was Ron Vincent, the chairman of the Luz Merchants Association, known for his close ties with Governor Segunda. As Ron Vincent placed the pitcher down, he heard the mocking laughter of a man nearby. "Well, you drink like a real man, don't you?" 3 figures were present on the second floor of the tavern, a Ratuan orc and a human of equal stature, both leaning back on plush chairs, while Ron Vincent sat across from them at a worn, round wooden table, appearing almost diminutive compared to the 2 giants. Lounging back in his chair, the Ratuan orc, with one eye missing and a necklace of severed heads around his neck, proudly displaying his conquests, calmly dozed off with drool dripping down his chin, clearly not deeming Ron Vincent as a guest worthy of attentive hospitality. The towering man sitting beside the Ratuan orc was the Black Prince mentioned by Segunda, Tolio Arangis, an unexpected clandestine relationship between one of the 5 ducal noble families of the Empire and the Ratuan orc pirates. Tolio glanced at Ron Vincent while playing with his sword, a playful glint in his eye. "So, what did the governor say?" he inquired straightforwardly. Ron Vincent's voice and gaze remained emotionless as he relayed Segunda's directive, firm and decisive. "Snake and cat," he said. Tolio didn't need to ask to know who Snake and Cat referred to, but he chuckled with delight nonetheless. Brazen, indeed, killing a prince outright, can't even look the old man in the face. Tolio spoke with a twisted smile, "But you see, isn't it better for his people to do these things? If I recall correctly, 3 years ago, right here in Sisek, well, I dare say even the ruler of Luz felt uneasy openly opposing the royal castle." Ron Vincent's demeanor grew even icier. He disliked when someone meddled in his affairs and spoke carelessly, especially in such a chaotic and disreputable place. After Tolio's cautionary words, Ron Vincent calmly tilted his head back to drain another pitcher of ale. A tense silence hung in the air among the 3 of them. Tolio ceased his swordplay in response to Ron Vincent's challenging attitude. Few dared to be so bold in front of him. Yet Tolio's expression suddenly turned into amusement. "You're quite brave yourself, aren't you, acting like this, not just in front of a Ratuan orc, but also in front of me. Impressive courage you have there." He fell silent for a moment, squinting as he stared at Ron Vincent's cold face before continuing with a mocking tone, "I like it, that attitude." Tolio burst into hearty laughter, his mouth wide open, almost reaching his ears. He spoke with a jovial tone, "Strong ones are always impressive, whether they're orc or human." Ron Vincent remained impassive in the face of Tolio's jests. He retrieved a letter and handed it over. "Here are the details." While Tolio casually glanced at the letter with a disdainful attitude, Ron Vincent had to explain briefly, "In 3 days, Snake and Cat will be invited to his house. The cat likes to stand out, so just a little provocation will trigger a reaction." Tolio burst into amused laughter, mocking with a playful tone, "Kikik, got it, he's indeed the adorable tyrant of the capital, huh, all right then, I'll play with him wholeheartedly." Tolio casually crumpled the letter he hadn't even read halfway through. For him, the information from Ron Vincent's mouth was more than enough. He chuckled gleefully, repeating, little cat, little cat." Ron Vincent stared at Tolio intently, hesitating for a moment before speaking up, "I'm sorry, but may I ask you a personal question?" Tolio smiled and nodded, "Sure, what is it?" Ron Vincent maintained his indifferent expression but was deeply curious inside. "Are you truly human?" Tolio's smile vanished instantly, and he didn't respond immediately. Instead, he seemed surprised by Ron Vincent's question. After a few seconds of silence, his lips curled up, revealing meticulously sharpened teeth, reminiscent of a lion's fangs. A mocking laughter erupted. "Humans, oh humans." Ron Vincent abruptly stood up from his seat, instinctively recoiling a few steps as his body's natural reflexes urged him to retreat upon sensing the oppressive aura emanating from the figure opposite him. Tolio rose slowly, towering half again as tall as an average person. The focal point on his face was a large, sharply pointed fang protruding from the edge of his wide lips. Most importantly, a menacing aura emanated from his massive body, overwhelming those around him. For the first time, Ron Vincent betrayed a look of fear, his mind filled with confusion. What in the world was this creature? Its presence was suffocating, its aura making it hard to breathe. Even someone as hardened as him couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when facing the overwhelming aura emanating from this being that resembled a human but possessed the essence of a monster. Tolio raised his brilliantly glowing eyes, glaring menacingly at Ron Vincent. His voice, now completely different from before, sounded like the grinding of rusted metal. "What do you think?" Tolio slowly reached out his hand towards Ron Vincent's face, then mockingly uttered the word human, as if derisively mocking the designation of the species he despised for their collective weakness. Ron Vincent was filled with horror by Tolio's aura, his hair standing on end like quills, yet he remained resolute, standing his ground without succumbing to the instinctual urge to retreat. Ron Vincent was not the type of person to easily succumb to weakness or submission. He unexpectedly grabbed Tolio's wrist, intending to test his strength. However, before Ron Vincent could make a move, he found himself being thrown backward into the air, tumbling in surprise. It was Tolio who effortlessly flipped his wrist, sending Ron Vincent into the air without even needing to employ any martial technique. Ron Vincent found himself inverted, his head about to hit the ground first, forcing him to quickly retreat from Tolio's vicinity to avoid crashing onto the floor. In the blink of an eye, Ron Vincent's agile reflexes allowed him to complete a somersault in mid-air, landing on his knees, his posture resembling a gesture of submission to the figure before him. As he stood up, still sweating from the shock, Tolio chuckled gleefully and patted him on the back. Hey, you landed on your feet there, nice move, impressive." Ron Vincent, still recovering from the tension, almost jumped out of his skin at Tolio's pat on the back. Tolio laughed, leaning in close to Ron Vincent with a satisfied smirk. "You're better than I thought, considering you're just a human, but, my friend, you shouldn't try to dig too deep into matters that don't concern you." Suddenly, his tone changed to a more solemn one as he offered this advice. As Ron Vincent was still recovering from the previous encounter, Tolio turned to the sleeping Ratuan orc, waking him up excitedly. Hey, Paku, it's been a while, hasn't it? Would you like some orc meat?" The face of Paku, the orc leader, immediately lit up at the mention of orc meat. Even when Tolio and Ron Vincent were exchanging techniques earlier, he hadn't bothered to open his eyes. Paku eagerly exclaimed, "Seriously, Paku can eat orc meat?" Tolio burst into laughter, flashing his sharp teeth. "Orc meat raised in the forest for decades, I'm sure it's tender and delicious, I'm sure you'd enjoy it." Paku happily licked his lips, drooling, "That sounds amazing, I'm in, hee. I happened to see you in the city today, and I was curious." Paku's mouth watered eagerly, but then he suddenly showed a hint of suspicion as he looked at Tolio. "So, what will Tolio eat then? The orc meat is mine." A wild gleam flashed in Tolio's eyes at once. "I'll eat cats and snakes, I'll kill the males and skin the females before devouring them." After his declaration, Tolio burst into sinister laughter, emitting a powerful and unimaginable aura of menace, far beyond what one would expect from a human. Ron Vincent, still present, once again felt the chilling aura emanating from Tolio. He wasn't human, he was a monster, and no one could have guessed his true identity. The second son of one of the 5 great kingdoms of the empire, Orangus, the Sea Dragon King. Tolio Orangus, he was the Dark Prince of Luz. Ron Vincent couldn't help but shudder at the sinister laughter that tore through the night and the piercing cat-like eyes. In his heart, he fully believed that this monstrous being could crush snakes and cats in the blink of an eye. 2 more days passed, despite some minor incidents, mostly caused by the flock of girls swooning over Raven. Nevertheless, it was still a time of joy and tranquility. On the morning of the 4th day, a pivotal event occurred, a summons from Segunda, the Duke of Luz, inviting the prince, princess, and the Pendragon family to attend a grand ball. Raven and Ian had been eagerly anticipating the invitation for days, so they accepted it calmly. The 4 women were all excited, albeit in different ways. Lindsay and Aaron were particularly thrilled, with Lindsay's emotions mingling excitement with a hint of worry, while Aaron saw it as an opportunity to honor the Pendragon family in her first social gathering. Ingrid and Luna, on the other hand, didn't outwardly express their anticipation. However, Ingrid saw it as a chance to make up for any lost points in Raven's eyes and to practice for her future role as a Pendragon Duchess. Luna simply quietly agreed to the invitation as usual, silently hoping for an opportunity to elevate her status. Raven coldly stared at the invitation card on the table, the time and place clearly stated. His eyes were filled with vigilance and caution. "Here it is," he muttered, "our chance." Ian looked at Raven's serious expression and easily understood his implication. He glanced at Raven with a mischievous smile. "Now, let's just go along with what he wants, shall we?" In the Pendragon family, there was only one person who felt uncomfortable with Segunda's invitation. Helene stood anxiously, her face downcast, muttering worriedly, "Duke Segunda. Raven quickly noticed Helene's distressed expression. He had heard about the past between the Duchess and Duke Segunda, so he understood that this ball would make her feel uneasy. Raven gently spoke, breaking the heavy weight pressing on Helene's heart. "Mom, please stay here and rest tonight." He smiled softly, trying to provide a reason for Helene to feel at ease, mentioning that there might be many events happening at the party, and it would be tiring for her to attend. Helene breathed a sigh of relief and returned Raven's sweet smile. "Thank you, Aaron." Afterwards, Raven stood up and looked up at Soldrake, who was sitting on the roof enjoying the breeze. As soon as he called her name, she immediately looked down with a curious gaze. Raven spoke to Soldrake seriously, his eyes full of trust. "Please take care of my mother." "No, I entrust the Duchess to you." Soldrake simply looked at Raven silently without saying a word. Dragons of the Pendragon family traditionally had no obligation to protect the family members except for the one who had forged a contract with them. However, seeing Raven's serious expression and direct request, Soldrake understood that tonight would be a long night, and she couldn't refuse him. As the sun began to dip towards the sparkling sea, dozens of nobles who had received invitations to the dinner party arrived at the governor's mansion of Luz. The nobles knew that the royal family and the young Duke Pendragon would be present. It wasn't surprising, however, their faces still showed excitement at the prospect of meeting the official heir of a kingdom and the royal family. It wasn't an everyday occurrence. Dozens of people waited eagerly outside the mansion grounds, their faces lit up with anticipation. They cheered as they spotted the most prestigious guests of the party, feeling honored to have them visit, the central figures of today's gathering. A procession of horse-drawn carriages entered the mansion's courtyard, with two prominent flags fluttering boldly, each bearing the royal crest and the Pendragon Kingdom's emblem. Following the carriages were about 20 attendants and 30 soldiers dressed impeccably, displaying the authority of their masters. The carriage doors opened, and the group stepped out one by one. Raven glanced coldly around at the nobles rushing to greet them, while Ian nodded silently with a solemn expression. Aaron and Lindsay, attending their first party outside, couldn't hide their excitement mixed with nervousness. Ingrid and Luna greeted all the nobles with serene smiles on their faces. The faces of the nobles lit up upon seeing the charming smiles of the princess and the beautiful Miss Sirad. Praises echoed continuously for their graceful and elegant demeanor. The joint appearance of Prince Ian and Duke Raven for the first time in a public event left all the nobles in awe. It indirectly affirmed the mutual support relationship between the potential candidates for the imperial throne and one of the 5 largest kingdoms of the empire. The nobles quickly surrounded the special guests, their demeanor hospitable and friendly. "Even though we are nobles, it is an honor we don't deserve," they thought. "This is the first time we meet the young lord, but..." Suddenly, Carda's growl cut through all the lively conversations. "Hey, Pendragon." Everyone recoiled a few steps in astonishment as Carda stepped out from the Pendragon family's carriage. He grumbled as he set foot, shattering the delicate courtyard tiles of the mansion with his first step. "This is completely different from what you told me," he snarled. Raven calmly turned his head, as if anticipating Carda's reaction. The young ladies who had been surrounding Raven quickly retreated about 8 paces, fear evident on their faces. They felt threatened by the appearance of such a large monster. Even though Ancona orc warriors were common in Luz, they were not typically seen at noble gatherings. Ignoring the fearful glances directed at him, Carda towered over the decorative stone statues of the mansion. Clad in the distinctive white cloak of the Pendragon family, he continued to bellow in anger. "What's going on here?" Isla, wearing a white vest, also descended from the carriage, but he seemed to have no intention of restraining Carda's outburst. Carda ranted and belittled the nobles and even the knights of the Segunda family, calling them nothing but stuffed dolls, mere insignificant insects. While Isla remained silent, his gaze toward Segunda's knights revealed similar thoughts to Carda's. Carda, still seething with anger, continued to shout loudly, "You said something was going to happen, so I came here excited, but..." He looked around, frustrated. "Where are the worthy warriors I should face? I want to crush those Ratuan orcs to pieces." Carda's words only fueled his agitation further, and Raven couldn't explain anything as Carda kept shouting directly at him amidst the crowd. At that very moment, a strangely calm voice echoed, thanking everyone for coming, "Prince, Princess, Pendragon, and fellow companions." Carda immediately fell silent, and the group turned to see who could speak so calmly after encountering Carda. They were surprised to find Ron Vincent, dressed entirely in black attire from head to toe, with a finely crafted sword bearing the emblem of a Segunda knight. His hair was neatly combed back, and his figure was almost as imposing as a raven's. Raven was taken aback as Ron Vincent stepped closer to him to offer greetings first. Instead of acknowledging the second prince, "I am a knight serving under the Segunda governor," Vincent stated. "My name is Vincent." Ron Vincent politely bowed with one hand over his chest and the other placed on the hilt of his sword, in the traditional manner of greeting for knights. "It's a pleasure to meet you all, young Pendragon." Then, Ron Vincent looked up at Raven with a hint of challenge shining through his amber-colored eyes. Raven remained silent, observing Ron Vincent closely. As their gazes met, Raven immediately sensed a raging fire flickering within Vincent's eyes. In that moment, Raven felt a surge of astonishment. That's an aura flow. Raven cautiously glanced at Vincent's eyes once more. The aura flow only appeared in those who were seasoned warriors, experienced in battle. Ordinary individuals might freeze in place if they looked into those eyes. Shortly after, a mysterious smirk flitted across Raven's lips. He whispered to himself, "Quite intriguing indeed, let's observe a bit further." Normally, Raven wouldn't let such a situation pass without addressing it, but this time, he tilted his head away as if feeling threatened, creating a comical scene before the count's estate. A royal heir of a kingdom had to avert his gaze from a knight out of fear. However, Ron Vincent remained unchanged, his expression cold and composed, dissipating the hostility in his eyes calmly. Raven stole a glance at Ron Vincent, still with his head turned away. Vincent's serene demeanor demonstrated his true strength, coupled with his proficiency in wielding hostility. The difference between him and other knights was substantial. Raven knew he had to be more vigilant around Ron Vincent. Meanwhile, Ron Vincent appeared unfazed and continued addressing the esteemed guests with gentle words. "So, everyone, please follow me." The large doors leading into the expansive estate swung open, and Ron Vincent led the way for the group. Although the mansion was grand and luxurious, fitting for a governor, the group was accustomed to the opulent halls of royal palaces and Conrad Castle. They calmly followed Ron Vincent through the halls leading to the banquet hall. The men in the group all focused on observing Ron Vincent's steps closely, and within their hearts, a similar thought arose simultaneously. Ron Vincent's steps remained steady, and his posture was unshakable as he walked. Any keen-eyed knight could recognize that he had been trained to draw his sword instantly. Among the men in the group, Carta was the most intrigued by Ron Vincent's professionalism. Perhaps, he thought, this man could become my rival. Meanwhile, Isla stared intently at the back of Ron Vincent's head, his gaze extremely vigilant. He seemed to have decided that if a bad situation arose, Ron Vincent would definitely be his adversary. In a matter of moments, the group arrived at the grand banquet hall, where a magnificent piece of music filled the air. Under the radiant light from the chandeliers illuminating the spacious room, the gazes of those standing throughout the hall turned towards the wide-open doors, where the most distinguished guests of the feast were entering. After a brief moment of silence, during which the eyes of nearly 100 nobles were fixed on the group, a grand introduction resounded. The bloodline of Aragon, the mighty golden lion ruling the empire with wisdom and courage, Prince Ian Aragon and Princess Ingrid Aragon have arrived. The Lord of the White Dragon, who embodies fiery courage and refined passion, Lord Aaron Pendragon and Lady Aaron Pendragon of the Pendragon Kingdom have arrived. As the esteemed guests stepped into the center of the banquet hall, a middle-aged man of short stature approached them. He wore a long, thin coat in blue with white trim, leaned on a cane, and wore a large sparkling gemstone on his cloak. Segunda smiled warmly, causing the wrinkles on his face to deepen as he bowed before the distinguished guest standing before him. "I am Torio Segunda, the governor of Luz. It has been a while, hasn't it, Prince Ian?" Ian returned the greeting with a bright smile and engaged in conversation naturally. "I think it must have been about 3 years. Yes, I've always wanted to come here, but as you can see, there are always plenty of matters to attend to at the palace." Segunda then turned towards Ingrid, inclining his body and offering a familiar gesture of respect. "And there's the princess, Ingrid. It's been 5 years, hasn't it?" Ingrid courteously nodded her head in return, offering a graceful smile. In a fleeting moment, Segunda's shrewd eyes scanned over Ingrid's entire body before he continued speaking with a polite demeanor. "You've become even more beautiful, my dear." Raven was taken aback as he witnessed Segunda's calculating gaze examining Ingrid's body as if he were a lascivious old goat, but it seemed that Ian and Ingrid were unaware of the truth. Segunda then turned to Aaron with a perpetually fake smile on his lips, and here is Lady Aaron, you've grown more beautiful as well, my dear. Aaron innocently nodded and smiled in response to him. In the moment he faced Aaron, Segunda's hawk-like eyes also swept over her body, with the greedy, lustful gaze of an old bull yearning for fresh grass. Raven silently observed Segunda and once again detected the longing in his eyes, instinctively warning him that this old man was a venomous snake. Finally, Segunda greeted Raven, also with a patronizing smile and the same predatory gestures, and now, the center of attention, young Pendragon. Segunda spared no praise for Raven, commending his pact with the White Dragon and his ability to command both orcs and avians, making the future of the Pendragon family prosperous. At that moment, Raven and Segunda exchanged glances, and Raven sensed a fleeting moment of hatred and hostility in Segunda's eyes before the old man quickly concealed it and asked Raven, "But, may I inquire, where is the Duchess?" Remembering Segunda's greedy gaze when he looked at Ingrid and Aaron, Raven sneered inwardly, "Let's see how this old wretch reacts, young ones not spared, old ones not loved," he thought, suppressing his annoyance and responding calmly, "Her condition is not well, so she is resting at the villa with my remaining sister." Segunda appeared extremely concerned for Helene, speaking with a volume almost akin to shouting, "This is terrible, I will bring my personal physician to treat her." He eagerly suggested, "Of course, I will also personally visit her." However, Raven shook his head firmly in refusal, "I appreciate your kindness, but please refrain from doing so. I don't think you need to worry about the Duchess's health or the future of my family." Raven didn't want to see Segunda's fake smile anymore, so he began speaking in a cold, ominous tone, "Besides, if any unexpected danger were to arise, it would be troublesome for you." Segunda swallowed a gulp of anxiety, feeling slightly unsettled, but the sharpness in his gaze remained as he looked at Raven's unchanged cold demeanor. He instinctively recoiled, offering a smile even friendlier than before, "Well then, please enjoy the evening to the fullest." Ian responded to Segunda, who stood in the center of the banquet hall, with a grin, whispering to Raven, "He truly is a wretched fellow, isn't he, makes one's skin crawl, like a venomous snake." Raven still felt irritated by Segunda's lustful gaze towards the ladies, so he replied curtly, After a moment of silence, Raven sneered before continuing disdainfully, "I've heard that a long time ago, he proposed to the Duchess and was rejected. It's been 20 years, yet he still persists." Not wanting to delve further into the Duchess's private matters, Raven shifted his gaze to Ian, changing the subject, "By the way, that knight, Vincent, seems to be no ordinary knight. Who is he?" Ian pondered for a moment before replying, "I've heard he's the most trusted retainer of Count Segunda. He arrived in Luz 2 years ago and quickly rose to prominence." Ian whispered, "It's rumored that he's the one who handles the dirty work for Count Segunda, despite appearing quite ordinary on the surface." Raven tilted his head, pondering the implications of such dirty work. He wondered if Vincent had any connection to the incident in Dissect. Ian raised his glass in farewell to Raven before heading into the bustling center of the banquet hall. "Those are just rumors we've heard. For now, let's enjoy the feast, but don't drink too much," Ian warned with a playful smirk. Raven chuckled in response, retorting teasingly, "You should be the one saying that." Inside the banquet hall, the second prince of the empire, known for his recklessness and as the king of the upper class, was attracting men and women of nobility from all directions. They were unaware that outside the mansion, a group of people was being intercepted by soldiers of Count Segunda, who shouted incomprehensibly, Why are you here, Why are you here, dressed like this, why did you come here?" the soldier asked, trembling like a leaf while jabbing his spear at the towering man twice his size. Tolio flashed his characteristic toothy grin and replied mockingly, "Because I heard there's a party, so I had to dress up, didn't I?" Tolio chuckled and casually raised a finger in front of the trembling soldier while he still held his spear aloft in fear. In the next moment, before the soldier could even ascertain Tolio's identity, something sliced through his throat. He was attacked so swiftly that he couldn't even make a sound. Blood gushed from his mouth and eyes as he stared upward in silent, chilling death. The soldier collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide and white in shock. Tolio calmly flicked his bloodied finger down the soldier's body and declared, "This is my favorite outfit, and I'm appropriately dressed for the occasion." Tolio grinned broadly, proudly displaying his meticulously dressed yet unmistakably pirate-like attire. Despite the Oranges family's association with the sea, such attire was hardly fitting for his status. After Tolio and Paku swiftly dealt with the hapless gate guards of Segunda's estate, they made their way straight to the mansion's entrance with excitement and raucous laughter. "Now, let's have some fun," they exclaimed. Inside the banquet hall, Segunda observed Raven from a distance and remarked mockingly, "Indeed, quite the daring young lad for his age, that Aaron Pendragon." In the secret room on the second floor of the banquet hall, Segunda was laughing and chatting with the old man's trusted henchman. "Do you think so, Vincent?" Looking down from the secret room, the entire banquet hall below could be seen through the glass, made of a special material so that from the outside, all one could see was a giant mirror. Ron Vincent swirled the drink in his hand and assessed cautiously, "A worm, or at most, a snake. When we unleash our auras, he might be able to see it, but he quickly looks away, seems like he's been spooked." Segunda chuckled approvingly and nodded at the intelligent and calm words of his trusted henchman, whom he trusted. Essentially, he was just a small bug. Ron Vincent pondered for a moment and continued without hesitation, "However, that brown-skinned knight, there's no doubt anymore, he's very strong." Segunda, curious, tilted his head and asked Ron Vincent, "Compared to you, what level is he at?" Ron Vincent slowly lifted his glass to savor its aroma and replied calmly, "I don't know, only through a duel can we find out." Ron Vincent paused as the glass neared his lips, delving deep into his thoughts, a brief silence enveloping the room. He carefully pondered about Isla, who must be a knight from the Valvas region, known for their foolish and reckless warriors, relentlessly wielding their swords even when their arms are severed and their throats pierced. The more he thought about it, the more Ron Vincent felt puzzled. There was no reason for a Valvas warrior to serve under such a weakling bug like Segunda. Segunda narrowed his eyes cunningly. He had heard of orc warriors and bird keepers, but never of a powerful knight following a raven. However, he didn't seem concerned as he spoke to Ron Vincent. "I'll leave that knight to you. If you can't kill him, it doesn't matter, as our reinforcements will arrive soon." Segunda let out a malicious laugh, not befitting his status. "The son of the Sea Dragon King, that Black Prince, he'll take care of this cat and snake affair, won't he?" Segunda smirked menacingly, looking at Ron Vincent with curious eyes once again. "You've met him in that wretched place, haven't you, the Black Prince?" The question from Segunda immediately brought back memories of Ron Vincent's encounter with Tolio a few days prior, along with the terror he felt facing the aura emanating from him. Not to mention the chilling aura itself, Tolio's towering figure, twice the size of an average person, and all his muscles felt as hard as stone upon touch, enough to stagger any ordinary opponent. Cold sweat involuntarily streamed down Ron Vincent's face. The brief encounter with Tolio back then could be considered one of the rare occasions where he felt breathless at the mere thought of someone. Ron Vincent's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately set down his glass with an uncomfortable demeanor. "He's a monster, nobody can defeat him, at least not humans." Segunda grinned wickedly, his cunning eyes gleaming like polished marbles. "If someone like you says so, then everything will go according to plan." Segunda praised Ron Vincent despite his apparent lack of interest in such empty words. "Among all the people I know, you are the smartest and the most skilled in combat. I have never seen anyone better than you in wielding a sword, both soldiers and mercenaries alike." Segunda couldn't stop chuckling mischievously as he imagined victory. "If today goes smoothly, our plan might even expand, and the progress will be pushed even faster, and when that time comes, I will grant you the position you desire more than anything, even if it means to die and live again." Ron Vincent politely bowed his head in response. "I don't deserve such an honor, my lord." Segunda's fierce red eyes turned towards the giant mirror overlooking the banquet hall below, speaking with ease. "Even if we fail, it doesn't matter, I won't be held accountable for anything that happens here." Segunda suddenly adopted a pitiful tone, but his mouth curled into a sly smile. "I'm just a simple victim, that's all." He glanced down at the most beautiful women in the banquet hall chatting casually, then resumed his victim act. "I'm just like those foolish ones, carelessly indulging in the feast below." Segunda quickly switched his tone again, turning back to Ron Vincent with a twisted smile and a mocking tone, asking him, "Isn't that right?" Ron Vincent calmly took a sip of his drink, accustomed to Segunda's rapidly changing expressions and tones. While Segunda displayed a wide range of emotions and agility in demeanor, Ron Vincent maintained his usual stoic demeanor. He didn't care much about Segunda's theatrics as long as he achieved his goals. After a few seconds of silence, Ron Vincent slowly spoke, "Indeed, my lord." Down in the banquet hall, oblivious to the impending danger, the guests continued to revel in the grandeur of the feast, held at a level of sophistication surpassing that of other nobles, as Segunda's lineage was considered one of the most prominent noble families in the entire empire, second only to the 5 ducal and royal houses. As the night fell outside the mansion, a series of loud noises echoed, the sounds of glass and wood shattering the lively atmosphere of the feast. As soon as the windows of the mansion were shattered, several screams of terror echoed, everyone froze in shock, their eyes immediately drawn towards the source of the commotion. Tolio and Paku, along with a horde of Ratuan orcs, stormed into the banquet hall through the broken windows. People began to scream and panic, their chaotic cries mixing with the shouts of the invaders, "Run, they're pirates." Tolio led the charge, leaping into the banquet hall from a balcony about 5 meters above the ground. He wielded his sword and charged straight towards the panicked nobles, who were now frozen in fear. The screams overlapped and echoed throughout the mansion as sharp blades gleamed and blood sprayed. Tolio's cold, sharp sword cut through everyone indiscriminately, regardless of gender or status. The bloody massacre unfolded in the blink of an eye, instilling fear in everyone as they trampled over each other in a desperate attempt to flee. However, no matter how fast they tried to escape, it was nearly impossible to evade Tolio's 2-meter-long arms. They not only fell victim to his sword but were also tossed into the air like mere playthings. Tolio emanated his aura with a menacing laugh, "Kill all those bugs, loot their riches, and indulge in the women, spare nothing." The Ratuan orcs didn't wait for Tolio's command and immediately rushed in, tearing and plundering everything in their path. They ravaged everywhere they stepped, turning the banquet into a sea of blood. Segunda, witnessing everything from the secret room, widened his eyes in shock. He felt immediate disgust, quickly covering his mouth to suppress the rising nausea in his throat. Swallowing the feeling of disgust, Segunda muttered to Ron Vincent, He's gone too far, it'll be hard to clean up this mess later." While Segunda fretted over the cleanliness of the mansion, Ron Vincent chuckled with excitement, "Well done indeed, since he's done this much, no one will suspect him, my lord." Ron Vincent laughed mischievously, tousling his neatly groomed hair, "Well then, I suppose I should start my work as well." Meanwhile, in the banquet hall below, the sound of high-heeled shoes echoed continuously as the princess and the young ladies of House Pendragon ran away from the pirates. The 4 girls ran frantically, screaming and calling for Raven and Ian, but it seemed they couldn't hear the faint cries of the girls amidst the screams of the nobles echoing throughout the building. As the 4 girls reached the 2nd floor to evade the pirates, Tolio suddenly leaped forward to block their path. Standing at 4 meters tall with unusually long limbs, he looked nothing like a human with his grotesque appearance. He narrowed his eyes, looking at the girls before speaking with a cat-and-mouse tone, "Found you." Immediately after, he unleashed his terrifying aura aimed at the fragile souls of the girls. True to his expectation, the 4 girls froze instantly before Tolio's soul-crushing aura. Their legs trembled helplessly, unable to move an inch, while the immense pressure weighed heavily on their chests, choking their screams in their throats. Tolio's eyes gleamed with excitement as he scanned each girl from head to toe, pointing his finger at their faces and shifting his hungry gaze from one to another. The sound of rusting metal slowly emanated from his throat, each sound like needles piercing through his sharp teeth. "I will choose who to feast on first." As Tolio's cold fingers and chilling gaze moved towards each girl, they felt their hearts stop and their breath become even more difficult. Even though the girls had encountered the oppressive aura of rulers and dragons before, they still couldn't withstand the horrifying pressure emanating from every move of Tolio. Luna gasped in horror, her heart feeling like it was being squeezed tightly. She couldn't breathe, it felt just like that time. Subconsciously, she recalled the scene outside the outskirts of the Ancona forest, when they first encountered the Ancona orc warriors. This feeling was like the fear of orcs. While Luna was immersed in the horrifying memory of the Ancona orc warriors, Tolio's finger stopped. Whether it was due to Luna's allure and her still graceful face despite her fear, or because of her distracted expression thinking about the Ancona orc warriors instead of panicking at him, Tolio decided to point his finger at Luna's face with a sinister smile. "I choose you." Immediately after his declaration, Tolio raised his sword high and let out a chilling laugh. Luna no longer had the strength to lift her feet to run, instead, she closed her eyes tightly and raised her hand to cover her head, silently praying that Raven would once again appear, just like when she was threatened by the Ancona orc warriors. As Tolio's sword descended, a sound of metal clashing echoed in her ears. Raven appeared just in time, blocking Tolio's sharp blade with two crossed swords. Tolio was slightly surprised to see Raven instead of Ian. Raven wielded a long sword in one hand and a slender blade, a favorite weapon of mercenaries, in the other. It was unusual for the heir of a great noble family of the Empire to dual-wield like this. The girls felt a sense of relief at Raven's appearance, almost forgetting the bloody scenes and terrifying fear they had just experienced moments ago. In the tense silence, Tolio continued to push his sword down, forcing Raven to brace himself. As iron clashed against iron, sparks flew into the air. Even in the midst of battle, Raven tried to steal glances at Luna trembling on the ground and asked with gentle concern, "Are you okay, Miss Sirad?" Although it was a simple question he would ask any girl in such a situation, Luna's heart pounded with emotion, her eyes shimmering with tears. Tolio smirked cunningly at Raven, his eyes filled with slyness. Hee, the fools took the bait and showed their faces without a second thought. Just then, Ian stepped forward from the stairs behind Tolio and spoke mockingly, "No matter how closely we observe, you're still nothing but a fat pig." Ian stood proudly on the second floor, looking down at Tolio with disdain. Ian raised his sword hilt with a smug smile. "Do you think you only have one opponent?" At that moment, Isla and Karta ascended the staircase leading from the first floor to the second, forming a tight encirclement around Tolio in the narrow hallway. Karta chuckled gleefully as he wielded a massive axe, twice the size of his own arm. "So you said something interesting was going to happen. Well, here we are, finally, things are getting exciting." Tolio looked perplexed as he shifted his gaze from Ian to Karta and Isla. The simultaneous appearance of four formidable opponents left him bewildered. He glanced cunningly from one side to the other with astonishment, yet there was not a hint of fear or concern in his eyes. He was the trapped prey, or so it seemed. Raven and Ian smirked with satisfaction as they saw the hunter become the hunted. However, their smiles quickly faded as Tolio unexpectedly grinned with delight. Tolio lowered his sword and chuckled mockingly, "So, that's it, ha ha ha, but your thoughts, my dear fools, are truly childish." Raven even flinched backward as he felt the chilling aura emanating from him. Tolio grinned widely with his eyes blazing like fiery coals, raising his blade before Raven challengingly, "No matter how many insects gather, they'll never stand a chance against me." A tense silence followed Tolio's sinister laughter. The smile vanished from Raven's lips, replaced by a heightened sense of vigilance as he realized his opponent bore no semblance of human emotion. Similarly, Isla felt the same apprehension as Raven, refraining from underestimating their foe. However, Ian and Karta, proud and eager for victory, continued to smirk with delight. Tolio stared directly into Raven's eyes with his sword held high, carefully assessing his main adversary. After a few seconds of scanning Raven's dual sword stance, Tolio discerned that he was no ordinary opponent. With a smirk, he opened his mouth. "Well, dealing with four at once might be a bit much." Tolio grinned wickedly at Raven, "So let me take care of the unnecessary ones first." Immediately after, Tolio unleashed a devastating surge of energy through his massive fist, comparable to the force exerted by a normal person's head. He unexpectedly swung his fist, the sinews encased in aura, towards Raven, causing him to startle. However, Tolio didn't aim for Raven but instead drove his fist straight down onto the floor beneath him. The sheer force of the blow was so immense that it created a shockwave, and cracks spread widely across the corridor down to the staircase below. Ian exclaimed in astonishment, not understanding Tolio's intentions. "What the devil?" The corridor between the stairs began to collapse. Raven and the girls hurriedly ran towards the opposite staircase leading to the second floor. However, Isla and Karta couldn't escape because the staircase they were standing on collapsed instantly. Segunda stood in the secret room, lamenting with aching groans, "Oh, my staircase." In just a few seconds, the entire section of the staircase from the waiting corridor leading to the first floor vanished into a cloud of thick dust. Karta struggled to get up amidst the rubble, grinding her teeth in frustration and letting out a cry of anguish. Karta let out a loud cry as she looked up to the second floor of the mansion. What the heck was that guy up to? Isla, unharmed after the staircase collapse, remained silent, quietly observing the situation. Carta grumbled in confusion, unable to grasp Tolio's intentions. He just made us fall straight down to the first floor out of nowhere. In reality, with Isla and Carta's abilities, they could easily have climbed up to the second floor with a few jumps, so, Tolio's actions in separating them like this seem utterly pointless. Suddenly, from behind Carta and Isla, came the hoarse, guttural voices of the Ratuan orcs, causing both of them to startle. Look over there, it's an orc. The Ratuan orcs, having just finished dealing with the nobles in the banquet hall, now turned their swords towards Carta. Excellent, had enough of those fat pigs, now it's time for some orc meat, first come, first served. Carta exclaimed in shock. The blindfolded ones we encountered at the docks. Isla, equally astonished, widened her eyes. Now he understands how Tolio planned to trap them below. Carta raised his axe defiantly. Ha ha ha, I'll be the one feasting on your flesh, with a mug of ale by my side, you vile pirates. The next moment, the horde of Ratuan orcs rushed into a chaotic battle with Carta and Isla, the two of them seamlessly combining their fighting skills like a pair of twins. Meanwhile, tension was also mounting on the second floor, with Ian and the brute Tolio standing on one side of the corridor, while Raven and the girls were on the opposite side. Tolio smirked triumphantly, squinting at Ian challengingly. Well, it's just the cat and the snake left now we can enjoy our meal comfortably. He immediately pointed his sword towards Ian eagerly. First, you little cat. After a moment of shock, Ian's expression returned to one of arrogant confidence. Though you may be a giant brute, your strength isn't something to underestimate. However, he continued, do you think that in a battle, strength alone isn't the sole determinant of victory? Ian said as he raised his sword, assuming a ready stance with a confident smile. Erin stood on the other side of the corridor, unable to shake off her worries for Ian. Prince, will he be all right? She whispered anxiously. But Ingrid looked at her with eyes full of confidence in Ian. Don't worry, she reassured Erin, my brother is not just any ordinary swordsman. Rumor has it that when it comes to technique, he's the best in the capital, and I've never seen him lose even once. Ingrid enthusiastically boasted to Erin, our brother is no ordinary swordsman. They say he's the best in the capital when it comes to technique, and I've never seen him lose, not even once. Ingrid cheered as if to encourage Ian to showcase his skills, simultaneously making Tolio wary of her brother. Ian focused his gaze on Tolio as he raised his sword arm parallel to his face. With a clang, the sound of metal colliding echoed sharply as Ian lunged towards Tolio with a lightning-fast thrust. However, Tolio easily blocked the thrust with a swift turn of his body, swinging his sword into a diagonal slash. The clangs continued in rapid succession, powerful attacks coming one after another like a storm, yet both of them managed to evade and parry each other's attacks by carefully observing each other's movements. The swords danced in beautiful arcs through the air, leaving Erin amazed. Wow, a series of incredible attacks from the prince, it seems that pirate can't keep up. Raven stood with the girls, but his gaze was entirely different from theirs. He silently assessed Tolio's swordplay and realized that things weren't as simple as the girls perceived. Tolio's swordsmanship style was unique. A knight trained in the imperial methods of conventional combat would be perplexed by Tolio's techniques. Indeed, as Raven thought, Ian was truly struggling to deal with Tolio, though he seemed to be the aggressor overwhelming his opponent. Tolio's swordplay could both block Ian's attacks and counterattack immediately, forcing Ian to be extremely cautious. Ian felt increasingly overwhelmed by Tolio. Every time our swords clash, I feel nothing, I can't anticipate his moves. Tolio's blade sliced through the air so swiftly that Ian could only perceive faint blurs. He panicked, wondering, did he just counterattack? Tolio chuckled as he looked at Ian's diminishing confidence. He smirked mockingly and said, look closely, it's right here. Immediately after, Tolio twisted his wrist, deflecting Ian's sword downward and exerted force, pressing hard near the hilt, rendering Ian unable to retrieve his sword. In that moment, Ian realized he was in a perilous situation. Ingrid and Erin also simultaneously recognized the dire predicament Ian was in. They couldn't contain their worries, shouting aloud, but were helpless to aid him. Tolio leaned in close to Ian's ear, mocking, is this all the lord of the castle can muster? How disappointing. Without hesitation, he tightened his fist and swung from behind Ian, channeling all his energy into the punch, prepared to deliver a finishing blow. While Ian seemed helpless to alter his dire situation, suddenly a streak of light flashed, narrowly missing Tolio's face. It was Raven who rushed in, swinging the legendary Pendragon sword with the intent to sever Tolio's head, but Tolio managed to swiftly dodge by leaning backward. Raven had used his utmost speed for this sudden and swift attack, but the result was not as he hoped, only a small trickle of blood spurted from Tolio's face. Raven's sword blade only grazed one side of his cheek, leaving a shallow gash. Ian, just narrowly escaping death, immediately suppressed his pride and shouted out Aaron's name. Raven didn't hesitate to suggest to Ian, "Let's attack together." He's not someone to take lightly. For a proud prince like Ian, it wouldn't be easy to decide to engage in a 2-on-1 fight. It was only when Ian found himself in a perilous situation that Raven intervened in the battle. Tolio was momentarily stunned as he touched his wound on the cheek, though not deep, it left him with a scar. He gritted his teeth as he looked at his blood-stained fingers. That was unexpected. It's been a while since I last shed blood, hasn't it? However, Tolio didn't show surprise or anger for long. He quickly chuckled with gleaming eyes, focusing on Raven. "Perhaps, I should start with the serpent first." A visible green energy surged from Raven, the overwhelming presence of draconic power emanating from his shoulders. The energy quickly formed into the shape of a coiling dragon around Raven, carrying the imposing aura of the dragon kind. Tolio twisted his body slightly, flexing his muscles as he pulled out a large shield. He chuckled with delight. "My meal has become much more interesting now." He growled challengingly at the two of them while raising the large shield to shield himself. "Do your best, for if you lose, I'll feast on both of you and those women." Meanwhile, on the first floor, Cardo was having the fighting opportunity he desired. He swung his axe relentlessly, each strike severing a part of some Ratuan orc. Isla was also fully engaged in combat with the Ratuan orcs, each of his sword strikes aimed at vital points like the throat or heart of his opponents. As soon as Isla cleared a significant number of Ratuan orcs blocking his path, he swiftly leaped onto the staircase leading to the second floor to assist his master. Isla didn't dare to waste even a second. He sprinted agilely up the stairs, his eyes never leaving the battlefield on the second floor. He quickly identified the location he needed to reach, where Raven and Ian were engaged in a fierce battle with the towering Tolio, a foe seemingly too formidable for the two of them combined, despite their seamless cooperation. Isla was so focused on looking towards Raven that he failed to notice the presence of another enemy nearby. Just as Isla was about to step onto the second-floor corridor, a dark figure leaped down from behind him, clad in pitch-black attire like a shadow. He wielded two black-bladed swords reminiscent of those Raven often used. The shadowy swordsman swung his blades unexpectedly at Isla from behind, but thanks to his keen intuition, Isla managed to tilt his body and evade the strike just in time. Isla swiftly turned to face the shadowy swordsman and continuously maneuvered his body on the stairs to evade the successive strikes with both of his hands. As he spotted gaps between the attacks of the shadowy swordsman, Isla immediately countered by swinging his sword. With a single move, he wielded his sword with both hands, slashing horizontally from his chest outwards on both sides simultaneously. Isla effortlessly disarmed the weapons from the hands of the shadowy swordsman. The shadowy swordsman quickly leaped back several steps from Isla, watching helplessly as his two swords clattered to the ground. He was so shocked that he trembled, unable to believe he had been disarmed so swiftly. Isla fixed his sharp gaze on the shadowy swordsman, unabashedly asking, "You're the knight from earlier, aren't you?" The shadowy swordsman, indeed Ron Vincent, was once again left stunned, staring incredulously at Isla. Isla crossed his two swords in front of his chest and poised himself in a ready attack stance. A knight of Valva's, once they sensed the aura of another warrior, they never forgot. Ron Vincent remained silent in the face of Isla's question, essentially because he had no way to justify himself. However, a glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Ron Vincent does not hesitate to draw the Knight of Segunda's sword, which he always keeps by his side. "I have reasons to eliminate you right now, so let's fight seriously." Because Isla has discovered his identity, he must try to kill her to cover up the fact that the Segunda Duke is involved in all of this. As soon as Ron Vincent finishes speaking, he immediately launches an attack. A resounding sound echoes in the air as Isla blocks his attack with her sword, and sparks fly, heralding another relentless life-and-death battle. Up on the second floor, after a round of fighting, Tolio remains unscathed and even laughs arrogantly, taunting Raven and Ian, "Come on, do your best. After a series of relentless exchanges, Raven and Ian stopped, creating a distance of about 5 or 6 steps from Tolio. He smirked provocatively, urging them on, "Come on then, your fate and that of those women depend entirely on you two." At this moment, both Raven and Ian know that rushing into the attack without any strategy won't defeat him. Ian whispers to Raven, "Hey Raven, I'll create an opening in his defense at a certain position. When that happens, you finish him off." Raven glances at Ian, feeling somewhat surprised. "Oh, an unusual suggestion coming from you, especially for a prince who loves to show off, and in front of a group of girls like this." Despite Raven's teasing, Ian can only smirk in response. "Now's not the time to maintain that fake image. Even so, I'm still the strongest swordsman in the capital. You know what, I'll be known for fighting him hand to hand at the same time. More importantly, without a life, what's the point of maintaining an image?" Ian looks at Tolio, exuding a fierce aura enough to swallow both of them like he's a monster. A sense of concern forces him to admit to Raven, "The only one who can defeat that monster is you." Ian hesitates for a moment, reluctantly expressing his long-hidden thoughts. "You're stronger than me, Raven." Raven, taken aback by Ian's praise, can't believe that such a proud prince could also have moments of self-reflection. Instead of responding seriously to Ian's sincere remarks, Raven teasingly laughs at him, "Don't let yourself be killed right away then." Ian smirks and mutters back, "This isn't funny." Then he raises his sword and glares at Tolio, determined to put all his strength into this battle. In the blink of an eye, the two young men dressed in black and white rush towards Tolio with their swords, resembling two relentless messengers of death, ready to send Tolio's soul to the underworld. Inside the Segunda Duke's mansion, the sound of swords clashing fills every corner. From the second floor down to the staircase and the first floor, everywhere is a scene of intense sword fighting, with sparks of electricity and splashes of blood flying around. Karda's overwhelming strength has single-handedly defeated over a dozen Ratuan orcs so far. As the intense battle rages on and the scent of blood fills the air, he becomes even more frenzied. The mightiest orc warrior of the Ancona forest charges towards his opponents like a beast, tearing apart anyone who dares to challenge him. Orcs are a warrior race bred for battle, often rushing into combat without much thought. However, since joining Pendragon, Karda has started to change that habit. He constantly pays attention to those around him, feeling overwhelmed. Here he is, still on the first floor, fighting off these pirate scum, while Isla is being held back by a dubious figure on the staircase. While fighting on the first floor, Karda occasionally glances up at the second floor to assess the situation. The more he thinks, the more frustrated he becomes. At this rate, we won't be able to make it to the second floor to help. Isla is also eager to rush to the second floor, so he tries to end the battle with Ron Vincent as quickly as possible using lethal sword techniques. However, Ron Vincent is no pushover and manages to prolong the fight significantly. Not only does he have strong defensive skills, but Ron Vincent also counterattacks Isla with deadly precision. His sword strikes are so swift that their afterimages seem to merge into the light of the room, forcing Isla to constantly change direction and dodge the lethal strikes. Seizing an opportunity, Isla quickly ducks to evade Ron Vincent's attack and immediately swings his sword, aiming to sever his opponent's knee. The blade traces a beautiful arc through the air. However, the agile Ron Vincent swiftly leaps high into the air, somersaulting over Isla's head and completely evading his sword strike. After a perfect somersault, Ron Vincent lands on the higher stairs just a few steps above where Isla stands, descending gracefully like a swan landing on a pine tree. Seeing Isla eager to end the battle, Ron Vincent chuckles tauntingly, "Don't rush, my friend, take your time, I won't let you ascend to the second floor so easily." Isla's expression darkens upon hearing Ron Vincent's declaration, but he has no choice but to exert all his efforts to deal with him. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Tolio is demonstrating his mastery of his unique fighting style, honed while growing up with orcs, combining the curved sword used by an offshore orc species with a shield crafted by dwarves. Tolio's massive body charges forward with incredible speed, disproportionate to his size. He lunges straight towards Raven, who remains unfazed, crossing his two swords to block Tolio's blade. While Tolio's sword is engaged in a fierce struggle with Raven, Ian leaps forward, raising his sword high, intending to take advantage of the opportunity to strike Tolio's hand. However, Tolio catches sight of Ian's movement. A resounding sound echoes through the air as Tolio blocks Ian's attack with his shield, a disdainful smirk playing on his lips as he taunts Ian. Powerful waves of attacks come relentlessly from both directions like a storm, but Tolio manages to block and parry every strike by observing the movements of Raven and Ian. As metal clashes against metal, sparks of electricity flash everywhere like fireworks. Tolio effortlessly blocks every attack from the two swordsmen, even as they relentlessly assault him in perfect coordination. The ease of the battle leads Tolio to become arrogant, mocking them with laughter. "Huh, is that all you've got, both of you?" Seconds later, Ian's blade slices across his head, but Tolio effortlessly leans back, narrowly avoiding the strike without even losing a hair. Despite Raven and Ian increasing the force and speed of their attacks, Tolio remains agile, smoothly evading every blow despite his massive frame. As Ian's attacks miss their mark, he grows increasingly frantic and panicked. "Damn it, he's too fast, even though he's huge, this isn't good." In a moment of hesitation, Ian misses his strike, leaving Raven shocked, who shouts out his name in a desperate attempt to warn him. However, Raven's warning isn't faster than Tolio's speed. He appears like a ghost behind Ian, wielding his sword high, his sharp eyes locked onto Ian's head. Ian jerks back and swiftly turns, raising his sword high to block Tolio's attack. With a loud clang, Ian's longsword is cleaved in half, the metal shards flying into the air. The sharpness of the cut reveals that Tolio is superior to both Raven and Ian, dominating in both strength and endurance. While the two attackers are relentless, it's Tolio who manages to destroy the opponent's sword first, and there seems to be little hope of exhausting Tolio by thwarting the relentless onslaught. Tolio chuckles victoriously, glancing at Ian's astonished and bewildered expression. "One down," he says. Just as Tolio prepares to finish Ian with another strike, Raven immediately charges forward at full speed, diverting Tolio's attention away from Ian. Tolio, still arrogantly self-assured, pays little heed to Ian, who has lost his weapon. He eagerly rushes towards Raven with a wide grin on his face. Ian, now unarmed, drops the broken hilt of his sword. Just when it seemed like Ian was going to abandon this fight, yielding the stage to Raven and Tolio, Ian takes advantage of Tolio's momentary lapse in vigilance and suddenly grabs tightly onto his arm holding the sword, leaving him bewildered and frozen in place. Raven's eyes light up as he realizes Ian's intention, surprised that Ian would lower his own pride to this extent. Ian doesn't hesitate to urge Raven, shouting out, "Do it now, Aaron, seize the opportunity." Raven charges forward with his Pendragon sword held high, confident that this attack will severely injure Tolio. However, Tolio is a seasoned warrior, and he unexpectedly releases his sword the moment he sees it becoming ineffective. In the blink of an eye, he decisively lifts his massive arm like a pillar, sweeping both Ian, who clings tightly to it, and Raven off their feet, leaving them wide-eyed in astonishment. Tolio swings his arm, sending Ian flying into the air. Due to the overwhelming inertia, Ian can't hold on to Tolio's arm any longer, and he is propelled backward, his body tumbling through the air in a disorienting spin. Raven stares in disbelief at the unbelievable scene unfolding before him. His entire body stiffens immediately, and he halts his sword mid-motion. Ian, thrown backward into the sky, still hasn't fully grasped the situation, resigned to wherever his body may land. In the next moment, Ian crashes down directly onto Raven, his entire back slamming into Raven's stomach, causing both of them to topple to the ground. Raven can do nothing but bear the brunt of the impact from Ian, but that's not the end of his troubles. He's further caught off guard by Tolio's actions. Tolio seizes the opportunity to charge at Raven with his sturdy shield held firmly in his left hand. Raven, already in the process of falling backward, is completely unable to do anything but brace himself for this incoming attack. Raven grits his teeth, bracing himself for the anticipated pain as the shield hurtles towards his arm. The shield slams into the middle of Raven's right forearm with a horrifying cracking sound, and Tolio almost certainly feels assured of his victory as he senses the impact of the shield. The sound of shattering bone accompanies Raven's guttural scream of agony. The overwhelming pain quickly stifles his cry, the agonizing sound choked in his chest. Raven vomits a pool of thick, clotted blood, his already pale face turning ashen, resembling that of a floating corpse. His eyes become lifeless and vacant, as if he has slipped into unconsciousness. Raven immediately falls unconscious as his body is flung away by Tolio's devastating blow, resembling a puppet whose strings have been cut. Ian, horrified, shouts out Aaron's name with a panicked expression. He is not only stunned by the disastrous failure of their plan but also genuinely worried for Raven. Upon hearing Ian scream, Tolio wastes no time and swiftly kicks out with one leg, aiming straight for Ian's abdomen. With his leg raised high up to 3 meters, he hoists Ian's entire body into the air. Ian coughs up blood, the scream choked off before it even escapes his throat. The sensation of being kicked feels like his stomach is being shredded apart, the excruciating pain akin to being crushed by an elephant. Tolio's kick sends Ian flying 8 yards away. If it weren't for a makeshift barrier, who knows how much further he would have been flung. The barrier, a wooden table, shatters instantly upon impact. Ingrid and Aaron both cry out in anguish, calling for their brother. Tears stream down their faces like rivers, but the menacing expression on Tolio's face freezes them in place, unable to take even a single step. Tolio tightens his grip on his perceived victory, bursting into a long, sinister laugh that sounds like the roar of a beast. To me, you humans are nothing but food, ha 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 ha. His eerie laughter echoes throughout the mansion, and the aura of menace emanating from him intensifies like a flame fueled by oil. His swift and grandiose action quickly catches the attention of Isla, who is standing on the staircase. Isla, horrified, immediately calls out for Pendragon, overcome with emotions too intense to contain. However, in that split second of distraction, Isla is struck by a sword thrust from Ron Vincent. The sharp blade hurtles towards Isla while he is momentarily off guard, but luckily, it only grazes past his cheek. A smirk plays across Ron Vincent's lips, a glint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Now's not the time to look away, is it? Isla's eyes narrow in anger. He has been pinned down here for nearly half an hour, and his frustration is boiling like a raging fire within him. Rather than making him hastily react, Ron Vincent's provocative actions only serve to further focus Isla's determination. Back to the unequal battle on the second floor, Tolio is leisurely pacing along the corridor, admiring the 2 bloody masterpieces he has just created. His hoarse, gravelly voice resonates with arrogance as he declares, well, it's done. The cat and the snake are taken care of. Next up is the turn of those women to become Tolio's prey. He chuckles menacingly, his teeth grinding together to produce threatening sounds. With gleeful anticipation, he squints his eyes to admire the 4 trembling women huddling together in a corner of the corridor. Tolio calmly strides toward the women, feeling no need to hurry as he knows that the slender legs of these girls, even if they were to run with all their might, wouldn't escape his grasp. Moreover, the staircase leading down to the first floor has been severed, leaving them with no escape route. All 4 women are paralyzed with fear, trembling and whimpering, tears streaming down their pale faces. They are too terrified to even scream for help. However, a strange and terrifying sight freezes Tolio in his tracks. His eyes widen in genuine shock, feeling horror for the first time in his life. He stands there, as if turned to stone, as Raven rises abruptly, his arm hanging limply, blood gushing profusely from his mouth, staining the ground beneath him. The girls, upon seeing Raven rise in such a weakened state, immediately cry out in unison, consumed by worry for him. Tolio feels a shiver run down his spine as he observes Raven's zombie-like appearance. His brows furrow with suspicion and horror. It's impossible, he thinks, for a person to rise after receiving such a blow. Not only should his right hand be incapacitated, but his internal organs should also be completely crushed. Tolio can't help but panic, repeatedly reminding himself of the force with which he struck Raven. However, Raven's resilience is unfolding beyond Tolio's expectations. Not only can Raven manage to stand, but he also opens his mouth to speak. You're truly strong, he utters. Initially, Tolio dismisses this as a last effort by Raven to gather his strength before succumbing to death, but at this moment, he can no longer reassure himself in such a manner. The women remain silent, listening anxiously to Raven's labored breaths mingled with his words. You have the physique and the skills, he continues, his voice steady despite his condition. You have no flaws. Raven raises his sword with his left hand, pointing it at the bewildered Tolio, regaining his challenging tone and demeanor. But, he adds, I've slain opponents of your caliber long ago. He smiles confidently, feeling the broken bones piercing his flesh, yet the battle is far from over because he still holds the trump card, the regenerative power of the Troll King. Tolio continues to stare at Raven with a mix of astonishment and suspicion, unaware that Raven is observing him through the eyes of Raven Vault, who has battled all sorts of monsters from across the Empire for a decade. To Tolio, Raven is only as formidable as the Troll King. Several minutes pass, but Tolio remains puzzled by Raven's cryptic statement. He curiously questions him, "So, you're saying that you've killed someone like me long ago?" Seeing Raven's confident smile, Tolio scratches his head, displaying a mixture of concern and mockery. "Ha, ha, are you spouting nonsense? You've been thrashed by me so badly that you've gone insane, haven't you, you pathetic worm?" Raven smirks in response, "Even if I explained it, you wouldn't understand." Hearing this, Tolio feels offended. Although it's a genuine answer from Raven, it sounds like mockery to him, insinuating that he's not smart enough to comprehend. Raven furrows his brows, his gaze fixed on Tolio, as horrifying scenes from his 10 years of battle in the demon army flood his mind. The comparison is inevitable. "You are indeed strong," he begins, "but compared to him, you're nothing." He refers to the one who dominated 50 swamp trolls the size of elephants, single-handedly slaughtering half of the demon army. The most ferocious and malevolent creature, the Troll King, Raven continues, "the beast that granted me immortality and healing but also cursed me with misfortune for life." During the exchange between Tolio and Raven, the blood on Raven's right arm begins to slow its flow, and the bloodstains on his hand quickly dry up. In just a moment, he is able to start moving the fingers on his previously shattered arm with gentle ease. Raven slowly raises his right arm while fixing a challenging gaze on Tolio. Though it's not yet fully functional with its complete strength, he can comfortably flex and extend it. Raven can't help but smile proudly at this near-immortal body. Tolio, on the other hand, stares at Raven with a perplexed expression. Normally, or even just an hour ago, he would have rushed to attack Raven without hesitation, but now, he hesitates. He has changed his mind upon seeing Raven's arm. Tolio can't tear his eyes away from Raven's rapidly recovering arm. It should have been crushed, yet Raven can move it. Ingrid curiously glances at Eren and asks quietly, "Has something like this ever happened before, like what he just said?" Eren shakes her head, looking puzzled. No, my father has never gotten into trouble like this before." Lindsay, who has served Eren Pendragon for many years, also feels perplexed, murmuring, "Perhaps we misheard something." Only Luna remains silent, her eyes fixed on Raven with an intense gaze. A sense of regret surges within the lovesick girl once again, realizing that she had thought he lacked any sense of self-respect or dignity. The more Luna sees Raven as a hero, the more she regrets her past disdain towards Eren Pendragon and his family. However, her regret comes too late. Initially, Tolio thought this fight would be as easy as taking candy from a baby, but now, it's different. He has to be more cautious as he faces Raven. Despite being more vigilant, Tolio remains arrogant and confident in his abilities. Mocking tones escape through his gritted teeth. "Don't try to act tough anymore, you miserable wretch, you're only half alive now." Tolio immediately closes the distance with Raven, raising his sword high with a deadly aura. "Die, you wretch," he shouts. Raven swiftly lowers his center of gravity, slipping beneath Tolio's sharp blade. The sword slices through empty air. In a fluid motion, Raven spins and jumps behind Tolio, his arms still in the trajectory of Tolio's previous attack. Tolio manages to keep his eyes on Raven's shadow as it glides past behind him, but his bulky frame now seems significantly slower than before. Unable to keep up with Raven's agility, Raven appears like a nimble squirrel darting around a giant tree. As Raven raises his sword from behind Tolio, he can't help but gasp inwardly, realizing that the wretch shouldn't be able to move like this. Luckily for Tolio, just as Raven's blade is about to strike him, he swiftly pivots and brings his shield up in time to block the attack. Tolio immediately counterattacks, pushing his shield towards Raven, causing the sword to deflect back towards him. Then, using the strength of his muscles, Tolio swings the shield horizontally, forcing Raven to step back several paces. As Raven retreats about 5 to 6 meters away from Tolio, he observes his movements and prepares to calculate the next attack. However, Tolio's actions have left Raven perplexed. He has kept his trump card hidden until now. Tolio slightly tilts his body and raises his large shield to shield himself, simultaneously making his weapon disappear from Raven's sight, a tactic he hasn't used throughout their encounter. For a moment, Raven is stunned, unsure whether to evade or attack, as the shield obstructs his view of Tolio's sword. In the tense silence, Raven quickly regains his composure and casts his gaze downward. As he looks from the shield down to Tolio's feet, Raven notices the blurry shadow of the sword revealed on the floor, illuminated by the beam of a spotlight. A spark ignites in Raven's mind. He wants to stab. Immediately, he bends his body and leaps to the side, perfectly evading Tolio's thrust. Tolio dismisses Raven's evasion as mere luck and continues to repeat his movements, raising the shield on his left arm to completely obscure Raven's view for a moment. Powerful attacks, thrusts, and slashes continuously launch and retract from behind the shield, but Raven manages to evade and block each attack by observing the shadows and footwork of Tolio. Tolio's assaults intensify as he grows increasingly enraged by Raven's nimble dodges. However, Raven continues to glide like the wind, effortlessly evading Tolio's sharp strikes. Despite possessing superior strength, Tolio is still human. After launching more than 9 consecutive attacks, his breathing becomes labored, and the swing of his sword visibly weakens. Raven easily parries Tolio's attacks with just normal force. Tolio stands stunned as all 10 of his attacks are either countered in this manner or another. He is certain Raven isn't just lucky, yet he can't fathom what trickery he's employing. Raven smirks triumphantly as he observes Tolio's wide-eyed astonishment. He delivers another psychological blow, saying, "I told you earlier, didn't I? Not convinced yet? I've fought and slain opponents of your caliber before, maybe even stronger ones than you." The two men pause their duel momentarily, stepping back to create a safe distance between them, each keen on assessing their opponent. Raven sifts through his memories of past lives, recalling his battles to gather information about the sword technique Tolio is employing, a combination of shield and sword, undoubtedly the Rachuan style. Rachuan was a city built on the sea by ancient dwarves. It was conquered by orcs over a decade ago, leading to the establishment of the largest orc kingdom within the empire. Most dwarves migrated to the mountainous regions to the south of the mainland, but a small faction remains under orc control. The weapons, shields, and armor produced by the dwarves are of exceptional quality. By combining the curved Orcish sword, the primary weapon used by orcs on the island, with the shield carrying the pride of dwarven craftsmanship, they have created a truly unique swordsmanship style. Raven doesn't stop his line of reasoning there. He desires to uncover the identity of his opponent, prompting him to delve deeper into his thoughts. The peculiar way he dodged Ian's grappling move earlier is reminiscent of the technique Isla used during her initial encounter with Killian. Raven scans Tolio once again, from head to toe, realizing that he is proficient in techniques from the southern regions as well. This suggests that the origins of this creature are likely confined to somewhere around the southern seas. Frowning as the clues about Tolio become clearer, Raven speculates that he might be half human and half orc, possibly a renowned warrior from the southern lands or a peculiar favorite of some noble with specific tastes. Meanwhile, Tolio stares back at Raven with a gaze filled with malice and curiosity. Tolio squints his eyes, his wrinkled expression thick with murderous intent, but curiosity also rises within him. It's evident that he has recovered too quickly for a normal person and can even counter the Rachuan sword technique. Recalling his past battles, Tolio remembers how all the insignificant pests who learned the standard royal swordsmanship were crushed by this technique in an instant. So how can this upstart serpent possess such prowess? Tolio grumbles as questions flood his mind without answers. Has he fought someone using the Rachuan style before? No, there's no way this whelp could have experience battling it. Tolio's frustration mounts to the point where his face scrunches up like a sour apple at the thought of Raven's earlier taunts. "I've slain opponents like you before." As the two combatants take an increasingly prolonged break, Tolio notices how quickly Raven's arm has recovered. He begins to feel perplexed. Despite being superior in both strength and technique, there's something peculiar about this scoundrel. Nevertheless, Tolio is a seasoned warrior. Instead of recklessly charging once more, he opts to cautiously observe the entirety of this fortress of a battle. That useless cat he dealt with earlier hasn't been completely defeated yet. If those lackeys accompanying this scoundrel downstairs can manage to get up here, it could be quite dangerous. I can't afford to let things go awry from my calculations. Immediately, Tolio raises his sword, resolutely reminding himself to use every last ounce of his remaining strength to fight. To realize the ambitions of the Sea Dragon King, he must defeat this Pendragon scoundrel as swiftly as possible. He unexpectedly breaks into a smile, his sharp teeth clashing together, producing a chilling and provocative sound. Tolio tilts his head from side to side, chuckling with a mocking tone. Well, you're quite good at dodging blows, aren't you? Like a mouse being toyed with by a cat, Tolio laughs audaciously after a few slow yet provocative remarks, believing that the young leaders of great clans like Pendragon couldn't possibly tolerate such insolence. However, Raven responds to his inferior taunting with indifference. He has faced opponents of Tolio's caliber before and has cultivated a minimum level of calmness for situations like this. Tolio sighs, his voice dripping with disappointment as he sees Raven remain unaffected by his taunts. But you know, I hate endless battles like this, without a clear winner, so let's end it early, shall we? Suddenly, Tolio bares his teeth in a sinister grin while casting a meaningful glance at Raven, and hey, even worms should know to look out for their comrades, right? Raven immediately understands his intention to target Ian. He's genuinely startled by the cunning and treacherous scheming of this wily pirate. Tolio finishes speaking and immediately turns, running in the opposite direction towards the corridor where Ian lies unconscious. Raven dashes after Tolio in a panic. In his mind, worries swirl incessantly. Damn it, his target is Ian. Ian remains unconscious, despite more than an hour passing. There are no signs indicating that he would be able to resist if Tolio were to attack him now. Tolio dashes to Ian with lightning speed, leaving Raven unable to catch up. He grabs Ian's leg effortlessly, lifting him up as if he were a stuffed animal. Tolio toys with Ian, swinging him around playfully with a smirk on his face. He bursts into laughter with a sinister and arrogant tone, declaring, "Hey, you pathetic worm, since you keep avoiding me, I'll turn this idiot into a bloody mess." Lost in his imagined triumph, Tolio doesn't notice that Ian has opened his eyes and is glaring at him. In Ian's hand is a half-broken bottle of liquor, ready to create an interesting surprise for Tolio. The smug smile on Tolio's face quickly disappears as Ian swiftly springs up, spitting out and throwing the broken bottle of liquor straight into his face. The attack is too close and too sudden for Tolio to react, leaving him no choice but to widen his eyes in shock. The broken bottle immediately embeds itself into one of Tolio's eye sockets, the sound of something popping akin to a bubble bursting echoing through his head. Tolio releases Ian's leg immediately, hastily removing the broken bottle lodged in his eye socket with a gut-wrenching scream that shakes the entire fortress. Writhing in agony, Tolio emits incomprehensible sounds, half human and half beast, cursing Ian through clenched teeth amid the pain. "You bastard, my eye." Ian lies on the floor beneath Tolio's feet, grinning mischievously. He taunts with a mocking tone, "Well, surprised, aren't you? This worm not only knows how to run but also can deliver quite a counterattack. Huh, you fool." Tolio screams curses and threats of death towards Ian, even forgetting for a moment that there's another opponent lurking behind him. Immediately following Tolio's anguished cry, a terrifying surge of energy rushes towards the back of his neck. It's Raven. Seizing the opportunity for a sudden attack from behind, Tolio instantly feels a shiver run down his spine. Raven channels all his energy into a decisive lightning-fast strike. His eyes blaze with a brilliant green light akin to the flames of a white dragon roaring within. The ear-splitting sounds of metal colliding continue to echo, shrouding the second-floor corridor in a dense veil of smoke and dust. Whether the battle will end as smoothly as Raven and Ian hoped remains uncertain. After Tolio's scream of anguish, a chilling breeze flowed down his neck as the Raven seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from behind. Tolio immediately felt a shiver run down his spine. The Raven unleashed its energy into a decisive, swift strike, its eyes gleaming with a brilliant blue light akin to the blaze of a white dragon igniting within them. A cold gust swept over Tolio's neck. He lost an eye but retained the keen instincts of a seasoned warrior. Sensing the approaching menace of the Raven, he immediately glanced backward. Following the fiery aura of the Raven, the sound of torn wind echoed through the air, and thick clouds of dust obscured the view of the second-floor corridor. Only vaguely could one see a large dark figure swiftly gliding through the dense haze. In the blink of an eye, Tolio spun around, his sword cutting through with a bright flash. There was a clang, a metallic sound ringing out as the long, slender blade of the Raven snapped into several pieces. The sword, already showing cracks from previous strikes by Tolio, couldn't withstand the force and shattered instantly. Ian widened his eyes in astonishment. yet he still managed to react in that split second. Immediately after, the raven didn't hesitate to release the shattered sword. He swiftly pivoted and, as quick as lightning, seized Tolio's sword hilt while Tolio hadn't even considered that he could counterattack bare-handed. Taking advantage of his smaller stature compared to Tolio's, the raven spun and leaped, clinging tightly to Tolio's arm, while simultaneously tucking one leg under his armpit and another leg across his neck. In that instant, Tolio, though somewhat startled, immediately recognized the raven's intention. That sneaky rascal was exploiting his blind spot to lock his neck. Tolio didn't hesitate to release the sword instantly. As the raven's leg was about to lock around Tolio's neck, he smirked disdainfully while swiftly lunging forward and quickly contracting the arm that the raven was clinging onto. To me, this trick won't work at all. Tolio swiftly folded his arms with such speed and force that the raven, unable to firmly grip, was inevitably slipped away due to the momentum. Just as the raven was about to be thrown off, he made another surprising move, his hand abruptly clasped tightly onto Tolio's thumb. The smirk on Tolio's face vanished instantly, replaced by a mixture of astonishment and confusion as he couldn't comprehend what the raven intended to do next. Tolio could never have anticipated that the raven would snap his thumb, the sudden pain shooting up his arm accompanied by the sound of brittle bones breaking, echoing like snapping dry branches. His eyes widened to the point where they seemed on the verge of popping out from the shock and agony coursing through his body, a roar mingled with pain and rage reverberating throughout the mansion. The sudden pain left him disoriented and off balance, causing him to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, the raven swiftly wrapped his leg around Tolio's neck once again, and in the blink of an eye, they both tumbled down, Tolio's massive frame flipping upside down in the air as the raven landed on his back on the ground. But the raven wasn't about to let him off so easily. He held on to Tolio's neck firmly while gripping his hands. Both the raven and Tolio lay sprawled on the floor, with one of the raven's legs pressing against Tolio's neck and the other foot stomping on his armpit. The raven's legs clasped Tolio's arms in between, while his hands exerted force, pulling Tolio's wrist outward with all his might. Once again, the sound of snapping dry branches echoed as every joint along Tolio's arm was pulled apart simultaneously, his forearm breaking. Meanwhile, on the staircase leading to the second floor, the sword duel between Isla and Ron Vincent was still ongoing, the clashing of their blades echoing continuously. Isla thrusts her sword forward, the two blades grinding against each other, creating a piercing screech. Ron Vincent is gradually being overpowered by Isla's strength, and he strains every muscle to block her sword. Unfortunately for Ron Vincent, even his sword blade is no match for Isla's. On his sword blade, at the spot where Isla is exerting pressure, cracks begin to appear. Ron Vincent breaks into a sweat as he watches tiny shards of metal start to fly off his sword, the cracks widening with each passing moment. Isla also notices that Ron Vincent's sword is nearing its breaking point, and she wastes no time in swinging her sword once again. As Isla's sword thrusts forward, Ron Vincent's sword is forced to block the attack again, but it shatters into dozens of pieces instantly. With no obstacle in her way, Isla follows through with her momentum, her sharp blade slicing straight across Ron Vincent's forearm. His sleeve tears apart, blood spurting from the wound and trickling down onto the floor. Half of Ron Vincent's broken sword flies out behind him, and for a moment, he falls into silence, only able to silently lament why his sword had to break at such a crucial moment. Isla remains emotionless. Despite having determined the outcome of the battle, she shows no hint of arrogance. Instead, she offers Ron Vincent advice. A broken sword like that is suitable for assassination, not for dueling, she says. Ron Vincent looks at the broken sword in his hand, unable to refute Isla's words. He can only grit his teeth bitterly. One of the crucial skills of a swordsman is weapon selection. Not only must it be suitable for one's own swordsmanship, but it must also be appropriate for the combat situation. In this regard, Ron Vincent acknowledges Isla's superiority without argument. After a few moments of shock, Ron Vincent looks down at his injured forearm and immediately uses his other hand to cover it. On his shoulder, amidst the blood, there's a tattoo of two opposing towers with a staff in between, and a semicircular object in yellow, resembling a setting sun. Isla furrows her brows, staring intently at the tattoo on Ron Vincent's arm. The wound isn't severe enough to warrant such immediate covering, piquing her curiosity about why he wants to hide it. At this moment, a guttural scream from upstairs pierces through the air. sounding like that of a trapped wild beast. The sharp cry of agony immediately captures the attention of everyone below. Ron Vincent finds himself in a precarious situation, now compounded with panic. He gazes up at the second-floor corridor with mounting apprehension. The recent scream was from the Black Star. Meanwhile, Isla bursts into laughter, thoroughly amused. Even though she has emerged victorious against her opponent, she shows no emotion, yet the hint of triumph from Raven's direction couldn't be concealed. Ron Vincent remains bewildered by the scream, involuntarily recalling the terrifying display of strength demonstrated by Tolio at the Killer Whale Tavern. Ron Vincent's eyes are filled with horror and uncertainty, cold sweat streaming down his face. Truly, the sound of that monster, he. Surprise joy doubles for Isla, while fear is simultaneously amplified within Ron Vincent as Carta's roar echoes from the first floor. It's a roar full of valor and dominance, holding the overwhelming victory in hand. Surrounding Carta are the corpses of a dozen Ratuan orcs, each slain in various poses, leaving only Paku as the remaining opponent. After a fierce roar, Carta swings his axe once more, aiming straight for Paku's neck. The Ratuan orc raises his sword to block, but he cannot stop Carta's axe, a crescent-shaped streak of light cutting through the air, slicing through Paku's neck and severing his sword arm. Blood spurts from Paku's severed arm and neck as he falls to the ground, his head slamming onto the floor beneath Carta's feet. Carta jubilantly thumps his chest like a triumphant beast, mocking Paku. "You've finally figured it out, huh?" he taunts, "you pitiful Ratuan orc pirate." Carta roars fiercely and triumphantly towards Paku with all his anger and mockery. "You wretched orc pirate." With his head held high, Carta looks up to the sky, letting out powerful roars mixed with joyous laughter. The Ancona Forest orc is the mightiest. Ron Vincent experiences a doubled shock, his jaw hanging open involuntarily in horror. The orc from the archipelago, wiped out entirely. He looks into Isla's eyes, brimming with murderous intent, feeling a sense of unease. What kind of monstrous creatures are they? Ron Vincent glances down at Carta's brutal face, swallowing nervously. A chill runs down his spine as Carta finishes off the Ratuan orcs and swiftly heads towards the staircase. Alone and unarmed, Ron Vincent knows he stands no chance of victory. Realizing there's no hope of winning in this situation, Ron Vincent decisively jumps off the staircase, quickly making his escape. Isla is briefly surprised by Ron Vincent's escape, but he doesn't seem inclined to pursue him. Isla is not a blindly aggressive individual. He knows what matters most in this moment. His eyes quickly dart towards the second-floor corridor. Without hesitation, Isla ignores Ron Vincent's escape and swiftly runs up to the second floor to assist his master. Tolio has managed to stand up by now, but his right arm hangs limp and powerless, his thumb twisted and contorted like a twisted donut. Meanwhile, Raven's arm is fully recovered, and he has seized Tolio's sword, readying himself in an attacking stance. He smirks provocatively, looking straight into Tolio's eyes, bringing a sense of challenge. Tolio glares at him, his eyes filled with bitterness. He grits his teeth, clenching his jaws in anger. Red streaks of bloodlust appear in Tolio's white eyes. He seethes with resentment but remains arrogantly defiant, each word uttered with venom. "Don't rely too much on luck. Even if I lose an arm, I won't be defeated by an inferior creature." At that moment, Carta and Isla swiftly ascend the stairs after finishing their task below, causing Tolio to furrow his brow in astonishment. His face immediately loses all the arrogance and confidence he displayed earlier. All the people on the second floor turn their gaze towards Isla and Carta. Though they appear somewhat fatigued, they bear no significant injuries aside from a few minor scratches. Raven cheers happily at his two comrades, while Tolio is left speechless with shock. He knows for sure that with only one arm, he can't fight against four opponents. Tolio takes less than 3 seconds to make a decision. He silently loosens his shield in his hand. Immediately after, he throws the shield directly at Ian sitting in one corner. Of course, Raven quickly notices Tolio's target. He immediately spins around and delivers a high kick to intercept the shield flying towards Ian at a not-so-fast speed. As the shield drops to the ground, Raven turns back to Tolio, clearly not expecting much from trying to end Ian's life with such an ordinary shield throw. Indeed, Tolio takes advantage of Raven's momentary distraction to flee within a few seconds. When Raven looks back, he sees Tolio standing on the window ledge. "Tolio," standing on the window ledge, confidently challenges Raven with a taunting tone, "Until we meet again, Raven, I'll make sure to sever your head when that time comes." With those words, Tolio leaps out of the window, overlooking the mansion's backyard. Raven rushes to the window, but he's too late to catch him. As Tolio jumps out of the window, he whistles to signal his accomplices outside the mansion to respond. From within the dense trees surrounding the mansion, a loud series of chirps and calls immediately erupts. In the blink of an eye, a vividly colored bird of prey almost blends into the night sky as it shoots out from the branches. Tolio accurately kicks onto its neck and tightly grips the reins with one hand, steering it. He guides the bird of prey in a graceful arc through the air before swiftly disappearing into the dark night. Raven and everyone else can only stand helplessly as they watch him escape. Carta shouts in frustration, his voice tinged with regret, "That cursed pirate, he's escaped by riding on the back of a bird of prey." Raven nods calmly, "Indeed, we've already injured his right hand and eye, he won't be able to immediately lead an attack again." Isla ponders for a moment before sharing the information he gathered during the fight with Ron Vincent. "The one who attacked me was a knight named Vincent." Raven and Carta both gasp in shock. "What? Why would that knight?" Raven starts. Ian, however, doesn't react with the same surprise. Upon hearing this, he immediately deduces the mastermind behind the chaos. He angrily addresses Raven, "So, this chaos was planned in advance, that old scoundrel." Raven ponders for a moment, rubbing his chin in contemplation. If that's the only reason, it might not be enough to prove the old man's guilt. He turns to Isla to inquire further, "By the way, Isla, was this knight Vincent really that strong?" Isla pauses for a moment, carefully recalling their duel from earlier. Without hesitation, Isla admits, "In our battle, we were evenly matched. There's no way he could be some unknown low-ranked fighter." Raven pauses, visibly surprised by this revelation. The clue provided by Isla suddenly seems crucial and valuable. The name Vincent is too common, and Raven hadn't even considered the possibility of such a coincidence. "Vincent," Raven mutters to himself, deep in thought, "this changes things, it's worth looking into further." As Raven battled at the Segunda Count's mansion, outside the seaside Pendragon estate, it was a rather tranquil night. The atmosphere was so serene that one could hear the wind blowing steadily like someone was waving gigantic fans. Helene and Mia were sitting on the villa balcony enjoying the cool breeze, accompanied by Tata and Kazal. The city at the edge of the coast emitted a vibrant light, seemingly attempting to overshadow the loneliness of the nighttime sea. Suddenly, Helene noticed the sound of the wind becoming stronger with each passing moment. She looked into the distance, under a bright, haloed full moon, and saw flying objects resembling a flock of giant birds. After scrutinizing the dozens of flying shadows under the moonlight, piercing through the night's veil, Helene widened her eyes in horror and exclaimed, They are the same purple-blue ostrich-like creatures that Tolio rode when he escaped." Helene realized, her voice trembling, "The sound, it's the flapping of their wings." On the backs of the flock were Ratuan orcs wielding gleaming weapons reflecting the moonlight. Meanwhile, deep in the forest outside the Segunda Count's mansion, Tolio rode the ostrich-like creature, fleeing for a distance without any sign of pursuit. He felt somewhat relaxed, thinking that no one could catch up to him. However, suddenly, a voice from within the woods called out his full name, causing him to startle. The voice grew louder and louder, "Tolio, Tolio Aranges." Tolio immediately turned towards the source of the shouting, only to find the Segunda Count, who had taken a secret shortcut through the forest, catching up and blocking his path. Though taking a shortcut, Segunda was still panting heavily from the chase. He gasped angrily, "What do you think you're doing, you wretch?" Tolio swiftly commanded the ostrich-like creature to break and landed on the ground immediately. Tolio retorted indignantly at Segunda, reminding him of the promise not to address him in such a manner. "Governor, the identity of the Dark Prince, in parentheses with the Ratuan orc pirates, has always been kept secret from others as a precondition agreement between the Dark Prince and those who wish to collaborate with him." However, in his anger, Segunda bluntly disregarded that agreement. "Do you think I will keep my promise, especially when you are the one who has already broken the previous agreement?" Segunda bellowed, criticizing Tolio, "You turned my mansion into a mess of rubble, and you couldn't even kill a single target." Tolio looked at Segunda with a cold and indifferent gaze, calmly responding, "Except for the fact that I couldn't kill that snake, I've caused a lot of damage to the cat already." Tolio glared sternly, warning Segunda about his attitude, speaking with a firm tone as if he were certain of holding the upper hand. So now, all that remains is for the wizard I've brought from the south to finish the rest. Segunda, upon seeing the menacing gaze of Tolio, immediately became apprehensive and stepped back, trembling with fear. The wizard, you say? Tolio dismounted from the ostrich-like creature and approached Segunda, causing him to startle and step back even further. That's right, you want to kidnap the mother of that worm, don't you? I've already sent the orcs there. Tolio chuckled and spoke to Segunda with a mocking tone mixed with accusation. Isn't it strange? We have a master wizard skilled in mind control and assassination, yet we had to flee from that mansion. In fact, with a wizard here, couldn't we have dealt with those pests? Tolio continued, stepping closer to Segunda, confronted by a menacing figure 3 times his size. Segunda's fear rooted him to the spot, his face paling and his earlier bravado vanishing completely. Tolio bellowed into Segunda's face, his voice like a roaring beast, but because I had to send him and half of our orcs to the villa to capture that woman for you, we couldn't exterminate those pests here. It's all because of your insatiable greed. Despite trembling like a leaf, Segunda attempted to maintain a facade of toughness, continuing to chastise Tolio. Silence, you. It's you who boasted about your abilities, yet now you can't even complete the task. You're no better than a fool, Segunda sneered at Tolio, but before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly struck on the cheek by Tolio's finger, causing several loose teeth to fly out of his mouth. Segunda fell to the ground in agony, his remaining teeth bidding farewell to their aged, decrepit host as they fell out one by one. Tolio chuckled mockingly. Ah, yes, according to our agreement, I had to injure you as well, didn't I? Afterward, Tolio chuckled sadistically as he stomped heavily on Segunda's foot, grinding it fiercely. This way, Segunda wouldn't suspect him as the orchestrator of these events. Segunda's screams resonated through the forest, mingling with the sound of bones breaking. Tolio gleefully snatched Segunda's gem-studded walking stick, considering it his reward. The ostrich-like creature beside Segunda snatched at his clothes with a fierce expression. Finally, Segunda was left alone in the gloomy and cold forest, unconscious with a severely injured foot and not a shred of clothing left on his body. At that moment, a fierce battle was raging at the Pendragon estate. In the sky, the ostrich-like creatures of both sides tore into each other with razor-sharp fangs and claws. Although Isla was absent, the Ancona forest ostriches would obey Soldrake's orders to engage the enemy on their own. The ostriches of the White Dragon's faction were overwhelmingly powerful compared to those of the Ratuan Orc faction. They easily subdued their opponents with swift strikes of their razor-sharp claws. On the ground, the Ancona Orc warriors and the Ratuan Orc horde were engaged in a tense and brutal battle. The Ancona Orc warriors roared as they faced another orc species for the first time in their lives, their bloodthirsty and ambitious fighting spirit echoing in the cold sea breeze. All personnel from the Pendragon estate were drawn into the battle. At the outset, the Ratuan orcs seemed to have the advantage with nearly 20 warriors. However, after a while, the ground was littered with more Ratuan orc corpses than Ancona orc warriors. The surviving Ratuan orcs began to panic as their casualties continued to mount. What's happening? We have the numerical advantage, they wondered aloud. The Ancona orc warriors charged ferociously at the enemy, their eyes filled with deadly intent, causing the Ratuan orcs to become even more frantic. What's going on? They're too strong. The fierce roars of the Ancona orc warriors resounded from all corners, and they became even more savage as they saw the blood of their foes. Not only were the Ancona orc warriors involved in this battle, but Killian, under Raven's orders to defend the mansion, also led the knights in charging into the fray against the Ratuan orcs. The sounds of battle echoed through the night. Killian wielded his sword with precision, swiftly decapitating a Ratuan orc who was twice his size, demonstrating his superior swordsmanship, strength, and speed compared to the brutish Ratuan orcs. The knights cheered excitedly as they saw another Ratuan orc fall beneath Killian's feet. Bravo, you've taken down another one, Commander, they exclaimed, acknowledging Killian's leadership. Killian chuckled with satisfaction as he looked at the faint greenish light enveloping him and the other warriors, the enhancement spell of that wizard, indeed. In the center of the mansion's courtyard, Kratul stood with his staff planted firmly on the ground, surrounded by a massive circle of magical energy emitting a radiant green light. The unique ability of an Ancona orc wizard was to manipulate the earth and utilize tree roots, but this tactic wasn't particularly effective against the Ratuan orcs, following Raven's directives. Kratul mainly focused on using spells to boost the fighting spirit and enhance the strength of the Ancona orc warriors. The Ostrich Riders, and his faction's soldiers. The Ancona orc warriors were in a frenzy as their strength surged by 50%, thanks to Kratul's magic. Kratul chuckled mischievously as he witnessed his comrades defeating 2 or 3 opponents at once. He. After the incident with the centaurs, I found the reason to train my magic, he remarked. While the fierce battle raged both in the skies and on the ground of the mansion, a magical sphere placed deep in the forest, far from the estate, allowed the mercenaries hired by the Sea Lord Tolio to monitor the entire conflict. The mercenaries exclaimed in astonishment as they witnessed the Ratuan orcs fall one by one. Oh my, the renowned islanders, the Ratuan orcs, are being pushed back, and by the Pendragon army, who was on the brink of despair, they murmured incredulously. As the mercenaries fretted, a sinister voice echoed from a figure holding a beetle in his hand. It's just because of an enhancement spell, the voice stated ominously. The mercenary startled and glanced at the beetle in his hand. It's him, Galota, they whispered. Despite being one of the leaders of the mercenary ship crew, Galota was a renowned sorcerer from the southern regions, specializing in spiritual magic and toxins. As Galota spoke, he chewed on the beetle thoughtfully. It seemed he wasn't the only one there capable of using magic. There was another sorcerer of similar caliber. But of course, they couldn't possibly be as powerful as I am. Galota laughed arrogantly, exuding an aura of pride and intense malice. The mercenaries felt a chill run down their spines as they gazed upon Galota's sinister smile. That aura is truly terrifying. This power is indeed that of a sorcerer, capable of slaughtering thousands of knights and mercenaries, they muttered in awe. Despite their fear, Galota continued to observe the crystal sphere, paying no attention to the mercenaries' trembling. In fact, he seemed to relish it, enjoying the fear he instilled in others. After finishing the beetle, Galota licked his lips contentedly and addressed the mercenaries. While they are distracted by battling the orc pirates, we will easily kidnap the mother of that white worm. It's too easy. Galota glanced at the sweating mercenaries, knowing full well the command came from his successor, or rather, the Dark Prince himself. Galota extended his hand and gently caressed the crystal sphere. Now, let's see where she is, he muttered. After a moment of focus, the viewing sphere floated through the various rooms of the mansion until it settled on a scene. Helene huddled with Mia, Tata, and Kazal in a corner while the ostrich riders approached. Upon spotting the approaching ostriches, Helene led Mia and Tata, while Kazal dashed into hiding. Helene's heart raced as Mia, Tata, and Kazal trembled in fear, tears welling in their eyes but suppressed to avoid detection by the enemy. Beside them, 2 maids clung tightly to themselves, muffling their horrified screams. Tata, shaking uncontrollably, nestled closer to Helene, expressing her fear. I'm so scared. Tata doesn't want to die, she whimpered. Kazal, trembling but attempting to be brave, asserted, Kazal isn't afraid. I'm not as cowardly as you are. Despite her own deep-seated worries, Helene endeavored to maintain a calm and soothing tone to calm the trembling hearts of everyone around her. That's right, there's nothing to fear, the soldiers are out there fighting for us, she reassured. Helene took a deep breath, trying to steady herself, and fixed her gaze with unwavering determination, displaying the courage of someone who had shouldered the Pendragon family for the past 10 years of decline. We trust them, they will protect us, she affirmed. Suddenly, at that moment, a deep red flame erupted from the iron door in front of them. The people in the room clenched their teeth tightly, refraining from making any noise as they stared fixedly at the door being gradually corroded by the raging flames, their tension reaching its peak. The deep crimson flames consumed the iron door, causing it to slowly melt away. The crackling sound of the fire and the hissing of molten metal dripping onto the floor mixed with Galota's solemn incantations praising the disaster's divine nature. Helene, unable to conceal her panic any longer, finally spoke up, her voice trembling. The metal door. A gaping hole was punched through the iron door, large enough for those in the room to see Galota and the mercenaries standing outside, glaring at them with menacing eyes. Galota extinguished the infernal flames in his hand and smirked arrogantly as he addressed Helene. You're still okay, my dear Duchess, why don't you bind yourself and come with us? Everyone in the room huddled closer to the wall behind them. Galota continued with a menacing tone, if you resist, the trash beside you will melt away like the door just did. Kazal and Tata whimpered with trembling voices, we don't want to turn into soup, it's too scary. Mia clung tightly to Helene out of fear. Despite her own fear, Helene always remembered herself as the Duchess of Pendragon. She reminded herself to be brave and stand up to protect everyone in the room. Without uttering a word, Helene stood up and walked towards the sorcerer with a determined and proud demeanor, holding her head high. Helene asked Golota straightforwardly, her voice devoid of any hint of fear, "Are all these orders coming from Governor Segunda?" Golota chuckled slyly and extended his arm wrapped in white bandages resembling embalming cloth towards Helene. "Don't bother with useless words," he said, "or else I'll silence you." Before Helene could react, Golota's bandaged arm swiftly shot out, wrapping around her like a python seizing its prey. It only took a few seconds for the fabric to tightly wrap around Helene's body like a mummy, and her mouth was gagged shut. Helene struggled in shock, but she couldn't break free. Her legs were bound, and she collapsed to the ground, losing her balance instantly. Everyone was concerned for Helene, but they didn't know what to do against the skilled sorcerer Golota. Golota arrogantly ordered his mercenaries, "Take her away." One of the mercenaries eagerly responded, "Yes, Golota." Helene lay helpless on the ground like a trapped worm, trying to utter cries for help, but the gag over her mouth muffled her sounds to mere muffled groans. The mercenaries briskly approached her, excited about their success. "Fantastic, we can easily capture the Duchess now. What an unexpected treat, the sorcerer is truly on a different level." Suddenly, a piercing sound cut through the air, and a streak of green light flashed in the blink of an eye. A subtle, slicing sound from behind Golota made him startle in horror, his eyes widening in disbelief. In that moment, the heads, torsos, and arms of all four mercenaries were silently severed, their heads slipping from their bodies and thudding onto the floor, their faces still unaware of their own demise. Golota appeared bewildered, immediately turning back to look at his comrades. Everyone in the room, witnessing the gruesome sight, was equally shocked, but Helene showed no sign of fear. Golota's body stiffened in the face of this sudden carnage, unable to move due to the tremendous pressure from Soldrake's wrath. Soldrake descended calmly and silently before him. Golota gaped in astonishment at the wide white wings and three sparkling gemstones adorning Soldrake's forehead, then his gaze quickly shifted down to Helene's hand instead of her forehead. He trembled in fear as he noticed something gleaming on her fingertips. Something long and slender had emerged, a sword emitting a radiant blue aura. Helene wasted no time in lunging toward Soldrake, attempting to seek refuge with all her might. Golota gasped in horror. The mercenaries who had just been killed hadn't even spilled blood. An aura sword, his wild, white eyes bulged as if about to pop out of their sockets. Soldrake fixed her icy gaze on Golota, her aura sword emitting an even brighter light than before. Golota's yellowed, jagged teeth chattered incessantly. "I've killed countless people, knights, nobles, even royalty. I've always made them fear me, but now, I'm afraid." Helene felt immense relief at the sight of Soldrake and tried to crawl towards her, emitting muffled cries for help through the cloth gag covering her mouth. Soul. Golota's eyes widened, filled with fear, but it wasn't the fear of death, it was the primal fear that arises when one stands before a predator, when faced with an overwhelming presence that defies all logic. The only part of Golota that moved was his eyes, darting around the surreal scene before him. On the ground lay the headless bodies of the mercenaries, yet not a drop of blood was spilled. He grew even more horrified. "I'm afraid of that woman." Golota stared intensely at Soldrake, his fear overwhelming his once proud confidence and arrogance. Golota's instinct urged him to flee, but his legs refused to move. Instead of attempting to change the situation with a plea, a gnashing sound emanated from his mouth, teeth grinding nervously. She's not human. That ornament on her forehead, those wings behind her. The special tools of an extraordinary sorcerer could craft weapons emitting light, but only one species possessed the ability to create a blade of light with their bare hands. Golota no longer doubted his speculation. In his mind, one phrase repeated incessantly, "Only one species can do that, only it," and the image of the dragon dominated his thoughts entirely. Golota had the honor of seeing a dragon for the first time in his life after 40 years as a sorcerer, but as he tried to scream out that it was a dragon, his head was already being severed while his mouth remained agape. In a moment of helplessness and fear, Golota met his end. It was akin to the sensation felt by victims facing a deadly poison and mind-controlling magic. the pervasive fear filled the air as half of his head fell without a drop of blood spilled. Meanwhile, the group from Raven was on their way back from the estate of Count Segunda. Inside the carriage, there was only silence, and outside was no different, save for the clatter of horse hooves and wooden wheels turning on the ground. Ian is experiencing improved recovery thanks to Raven's healing shield. Ingrid looks on with concern as Ian leans back in his chair. "Are you okay, Ian?" she asks. "I'm feeling better now," Ian replies wearily. This shield's healing magic is truly remarkable. Once he feels his wounds improving, Ian immediately turns his gaze curiously towards Raven, who is sitting in the opposite chair. He whispers to Raven, "But how? What happened to your arm, Aaron?" Ian's curiosity leads him to point directly at Raven's once shattered arm, which had been broken during the battle. He doesn't hesitate to voice his question, noting how the arm now looks robust and healthy, with no sign of previous damage, let alone a broken bone. Not only Ian but also the other girls stare intently at Raven with curiosity. Ian continues, scrutinizing Raven with his eyes. "Your arm was crushed by that monster's shield, yet you were able to stand up immediately afterward and continue fighting." Everyone waits anxiously for Raven's response, a moment that leaves him momentarily flustered. It takes him a few seconds to come up with a plausible explanation. "It's the power of the White Dragon." Ian rolls his eyes away from Raven's arm. "White Dragon? Convenient." Ian had heard that from generation to generation. The Pendragon dukes often exhibit mysterious abilities and incomprehensible strength, so he sees no reason to dwell further. But Luna's expression betrays her doubt toward Raven's seemingly convincing answer. She subtly glances at Raven, hiding her lingering question within, "Is it really?" As the horse-drawn carriage continues rolling along the quiet road, Luna remains the only one carrying the uncertainty. Not long ago, she had clearly seen Raven experiencing a similar condition, a broken arm, vomiting blood multiple times with a pale face. However, he quickly recovered. This occurred even before he set foot in the Ancona forest. Luna chooses silence because Raven's demeanor seems unwilling to reveal more. Back at the Pendragon estate, some surviving members of the pirate gang, their bodies battered and bruised but fortunate enough to be alive, hastily flee the scene in fear. Killian, with only a few minor scratches on his skin, exudes a triumphant aura as he points his sword toward the bodies of the defeated enemies scattered on the ground. "Ha ha ha, look at this. We've completely vanquished the Ratuan orc army," Killian joyously exclaims, basking in the glory of their victory. Alongside him, the Ancona orc warriors and the knights who fought valiantly also cheer in celebration. "The Pendragon army has won, we've triumphed," they exclaim. Even the Ancona bird summoners join in the jubilation, their cries echoing like the majestic calls of eagles. Only Kratul is too exhausted to shout at this moment. He chuckles weakly, having expended all his energy to empower the entire army with his magical enhancements. The bird summoners joyously soar and circle in the sky above the estate, their heads held high in pride as they flaunt their achievements. Soldrake sits perched on the balcony of the second floor, observing quietly. Though she doesn't respond verbally, they understand that she acknowledges and praises them through her gaze. After ensuring the well-being of everyone in the room following the close call with danger, Helene slowly approaches Soldrake. She hesitantly begins to speak to Soldrake, even though she knows communication is impossible, thanking her for her help. Standing behind Soldrake, Helene appears awkward, seemingly waiting for a response from her, even though she knows it's not possible to hear one, or at least hoping for some acknowledgement through Soldrake's gaze. Soldrake doesn't even turn to look at Helene. She coldly responds, her tone indifferent, knowing that Helene can't hear her. "Ray asked me to protect you, that's all." Helene remains silent for a moment longer before speaking again, her voice still tinged with uncertainty. "I don't understand what you're saying, but you're not obligated to protect the Pendragon family. Your duty is only tied to the contractual agreement," Helene says, gazing at Soldrake's cold demeanor. The White Dragon, taking on a human form, appears mysterious and beautiful in the dim light. Helene shyly lowers her gaze to the floor, her voice becoming somewhat childish as she feels a wave of embarrassment rising within her. I just needed to say that much." Sensing that Helene hasn't left yet, Soldrake turns her head to glance at her, uncertain whether the Duchess is waiting for something or pondering something else entirely. Helene lowers her head, immersed in memories of something that happened long ago when her husband, Gordon Pendragon, was still alive. Back then, Helene had only seen the White Dragon once in this human-like form, and that memory remained unforgettable. The emotions from that moment had lingered in the woman's heart for many years. That was during the time when Gordon had just formed the contract with the White Dragon, not long before he met Raven. Helene had witnessed the much more beautiful form of the dragon wandering the palace grounds with Gordon, a rare occurrence of her appearing in human-like form. No one could hear what they were saying, not even Gordon's wife. Helene, like many other young women, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at the sight of a woman stronger and more beautiful than any human walking beside her husband. As Helene witnessed their exchanged glances, despite Soldrake's expressionless face, the shock and jealousy overwhelmed her heart. She suffered for many days afterward, and even years later, she still struggled with the old feelings. Helene was quite surprised when the White Dragon formed a contract with her son and reappeared in human form. The jealousy she felt in the past momentarily resurfaced, but now, that feeling was gone. She had felt it when her husband was alive, and now she was certain of it. She sensed the emotions in Soldrake's eyes as she looked at her husband and son. Helene silently reminisces about the past and finally decides to voice her thoughts, regardless of whether Soldrake understands or not. As she looks at her son, "No, my son," she feels that Soldrake harbors a longing for affection. Helene continues to speak with a hesitant voice, as if she's uncovering a distant past unknown to anyone else. Her words carry a hint of pain, as if she's recalling an unforgettable memory. As a young bride in love, Helene had mistaken those emotions for love between a man and a woman, but now, she has let go of the jealousy and speaks to Soldrake with a light-hearted tone and a gentle smile. "Now I understand this feeling," she says sincerely. Helene bows her head genuinely before Soldrake. "So please continue to protect my son from now on," she requests, releasing all traces of jealousy. Sensing Soldrake's cold gaze still fixed on her, Helene continues to bow with an unsettled heart. She hesitates for a moment, pondering whether to say more. In her mind, she reflects on the changes since Aaron awakened from his 3-year coma. In fact, Helene has faintly sensed why Soldrake often appears in this human-like form. After some internal deliberation, Helene bravely expresses her doubts and concerns. I understand that. It's possible my son, no, Aaron, might be a different person now," she stammers, struggling to articulate her feelings about her son's changes. She tightens her grip on her dress, determined to finally voice the emotions she had hidden for so long. "But no matter what, I am still a mother," Helene asserts, her voice growing increasingly emotional. Her words choke with tears, causing Soldrake to turn back and look at her. "Even if my son has changed, no, even if he has become a completely different person, I will still love him, from the bottom of my heart, as a mother, as a woman of the Pendragon family." Helene's tears stream down her face as she finally speaks out the feelings she had kept bottled up for so long, unable to confide in anyone. Helene cries uncontrollably, her voice trembling with emotion. "I am trying to love him," she says through her sobs. Soldrake silently watches Helene, her expression unchanged. Though they cannot hear each other's words, Soldrake seems to tune into Helene's emotions. The conversation from Helene's heart is conveyed to Soldrake through her tears. Soldrake falls into a contemplative silence for a moment, then bows her head. A fleeting sorrow flickers in her eyes. I do not understand your words, but she starts, trailing off. Soldrake lifts her gaze, meeting Helene's teary eyes directly. "Whether it's Raven Vault, or Aaron Pendragon, until the day he dies, he will still be the one I will love," she says solemnly. Soldrake turns her head to look at the round and radiant moon above, her delicate hand involuntarily reaching out as if to grasp something vague before her. Soldrake converses with the moon above, the only companion that has accompanied her through many centuries. "I care about all Pendragons, but the only Pendragon I truly cherish is Alex, whoever Ray may be. I have seen Alex within him," she admits. "Therefore, among all the fictional contracts I've had until now, Raven is perhaps the most beloved," Soldrake mused, gazing up at the night sky, his eyes seemingly painting a distant past known only to her and the moon. Afterward, Soldrake and Helene stood quietly together, both gazing into the night illuminated dimly by the moonlight, each lost in their own thoughts, yet united in their sincere love for Raven. As Helene wiped away the tears streaming down her flushed cheeks, Raven, accompanied by Aaron and Lindsay, rushed over eagerly. Raven anxiously called out to Helene's mom, his urgency revealing the changing sentiments within him. if in the past Raven had only attempted to play the role of Helene's child, he would not have been able to express such genuine emotion. Raven truly cared about Helene like his own mother, looking at her with eyes filled with concern. "Are you okay, Mom? I heard those scoundrels attacked you." Helene turned to Raven with a gentle smile. "Oh, I'm fine, thanks to Soldrake, and how about you, dear?" Raven awkwardly forced a smile. "Haha, of course, Mom, I'm fine, nothing happened." Both Aaron and Lindsay remained tight-lipped, not daring to mention the fact that Raven had been seriously injured but had since recovered. They feared Helene might go into shock and worry even more. Helene breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to face Raven. "Well then, thank you all for coming back." Without hesitation, Helene reached out towards Raven. It was a warm and affectionate embrace, and Helene gently patted her son's back, thanking him for safely returning. "Thank you for coming back safely, my beloved child." Raven was briefly taken aback by the unexpected hug. In the past, it would have been an awkward and shameful encounter, but not anymore. Raven could feel genuine maternal love emanating from Helene's embrace, and he no longer felt embarrassed. As the brief embrace for Raven ended, Helene proceeded to hug Aaron, her unusual action causing her daughter to become puzzled. What's going on, Mom?" But Helene remained silent, holding her daughter tightly. Raven also stayed silent, staring intently at the hand that had just felt the warmth of his mother. Raven glanced up at the night sky with a melancholic gaze. It had been a long time since he had felt his mother's affection, not since 10 years ago. Though the recent hug was brief, it contained the kind of love that every mother's heart holds. Raven gazed deeply into the night sky, allowing his soul to drift with the sea breeze. In his heart, he involuntarily called out for his mother, both for Ravenvault and for Aaron Pendragon's mother. Soldrake noticed Raven's thoughtful expression, knowing for sure that he was once again pondering his past life and unresolved issues. However, she remained silent, for even if she spoke, it would only be the same phrase: "Time will answer all." After a long and exhausting evening, everyone began to retire to their rooms to rest. Helene smiled at her son before leaving. "Good night, Aaron, sleep well." Aaron also happily waved goodbye, wishing him a good night's rest. As Helene and Aaron departed, Lindsay lingered, glancing at Raven expectantly, as if waiting for something from him. She hesitantly imagined Raven embracing Helene earlier, but Raven only looked at her with a perplexed expression. Despite a close embrace being contrary to moral principles and the natural obligations of marriage, Raven hesitated. It wasn't until he thought about the difficulties Helene had faced today that he awkwardly comforted her with a hug. "Good night, my dear wife, Lindsay." Lindsay's face flushed like a volcano about to erupt. Good night, Lord Aaron," she stammered. Luna didn't take her eyes off the two of them, seeming eager to say something, but hesitated upon seeing others beside Raven. As the brief hug ended, Lindsay left awkwardly without lifting her head. Raven intended to leave the garden to escape the awkwardness but turned back to the only woman still standing there. However, his tone was rather cold. "Nay Sirad, you two, go rest." But Luna abruptly cut off Raven's words with a decisive call. "Aaron." She looked at Raven firmly. "I have an important matter to discuss with you, right now." Raven was somewhat surprised by Luna's firm reaction, as she had always been cautious in dealing with him before. Luna pressed her lips together tightly, her head slightly bowed and a hint of redness on her cheeks, indicating that she might have made another significant decision in her life. Inside the mansion's courtyard, the cleanup of the chaotic battle aftermath was nearly complete. 2 soldiers were severely injured, and 2 of the Ancona orc warriors had died. Despite the casualties, it was still a glorious victory, equivalent to trading 1 life for 10 of the enemy's. On a clean patch of ground, the bodies of the 2 Ancona orc warriors were laid out, surrounded by their fellow orc warriors in a solemn circle. Karta and Kratul stood above, gazing down at the motionless bodies without uttering a word. All the Ancona orc warriors remained silent, and Karta solemnly looked down at the bodies of his fallen comrades. Anyone witnessing this scene would feel a sense of sadness. Ancona orc warriors also had emotions akin to humans, and their camaraderie ran even deeper. As Raven and Luna quietly approached, Karta suddenly turned back to address the other Ancona orc warriors with enthusiasm. "Hey, you despicable lot, are you jealous of them?" Amidst hearty laughter and joviality, Karta exclaimed to the other Ancona orc warriors, "Dying in battle is our honor." They knew that well. Luna watched in astonishment as smiles spread across the faces of the Ancona orc warriors. Not just Carta but all of them were smiling. Carta continued with excitement, those who fell in battle against other orc tribes have earned the greatest honor, the earth spirits will be pleased. Excitedly, Carta suggested to Kratul, instead of bidding them farewell in a mundane manner, why not give them a stylish send-off? Kratul nodded in agreement with Carta, and the roars of the other Ancona orc warriors echoed throughout the entire mansion in response to Carta's enthusiasm. At the same time, Kratul slammed his wooden staff onto the ground and began chanting. Magical green light emanated from the top of his wooden staff. A miraculous scene unfolded thereafter. Saplings sprouted from the granite floor around the bodies of the two fallen Ancona orc warriors, their branches stretching out rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the saplings began to bloom as if bidding farewell to the departed. The branches of the trees simultaneously emitted a brilliant light, blending the light of the sun and the moon together in a harmonious display. The swaying flowers continued to surround the two cold bodies, giving them a sense of warmth in the light. Hundreds of blossoms sprouted, and in the radiant daylight-like area, the Ancona orc warriors began to dance. Their roaring praises for the departed echoed, "We are comrades, who, we are brothers, who." The moonlit flowers swayed beautifully, and the fallen warriors were honored and brought to the earth spirits through the Ancona orc warriors' dance. They alternated between patting shoulders and clapping hands, adding powerful stomps to the rhythm. Although their farewell ceremony differed from that of humans, their sincerity undoubtedly reached Raven and Luna standing there. Amidst the solemn atmosphere, Luna's eyes widened with emotion. "It's beautiful," she whispered, her voice choked with tears sparkling in her eyes, "and sad." The Ancona orc warriors remained immersed in their farewell dance, the sound equivalent to several large drums echoing as they stomped the ground and patted each other's shoulders. In their smiles lay the highest reverence a warrior could offer to another warrior. Raven showed no signs of sadness or regret, as it would be considered an insult to the Ancona orc warriors. He explained to Luna, "Only those who fought alongside the fallen are allowed to witness the ceremony. This is the most solemn funeral ritual for orc warriors, reserved only for those who died fighting other orc tribes. Normally, they wouldn't allow outsiders to witness this, so it means they see us as family." As Luna listened to Raven's explanation, she became even more moved. This was a scene she would remember for the rest of her life. Luna nodded and quickly wiped her eyes, feeling that she shouldn't disrespect the Ancona orc warriors by shedding tears while witnessing their solemn tribute to their fallen comrades. Raven glanced at Luna with a new look, sensing a change from the first time he saw her. The Raven fell silent for a moment, then spoke to Luna, "You said you have something to tell me, didn't you? Let's go somewhere quiet." Beneath the clear moonlight, the two walked along the trail beside the villa facing the backyard. They walked in silence for a while until they reached a step overlooking the sea. They sat down together and listened to the gentle lapping of the waves, a scene romantic enough to begin a beautiful love story. Sensing the appropriate moment to open up, Luna summoned the courage to speak, despite trying to conceal her trembling voice due to nervousness, especially since we shouldn't bring up the topic of divorce at that moment. "Then, would I become your wife?" Luna timidly asked Raven while gazing fixedly at the shimmering moonlight reflecting on the surface of the nighttime sea. A brief silence ensued, brief to others but seemingly endless for Luna. Raven remained silent, not expecting her to broach such a topic. He stared at the ground for a moment without saying a word. At that moment, a gust of sea breeze swept in, breaking the silence, and Luna's shoulders trembled along with it. She understood that she was asking Raven a difficult question, so she attempted to explain. "I regret that," Luna began, "after seeing your true self, but it was a decision of the family, so I thought I couldn't avoid it and accepted it." Luna expressed her thoughts awkwardly. Raven continued his silence, his gaze fixed into the distance, his eyes never once turning towards Luna. Luna continued speaking with a hesitant voice, "But as we travel to the tomb, and throughout this journey, I have been observing you. I recall the moment when you intervened to protect me from Tolio's blade." Raven once again became the hero rescuing the damsel in distress, and the image of that hero never faded in the mind of a young girl newly experiencing infatuation like Luna. In that moment, Luna's heart skipped a beat. Even as danger loomed close, she couldn't suppress the surge of emotion within herself. Luna began to whimper with teary eyes, a mixture of confusion, anticipation, embarrassment, and worry squeezing her fragile and delicate heart. Her words began to jumble as she continued, "When you protected me, this feeling, perhaps it won't change, but now, every time I think about that moment before. As Luna's sense of disappointment began to overwhelm her, she turned to look directly at Raven, intending to say something more. However, a deep and clear voice resonated from him. "I'm sorry." Raven responded bluntly and coldly as usual, "I don't have those feelings for you." Luna was taken aback by the rejection, though she had somewhat anticipated it. If she were in his shoes, she might have had similar thoughts, yet, she still desired a clear answer to confirm it. Luna bit her lip out of habit before forcing a bitter laugh and continuing the conversation. I understand." Luna bowed her head in remorseful acknowledgement before Raven. "I treated you poorly before, and it's even more despicable of me to approach you now, just as you've become successful." Tears welled up in Luna's eyes as she struggled to swallow her feelings of shame and reluctantly admitted, "I didn't think of the outcome as it is now." Raven had never encountered a situation like this before, so he paused in silence for a long time, deep in thought, before continuing the conversation. Luna, too, could only remain silent, and the quiet atmosphere of the night became even more oppressive, to the point where the rustling of leaves could be distinctly heard. Raven sighed deeply before resuming the conversation. "You're wrong, Luna, it's not because of that." Raven spoke pensively, his tone neither cold nor warm. "I've never hated you or thought you were despicable, but..." Luna felt a slight spark of anticipation ignite within her as Raven's words trailed off. Raven furrowed his brow, doubting himself after all he had been through. Even his feelings towards his mother and sisters were a vague and ambiguous emotion that left him perplexed. In his life, he couldn't find genuine emotions. Continuing to speak in a way that Luna couldn't fully grasp, Raven said, "I'm just a pawn, moving at the whim of others' orders. Genuine emotions cannot exist within me." To Raven, Aaron's body was merely a pawn in his hands, incapable of expressing his true feelings. Raven struggled with the notion that those around him cared for him because he was Raven, or because he possessed Aaron's body and status. Even when he wanted to care for others with his own emotions, living within Aaron's body in relationships left him constantly at a loss. The more Raven thought, the more tangled he became. With a tone of distress, he told Luna, "I'll say that to anyone who wants to date Tau Alpha." Once again, Raven repeated his apology, wanting to swiftly escape from this conversation that was pushing him into a deadlock. Standing up, Raven still didn't look at Luna. "Go rest," he said, and even in this moment, he didn't meet Luna's gaze. He could feel her burning stare on his back, but he didn't care as he walked away from the doorstep. Luna didn't know what to say and didn't fully understand what Raven had just said. Tears welled up in her eyes as she watched him leave, her emotions in turmoil. Meanwhile, Ingrid was hiding behind a nearby bush, listening intently to the entire conversation between Raven and Luna. As Raven walked past the bush, a tuft of blonde hair had emerged a while ago. He didn't stop, but his voice turned cold. "Princess Ingrid." Ingrid startled, quickly ducking her head down, but she couldn't change the fact that Raven had noticed her presence since earlier. Silence enveloped the backyard after Raven's departure, leaving one girl sitting on the doorstep with a tear-stained face, while the other girl hid beneath the shadows of the trees, tightly pressing her lips together in silence. Both girls quietly watched Raven's solitary figure under the cold moonlight. Raven walked away with a heavy heart. He had temporarily resolved the issue with the two troublesome girls who always seemed to cling to him, but that wasn't what truly preoccupied Raven. Even his emotions towards Aaron's mother left Raven doubtful. Though he could sense the warmth of maternal love, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was wearing a mask, pretending to reciprocate Helene's affection, and sooner or later, he would reveal his facade. Raven bit his lip as worry surged within him. Even though everything seemed fine now, it didn't mean he could maintain this status quo indefinitely. Looking up towards his homeland in his past life, which was very close to this coastal area, Raven made a resolve. "Now, I must go," he whispered to himself. Returning to his homeland, to Sissek, was inevitable. Raven's heart couldn't find peace knowing that the vendetta against his family's dishonor and execution remained unresolved. He would do anything to punish those who had disgraced and executed his family. He had endured 10 long years waiting for this moment. Raven stood in silence and gazed up at the moon. He was Aaron Pendragon, but he was also Ravenvault. If he couldn't resolve this matter, he wouldn't be able to find peace living solely as Aaron Pendragon. The next morning, peace seemed to have returned to the coastal area around the port city of Luz, as if nothing had happened at the Segunda Count's mansion and the nearby Pendragon estate. However, inside the city, peace was not as it seemed. Rumors began to spread once again at the Lu's Chamber of Commerce and Industry. "Hey, have you heard the news?" The familiar faces of the merchants were once again at the center of attention. The Ratuan orcs caused a major disturbance here. They crashed the governor's banquet, brutally slaughtering the nobles to the point of utter devastation, leaving only remnants behind. The governor himself was gravely injured. And there was still the young, talkative merchant who seemed oblivious to restraint. However, it was strange that all the nobles perished except for the governor. He was immediately accosted by another merchant. "Hey, you fool, you're in trouble now," the dark-haired merchant said, wary of eavesdroppers. The conversation abruptly shifted direction. The astonishing thing was that those ruthless Ratuan orcs were unexpectedly dealt with by the Pendragon household, who were invited to the banquet. The dark-haired merchant enthusiastically recounted how the Pendragon clan's warriors turned the tables and neatly dealt with all of them. The young blonde-haired merchant exclaimed in amazement, "Really?" No one paid attention to Ron Vincent, sitting there in silent despair. At this moment, Ron Vincent pondered over the recent failures of the Segunda faction. Before implementing this plan, he had carefully calculated, directly assessing the strength of the Black King and his adversaries. This gave him the solid confidence to bet on Segunda's victory. Ron Vincent stared intently at the scales with varying amounts of gold coins on each side, symbolizing his predictions about the outcome of the battle. Ron Vincent picked up a gold coin from the table, slowly rotating it between his fingers as he began to recalculate the true disparity of strength between the two factions. He understood that the momentary attempt to suppress the Pendragon family had led to a mistaken judgment. Images of defeat from the previous night flashed through Ron Vincent's mind. First was on the ground floor of the Segunda mansion, where all those Ratuan orcs were defeated by a single Ancona orc warrior. Ron Vincent placed a few gold coins, corresponding to the amount he had bet on the Ratuan orcs earlier, onto the lighter side of the scale. The balance quickly shifted. Then, the image in Ron Vincent's mind shifted to the battle on the staircase, where he fought against the knight, Valvas. Ron Vincent added another batch of coins onto the scale, representing the strength of the Pendragon household. The balance was now nearing equilibrium between the two sides. Reluctantly, Ron Vincent looked at the last few gold coins in his hand, his expression a mixture of hesitation and coercion. It seemed he still harbored bitterness when thinking about the most crucial failure of the battle. He felt bitter as he recalled how Raven cunningly feigned fear of his murderous aura during that moment. And then there was the matter of the Black King, Tolio Arangis, the invincible monster from the south. He knew firsthand how truly terrifying Tolio Arangis was, and he couldn't be mistaken about it. Despite that, the monster was still defeated, and Ron Vincent looked at the handful of gold coins in his hand with bitterness and regret, astonished by how much everything had deviated from his calculations. Just as Ron Vincent was about to drop those last coins onto the scale, which would completely change the balance, a series of urgent calls echoed out, "Chairman Ron, Chairman Ron." Ron Vincent turned around to see a merchant shouting loudly, capturing the attention of everyone. He asked inquisitively, "What's all the fuss about?" The excited merchant replied, "A fantastic business opportunity has suddenly emerged." The merchant exclaimed with a mixture of astonishment and excitement, "The news is spreading like wildfire in the town. Aaron Pendragon is here." The sensational news caused Ron Vincent to drop the coins from his hand onto the table, stunned and alarmed by the prediction that Aaron Pendragon's sudden visit wouldn't bring good intentions. After all, who could have good intentions toward someone who wanted him dead? Dreaming about a prosperous business deal seemed far-fetched. Ron Vincent immediately returned to his office, and Raven visited shortly after. Ron had no intention of keeping Raven long, so he didn't bother to pull out a chair to invite his guest. Raven, too, casually stood and surveyed the room, commenting with a relaxed smile, well, isn't this quite luxurious?" Raven chuckled teasingly at Ron Vincent's expense. With equipment like this, a small or medium-sized guild wouldn't be able to afford to maintain them. You must be making quite a bit of money, huh? Ron Vincent stared at Raven with a mix of annoyance and wariness. After yesterday's experience with Raven feigning fear, Ron knew that the man in front of him was unpredictable. Ignoring whether Ron Vincent wanted to respond or not, Raven continued to look around nonchalantly and spoke of unrelated matters to the previous night's battle. "Governor Segunda has really developed it a lot, the economy of Luz." Raven stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before wryly complimenting, "Certainly, he must have an excellent subordinate. from his tone, it's clear he wants to acknowledge your contribution, Ron Vincent. Ron Vincent hadn't originally intended to invite Raven to stay longer, but suddenly found himself offering him a drink, raising a glass. Raven was briefly taken aback by Ron Vincent's unusually cheerful demeanor and the unexpected invitation. He hesitated, glancing at the glass in Ron's hand, not out of fear that Ron might poison it, for he wasn't foolish enough to do so. He hesitantly reached out to take the glass from Ron Vincent's hand, momentarily struck by the distance. Ron Vincent could have offered the glass closer to Raven as a gesture of minimal courtesy, but deliberately kept it slightly out of reach, requiring Raven to stretch his hand out to touch the glass. Indeed, Ron Vincent had some ulterior motive. Before Raven could even touch the glass, he hastily let go, causing the glass to fall. Raven startled, quickly reaching out with both hands to catch the falling glass mid-air. In that moment, as he bent down, Ron Vincent unexpectedly launched a high kick straight towards Raven's head. Reacting swiftly, Raven immediately ducked, just in time for Ron Vincent's foot to glide over his head with a gust of wind grazing his face. Before Raven could straighten up, Ron Vincent continued his assault with an iron-fisted punch, his face seemingly still filled with bitterness from being outsmarted by Raven the day before. Raven once again leaned aside to evade, the punch grazing over his head by mere centimeters. Simultaneously he brought his fist up to deflect Ron Vincent's hand away. The onslaught of attacks continued from Ron Vincent, with Raven maneuvering his body to evade while using his hands to block. The sounds of impacts echoed throughout the room. Finally, the brawl came to an end as both men simultaneously grabbed each other's collar and pulled up. Raven chuckled breathlessly, his voice tinged with sarcasm. I was hoping for at least that much. The old fox fought evenly with Isla, after all. Ron Vincent wasn't one for beating around the bush. He directly turned the tables on Raven with a smirk. You're not the only tough one around here, you just pretended to be afraid of my aura, that's all. Both men stubbornly held onto each other's collars, with Ron Vincent continuing, because you've dealt with the Dark Lord, you must be quite strong. Ron Vincent's eyes flickered with an intentionally unleashed aura. Yet if you think you can easily kill me with just that, you're mistaken. Because in this world, I still have things to do. Ron Vincent's voice carried a menacing tone as he tightened his grip on Raven's collar. Sensing the agitation in Ron Vincent's eyes, Raven remained silent for a moment, his hand slightly loosened, and his gaze toward Ron Vincent became unexpectedly more serious than before. After a moment of contemplation, Raven opened his mouth with a serious tone. With the power of this chamber, you're intending to minimize the economic disparity within the Empire and develop it, aren't you? Ron Vincent's eyes widened in astonishment. It was truly a great surprise to have his plan exposed by Pendragon, the 17-year-old kid he had just met yesterday. Ron Vincent jerked back, releasing Raven's collar, feeling a sudden rush of alarm at Raven's intensely vigilant gaze. Raven lowered his voice gently and said, "You're mistaken, I'm not here to apprehend you, and certainly not to kill you." Raven, brimming with confidence, smiled with amusement as he extended his hand in front of Ron Vincent, along with a surprising proposition. "I want to buy you, the owner of the Twilight Tower, Ron Vincent." Ron Vincent's eyes showed even more shock than before. Too many questions arose in his mind. How did this kid know about the Twilight Tower? More importantly, how did he know his true identity? Raven chuckled smugly as he observed Ron Vincent's startled expression. At first, he hadn't recognized him, but after all, the name Vincent was quite common within the Empire. But from what Isla reported to me, that he has a twin tower tattoo on his shoulder, I've discovered that it is indeed him. In just a few years, the monster will form an alliance of small merchants, accounting for up to 30% of the Empire's commerce. A twin tower tattoo with a scepter in between is the identifying mark carried by the owners of the Twilight Tower. Nobody knows where the tower is located, and only very few have ever heard of the organization. No one knows who their leader is or how many members they have, but Raven can be certain about two things. The members who receive the tattoo are all talented individuals capable of becoming masters in their respective fields. Before they can become owners of the Twilight Tower, they must leave and embark on a 5-year journey around the world. Regardless of the role they choose, they will fulfill their responsibilities and serve under someone else. They are bound by one condition: to follow the righteous path for the world. Of course, everyone has different perceptions of justice. Even when large massacres are carried out, if such actions can be justified by some moral principle of humanity, they are still acceptable. In his past life, Raven had heard stories about them in the Demon Legion. Most of them quietly tread the righteous path, but a few owners from the Twilight Tower also chose to cause nightmares and disasters within the Empire. But Raven, being someone who knows the future, knew what type of Twilight Tower owner Ron Vincent was and understood his purpose. He smiled knowingly and began to persuade Ron Vincent. Firstly, he wanted to strengthen the foundation of Luz and gain control over all the coastal cities of the Empire. In Ron Vincent's bewildered gaze, Raven continued to articulate each step of his plan. Through this chamber, you want to gather the power of small and medium-sized merchants and, through benefits, exert pressure on major merchants and nobles like the Sea Dragon King, even the royal family, who are vying for the throne. To disrupt their main source of income and prevent them from becoming too powerful. Ultimately, you want to stabilize the Empire's economy by preventing monopolies and abuses of power. Raven's words left Ron Vincent in a state of fear, rendering him speechless. Ron Vincent's eyes widened in shock. How could he? He had never disclosed the essence of his plans to anyone else, yet how did this person know about them in such detail? Raven chuckled with delight, observing Ron Vincent's astonishing reaction. In his heart, he was immensely pleased that Ron Vincent's reputation had extended far and wide. Even in his previous life, he was one of the heroes. After achieving his goals, he vanished from the world without pursuing any personal gain, leaving only the gray remnants of Twilight. Ron Vincent. Ron Vincent involuntarily took a few steps back, his eyes constantly watching Raven with suspicion. A sense of unease crept into his heart as the heir of the Pendragon family seemed to see through him with his piercing green eyes. Raven sighed regretfully, shaking his head. I don't understand why someone harboring grand plans like you would work under someone like Count Segunda. Ron Vincent remained silent for a long time, carefully considering his words before speaking to Raven. He knew he had to be cautious when dealing with someone as not straightforward as the youthful appearance suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Ron Vincent finally voiced his thoughts. That man, he's not incompetent. In a solemn tone, Ron Vincent continued, he doesn't care about my social status, and he has utilized my skills very effectively to develop the economy of Luz as a whole. Thanks to that, the population has become more dense, and their lives have become more prosperous. I just need to maintain balance here. Segunda is crucial in the central role of Luz in maintaining peace between the central and southern regions. Raven glanced at Ron Vincent with a suspicious look, but it's also for those profits that he planned to kill me and Ian. And perhaps even Prince Shaun himself. Raven's gaze pierced Ron Vincent as if probing him, to see if Segunda was indeed involved in the assassination attempt 3 years ago related to the Vault family. Ron Vincent calmly turned to look at Raven and responded nonchalantly, so what? Raven was momentarily taken aback by Ron Vincent's indifferent attitude, although he knew beforehand that the owner of the Twilight Tower strictly adhered to righteous principles, and sometimes righteousness required sacrifices from the minority for the greater good. He still couldn't help but be surprised. Ron Vincent continued calmly, the nobles and the royal family are fools always struggling to achieve power and influence, regardless of whether they win or lose, live or die. Not relevant to me either. Ron Vincent calmly poured another glass of wine, his tone cold and indifferent as he spoke to Raven in such a manner. He lifted the glass to his lips, silently observing the shimmering liquid within for a moment before continuing, because in this world, my standpoint is to bring prosperity and safety to everyone, that's all. Ron Vincent took a sip of the wine and then spoke with a mocking tone, besides, all nobles are more or less like Count Segunda. Raven chuckled mischievously at Ron Vincent's teasing demeanor. You mean even me, Aaron Pendragon, right? Ron Vincent glanced at Raven, his gaze not carrying any hostility but filled with suspicion and scrutiny. Ron Vincent toyed with the wine glass, rolling up and down his fingers, hesitating slightly before responding, as for you, I still don't know. Raven smirked slightly, knowing that he had started to unsettle Ron Vincent, and his plan to lure him was unfolding just as he desired. Continuing his strategy to draw Ron Vincent in, Raven suggested, why don't you come to the Pendragon territory, I'll treat you as a guest of the family, and then you can make your decision. Ron Vincent remained silent, still eyeing Raven with suspicion and caution. Raven appeared relaxed and unhesitant as he continued, if you think doing so benefits everyone, then you could try cutting off Pendragon's source of income or even attempting to kill me, you could do as you please. Ron Vincent remained contemplative, still pondering Raven's invitation. He understood that Raven wouldn't simply offer such an easy proposal unless it benefited him in some way. However, he struggled to grasp Raven's core purpose. Nevertheless, Ron Vincent discerned another smaller purpose of Raven's and spoke frankly. If you're willing to accept me as an ally because you want me to expose all of Count Segunda's schemes, is that what you're hoping for? Ron Vincent looked up at Raven with a probing gaze, and Raven nodded without hesitation. Of course, that's also part of it. Finally, Ron Vincent was persuaded by Raven. He nodded with an amused smile. Very well then, I'll give cooperation with you a try. Raven chuckled gleefully as he turned away, his tone filled with satisfaction and excitement. I look forward to it. As he turned and walked out of Ron Vincent's room, Raven suddenly tossed a handful of shimmering gold coins into the air. Ron Vincent's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched the coins glimmering in the air, a subtle yet thoughtful gesture from Raven that he hadn't expected. The falling gold coins represented the Pendragon household in Ron Vincent's eyes. The balance scale was a whimsical gamble of Ron Vincent's own, but it also reflected his thoughts on something. This time, it represented his support for both the Pendragon and Segunda households. As the coins in Raven's hand fell, the balance scale representing the weight of the Pendragon household in Ron Vincent's mind initially felt lighter. Now, it sank down with a metallic clang, like the toll of a bell awakening Ron Vincent to the error of his ways in following Count Segunda. Raven continued walking straight ahead, without looking back, casually waving to Ron Vincent. That's payment for the drinks, we've had a toast together. From a business perspective, Raven's actions demonstrated that he was astute and fair-minded. Ron Vincent stood there, dumbfounded, watching Raven depart and then glanced at the now reversed balance scale. A sense of respect began to blossom within him for the person who had shown him the errors of his choices and acted as the most influential factor in changing the entire landscape. Ron Vincent smiled softly as images related to Raven flashed once again in his mind. Skills not befitting his young age, bold determination, and cold judgment. He possessed traits rarely found even within the Twilight Tower. The sunset bathed the sea, embracing Luz in a fiery red hue, signaling the end of another fast-paced day along with Ron Vincent's vague thoughts about the impending journey. That evening, Raven returned to the seaside villa to discuss their upcoming plans with Ian. Raven initiated the conversation with genuine concern. Your wound is all right now, isn't it, Ian? Ian leaned against the balcony railing of the villa with a slight smile. Yeah, it's all thanks to that healing shield. But soon, his fleeting smile vanished, replaced by a worried sigh. But this expedition feels like hell. Ingrid will probably be scarred for life. Suddenly, Ian faced Raven squarely and exclaimed with a warning tone, Hey, I won't let you take my sister away. Remember that, despite her sometimes fierce and erratic nature, I'll always fiercely protect my little sister. Raven chuckled mischievously after a short exhale. You're determined, huh? Well, all right then, I'll have to trouble you with that. If you can handle it, I'll thank you. Ian frowned at Raven's indifferent attitude towards the ladies. No matter what, you won't change your mind, will you? But now, are we heading to Dissect? Raven brushed off Ian's teasing remark and nodded. We need to continue the investigation. This time, I'll bring Isla and Sol with us. Ian looked at Raven with concern. Just the three of us, are you sure it's safe? We don't know what the enemy is plotting. Raven nodded without hesitation. Apart from ordinary citizens, many nobles and knights already know your face. Roaming around randomly will easily expose us. I'm different. With just a little disguise, no one will recognize me. Raven glanced at Ian with an arrogant and confident gaze. I'm sure you've witnessed the power of both Isla and me at Count Segunda's mansion, and as for the last one, she's much stronger than both of us. Ian chuckled playfully in response. Well, what can I say? I've become quite famous thanks to my handsome face, but in the end, I guess I'm just a bit worried. After all, she's a dragon, a creature possessing the appearance of a human. Ian paused for a moment, then spoke with a serious tone. Well, calling him a monster might not be accurate, but what exactly is he? Ian felt a shiver run down his spine as he recalled last night's battle with Tolio. Putting aside the overwhelming size difference, Ian was highly skilled in royal swordsmanship and tactics. He had faced numerous royal knights and esteemed figures in the capital, yet Tolio's skills were no less formidable. Even Raven, with his impressive swordsmanship, couldn't avoid serious injuries. It was clearly an unequal battle for both Ian and Raven, even though it was unfair for Tolio to fight against two opponents. Ian swallowed hard, feeling the overwhelming sense of dread at the thought of Tolio's aura. He hesitated before continuing, "The leader of those pirates. Even when fighting both of us simultaneously, he didn't appear vulnerable. Clearly, he's not an ordinary person." Raven listened and offered his speculation. "He's probably a half-human, half-orc. He's also proficient in southern combat techniques." Ian furrowed his brow, contemplating seriously. "So, after Count Segunda, there's potentially an even greater enemy lurking behind that incident." Raven noticed the prolonged silence following Ian's assessment, knowing that Ian was correct. However, he hadn't been able to identify the individual yet. A prolonged silence followed Ian's statement, and Raven knew that Ian was right, but so far, he himself hadn't been able to figure out the identity of the person. Ian startled, his eyes widening as he looked at Raven, feeling horrified and wondering what on earth he was talking about. Raven continued with utmost sincerity, despite his shy gaze not directed towards Ian. "In the battle with that monster, if you weren't there, I probably wouldn't have survived." Raven didn't notice Ian's chilling reaction, his body tensing with cold sweat like he had taken a plunge into icy waters. Ian stammered in response, his face aghast. You, where did you hit your head? So, you really were injured during the battle with the pirates?" As Raven was sharing earnestly, Ian's mocking tone provoked him, making Raven angrily retort, "Hey." Ian chuckled mischievously at Raven's annoyed expression. "So, tomorrow we'll set off together, split up, and continue the investigation, right?" Ian's eyes began to brighten, and the aura of authority started emanating naturally yet faintly from his body. Ian added with a smirk, "We also need to find Guffley in the royal palace, see what he's up to." Raven noticed that aura, though faint and merely a dim light in the darkness. Mentioning Guffley triggered memories in Raven from previous lives. He was destined to become an emperor in the future, which meant that he or his allies could potentially overthrow even Ian, who was a top contender for the successor. Perhaps he wouldn't be as easily dealt with as Ian had thought. Raven solemnly reminded Ian, "Don't be careless, our enemies are everywhere." Ian's fierce aura completely disappeared in the face of Raven's warning. "You too," Raven added. On the morning after, those who needed to depart had already prepared to leave Pendragon Manor as soon as the sun rose. The carriage, adorned in regal black and gold, began rolling down the road leading away from the estate. However, only the Pendragon women and small creatures came out to bid them farewell. Ingrid remained her usual self, friendly yet dignified. She was the only one on the carriage who leaned out, waving to everyone. Meanwhile, Luna, already icy, felt even heavier after Raven's rejection. She could only sit quietly in a corner of the carriage, gazing sadly at the coastline and the waves crashing outside the window. On that same day, another person was leaving this coastal area. A man on horseback halted atop a hill, turning towards the port city of Luz. Instead of the cries of seagulls, the calls of mountain birds could be heard. A hint of melancholy flashed across Ron Vincent's face as he looked at the port of Luz by the coastline. It was where he had chosen to enforce the law from the tower for the past 2 years, but his initial choice had been wrong. Certainly, he had tried his best to walk the path of righteousness to maintain balance in the world, but if something was wrong, it remained wrong. Ron Vincent rode away without a hint of regret, leaving behind the familiar scent of sea breeze. Now, he was heading towards a new land, where he hoped to find the path of righteousness. That night was eerily silent at the Segunda Count's mansion, a terrifying calmness as darkness enveloped everything, much like the shadow of misfortune looming over Segunda's life. It was only now that Segunda regained consciousness after being rescued from the forest in an unconscious and disheveled state, but he wished he hadn't woken up, to avoid facing a pile of unresolved issues. Segunda panicked, clutching his bandaged head tightly. He breathed heavily, struggling. "What do I do now? What should I do?" His eyes were filled with helplessness and anxiety. This morning, Ian had set off back to the royal palace, the assassination plan ending in a disastrous failure. Segunda muttered with disgust, shaking his head. "Furthermore, I can't even lay a finger on Duchess Helene." Segunda grew increasingly despondent and desperate as he pondered. Vincent had vanished. He tormented himself with his thoughts, his eyes blazing red for a long while. Then, he angrily slammed his hand down on his thigh. "What the hell is going on, damn it?" Segunda's thoughts were in turmoil, feeling like he was wandering through thick fog. Nonetheless, he had to ensure Gufli became the prince as soon as possible, but no, that wasn't an option. Segunda muttered to himself in turmoil, if they've come here to find clues behind the plot to assassinate Prince Shaun, and if they come to Sisek and uncover the evidence behind it. Red streaks of fear appeared in his wild white eyes, the promise of what would unfold, the future, would change. In a panic he couldn't contain, Segunda screamed with a shrill voice, shattering the silent night, I have to contact them immediately. The next hazy morning in the territory of Sisek, lying in the far east of the empire, the sky was so gloomy that it was hard to tell if it was night or day. This vast land was characterized by rugged mountains and barrenness. Besides the bandits who roamed day and night, there were also hidden beasts lurking in the deep forests and mountain passes. Disorderly events were as common as meals in this region. The sound of galloping horses mingled with the wailing screams was not an uncommon sight. Giant vultures in this area were extremely fierce and bloodthirsty. The harshness of the land only fueled their bloodlust, making them always on the lookout in mountain passes for unsuspecting prey. This time, the giant vultures targeted two mercenaries moving towards Sisek to fulfill their mission. The mercenaries spurred their horses frantically, shouting loudly, their voices echoing through the mountain pass, damn it, they're closing in, why did those beasts choose this place to lurk, I knew we shouldn't have come here. One of the mercenaries yelled with a bitter and regretful tone, damn it, cursed land of Sisek. Suddenly, at that very moment, arrows whizzed through the misty haze from a nearby cliff. The arrows flew through the air like bullets, accurately piercing the necks of the giant vultures just as their sharp talons were about to grab one of the mercenaries. Seeing the massive vultures fall to the ground like ripe fruit after a thunderous roar echoed in their ears, the two mercenaries who were running away immediately slammed on the brakes. Shortly after, the two mercenaries spotted three figures standing quietly on the cliff where the arrows had been shot from. The person in the middle was holding a gleaming bow. The man with the bow wore the distinctive blue cloak of warriors from the southern region, none other than Isla. 3 out of the 4 giant vultures had been shot down simultaneously, but the lone remaining vulture remained stubborn. Instead of fleeing, it stubbornly charged towards the 3 figures standing there, intent on attacking them. Raven swiftly drew his black-hilted sword, its sharp blade gleaming threateningly. Without hesitation, Raven leaped towards the charging vulture, his body seemingly small in comparison to the bird's head. Despite the significant size difference, Raven executed a swift arc with his sword, slicing cleanly through one of the vulture's wings as it lunged towards him. The 2 mercenaries gaped in awe as they witnessed the giant vulture being dispatched with such precision by Raven's sword. Raven landed gracefully in front of the mercenaries. Beside him lay a pool of thick black blood oozing from the severed wing of the vulture. Raven stood up coldly, now disguised as a mercenary with jet black hair. Not only his attire and hair color, but even his prized Pendragon family sword was coated in black paint, concealing its distinctive appearance. Raven also altered his appearance with black-dyed eyebrows and lashes, enhancing the sharpness of his piercing blue eyes, which seemed to draw everything into them. These cold, impressionable eyes conveyed the message that he was someone who had taken many lives. The 2 mercenaries quickly realized that the mysterious young man before them possessed far more experience than his age would suggest. They were so terrified that they dared not even breathe heavily. Damn it, these mercenaries are terrifying, if we provoke them. As the 2 mercenaries, soaked in sweat, mentally prepared themselves to be extorted for protection money after receiving assistance from Raven's group, they knew that mercenaries came here to earn money by hunting down monsters. However, Raven simply turned his back and walked away without saying a word. One of the mercenaries couldn't contain his curiosity and asked Raven, "Hey, aren't you guys going to take our money?" Raven calmly turned away, wiping the blood-stained blade of his sword. "We don't need that, I'm just testing something." The 2 mercenaries burst into relieved laughter. "Thank you so much, sir. May we ask what your name is?" Raven fell into contemplation for a moment upon hearing their question. It had been a long time since he had been called by this name, his true name. Coldly, he responded, "Raven, that's my name." Finally, the name Ravenvault reappeared once again in the world. Then, Raven looked up at the cliff and called his 2 companions, "Elkin, Sol, let's go." Isla and Soldrake simultaneously removed their head coverings, revealing their incredibly captivating appearances. Isla was dressed in the traditional warrior style of Valvas, while Soldrake had changed her attire to mimic the female warriors of the southern region, opting for more practical clothing instead of a dress. The three of them departed immediately, their attire reflecting their individual styles, yet their faces shared a common trait: pride and sharpness in their eyes. As dawn broke, they arrived at Elma, the second largest town in Dissect. It was once a bustling administrative center where hundreds of imperial soldiers and officials resided. Initially, Elma had over 3,000 residents, but now that number had dwindled to around 2,000. Jingling, the bell outside the door of the pub in Elma rang at the same time as the creaking wooden door opened. The sun was high, but the inside of the pub in Elma was still bustling. The doorbell had just rung, but none of the mercenaries noticed. They were engrossed in drinking activities and dealing with young waitresses, basically prostitutes. The group of three ravens had found a table in the bar. They had all pulled their hoods over their faces again. A girl of about 13 or 14 walked quickly to the three-person table with glasses of water and a bright smile. They had already decided what to order. The girl whispered into Raven's ear invitingly, "Drinks, food, or if you prefer, I can arrange for company too. I can provide whatever you need, darling." Raven didn't respond immediately. Instead, he placed a handful of shiny gold coins on the table. Only then did he coldly request 2 beers, a roasted urban-fused chicken, and smoked meat. The young girl was briefly taken aback by his icy and low voice. Raven carefully added, "And also, the famous rice dish here." Then he removed his hood, revealing a handsome face that further surprised the waitress. He didn't look as rough as most mercenaries who frequented the place, and his flawless white skin seemed out of place for someone accustomed to the sun and mist. The delicious and nutritious dishes were swiftly brought out, all steaming hot except for the beers. The specialty rice dish of the tavern was served, a rice cooked with meat broth, then stir-fried with mushrooms, vegetables, and various finely chopped meats, creating an irresistible aroma. Isla also discarded his cloak to dine more comfortably. He couldn't help but smile with delight as he took his first bite of the rice dish. Fried rice. Since leaving the south, I haven't had this again. Raven enjoyed the specialty rice dish as well and explained to Isla, Dissect is a mountainous region, not conducive to growing wheat. Fortunately, there's plenty of rain here, so they've built terraced fields on the mountainsides for rice cultivation. While Soldrake paid little attention to the men's conversation and savored the roasted chicken, Isla became curious and looked at Raven. "You seem to know a lot about Dissect, don't you? If someone were new to this area, it would indeed be difficult for them to order a table full of local specialties. It's even more peculiar that a distant duke would understand the agriculture of this land so well." Raven understood Isla's curiosity, but he didn't know how to explain it. He stayed silent for a moment before casually responding, "I guess so." After Raven's response, Isla remained silent. But the curiosity didn't stop him from taking a bite of the rice. Isla was curious, but not overly concerned. He had pledged loyalty to the man in front of him, and he had no thoughts other than following his master, no matter what. After that brief conversation, all three of them focused on their meal. Laughter and chatter continued to echo somewhere in the tavern, either in this corner or another. The mercenaries in the tavern were harassing the young waitress with lustful looks, but she didn't react harshly, as if she was accustomed to it. After all, that was just how things operated in this place. Like any other tavern for mercenaries, there were hot-headed individuals here who liked to cause trouble, and nobody paid too much attention to preventing it, because at most, it would just lead to a brawl. In this chaotic and noisy environment, Raven sank into his own thoughts. The monsters lurking in the deep forests and mountain passes, attacking villages and farms whenever they had the chance, the bandits and mercenaries wandering all over this desolate mountainous region, the cursed land of Dissect. That name had appeared 10 years ago. The Aragon Empire was vast, and the emperor and imperial army couldn't govern such a large territory and maintain security without assistance. Therefore, the first emperor allocated governance rights over various land areas to different founding contributors in exchange for taxes. About half of the empire was ruled by local governments. They were the supreme lords of a region. Initially, when the empire was founded, there were only 6 supreme lords, but over time, this number had increased to 13. The lords with a less illustrious history held less power and influence in political matters and status. The Brescia dukes were one such family. They had become the supreme lords of the Dissect territory just a decade ago. The Brescia family acquired land with money, yet their position was considerably lower compared to other high-ranking lords of the empire. The Brescia family purchased land and title from the empire with an amount equivalent to 30% of the empire's annual budget. However, their status was considerably lower compared to other high-ranking lords of the empire. Initially, Sisak was a province ruled by an imperial administrative official appointed by the emperor. The government constantly clashed with the Brescia family over trivial matters. Since acquiring the land, about 2,000 royal soldiers had withdrawn from the region, but Brescia, who had spent most of the money to buy the land, only had 3 knights and about 200 soldiers, which was insufficient to protect their territory. Gangs and monsters swarmed in like a storm, looting and killing, but Brescia didn't bother to recruit more soldiers to defend their land. To offset the massive initial investment, he forced the people in the region to pay high taxes. He was a supreme lord who exploited the people on his land. To protect themselves, the people, unable to rely on their lord, organized their own defensive lines in each village. However, the effectiveness of these untrained men was limited. Eventually, Sisak became a region frequented by mercenaries coming and going, even though there were no territorial disputes or wars. Meanwhile, in the town of Manhwa, where Raven's father served as a knight, the Vault family trained genuine soldiers and ensured the safety of the townsfolk. About half of the farmland in the village belonged to the Vault family, and the patriarch allowed the villagers to lease the land. None of them were wealthy, but they were not destitute either. On this matter, the Vault family and the villagers lived together in harmony. However, when the treason case occurred, it pushed the Vault family to the brink of destruction. In the depths of Raven's thoughts, the painful events of his past emerge vividly in his mind. The scenes of his father, mother, and older brother being mercilessly mocked flash before his eyes. He can even see the smug, malicious smirk of the individual responsible for the suffering inflicted upon his family, a face he has never been able to forget. Involuntarily, Raven tightens his grip on the glass of wine in his hand, consumed by memories of past injustices that fuel his uncontrollable rage. Just then, a hired mercenary in the tavern gets knocked down clumsily, crashing into the table where Raven's group sits. All the food is sent flying into the air, and Isla's half-eaten bowl of rice lands unceremoniously on the ground in a split second, leaving him stunned and speechless. It's as if the heavens themselves are against their meal. The mercenary, still sprawled on the ground, continues to curse vehemently. "Damn it, you amateur, you're getting too cocky now." A young woman with strong, short reddish-brown hair confronts the mercenary, her voice dripping with authority. "You're the arrogant one here. Are you so familiar with me that you think you can touch me however you please?" She berates the mercenary who had just made advances towards her, asserting her dominance fiercely. "Those scoundrels who dare lay a finger on me better be prepared to pay up. You want something, put the money down first." The mercenary, ashamed and enraged, swiftly draws a dagger and lunges towards the woman. "You miserable wretch, I'll kill you," he snarls. At that moment, Isla, with his fierce eyes ablaze, leaps forward from behind the burly man, grabbing his head and slamming it forcefully onto the ground with a resounding thud. Unfortunately for him, the man had just overturned Isla's meal, and now Isla seeks vengeance for the spilled fried rice. After the scuffle, the patrons in the tavern resume their activities as if nothing had happened. The drinkers continue to drink, the chatterers continue to chat, and those engaged with the young waitresses return to their transactions. Only one thing has changed in the tavern. A man around 30 with tousled hair is now comforting the short-haired girl while glancing at Raven's group with a friendly smile. "Oh, forgive me," he says, "my companion can be a bit hot-headed." The man appears to be a seasoned mercenary, clad in rough leather armor with thin steel plates covering vital points on his chest. He cheerfully speaks up. "This table's on me, so please forgive us for the disturbance." He introduces himself with a hoarse yet harmless voice, saying, "I'm Jonathan Beer's son, but folks call me Jody." Then, Jody turns to the younger man in the group and says, "And the fellow with the keen eyes over there is Gus." Finally, Jody addresses the strong-willed woman sitting between them, introducing her as Scylla. Curiously, he looks over at Raven with a friendly gaze. "And what about the rest of you?" Raven, lips pursed, asks him, "Is the introduction really necessary?" It's evident to everyone that Jody has a purpose for being here, hence Raven's heightened vigilance. However, Jody persists in persuading him. "At the very least, we should know each other's names, shouldn't we? After all, you're all mercenaries too, aren't you?" Ultimately, networking within our industry is important. Raven remains silent for a moment before reluctantly responding, Raven. Jody chuckles with amusement, Raven, sounds like a crow, doesn't it? Well, it seems that's not your real name, but it suits a mercenary, and what about your companions? Raven glances at his two comrades who are solely focused on their food and calmly states, as if he had planned it all along, Elkin and Sol, they're siblings, and Sol is my wife. Jody is astonished and asks Raven, so, you're all a family of mercenaries, that's not very common, is it? Raven cuts him off with a cold tone, I suppose so. Jody continues to inquire, so, are you here to hunt monsters too? There are monsters everywhere on this Sisek land, because the High Lord can't control them, not only the villagers, but even the nobles don't know what to do with them, the missions and rewards are high, this place is like a paradise for mercenaries like us. Raven listens quietly before responding, we're here to take care of some business, the monsters are just a part of it. Jody maintains his smile, but his eyes gleam with sharpness, if you're confident enough in your abilities, then that's all that matters. Raven stays silent, observing Jody's probing, the latter begins to drink and eat from the table as if he hadn't meant any provocation. Meanwhile, Isla, who had been peacefully eating, shoots a stern look at Jody after his provocative remark, clearly on high alert. Scylla interjects into the conversation with a captivating smile and a gaze fixated on Isla, and what about you, Elkin, you seem quite capable as well, and your face is quite charming, I think you're my type. Elkin looks slightly taken aback by Scylla's forwardness but manages a polite response, thank you, Scylla, I'm flattered. Scylla suddenly becomes excited and suggests to Raven's group, hey, why don't you all come with us, we won't disappoint you. Gus sneers with disdain at Scylla's behavior, there she goes again, this nymphomaniac, that's why those pests keep trying to approach her. Scylla, growing even more animated, slams her glass down onto the table, oh, I know, why don't you replace this jerk, Elkin, come to this hot sister of mine, she exclaims, as Gus scoffs and refuses to engage further with Scylla. Isla remains focused on his hot bowl of fried rice, paying no attention to the banter. Jody hesitantly remarks to Raven, they're always like that, please don't mind them. Raven grunts in acknowledgement, as he typically pays no attention to such matters. Raven's mind drifts to more important concerns, he queries Jody, you mentioned the nobles are hiring mercenaries, is the lord of this land among them? Jody nods in response, yes, that's correct. Raven grows pensive for a moment before speaking in a tone deeper than usual, the lord of this land. In Raven's mind, the image of the nobleman who had caused his family's suffering involuntarily surfaces once again. Unconsciously, Raven's eyes blaze with intensity, while his mouth gnashes like claws scraping against metal. Ruv Tylan, isn't it? He growls. Jody is momentarily startled, horrified to see the murderous intent burning in Raven's eyes, even if only for a moment. Jody shivers slightly, feeling a cold chill run down his spine. What was that? What did I just sense? Is this person's thirst for blood? After a few moments of confusion, Jody quickly regains his composure. Ah, yes, that's right, we're actually heading to the territory of Ruv Tylan, rumor has it that he's quite generous. Raven takes a thoughtful sip of his wine, grunting in acknowledgement as he contemplates something. Oh, is that so? While strategizing, Raven finishes his drink without even noticing, as he sets the empty glass down on the table, his eyes fixate on Jody with a serious intensity. Raven stares at Jody while conversing with his two companions who are still engrossed in their meal. I've made up my mind, Elkin, Sol. We'll go to Ruv Tylan's territory, along with them. Raven stands up, speaking decisively like a commanding officer issuing orders to his troops, stunning Jody once again with his presence. In that moment, Jody realizes that Raven is no ordinary individual. After careful consideration, Raven stood up and spoke decisively, we will go to the territory of Ruv Tylan, along with them. Except for Sol Drake, everyone was astonished by Raven's decision. Scylla couldn't believe her playful invitation had been so easily accepted, and Isla was puzzled by Raven's sudden change of plans. Seeing 4 pairs of eyes staring at him intently, Raven chuckled mischievously and glanced at Isla. Looks like we found some stable allies as well, don't you think so, Elkin? Raven's sudden request caught Isla off guard, leaving her stammering in surprise. Why now? She managed to ask. Normally, a Valva's warrior would silently follow their master without needing to voice their opinion. While Isla was flustered, Scylla burst into laughter. She took advantage of the moment to grasp his hand, saying, "Do you understand what he means, love? We can fight and do a lot more together. I'll teach you everything." Scylla's exuberance intimidated all four men present, especially Isla. Ignoring Isla's distressed expression, Raven turned to Jody and remarked, "It seems fate has brought us together. Isn't it you who said relationships are crucial, Jody?" Jody nodded awkwardly. Yes, right, that's correct." He was taken aback by Raven's unexpected acceptance of their invitation. As Scylla clung to Isla with longing and intense desire in her eyes, Isla felt more panicked than if she had encountered a monster. Unable to seek refuge, he turned to Raven for help, only to find Soldrake, who didn't even bother to glance at him, instead focusing intently on his cold beer. An afternoon full of surprises and confusion came to an end as night fell. The inn, managed by the tavern owner, occupied the second and third floors of the same building. It was cleaner than expected, so Raven rented 2 rooms. The larger room was for Soldrake and himself, while the other room was for Isla. Since Soldrake and Raven were married, they couldn't sleep separately. Moreover, Soldrake didn't mind sharing a room with Raven. The 3 of them stored their belongings and gathered in the larger room. Upon entering the room, Isla immediately questioned Raven. "What do you mean by that, my Lord Pendragon?" Isla was someone who would trust Raven even if he claimed he could make steak out of flour. However, he still brought up the topic, simply because he couldn't understand the reason behind it. Furthermore, Isla found Scylla to be annoying, while Jody and Gus were unpredictable. Typically, Raven wouldn't actively approach people like them. He emphasized his confusion with a puzzled expression. "Why do we have to travel with those 3? Raven calmly replied, "To gather information and conceal our identities. Ultimately, they have traveled extensively across the Empire. Mercenaries who roam frequently always keep their ears and eyes open. Moreover, most mercenaries operating in Dissect and Elma are quite experienced in this field. This means that most of them have at least heard of each other. There's a high chance that those 3 would arouse suspicion if they continued the journey alone. If they travel with a group of seasoned and experienced mercenaries like Jody's group, they can gather information and address the issue of their identity." Raven pondered for a moment before his gaze shifted to Soldrake sitting on the bed. "And besides, if we travel with them, it'll be easier for us to disguise ourselves," he continued. "Especially Sol, she stands out too much. Soldrake can change her clothes, hair color a bit, and hide the gems on her forehead with a scarf, but only to that extent. She still retains her remarkable beauty. Transforming from a dragon to a human already consumes a significant amount of energy. She can't afford any more changes." Isla glanced at both of them in turn, then nodded with a weary expression. Despite disliking being bothered by Scylla, Raven's reasoning was entirely valid. Moreover, he only intended to inquire about the reason, not to oppose it. Raven looked out the window with a distant gaze. "The more conspicuous we are, the harder it is to move around. So, let's try our best, for our true goal." His tone suddenly turned harsh, as if he was suppressing hatred within. Both Soldrake and Isla noticed the unconscious change in Raven's demeanor. Isla understood that he had other concerns besides investigating the assassination attempt on the Crown Prince, as he had declared before setting out. However, he believed Raven had reasons to conceal them, so he refrained from asking further. Soldrake, on the other hand, could sense the anger and loss emanating from her close friend. After Isla closed the door, leaving only the 2 of them in the room, there was a prolonged silence. Soldrake hadn't spoken a word all day, and now she finally broke the silence, mentioning the name, Ruv Tylan. Raven glanced at Soldrake and waited silently for her question, ready to answer anything she wanted to know. After all, she was the only person he could share all his secrets with in this world. Soldrake hesitated for a moment, holding back her question, as if afraid that her inquiry might reopen old wounds in Raven's heart. After some hesitation, Soldrake finally asked her question under Raven's expectant gaze. She mentioned how Ruv Tylan was the one who accused Raven and destroyed the Vault family. Raven nodded heavily. "Yes, that's right, as you've seen in my memories." An overwhelming surge of anger flooded Raven's mind instantly. The rage ignited within him made every word that left his throat feel like it was ablaze. Ruv Tylan, that wretch, he seethed. It all began with a seemingly generous offer from Ruv Tylan, a friend of Raven's father. The proposal struck directly at the young boy's desire to become a knight, eliciting a wide grin from him. "I could become a knight in the Brescia family, really?" he exclaimed. Ruv Tylan nodded solemnly as he presented the unexpected offer to the outsider in the Vault family. Indeed, you will ride alongside Jeff, my son. Ruv Tylan handed Raven a letter, the beginning of all troubles for him. With a radiant smile, he explained, it's because your swordsmanship is exceptional. We don't want to waste such talent, so I want to recommend you, Ruv Tylan expressed, handing Raven the letter, a missive bearing the red seal of an unknown family. The offer was accepted without hesitation, leaving no room for doubt, especially since Jeff Tylan would also accompany Raven. If he stayed in the village of Manhwa, he would never achieve anything significant. He joyfully recounted Ruv Tylan's proposal to his family. I've done it, father, brother. Lord Tunnel proposed both Raven and Jeff as knights. All Raven had to do was one thing, and then he could become a knight. Raven's older brother was the first to share his joy. That's great, Ray. Even Raven's father harbored no suspicions towards their friend. Tylan was the most trusted subordinate of the Duke, so he had enough authority to propose for Raven. Seize this opportunity well, his father advised. The next day, Raven arrived at the Duke's castle with newfound hope, carrying the letter and introduction to the Duke of Brescia alongside Jeff. He thought everything would proceed smoothly, but things took an unexpected turn. Less than a day later, the soldiers of the Duke of Brescia stormed into the Vault household, accusing them with unwavering resolve, traitors. They arrested all members of the Vault family, including Raven's parents and his older brother, leaving them in a state of panic. Raven, unaware of what was happening, could only think that the Duke of Brescia had misunderstood his family. Surely, there must have been some mistake. We've been wrongly accused, he yelled, but he couldn't resist the might of the knights and was forcibly taken away despite his attempts to explain. Seeing Raven growing angry, Soldrake silently approached him. Raven remained silent for a while to calm himself down before continuing his tale. Though he tried to keep his voice calm, Soldrake could still sense the anger in his narrative. From what I heard Ian say, I only just learned that the letter was sent to Prince Shaun while he was secretly visiting Sisek. As soon as he touched the words on the letter, the poison contained in the ink destroyed the mind and body of Prince Shaun. The fact that he opened that letter must mean that the prince knew who it was from, Raven concluded grimly. The identity of the sender could have been verified, but unfortunately, the letter turned to dust after Prince Shaun collapsed. Surely, some kind of magic was imbued upon it. In that way, the poisoning of the prince became a perfect mystery. As I was the one who delivered the letter to the Brescia family directly, my family naturally became the prime suspects behind the incident. We were tortured mercilessly, questioned about where I received the forged letter from. However, I knew nothing to confess. Jeff was the one who carried another letter sealed similarly to the one I sent the day before, accusing me of switching the real letter with a fake one. My brother and father were also tortured, their tendons cut, needles inserted under their fingernails, even their eyeballs pulled out. I begged to have Jeff and Ruv Tylan brought in for confrontation, but it was in vain. 3 days later, Ruv Tylan arrived in the dead of night. After handing a gold coin to the torturer, he was granted complete privacy to face me. However, he showed no fear or remorse. On the contrary, he appeared defiant and accused my family. The scenes of that night are vivid in my mind. Facing a weakened Raven, Ruv Tylan smirked challengingly and declared with a sneer, "Your father, Grey Vault, confessed." He continued spewing what he claimed to be Grey's confession. He alleged that Grey admitted to being hired for 5 gold coins to have his son swap the genuine letter with a lethal instrument. Raven couldn't believe his ears. He looked up at Ruv Tylan, trying to widen his eyes despite the blurriness caused by blood. His voice trembled. How could? Ruv Tylan calmly continued, stating that because his eldest son had to inherit the family, Grey had tasked him with delivering the letter to the outsider son whom he cared little about. A disgraceful act indeed. With a mocking tone, Ruv Tylan sighed. Despite being respected as an honorable knight and a good friend of mine, it's regrettable how he ultimately stooped to this level, all for 5 gold coins. Raven understood his father well. He exerted all his strength to retort against Ruv Tylan. Don't play games with me, my father would never say those words. It's you. Ruv Tylan chuckled mockingly at Raven's outburst. Oh, listen to the words of the most loyal vassal of the Duke of Brescia, versus those of an insignificant outsider of a lesser family. He sneered. Who do you think people will believe? Even a fool can understand that. Ruv Tylan looked down disdainfully at Raven, who was growing increasingly desperate. Raven felt both heartbroken and powerless, only able to choke out curses, "You, despicable." Ruv Tylan continued to smirk. "The soldiers of Brescia will soon find the 5 gold coins buried beneath the vault household. Your father and brother have died in the filthy torture chamber underground. Even in death, the Duke ordered their heads to be severed and displayed at the castle gate. All members of the vault family share the same fate, except you. You'll be given a second chance to atone for your family's sins." Raven was stunned by what he had just heard, but Ruv Tylan savored the look of shock on the young man's face and continued, "If you can survive in the hellish realm of that demon army for 10 years, your sins will be forgiven." Ruv Tylan turned away with a sneer, remarking sarcastically about such a judgment being passed on to a mere servant who merely followed orders from others. He commented on the Duke's apparent compassion, which seemed to move people. Raven still didn't grasp the full meaning behind Ruv Tylan's words. He looked at him with suspicion and confusion. With a mocking grin, Ruv Tylan glanced at Raven one last time before leaving the dungeon. "Be grateful for your father's confession, Raven Vault." Raven's eyes widened as he understood the meaning behind Ruv Tylan's words. His father, a loyal knight who had never lied in his life, had spoken his first and last lie in order to protect him in this dire situation, and now, the puppeteer behind it all was insinuating that Raven should be grateful for leading his father to give a false confession to save him. Raven rose in a fit of rage, shouting with all his strength and fury, "You wretch, I will surely kill you." Blood mixed with tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, his voice hoarse with the weight of resentment crushing his heart. "I will survive those 10 years, and I will tear you apart into 100 pieces." Soldrake stood silently, watching Raven drown in the flames of hatred and self-blame. Raven believed that his ambition had been the root cause of everything, leading to the deaths of his father, his brother, and everyone else in his family. Recalling those horrifying memories, Raven's voice choked as he confessed to Soldrake, "My father lied, because only that way could he save me." His voice trembling, Raven bowed his head, hiding his face that was contorted with anguish. Soldrake, unsure of how to console Raven in this moment of anguish, simply stood by his side. To her, the world of humans was complex, filled with events she couldn't fully grasp, but she could feel Raven's pain, their souls were intertwined, and she could sense his suffering. After a moment of silence, Raven continued, revealing that after he was spared, the other members of the Vault family were condemned as traitors. Everyone, except for him, was executed by beheading. Soldrake nodded in understanding, her eyes reflecting determination and solidarity with Raven's resolve. She knew that they had to confront Ruv Tylan, to uncover the truth and restore honor to the Vault family. With a steely resolve, Raven stood up, his dragon-like aura emanating with a mix of determination, hatred, and anger. They would seize the opportunity to capture Ruv Tylan, forcing him to confess to his crimes and restore the dignity of the Vault family. Soldrake was taken aback by the unleashed fury of Raven, witnessing him in a state of anger she had never seen before, especially knowing his usual control over his dragon-like temperament since the incident in the Orc village. The dragon coiled around Raven's back and shoulders seemed more pronounced than ever, its contours sharply defined. Raven's voice growled with burning determination as he vowed to uncover and punish those responsible for orchestrating the tragedies that befell his family. "I will find them all," he declared, his words resonating with a metallic rasp seeping through clenched teeth, his face contorted with rage, veins pulsing beneath his skin, and hatred poured forth like blood from his eyes. Soldrake. The next morning, Jody's group woke up early and went down to the first floor of the tavern for breakfast. Gus finally asked Jody, "Are we really going with them?" Scylla glanced at Gus with disdain. "If you don't like it, you can go alone," she said sharply. Gus grumbled under his breath, "Stupid woman, let me be." Gus then expressed his doubts to Jody. "The woman traveling with them seems like she can neither hear nor speak to us. Is she really a mercenary?" Gus's suspicion was not unreasonable. Someone who can't speak or hear could indeed be a liability in battle if they were a mercenary. However, Jody calmly replied, "But from what they've said, she's the strongest among them." Gus retorted gruffly, "Only a fool would believe that." Scylla mumbled in agreement with Gus, "Yeah, that's true, but what does it matter?" Meanwhile, Jody remained silent, looking down at the table with a thoughtful expression. Jody pondered, there were certainly some odd things about them, but... Jody fell into a contemplative silence, recalling the intense, murderous look in Raven's eyes when Ruv Tylan was mentioned. the chilling sensation that they had felt in that moment made them certain that they were not dealing with just some ordinary petty thugs. After a moment of reflection, Jody took a sip of beer and spoke with a determined attitude. "Scylla is right, don't worry about that." He chuckled confidently, his voice brimming with assurance. "My intuition won't be wrong, it's the instinct of someone who has survived in this field for over 10 years, not to brag, but I've never been mistaken about my instincts." Right on cue, Raven's group descended with their packs ready. Raven smiled and nodded lightly as Jody laughed heartily. "Let's go then, to Ruv Thailand's territory." Then the 6 of them left the tavern, each with a different mood. Elma was bustling with activity during the day, with various stalls set up in preparation for market day. Along the way, Raven asked Jody, "How long will it take to reach Ruv Thailand's territory?" Ruv Thailand chuckled and replied, after leaving Elma, "Probably just half a day." A while later, the outer gates of Elma came into view. People approaching the gate automatically stepped aside. Gus curiously remarked, "Seems like there's some commotion at the gate of the city." The appearance of the crest on the flag, a horse rearing on its hind legs within a laurel wreath, instilled fear in the hearts of the common folk. The knight controlling the horse-drawn carriage shouted to the bystanders and mercenaries along the road, "Bow down, peasants, the lady of the Brescia family is arriving, she is the flower of Sissek, Sophia Brescia." Inside the carriage was the daughter of the Supreme Lord of Sissek. If any commoner dared to look directly at her, they might be expelled from the area or even brutally beaten. Upon hearing the knight's proclamation, Sophia frowned and flicked her feathered fan arrogantly. She reminded him in a haughty tone, "Not just of my Sissek, but of the entire empire." Her voice dripped with arrogance as she continued to speak from her delicate lips. "One day, I will win the heart of the prince, leave this filthy land of Sissek behind, and become the queen." Sophia then let out a melodious laugh that echoed outside the carriage, while she looked pleased seeing the people on both sides of the road bowing and prostrating themselves in fear. Jody's group of 6 didn't kneel but merely stepped aside. Gus stared disdainfully at the carriage. "I've heard rumors that the daughter of the countess is a filthy woman, but it seems they weren't wrong at all." Scylla interjected with a smirk, "I'm much more charming than she is, aren't I?" Gus replied coldly, "No." Jody, feeling a bit flustered, turned to call out to Raven, "We should avoid these troublemakers and just keep going, Raven." At this moment, they realized that Raven was still standing in the middle of the road, staring intently at the Brescia family crest. Jody exclaimed in alarm, "Hey, Raven," but Raven didn't respond to his call. Memories of pain and humiliation endured under that crest for 10 years flooded Raven's mind. The Raven seethed with anger and thirst for revenge, his murderous instincts beginning to flare up again after a short-lived night of calm sleep. The Raven stared intensely as if wanting to tear apart the fluttering green flag amidst the gloomy sky, the echoing sound of hatred reverberating in his mind. "The Brescia family. They are the ones. The accusation against our family has been made." Soldrake sensed Raven's thoughts and emotions, gently taking his hand, her soft voice echoing in his mind, "Ray." Even though both wore gloves, Raven still felt a strange coolness emanating from her hand, reminiscent of the time he was furious at Conrad Castle. The cold energy wrapped around Raven's arm and gradually spread throughout his body, the dragon's rage filled with hatred simmering within him beginning to subside. Raven's wildly beating heart gradually calmed down, the overwhelming hostility that had been controlling his heart and body slowly melting away like snow under the spring sunlight. Raven took a deep breath and regained his composure. "We know, now is not the time for this." Then, Raven diverted his gaze from the approaching horse-drawn carriage and followed Soldrake to the side. At that moment, the carriage passed by them, followed by the sound of metal clashing from the fully equipped soldiers. Sophia looked out from the carriage, pointing towards Raven as he walked away and began to scold, "Hold on, you, over there." She glared fiercely with a voice sharp as a blade, full of arrogance. "Just now, you were glaring at me, you, the ragged mercenary, kneel down right now." Jody's expression darkened at the speed of light, he froze before Sophia's angry attitude, while Gus looked worriedly and mumbled, Hey, it seems we're not moving fast enough." As everyone hesitated on what to do, a middle-aged knight with a stern face and flowing hair rode up beside Sophia, advising her with a sigh, "Lady Sophia, if you keep behaving recklessly like this." But Sophia cut him off. "How dare you interfere with my words," she snapped at him, "Senior Knight." Pointing towards Raven, who still refused to bow before her, she continued, "Knight, I command you, seize them and force them to kneel immediately." With Sophia's ear-piercing scream, her 3 knights simultaneously charged towards Raven with fierce expressions. However, before they could even lay a finger on Raven, they were immediately grabbed by Isla. In the blink of an eye, all 3 of Sophia's knights were knocked down, thrown into the air before crashing down under his expert Southern-style martial arts technique. Everyone gasped in astonishment at Isla's formidable combat skills. He hadn't even needed to draw his sword yet he had taken down all 3 opponents simultaneously. As the 3 knights lay sprawled on the ground, they hadn't even had time to comprehend what had just happened to them. Isla looked up towards the carriage window, his eyes stern, and issued a warning, "If any of you dare lay a hand on him, you'll have to step over my dead body first." At this moment, Isla's expression hardened, his eyes filled with a fierce determination as he locked his gaze directly onto Sophia. He gently placed his hand on the hilt of the sword hanging at his waist. Despite the subtle movement, the clinking sound it produced carried a sense of threat. Sophia immediately felt a shiver run down her spine under Isla's icy gaze, but she couldn't let go of her arrogant demeanor. What do you mean?" she stammered. I am the daughter of a duke." After Isla effortlessly dealt with 3 of Sophia's men in one move, the surrounding space became so quiet that even the sound of him pushing the sword's hilt out of its sheath resonated clearly. Isla glared at Sophia. "I don't care about your lineage." Isla's cold demeanor and intimidating actions brought Sophia to the brink of tears, leaving her too panicked to speak. She was frozen in fear. Seeing the unnecessary tension, Raven intervened. "Stop it, Elkin." However, before he could finish his sentence, Isla had already drawn his sword and charged straight towards the carriage. After a deafening clang of metal collision and a thud like someone had dropped a sack of sand on the ground, dust billowed up in confusion among the onlookers. Seeing Isla's attack, Sophia, overcome with fear, lost all semblance of her noble bearing. She hastily opened the other side of the carriage door and leaped out, only to stumble and fall flat on her face due to her cumbersome gown. Meanwhile, Sophia's chief knight, Fillmore, rushed out to intercept Isla's sword before he could reach the carriage. Raven was momentarily astonished by Fillmore's ability to block Isla's lightning-fast attack, demonstrating the formidable strength of the man. Fillmore's eyes flickered as he absorbed the impact transmitted from Isla's sword, then, without hesitation, he bowed his head before him. "I beg for your forgiveness, warrior Valvas." Isla glared furiously at Fillmore, his eyes now not just filled with anger but also with vigilance. Few could discern his true identity in such a short span of time. Sophia groaned in pain as she lifted her head to look at Isla with a bewildered gaze, her face pale. "Valvas, what is going on?" Fillmore lowered his sword as Isla sheathed his own, standing guard in front of Sophia while trying to explain to her. "Valvas are warriors from a distant southern land, knights from a tumultuous region known as Valvas. They possess incredible strength and will kill anyone who dares to challenge their masters." He glanced at Sophia with a stern warning in his eyes, emphasizing each word. "They show no mercy, whether to nobles or royalty." Sophia, bewildered, widened her eyes but dared not utter a word. Fillmore continued to counsel Sophia with the wisdom of a free knight, no different from a mercenary until he swore allegiance to the Brescia Duke. "There's still much for you to learn about this world, my lady, so don't be too arrogant about your lineage." Fillmore then turned back to look at Isla, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "But really, your skills are truly remarkable. Could you perhaps share your name with me?" Like a pre-programmed machine for such questions, Isla coldly replied, "I have no intention of revealing my name to you." Fillmore simply smiled knowingly without pressing further. He knew the rules of the Valvas, never disclose one's name indiscriminately. Still, he had asked intentionally to confirm his speculation. Afterward, Sophia was helped back onto the carriage, and the convoy departed amidst the disdainful gazes of the onlookers. However, Sophia continued to sob softly inside the carriage, murmuring to herself, I'll tell father about this." Raven remained silent, watching as Fillmore and Sophia's convoy disappeared from sight, feeling a sense of regret in his heart. Unlike other knights who had served the Brescia family before he ascended to become the Supreme Lord, Fillmore became a knight of the Brescia Duke relatively late. Thus, he never received his own land as a reward and had climbed to his current position solely through his own abilities. Raven pondered deeply, recalling how he had admired Fillmore as an exceptional warrior since he was young and had once wished to be like him. Fillmore's ability to block Isla's attack demonstrated his true strength. Watching the horse-drawn carriage fade into the distance, Raven sighed softly. Indeed, it is regrettable when someone like him serves under the Brescia Duke. As soon as the carriage disappeared from view, Jody's group rushed back to Raven with excited expressions. Jody exclaimed with enthusiasm, "You really surprised us. Are you truly a knight from Valvas?" Scylla immediately leaned towards Isla, causing his expression to darken. "Teach me the move you just used." Scylla eagerly clung onto Isla, urging him to teach the move thoroughly. However, Gus didn't share the same enthusiasm as his two companions. He silently followed behind Isla with a suspicious gaze. Gus stared intently at Isla, pondering, being a knight from Valvas, Isla wouldn't likely listen to someone weaker than himself. Gus quickly glanced at Raven with a sense of concern. Gus swallowed nervously as he looked into Raven's cold blue eyes, realizing that this person was likely much stronger than himself. He whispered softly to Jody, "Your intuition never disappoints, Jody." Jody, thinking Gus was referring to Isla, chuckled triumphantly, "See, I told you so." The journey of the six of them continued, each with their own emotions, until Scylla excitedly pointed ahead with a bright smile. "There it is, we've found it, the territory of Ruv Tylan." Not far ahead stood a magnificent mansion, one of the grandest buildings in the Sisek territory, where Raven had been summoned once before his family's tragedy. He and his 5 companions advanced towards the mansion with a jumble of thoughts swirling in their minds. Upon hearing the guard's report about the purpose of their visit, Ruv Tylan didn't hesitate to invite them in. He was in dire need of mercenaries, yet he spoke as if they were the ones in need of him. "So, you want to join forces with me?" The 6 individuals stood before Ruv Tylan with contrasting demeanors. While the 3 from Jody's group wore confident smiles, Raven's group remained cold and distant, their eyes emanating a palpable sense of hostility. Faced with Ruv Tylan's disdainful attitude, Jody, the eldest and most confident of the group, spoke up, "That's right, but we are professional warriors." Scylla chuckled mischievously and added, "We get paid to defeat enemies, that's our job." Gus also smirked in response to Ruv Tylan's arrogance, "We don't agree to become loyal dogs to anyone." Ruv Tylan continued to mock them, "Oh, certainly, it sounds like you all possess some skills indeed, which is why you're so bold with your words." Seeing the 3 members of Raven's group remain silent and cold since their arrival, Ruv Tylan casually remarked, "I guess those 3 behind you are the same, aren't they?" Raven continued to tightly purse his lips, ignoring the mocking and provocative tone. His face contorted like crumpled paper, facing the individual responsible for his family's demise sitting in front of him, yet, he knew this man was merely a visible part of the iceberg in his revenge journey. Raven even dared not look directly at him for fear of losing control of his anger and strangling him. Of course, it would be simple, but it would be of no use if he didn't find the mastermind behind everything. Ruv Tylan chuckled challengingly, "If you're so confident, allow me to test you. I'll assign you a task to hunt down a monster." He paused for a moment, contemplating, then continued with his demand, "Go to the border area that I currently oversee, in the village of Manhwa." Raven immediately widened his eyes upon hearing the name mentioned by Ruv Tylan. Isla and Soldrake quickly recognized the paleness that spread across his face. Raven looked in disbelief at the empty space in front of him. "Manhwa," he muttered. In the village of Manhwa, that was his hometown, the land that his Vault family once ruled over, a surprising coincidence that left Raven bitterly gritting his teeth. He hadn't known the fate of Manhwa since the fall of the Vault family. He never expected it to fall into the hands of Ruv Tylan. Though called a village, Manhwa now lay in ruins, essentially reduced to a farming community. Ordinary farmers worked the land for whoever owned it, receiving half of the harvest as was customary under the Vault rule. However, there was a stark difference now. These farmers were treated as property by the landowners, receiving only enough food to survive. They had no freedom and were essentially slaves. Moreover, with few properly trained soldiers to defend it, the village had become a frequent target for monsters. Ruv Tylan hired people to kill these creatures not to protect the villagers but simply to prevent any inch of land from falling into the hands of these beasts. The 6-member group arrived at the village of Manhwa in the late afternoon, and they began the bloody massacre of the monster horde. Each member of the Jody group had skills on par with a seasoned mercenary, despite Scylla being a woman. Her combat abilities were in no way inferior to the men's. Gus, typically silent throughout the journey, proved to be the most outstanding fighter when it came to battle among the three of them. The knights assigned to lead the way and assess their capabilities were left speechless with awe. Unconsciously, murmurs of admiration rumbled from the mouths of the knights because this mercenary group was one of the most skilled they had ever encountered. However, the truly surprising and fascinating aspect began when Isla appeared with a gleaming golden spear. The spear was specially forged for him at Raven's request, with intricate engravings mimicking the wings of a falcon as highlights. The white-painted wooden shaft only accentuated the gold-plated embellishments, while the steel blade gleamed brightly, reflecting even the faintest rays of sunlight. Holding the spear in hand, Isla appeared even more formidable as he faced off against the giant wild boar. Isla's expression remained impassive as she thrust her spear straight towards the wild boar, its tusks dripping with saliva as if afflicted by rabies. The spear pierced through the thick layer of hide and the tough, sharp skull of the boar, from its snout straight up to its brain, with a heavy thud signaling the metal's impact with bone, followed by the grinding of teeth as it tore through the horrific screams of the boar. The faces of the two knights from Ruv Thailand changed in the blink of an eye, their jaws dropping with fascination and admiration. Isla exuded the captivating demeanor of a seasoned warrior. The wild boar fell to the ground after just one fatal thrust, and Isla coldly retrieved her spear behind her back. At that moment, a brown bear twice the size of the boar approached from behind. The foolish bear intended to launch a surprise attack but instead let out a roar of arrogance as it opened its jaws to snap down on Isla's head. Isla immediately tilted her head back, staring straight into the bear's jaws, but it seemed it had no intention of doing anything. It only wore a mocking smile on its lips. In that instant, Raven shot forward like an arrow, landing on the bear's face while plunging his black steel sword through its solar plexus. Blood gushed from the wound, accompanied by the bear's roaring cries of agony. Raven quickly leaped back a few steps from the bear after delivering the blow. Enraged by the strike, the bear swung its arms wildly in Raven's direction, but the wound prevented it from clearly seeing him. Drawing his Pendragon family's heirloom sword, Raven swiftly lunged forward to attack once more while the bear was still in a state of panic. Then, with a graceful leap, Raven traced a beautiful arc with his blade, a path of blood and death slicing cleanly through the bear's head. Its head detached completely from its body as Raven gently landed back on the ground behind it. The expressions of the two knights from House Ruv Thailand underwent a drastic change, shifting from admiration and eager surprise to horror and astonishment. But the most dramatic display came at the end, with each flash of Soldrake's sword creating square-cut chunks of flesh from the flying monsters, launching them into the air like a hungry predator preparing for a feast. She slaughtered 3 monsters in the blink of an eye, simultaneously scattering fresh, blood-drenched chunks of meat strewn about the surroundings. Soldrake's expression remained cold and emotionless as she gazed upon the carcasses of the monsters. She didn't even bother to wipe away the fresh, pungent blood that had splattered on her face. In reality, nobody could guess that within Soldrake's mind, she was silently selecting which pieces of meat would be better for cooking. The two knights, witnessing Soldrake's impressive display of cutting skill, felt their bodies stiffen like stone. A chilling sensation of awe and dizziness overwhelmed their minds, rendering them too frightened to feel anything but fear, unable to admire or respect her strength. After the competency assessment concluded and the two knights of Ruv Thailand departed, the group of 6 could finally sit down at a rundown roadside tavern to rest and chat. The local farmers toiling quietly in the fields seemed oblivious to the presence of mercenaries. Scylla chuckled gleefully after taking a sip of her beer. "Ahaha, did you see that, the expressions on those knights' faces?" With an air of pride, Scylla continued, "They were practically pale at the sight of our strength, not daring to utter a word of inquiry. And did you see how they mainly watched those 3 over there? No, correction, they were mainly watching Sol." Gus chimed in with a satisfied laugh. "Anyway, it's certain that we've been accepted." Jody, grinning broadly, still directed all attention and gratitude towards Raven's group. "We're so glad to be traveling with you," she said, expressing her appreciation. However, Raven was only fixated on the farmers toiling away with their heads bowed to the ground. His eyes carried a tinge of sadness as he looked at these familiar faces, many of whom he recognized, due to the close relationship between the Vault family and the villagers. Jody noticed the sadness reflected in Raven's eyes and curiously asked him, "What's wrong, Raven? "You don't seem very happy," Raven replied solemnly. "It's nothing, I'm just worried about the villagers here." Raven's sorrowful gaze remained fixed on the stooped backs of the farmers, who were diligently planting each seed into the ground. Their clothes were tattered and worn, their bodies emaciated to the point of revealing bone, their faces were hollowed out, with sunken cheeks and skin stretched tightly over their bones. Raven, with a mournful and incredulous tone, asked, "How can the farmers of this village be so impoverished?" Jody, seemingly accustomed to this sight, replied dismissively, "But are they really farmers?" Jody's statement startled Raven, who turned to look at him with a perplexed expression. After being conscripted into the demonic army, Raven had no information about the village. Sensing Raven's confusion, Jody explained, "They have no possessions, no freedom, they are serfs, which means they are slaves." Raven's eyes widened in astonishment and alarm. He asked incredulously, "How is that possible?" Even Isla, usually composed and focused on her meal, paused with her spoon halfway to her mouth, equally shocked as Raven. In their empire, while the majority of the population were indeed farmers, serfs only constituted a small portion, typically found in extremely remote and lawless regions. Gus, echoing Jody's lack of surprise, leaned back in his chair and spoke nonchalantly, "Most of Siskuk is in this state now." Gus sighed with disgust before continuing, "When that fool Brescia bought up this land, he invested most of his fortune into it. To make up for that, he imposed heavy taxation on the people in the territory. But even that wasn't enough. In the end, he established a serfdom system," Gus said, gesturing towards the wretched figures toiling in the fields. Gus shook his head, adding, "Since then, everything they own, except for the food they eat, has been taken from them. Now they're nothing but laboring slaves, with nobody caring whether they live or die." Gus took a sip of his beer before speaking with contempt, "It's all because of those damned pigs blinded by greed." He wasn't just referring to Brescia alone but also to the noble lords governing each small region under him. They all exploited the common people within a tightly structured system, making people feel disgusted. Scylla nudged Gus sharply, cautioning, "Hey, don't speak so loudly, what if the knights hear you?" Gus bitterly chuckled in response, "They won't hear, those mighty knights won't come to this dump." Raven and Isla's reactions to this were both anger, though for different reasons. However, neither of them anticipated the rare outburst of the other. Those around them simply assumed their anger stemmed from righteousness and humanitarian spirit. Isla, who usually kept his emotions hidden, couldn't contain his outrage this time and cursed vehemently, calling the situation a rotten mess from its very roots. Raven, consumed with anger and disgust, trembled and clenched his teeth, a reaction unprecedented in this village at least. When Raven's father was still here, he was a knight, and his principle was to establish a small army to protect the villagers from monsters. Though small, it was enough to safeguard the village. The more Raven thought about it, the angrier he became. The contrast was too stark. When the Vault family was still here, the villagers not only received protection but also had fields to cultivate. While they couldn't become rich, they didn't plummet to the bottom of society as they were now. Memories of his idyllic childhood flooded back. Raven would never forget the joyful smiles on his father's and brothers' faces when they protected the villagers, even if it meant they were injured all over. Back then, Raven didn't understand the complexities of the outside world. He never heard his father talk about the situation in other villages within the Siskuk territory. He just wanted to become a knight simply because he wanted to be cool, loved, and admired by everyone, just like his father and older brother. As Raven was lost in the depths of his past, feeling the painful ache tearing at his heart, the sky suddenly darkened, and gray clouds rolled in, bringing rain with them. Scylla glanced up at the overcast sky, her lips curling into a disdainful sneer. Suddenly raining," she muttered. Amidst the melancholy brought on by the unexpected downpour, Raven remained silent, standing up quietly. The gloomy sky mirrored his current mood, the heavy clouds moving ominously overhead, adding to the weight on Raven's mind. Seeing Raven leave the table without a word, Jody expressed concern. "Hey, where are you going, Raven? It's raining." Raven bowed his head into the falling rain, as if to conceal the water pooling in his eyes. His voice choked slightly as he replied, "Just let me be alone for a moment." Soldrake sensed the complex emotions swirling within Raven, anger, resentment, bitterness, and sorrow, but she remained silent, honoring Raven's desire for solitude. Raven walked briskly through the pouring rain, the cold drop seeping deep into his heart. the sudden downpour came just as Raven was about to unleash his anger, serving as a reminder for him to control his emotions in front of others. Unconsciously, Raven's steps led him back to a familiar place in the Manhwa village. Before him lay a scene of devastation, with a crumbling mansion surrounded by broken stones and debris. The damp earth mingled with the scent of wild grass, signaling a desolate area forgotten by mankind. On Raven's wet face, it was hard to tell whether the moisture was from the rain or tears, but there was a layer of misty sorrow in his eyes. He stared down at the ground. Beneath the pile of rubble lay a familiar banner, though charred and faded. The outline of an eagle with outstretched wings, clutching crossed swords, was still discernible. Lost in his somber memories, Raven was suddenly startled by Soldrake's gentle voice as she stood behind him, breaking the silence of the place. "So, this is the Vault family estate, where you grew up," she said softly. Raven jolted, turning to look at Soldrake. "Sol, I asked you to leave me alone for a while," Raven said, his voice heavy with sadness instead of reproach toward Soldrake. After all, Soldrake was the only one who could be by his side at this moment, and she knew it, so she gently reassured him. "Because I care about you," she added softly. Raven's eyes widened in surprise at Soldrake's unexpected behavior. She had never been like this before. Even when Raven willingly put himself in danger to lure the centaurs, she had remained indifferent and aloof. Soldrake gazed at Raven with her cold eyes, but her voice was filled with warmth and concern. "Since we arrived in Siskuk, you've been acting strangely," she said. "We are soulbound contractees, I can feel it, or am I mistaken?" Soldrake tilted her head slightly, looking at Raven. She felt more concerned for him than curious. Raven remained silent, bowing his head in the pouring rain. He didn't deny what Soldrake sensed because he knew himself that he had been more agitated since they arrived in Siskuk. Suddenly, Raven noticed 3 tombstones not far from where they stood. Under the white veil of rain, the presence of the weathered old stones, cracked and faded, blended into the debris so much that Raven initially thought they were just part of the ruin. He walked solemnly towards the grave step by heavy step. Soldrake followed him, her gaze troubled as she looked at the 3 tombstones. "Are these the graves of your family members?" she asked softly. Raven scrutinized the inscriptions on the tombstones and fell into deep thought. Below the Vault family crest on the tombstone, he read the succinctly carved words: "My father, Grey Vault; my brother, Reed Vault; and my mother, Sheena." Raven gazed at the 3 graves with an unrelenting sense of grief, but at the same time, a feeling of doubt crept in. It was strange to think that members of the Vault family, accused of treason, would have their graves here. Why would Tylan or the Brescia clan build these tombs? So who could have done this? Raven frowned, suspicion clouding his gaze as he looked at the weathered tombstones. In this lifetime, they passed away only 3 years ago, yet these tombstones seem like they've been standing here for decades. Just as Raven pondered the identity of the person who erected the tombstones, a man appeared, his thin legs clad in tattered trousers. He approached them cautiously, asking with a guarded tone, "Who are you?" Raven stared intently at the unfamiliar man, dressed as shabbily as the other peasants he had seen in the fields. However, what set him apart was the pair of glasses he wore, suggesting a level of education, despite one lens being cracked. Raven tilted his head, suspiciously eyeing the unfamiliar man. A villager, perhaps. Suddenly, a glimmer of recognition flashed through his mind, a familiar sensation as he peered deeply into the eyes hidden behind the fogged glasses, blurred by the rain. "No, not a villager, this man is." Finally, Raven remembered, the man wearing those glasses was a prominent figure within the Vault family. Raven was taken aback by the revelation. "You're Romelda, the steward of the Vault family," he murmured, a mix of surprise and recognition in his voice. Romelda had served the family faithfully for half his life, showing unwavering loyalty and reverence to Raven's kin. As Raven hesitated, unsure of what to say, Romelda approached the graves solemnly. "Are you here to mock the graves of those who betrayed the Vault family?" he asked, his voice heavy with sorrow. But then, with a respectful bow of his head, he added, "I have served them for a long time. Even now, my loyalty to my masters remains unchanged." Romelda listened to Raven's words with a mix of surprise and gratitude. He nodded slowly, his expression softening. "You speak with wisdom, young Master Raven," he said, his voice filled with respect. Grey Vault was indeed a noble warrior, always ready to sacrifice his wealth and strength to protect his people. As Romelda spoke, Raven felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. Perhaps there had been a misunderstanding, and the Vault family members were not traitors after all. Since the fall of the Vault family, most nobles and strangers had shown contempt towards those labeled as traitors. Raven turned to Romelda with a determined look in his eyes. "I refuse to believe they betrayed us. There must be some mistake," he declared firmly. His words seemed to resonate with Romelda, who nodded in agreement. Raven felt a surge of gratitude towards Romelda for his loyalty and dedication to the Vault family. Despite the hardships and challenges they faced, Romelda remained steadfast in his duty and respect towards Raven's family. "Thank you, Romelda," Raven said softly, his voice filled with sincerity. "Your kindness and loyalty mean more to me than you can imagine." Romelda bowed his head once more, a faint smile touching his lips despite the sadness in his eyes. "It is my honor, young Master Raven. I have served your family faithfully, and I will continue to do so until my last breath." As they stood together in the rain, surrounded by the memories of the Vault family, Raven felt a sense of hope and determination stirring within him. With Romelda's support and the belief in his family's integrity, he knew that he would uncover the truth and restore honor to the Vault name. Raven listened intently to Romelda's words, feeling a deep sense of pride and connection to his family's legacy. Grey Vault's principles resonated deeply with him, and he admired his father's commitment to equality and protection for all. "Thank you for sharing that with me, Romelda," Raven said, his voice filled with gratitude. "My father's teachings have always guided me, even in the darkest of times, and my brother Reed, he was truly a hero, following in our father's footsteps with courage and selflessness." As they stood together by the graves of their loved ones, Raven felt a renewed sense of purpose and determination. He knew that he had to honor his family's legacy by seeking the truth and fighting for justice, not just for the Vault family, but for all those who had suffered unjustly. Raven's smile faded as he listened to Romelda's somber tone, sensing the weight of sorrow in his words. The mention of Reed's visit to the Brescia family and the letter he brought with him seemed to cast a shadow over their once proud and honorable legacy. "What happened, Romelda?" Raven asked softly, his voice filled with concern. "What did Reed's visit entail, and what was in that letter?" Romelda's expression grew even more solemn as he recounted the events that had unfolded, the betrayal that had shattered their family's unity, and the tragic consequences that followed. Raven's heart sank as he realized the extent of the turmoil that had befallen his family, and he braced himself for the painful truth that awaited him. Raven couldn't contain his astonishment, blurting out a startled sound, "Huh." He became agitated, eagerly asking Romelda, "Wait, who delivered the letter to them? Wasn't it Raven Vault?" Romelda widened her eyes and glanced at Raven. "Raven Vault, huh, who's he?" Raven's eyes narrowed to a tiny d. He completely failed to grasp the meaning behind Romelda's words, or rather, he understood but couldn't believe the truth. Raven grabbed Romelda's shoulder in agitation, shaking her fiercely. He shouted into the man's face with a bestial tone, "The second son of the Vault family, Raven Vault, there's no way you don't know him." Romelda firmly pushed Raven's hand away. He had served the Vault family for half of his life, and he was sure there was no one in this world who knew the family better than he did. "What are you talking about? The Vault family doesn't have a second son, Gray, Reed, and Swan. They only have 3 members. Translation might need further context to provide a more accurate rendition. Let me know if you need any more assistance." Romelda continued to reprimand Raven as he stood there in stunned silence, his eyes wide open in disbelief. "Why are you spouting such nonsense?" Raven involuntarily trembled all over, his heart racing and his breath becoming erratic. A horrifying shock was pounding into his head. "So, Raven Vault doesn't exist in this world." Ringing in Raven's ears intensified, as if he were sitting inside a bell that someone had just struck. Soldrake immediately sensed Raven's dizziness, the flood of truth overwhelming him. The painful screams echoed in his mind. So, the restoration of the Vault family. At that moment, flashes of his past life flickered through his mind like fleeting lightning. A sense of despair engulfed Raven as he grappled with the realization that if there were no survivors from the Vault family, then all his struggles, the 10 years of fighting like a loyal dog of the Demon Legion, and all the efforts in this body, his goals, the ambitions that drove him to endure that ignominious existence until now, what meaning did they hold anymore? No, everything was even worse than that, ultimately. What am I? In an instant, Raven's resolve shattered into despair, all his faith and longing crumbled like glass. Raven had simply thought that in this life, there would still be another Raven, one living in the true form of himself, and after helping to vindicate the Vault family, this Raven in this life would have the opportunity to restore glory to the family. But now, that sole belief within him had shattered. He held his head in agony, questioning himself and wondering if there was any meaning left in living this life. Soldrake was startled to see Raven in pain instead of anger. She rushed over, wanting to comfort him with a gentle but concerned voice, "Raven." However, even as Soldrake managed to reach Raven, it didn't change his mood. She could soothe Raven's anger, but this pain of his was something she couldn't comprehend. Raven dropped to his knees, crying out in the rain. His wails pierced through the sound of the rain, echoing like thunder. Raven was caught in a whirlwind of helpless despair, trembling and crying uncontrollably, his head bowed to the ground. Seeing Raven in such agony, Soldrake, though she desperately wanted to share his sorrow, felt at a loss for what to do. All she could do was gently pat his trembling back, offering what little comfort she could. She couldn't understand the complexities of human psychology, but she knew she was the only one Raven could lean on right now, so, she quietly drew closer, resting her head on his shoulder. Romelda didn't understand why Raven was so agitated, but as they were strangers, he didn't feel it appropriate to intervene in their affairs. Raven cried for a long time under the pouring rain, and it wasn't just Soldrake who witnessed this moment of vulnerability. Isla was secretly watching everything from a nearby wall. Concerned for Raven, she had followed him here and was surprised to see this inexplicable scene. Curious as she was, she quietly observed, not wanting to make Raven uncomfortable as it seemed to be a secret only he and Soldrake knew. Raven, with his head buried in Soldrake's shoulder, cried for what felt like an eternity, each sob punctuated with choked-out words, I. Every utterance felt laborious, as if his throat were constricted, raw, and swollen. His breathing was heavy, and Raven's constricted heart finally overwhelmed him, rendering him unable to articulate his feelings to Soldrake, despite desperately wanting to pour everything out. Under the torrential rain, as mysterious visitors explored the ruins of the Vault family, they continued their tasks quietly. The one who cried, kept crying, the one who comforted, kept comforting, and one person silently watched it all, a bundle of questions buried within. At this moment, Sophia's horse-drawn carriage had not yet reached the Brescia estate. She continued to grumble incessantly throughout the journey, cursing those incompetent mercenaries. "I'll make sure they pay," she vowed. "I'll gouge their eyes out and make them crawl on the ground like dogs. Then, I'll force them to work as slaves until they die." The more Sophia spoke, the more her despicable nature, unworthy of her noble status, was revealed. Despite Fillmore's unwavering loyalty to the Brescia family, he couldn't tolerate her behavior. He sternly reminded her, "Lady Sophia, you're speaking too loudly." However, Sophia's attempts to assert herself fell on deaf ears. Even with her own father, whom she disregarded, she continued to raise her voice arrogantly, declaring, "I am nobility, I am the daughter of a duke. Do they think I will forgive what they did in our Sisek territory?" Sophia's voice rang out, shrill and insistent, "My father will agree to anything I demand, just wait and see." As the carriage continued its journey through the pouring rain, amidst Sophia's grating complaints, they were unaware that just beyond the nearby mountain cliff, a sinister smile crept onto Baltai's lips as he witnessed it all. "Ha ha ha." Baltai chuckled gleefully, his blood-stained axe resting on his shoulder. It seemed he had found two fools that they could exploit, and thus, another vile plan had been set in motion in his mind. That night, Sophia's carriage stopped to rest overnight at one of the Brescia family's estates. In the middle of the night, the screams of the servants in the mansion echoed loudly, "Monsters, monsters are here." 2 wolves and a giant eagle from the nearby forest suddenly attacked the mansion, ferociously charging past the guard contingent and barging straight into the mansion's courtyard. However, before the monsters could do anything further, Fillmore rushed out to intervene. With a swift stroke of his sword, he decapitated one of the wolves. Then, with a gleaming axe under the moonlight, he slashed through the giant eagle, simultaneously severing the throat of another wolf. Just when Fillmore thought everything was under control, he heard movement from behind him. Fillmore jerked his head around, and saw the headless body of the wolf lunging towards him, its sharp claws extended. Without hesitation, Fillmore swung his sword once more, and this time, the wolf's body was completely destroyed as the blade cleaved through its spine. As the danger passed, the estate steward and servants cheered and praised Fillmore. "He did it, he's truly Fillmore, one of the finest knights of Dissect. However, Fillmore didn't feel celebratory after his victory. Instead, he felt uneasy. What kind of creature was that? Despite having its head severed by him, the creature didn't stop. Suddenly, at that moment, the severed head of the wolf emitted a growl, causing Fillmore to startle and raise his sword, staring intently at it. He dared not let his guard down, cautiously observing as the growling continued to emanate from between the sharp jaws of the wolf's severed head. Suddenly, a strange mark on the wolf's forehead emitted a purple light, and magic seemed to leak from it. Fillmore didn't dare to risk observing it any longer. He stomped heavily on the wolf's head, shattering both the seal and the creature's brain with a resounding crack of broken bones. Although Fillmore still harbored suspicions about the strange creature, he didn't think it was worth spending more time investigating. Hastily, he returned to the mansion, where the steward and servants greeted him with reverence and bowed respectfully. "It's truly an honor for us to be visited by the Knight Commander and the young lady," they expressed. Fillmore went straight to Sophia's room to report the situation outside and remind her to rest for an early departure the next day. Sensing an unusual silence in the mansion, Fillmore knocked on Sophia's door and, without waiting for her response, quickly entered. "Miss Sophia, I've taken care of the situation outside." Suddenly, he fell silent, his eyes widening in shock. The scene before him was so unbelievable that he couldn't trust his eyes. Baltai sat smugly in the room, a malicious grin playing on his lips. "Feeling well, aren't you, brave warrior of Dissect, Knight Commander Fillmore?" Sophia, bound by his hands, struggled and screamed for help in desperation. Her actions irritated Baltai, who snapped at her, "Quiet down, little one." Baltai chuckled menacingly as he looked down at the Brescia knights lying in pools of blood. "Otherwise, your head will also roll on the ground just like theirs." Fillmore was shocked to see the bloody scene, the silent appearance of Baltai catching him completely off guard. Even the top knights sent by Count Brescia to protect his precious youngest daughter were now just headless corpses. Fillmore immediately regarded Baltai with intense suspicion. The 3 specially chosen bodyguards had been massacred without making a sound, and even Miss Sophia didn't have time to scream. Fillmore's body automatically shifted into a combat-ready stance. Fillmore looked at Baltai, puzzled. Who was this mysterious figure? He cautiously asked, "What do you want, money?" Baltai chuckled knowingly and replied vaguely, "It's all part of the grand plan. I cannot disclose any further details." He smirked disdainfully, mocking Fillmore. "After all, a little insignificant worm like you doesn't need to know about it." Fillmore wasn't easily provoked by Baltai's arrogant attitude. Instead, he found himself puzzled by his cryptic words. Baltai teased a bit more about his plan, while playfully pressing the blade of his axe against Sophia's neck. "Simply put, if I can use you and this foolish little Brescia girl, I can capture the one I desire without expending any effort." Fillmore responded firmly, "I don't care what happens to me, just let Miss Sophia go." Baltai chuckled sarcastically, "You're quite the smooth talker, but I don't believe you, so, prove it to me." He pressed his hand against his own eyes and challenged with a defiant attitude, "Your eyes, give them to me." Fillmore felt frozen in place upon hearing Baltai's demand. He was pushed into a dilemma. If he lost his eyes, his swordsmanship would become useless, and there was no guarantee he could save Sophia, but if he didn't comply, he would directly endanger Sophia's life even more. Seeing Fillmore hesitate, Baltai gently brushed his fingers over Sophia's delicate nose and began to threaten, "Hurry up now, or else." As Sophia and Fillmore still didn't understand what Baltai intended to do next, his rough fingers forcefully pressed down on Sophia's nasal bone, causing a loud crack as the bone snapped, adding to the dramatic tension of his words. Baltai chuckled sinisterly as he continued his unfinished sentence, "Then I'll take them, from this wretched creature here." Sophia immediately cried out, as if her tears were echoing Baltai's threat, intensifying Fillmore's sense of urgency and tension. Baltai continued to toy with the fragile doll in his hand, his rough hand squeezing from under the chin upward, the calloused fingers pressing closer to Sophia's tear-filled eyes. Sophia shut her eyes tightly as Baltai's coarse fingers reached her eyelids, a hot tear streaming down her cheek as she flinched away from his touch. A loud thud shattered the tense atmosphere, as crimson blood sprayed from the eye sockets. Sophia's eyes slowly opened, unharmed, as Baltai's hand released its grip from her pale face. A miraculous scene unfolded before them, leaving even Baltai gaping in astonishment. Fillmore extended his hand towards Baltai, and in his palm were Baltai's own eyes, still dripping with blood. Finally, he chose to sacrifice himself out of loyalty to the Brescia family, though uncertain if this act would save Sophia's life. In his desperate moment, this was the only decision he could make. Fillmore didn't utter a single sound despite his eyes now dripping with blood. He presented Baltai with his own eyes, his voice earnest. "Is this satisfactory to you?" Baltai, after a moment of astonishment, burst into a sinister laughter. "Ha ha ha, so you are truly loyal, this is the value of a knight's oath, how intriguing." Then, Baltai sneered mockingly, "However, sadly, you are still a fool." As Baltai finished speaking, he swung his axe without hesitation, decapitating Sophia's head. He had never promised not to kill her, and even if he had, oaths held little weight for him compared to a true knight. Fillmore was plunged into darkness, unable to see Baltai's actions. However, he could still hear the faint sound of metal slicing through the air and something flying through the air. Sensing something flying toward him, Fillmore instinctively reached out his hand to catch it. What fell into his hand was Sophia's head, her eyes still wide open in shock. Thanks to the faint scent of perfume lingering in the air, Fillmore immediately recognized that he was holding Sophia's head in his hands. He growled bitterly and indignantly. Fueled by rage, Fillmore leaped toward Baltai with his sword raised high, ready to confront him even if it meant facing death, now blind. Baltai, unafraid of a blinded knight, lunged back at Fillmore with his axe swinging down. In the blink of an eye, another head was severed from its body under the sharp blade of his axe. Baltai chuckled mockingly, taunting the headless body of Fillmore. "How could you win against me without eyes, you fool?" He casually tossed his axe to the ground and glanced at Sophia's head lying on the floor, a mocking laughter pouring out. "Right from the start, you were a fool for obeying the orders of this incompetent wretch." Then, Baltai retrieved a staff enchanted by his sorcerer ally. "Now, instead, you'll have a superior master." The amethyst gemstone on the staff began to glow as Baltai aimed it towards the scattered bodies of Fillmore and Sophia lying on the floor. From the radiant gemstone emerged a powerful surge of energy, enveloping the bodies in a dazzling light. Simultaneously, a magic circle appeared on the floor, encompassing all the dismembered heads and bodies. The buzzing sounds reverberated throughout the room as the energy surged, and the violet light grew increasingly radiant. A dark smoke enveloped the severed heads and the blood spilled across the floor, being drawn upwards into the air. Each pool of blood from the severed heads and bodies was drawn up, forming eerie floating masses within the violet light. These masses then sought out their corresponding bodies, reuniting with them. As the blood was nearly all drawn back into the bodies, the heads flew back to their respective necks, fitting seamlessly into place as if rewinding a horrifying tape. When the floor was once again devoid of any trace of blood under the radiant light, Baltai stood triumphantly amidst the scene, reveling in the results of his macabre ritual as the lifeless bodies stood up like soulless zombies. As the magic circle on the floor gradually dimmed and vanished, leaving only Fillmore and Sophia standing there, enveloped in a dark energy, Baltai smirked with satisfaction and hoisted his axe onto his shoulder. He grinned cunningly, his crooked teeth revealed, addressing Fillmore and Sophia who had just been resurrected. "From now on, you are my puppets." Sophia and Fillmore simultaneously grinned wickedly, revealing sharp fangs resembling those of wolves. Two puppets bearing the likeness of Sophia and Fillmore immediately knelt down on one knee, their sharp gazes directed towards Baltai. All complied with the will of their master, Tovan Baltai. Behind Sophia and Fillmore's necks were now small glowing circular marks, illuminated by the eerie light of dark magic, reminiscent of the marks on the heads of the monsters that had attacked the mansion in the middle of the night. A few days later, on a calm, moonlit night, the group of Raven and Jody returned to Elma's tavern in the evening after testing their combat skills in the village of Manhwa. As the two with locations were relatively close to each other. However, Raven's condition had not improved by now, causing Jody to express concern and ask Isla what was happening with Raven. Jody and his two companions hesitated outside Raven's room, not daring to step inside. They could only inquire about his condition through Isla. "Since that rainy day, he hasn't left the room at all. Please, say something to us, Elkin," they pleaded. Isla could only remain silent in this situation. Although she had seen Raven's collapse when facing the ruins of the Vault family, she couldn't comprehend what had happened there. Raven had locked himself in his room for days, refusing to eat or sleep. He had lost the meaning of his life, falling into a state of despair, only able to sit with his head bowed beside Soldrake. Unfortunately, Soldrake could sense his pain but couldn't understand the complex thoughts and emotions of humans. She could only helplessly watch Raven plunge into the depths of despair. Meanwhile, at Ruv Tylan's estate, the knight sent to monitor Raven's group had returned to report the situation. Ruv Tylan inquired, "Well, how did it go? Are the 6 mercenaries holding up?" The knight knelt down to report, his tone hesitant. "They are all top mercenaries, sir. However, there is a small issue." Though it's unclear what the knight reported afterward, Ruv Tylan immediately lost his previous composure. It was evident that this was a matter of grave concern rather than a minor issue. Meanwhile, at Elma's tavern, Soldrake remained close to him every second, fearing he might collapse with a body that hadn't taken sustenance for days, but it seemed her careful attention wasn't enough to bring Raven back to this world. Soldrake carried a simple meal into the room, her voice gentle and concerned as she called out his name, Ray. Glancing at the untouched bread rolls and water on the table since the afternoon, Soldrake sighed sympathetically and urged Raven, "At least you should eat something, even a little." However, in response, there was only a terrifying silence, Raven's bleak mood enveloping the room in darkness. Soldrake quietly waited for Raven to say something, but the voice that emerged from his lips was cold and agonizing. "Raven Vault does not exist here." And the Vault family, they no longer existed. Raven slumped, tearing at his hair, a sense of emptiness filling his mind. Raven's mind swirled with questions that he had pondered for days, yet still couldn't find answers to. "What am I? Why do I exist?" he cried out in anguish once more. His voice hoarse and choked with the weight of despair pressing on his chest, Raven desperately pleaded with Soldrake, "Tell me, Sol, tell me." It was the first time Soldrake had heard Raven beg for help in such pain, and she couldn't help but be surprised. However, she couldn't provide an answer to Raven's question. Bitterly, as a dragon with the ability to see through everything, there were many questions Raven had asked before that Soldrake knew but didn't want to answer. Now, as he asked a question she desperately wished to answer, she found herself without a response. A bitter sensation involuntarily seeped onto Soldrake's lips as she spoke to Raven for the first time with a sorrowful and choked voice, "I'm sorry, Ray." The next morning, at the castle of the Brescia family, a magnificent fortress adorned with gold and silver, sparkling everywhere, exuding even more wealth than the Conrad castle of one of the 5 leading duke families in the empire. Seated on the golden throne in the main hall of the castle, a man with a salt and pepper beard looked bored, exhaling a long sigh through his fingers adorned with rings of gold and silver embedded with precious stones. The overweight man, in his 40s, wearing a sorrowful expression, is none other than the supreme ruler of Sisek, Count Brescia. He sighed heavily. "Lately, Sophia's gaze is so cold." Count Brescia looked mournful as if he had lost his rice bowl. He was dressed in lavish golden embroidery and adorned with large gemstones, but his obesity made him look more comical than dignified. Seeing Count Brescia's despondency, a knight spoke up to console him. "It's not so, my lord." However, Count Brescia's mood didn't improve. He responded with a dismissive tone, "Is that so?" Count Brescia paid no heed to the words of others, finding solace and excitement within himself. Suddenly, he exclaimed eagerly, "Yes, let's give Sophia another precious gemstone, one so rare it could become part of the royal treasure vault, Mithril." Immediately after, Count Brescia's expression turned sour again, grumbling to himself, "But for this goal, we must increase taxes." The knight who had spoken earlier attempted to interject, but Count Brescia once again disregarded his words, snapping harshly, "Those who don't pay will be turned into serfs, responsible for their own livelihoods." The Count chuckled slyly and added, "And that fellow Ruv Tylan, our most important vassal, he will also support this new policy." The knight looked at Count Brescia with disdain, having foreseen this greedy lord's attempt to find yet another flimsy excuse to raise taxes, but ultimately, he couldn't stop the Count's avarice. Just then, another knight rushed in with an urgent expression, "My lord." As soon as the knight entered, he delivered the news, "Lady Sophia and Sir Fillmore have returned." The Count was so overjoyed that he nearly jumped out of his seat, known for doting on and cherishing his youngest daughter. Indeed, just as expected, Count Brescia disregarded his status and hurriedly descended from his golden throne to greet his daughter who had returned from her journey. He cheered joyfully like a child welcoming his mother back from the market. Sophia, my Sophia. However, as his beloved daughter Sophia appeared, the Count's joyful expression froze as if set in concrete. Sophia's image had completely transformed. From a playful young lady who loved wearing brightly colored, intricately embroidered dresses adorned with gold threads, lace, and gemstones, she was now dressed in a sleek, off-the-shoulder black and purple gown, exuding allure. Even the slit of her gown rose high up to her hip, revealing a creamy white thigh adorned with long black stockings extending past her knees. Sophia's makeup was heavy, akin to a dark sorceress, carrying a silver-studded staff as an accent as she and Fillmore stepped into the main hall of the castle with an air of pride. With a smirk on her lips and a tone of sweet affection, Sophia greeted, "Hello, my dear father." However, her voice at this moment resembled more of a 13th-century siege engine nagging her father than the voice of a pampered young lady accustomed to being indulged. The demeanor and voice of Fillmore were also drastically different. "We're back." His voice no longer carried the humble tone of before, but instead, oozed arrogance. Count Brescia was stunned by the new image of his daughter. After staring at Sophia for a while, he blushed with embarrassment, stumbling over his words and forgetting to even welcome his daughter back. The Count of Brescia's gaze was fixed on his teenage daughter's bulging breasts, truly typical of an abhorrent father. However, he also noticed that something was not right. In his heart he secretly wondered, what happened? They behaved differently than usual. Fillmore suddenly took one step forward. Startled Count Brescia stepped back. Lord, a problem had arisen. Fillmore raised his cold eyes to the Earl of Brescia and spoke in a serious tone as if commanding, "This is an important subject, so I urge you to let the others out." Fillmore, the trusted chief knight of Count Brescia, wasted no time in dismissing the other knights immediately. Seeing Fillmore's seriousness, Count Brescia eagerly inquired, "What's happened? What's going on?" Fillmore, with a demeanor as if the sky were falling, replied simply, "My lord," to put it plainly. He furrowed his brows, staring firmly at Count Brescia, and continued, "One of the lords of Elma, Ruv Tylan, is planning a rebellion." For Count Brescia, Ruv Tylan was one of his closest and most dedicated vassals, fully committed to his policy of heavy taxation. Therefore, he couldn't help but be shocked and exclaimed, What is this?" Fillmore continued with a story designed to stoke Count Brescia's anger. "They attempted to capture Lady Sophia as a hostage, and we were also attacked at the mountain mansion." Fillmore added some embellishments to the tale. "Furthermore, recently they have been recruiting a large number of mercenaries. It would be better if we mobilize first, otherwise, things could get very messy." Count Brescia, perplexed, nervously bit his fingernails, stuttering incoherently, This can't be, he's one of my closest vassals." Count Brescia pondered in confusion, but he couldn't dismiss Fillmore's report. Knowing him to be one of the strongest warriors in Sisek and his most loyal subordinate, there was no way he could be reporting falsely. Seeing Count Brescia's lingering doubt, Fillmore said nothing further but instead pulled out a blood-soaked pouch and began fumbling with the fastenings. As the cloth was unraveled, a severed head rolled to the ground in front of Count Brescia. Then, two more heads tumbled before him, their faces frozen in a grotesque grimace, dried black streaks of blood adorning their lifeless features. Count Brescia recoiled in horror, letting out a gut-wrenching scream. Fillmore calmly explained the situation to him. These three knights were assassinated by Ruv Tylan's hired killers at the mountain mansion. "And though I managed to rescue the young lady," Fillmore continued, his gaze tinged with guilt as he glanced at Sophia. Sophia gently interjected to support Fillmore's explanation, stepping closer to the threshold and pulling down her long gloves to reveal the bruised and discolored marks left by the bindings. Fillmore added with a heavy voice, "She was violated." Count Brescia, seeing the bruises on his daughter's fair skin, felt a surge of electricity coursing through him. The sensation of both sorrow and rage flooded him in that moment, yet it seemed that even that wasn't enough to sway him. When the Count of Brescia was still hesitant to make a decision, Sophia suddenly jumped up and embraced him with a tearful call, "Father." Sophia raised her watery eyes to the Count of Brescia. "Father, how, please, protect me," she snuggled as she pushed her covered breasts halfway towards the Count of Brescia. The Count of Brescia was both embarrassed and embarrassed by her daughter's rare act of intimacy. Sophia was normally pampered so arrogant, she never acted intimately with the Count of Brescia, for she simply needed to sulk a few sentences to get her way. Seeing the tears streaming down his daughter's pitiful face, Count Brescia's heart softened quickly. His expression immediately transformed, filled with determination. Count Brescia made a silent vow to himself, "My daughter, I will protect her at all costs." Driven by his love for his daughter, Count Brescia struggled to squeeze his bulky figure into his tight-fitting armor. With fiery determination, he addressed his troops, "Today, we will seek out our enemies, the Thailand family. To protect our honor, and to protect Sophia," Count Brescia declared boldly, raising his sword high towards the Brescia army. Count Brescia's eyes widened in a fervor, and the command was immediately given, "All troops, advance." As Count Brescia pointed his sword towards the sky, the knights under his command also roared in unison, their voices echoing with fervent spirit. Sophia appeared affectionate, holding onto Count Brescia's arm tightly, not letting go for a single step. "Oh father, you are truly the greatest person in the world, I love you," she whispered. Count Brescia chuckled, forgetting all about right and wrong, his mind completely ensnared by his daughter's enticing words. Meanwhile, Baltai was also present at the Brescia family's castle. He blended into the crowd, amidst the fervent cheers of the army's departure, and suddenly laughed slyly. "Ha ha ha, well done, my little puppet, thanks to you, our witness will be disposed of sooner than expected." Baltai's smug grin gradually shifted into a sinister smirk as he mentioned the target's name, Ruv Thailand. There was no doubt anymore. After the events at Count Segunda's mansion, they had devised a plan to eliminate the only remaining individual directly linked to the assassination attempt on the prince 3 years ago, to prevent Prince Ian from uncovering deeper clues. While strange chaotic events unfolded across the land of Sisak, in the gloomy morning in the village of Manhwa, a terrifying event was also unfolding for the mercenary group led by Jody. They had been officially tasked with clearing out the monsters here, yet their first day on the job began with the horrifying screams of Scylla. Both Jody and Gus jerked in alarm, quickly turning to the direction of Scylla's screams. "Damn it, what the hell is that thing?" Jody cursed. Scylla was being tightly coiled by a long, slimy appendage, the monstrous creature relishing the sensation of squeezing its prey. Despite Scylla finding herself in a dire situation, both Jody and Gus were perplexed by the creature. "What kind of devilish creature is that?" Jody exclaimed. This was the first time in their 10-year history as mercenaries that Jody had encountered such a bizarre creature. The thing coiling around Scylla was just a small part of it. It had the head and body of a viper, but on either side of its menacing form were 2 appendages resembling plucked chicken wings, exuding an aura of dread. While Gus and Jody were bewildered, watching the creature's tongue coiling tightly around Scylla, its 2 additional tongues suddenly shot out, attacking them simultaneously. Gus and Jody, still in a daze, swung their swords wildly in an attempt to attack, only to have the flexible tongues of the creature quickly coil around their sword-holding hands, leaving them with no chance to inflict any damage. In no time, the boneless tongues skillfully bound all 3 members of the mercenary group. The serpent emitted a series of satisfied hisses from its mouth as it completed its task. With the immediate threats neutralized, the creature leisurely prepared to feast, starting with Scylla, whose softer parts were the easiest targets. She looked on helplessly and panicked as she stared into the creature's tooth-filled maw, cursing vehemently, "You damned beast." In the blink of an eye, Isla rushed forward, not hesitating for a second, pulling her sword out of its sheath with icy determination. She darted between Gus and Jody, who were bound, swinging her sword in a half-circle motion close to the ground. The blade sliced through the monster's 2 secondary tongues, simultaneously freeing both of them. In that fleeting moment, Isla dashed between them like a gust of wind carrying the breath of hope. Jody couldn't contain his emotional outburst, exclaiming, "Elkin, you're here," but Isla had no time to respond to him. He immediately lunged straight towards the gaping mouth of the monster, taking advantage of its agony from having its 2 secondary tongues severed. Isla swung her sword once more, delivering a deadly blow. The sharp blade sliced through the upper jaw of the creature along with its primary tongue. Blood spurted out as Isla's swift strike left no time for any drops to cling to her blade. After narrowly escaping death, Jody's group decided to take a brief rest at the tavern at the edge of the village before continuing their hunt for the monsters. Jody spoke up after taking a refreshing gulp of beer, regaining his spirits. "There, you truly saved our lives, Elkin." Jody laughed heartily, not hesitating to shower praise on others as usual. "You're truly a Valva's knight, Elkin. You're in a league of your own compared to us always." But Isla didn't respond to him, instead focusing on her fried rice. Scylla, witnessing this heroic act of saving the damsel, felt even more exhilarated. She continued her usual flirtatious banter with Isla. "One day, I'd love to visit Valva's with you. It's a shame your only response is the sound of chewing." After swallowing that spoonful of rice, Isla's expression suddenly became thoughtful as she stared fixedly at the plate of fried rice on the table. A sensation fluttered briefly through her heart. As Isla gazed at the shimmering golden grains of fried rice under the sunlight, it wasn't just a simple craving for food. Looking at this bowl of rice, she was transported back to a beautiful memory of her homeland. Valvas, situated in the southern part of the empire, had favorable conditions for agricultural development. Initially, it was a lush land with the sweet aroma of ripe rice, which became the trademark of the region. However, due to its abundant resources and strategic location as a crossroads between many nations in the region, it became a target for contention among various powers within and outside the empire. Endless wars nurtured many fighting talents like Isla. But the wars erupted incessantly and ferociously, and even the specialized bird-riding troops of her clan couldn't protect the peace of their homeland. As soon as one battle ended, they had to prepare for the next impending enemy attack. Not only were the bird-riding night squads of her clan pushed to the brink of annihilation, but the majority of civilians in the region couldn't escape death either. Since then, Isla decided to become one of the nameless Valva's warriors, wandering everywhere in search of worthy masters to serve. But no matter where she went, Isla could never forget the horrifying scenes brought about by the insatiable greed of some individuals, as wars ravaged a once beautiful land, leaving it barren and desolate. On that day, Isla cried a lot, her tears mingling with her blood, flowing into her mouth, leaving a bitter metallic taste. That was the last time Isla shed tears up to the present moment. Isla remained silent for a long time, immersed in her painful memories. Then, she suddenly spoke with a melancholic tone. "It's the same everywhere." Isla muttered just loud enough for those sitting at the table to hear her, whether it was in Valva's or here. However, no one understood what she was saying or what she meant, and because Isla didn't look too well, they didn't bother to ask anything further. Gus broke the heavy atmosphere by changing the subject. "I was really surprised when we encountered that monster," he said. Jody nodded in agreement. "If we had been just one step slower, we would have been done for." Suddenly, Jody let out a long sigh of lamentation. "If only we could become official warriors for a certain clan, life would be much easier," he said, pausing momentarily to think of an example before continuing. "Like, you know, the most prominent clan nowadays, the Pendragon clan." Isla immediately had to suppress a sudden cough, almost choking on her food. Isla's entire body tensed up with discomfort, carefully scanning the surroundings with darting eyes as she suppressed her shock. Scylla continued the topic enthusiastically. "Oh, so the hero appeared in Luz, huh? He defeated all the orc pirates who attacked Governor Segunda's mansion." Isla was taken aback, but her frequent aloofness meant the three mercenaries didn't notice her reaction. They continued their lively discussion. "I've heard they treat their soldiers really well there," one said, "and I've heard the Duke is quite handsome too," another added. She's starting that again," muttered Gus, sparking a sarcastic exchange between him and Scylla. Jody shook his head at the childish bickering between the two mercenaries, then turned to Isla, asking in a formal tone, "Elkin, what do you think?" Isla remained silent, trying not to show any vulnerability. Surely, she was also trying to hold back laughter at this unexpected coincidence, but her body was visibly twitching. Luckily, Gus ended his usual bickering sooner than usual and said with a resigned tone, "Anyway, I have no intention of becoming anyone's lapdog." Gus sighed and shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. "Don't you see how miserable Sisek is? The nobles and lords in this territory have no capability other than exploiting the people. They're all the same scum." Gus calmly added before taking a sip of beer, "I'd rather go back to being a bandit than work for someone like that." Scylla interjected, turning to Isla to explain, "See, he used to be a bandit, but he's reformed now." Jody expressed his disagreement with Gus, recalling past stories he had heard about the village of Manhwa. He mentioned that the rulers of this territory used to be the Vault clan, and things didn't seem to be like this back then. Isla's eyes widened with surprise and curiosity. She had seen Raven despondent in front of the ruined mansion of some clan, seemingly the former lords of this place, and the curiosity still lingered after days of not knowing where to gather information. Seeing Isla's evident curiosity, Jody continued, "I've heard they oppose the feudal system of Ruv Thailand and the Brescia tribe. I've also heard that the Lord personally led the army to fight against the monsters and protect his people, and that he was a warrior of great honor. Jody concluded the story with a sigh, expressing regret. Gus felt a twinge of hesitation upon hearing Jody's story, and Scylla, somewhat skeptical, questioned him further, but aren't the people of Ruv Thailand saying that the Vault clan is a bunch of traitors or something? Jody shrugged in response, I don't know the details of why they were branded as traitors, all I know is that after that incident, their reputation was tarnished. After another sip of beer, Jody continued with a determined tone, but in the village of Manhwa, many still say that members of the Vault clan were noble and merciful lords. Isla pondered for a moment, then unconsciously echoed Jody's words, a warrior of great honor. In that moment of thinking about a warrior of great honor, Isla's mind involuntarily conjured up the image of Raven as he rode his horse to lead the charge against the orc horde out of the village. Isla's eyes flickered, as if she was beginning to vaguely recognize some connection between Raven and the members of the Vault clan, a connection beyond mere coincidence, perhaps even to the extent that their personalities shared certain characteristics. At that moment, the thundering sound of hooves interrupted Isla's thoughts as a knight rode swiftly towards them. The knight seemed urgent as he shouted at them, Hey, you mercenaries, listen up, I have a message from Lord Ruv Thailand. He continued to shout with a panicked, pale face, immediately, focus on Lord Ruv Thailand's estate, the foolish Brescia are advancing towards us. All four of them froze upon hearing the announcement. They all knew that Ruv Thailand was the most influential vassal under the Brescia Duke's rule, yet, such a surprise attack was happening. Meanwhile, rain poured heavily from the sky above Thailand's estate, but it couldn't deter the steps of the highly trained and well-equipped knights of the Brescia Duke. The banner of the Brescia clan fluttered boldly amidst the pouring rain, signaling an imminent and ruthless onslaught. Upon hearing the news, Isla immediately dashed back to the tavern in Elma to inform Raven and Soldrake, wasting no time despite the sudden downpour in the borderlands. Isla didn't even bother to knock on the door. Instead, they pushed open Raven's room door forcefully. Soldrake was startled by Isla's sudden and brash appearance, but seeing the look of panic on their face, he could understand that there must be a significant reason for this action. Breathlessly, Isla urgently relayed the message to Raven, Pendragon, it's time to mobilize. Raven, calm as ever, asked Isla, it's Thailand's orders, isn't it? Raven remained stoic, sitting motionless like a statue. Without waiting for Isla's response, he spoke up, my soldiers just relayed the message, and if we don't act, they'll be slaughtered, our investigation into the plot against Prince Shaun will be rendered useless. Seeing Raven's icy demeanor, Isla urgently urged him, so, we have to, but Raven cut off Isla's words with a dismissive question, why? Isla was taken aback by Raven's vague question, completely unsure of his meaning. Was he asking Isla to explain again what he had just said? Raven clutched his head in agony and struggle, I am not Pendragon, nor am I Raven. His voice sounded harsh and gravelly from the dry, choked sobs, so, how does that concern me? He continued bitterly. Isla's eyes widened at the transformation of the once honorable warrior into this broken figure. Raven now resembled nothing more than a crumbling ruin, uttering bitter words. What other reason is there for me to join this battle? He added. Soldrake looked on with sympathy, and Raven continued in a cold, indifferent tone, me, done. There's no reason left to fight, Raven added, not once lifting his head to look at anyone since locking himself in this room. His mind was shrouded in the darkness of a graveyard. Suddenly, a loud thud shattered the darkness and silence. Raven suddenly felt himself reeling and collapsing, unable to even recognize Isla's attempt to punch him until the fist made contact with his face. Soldrake was shocked by Isla's action, blood now spurting from Raven's mouth, but she trusted that Isla wouldn't harm Raven, so she allowed him to continue the conversation by exchanging punches with him. Raven was punched and fell heavily from the bed, crashing against the window sill. He had no will to resist, no strength left after days without proper sustenance. Isla marched forward, grabbing Raven's collar and pulling him up. His voice seething with frustration as he interrogated him, you, the one I decided to follow, Aaron Pendragon. Isla pressed his face close to Raven's, unleashing his anger upon him for surrendering himself to become a hopeless shell. Isla's eyes blazed with fury, every word that came out of his mouth tinged with reproach, so, you're just this weak, huh? Raven was taken aback and puzzled by Isla's anger. He never expected that a renowned Valvas known for loyalty would one day dare to punch his own master like this. However, it was thanks to that punch that Raven managed to open his eyes and look straight at Isla. Isla, he uttered. The tense silence compressed the air in the room, and both Soldrake and Raven widened their eyes in surprise at Isla's bold punch and anger as she shouted into Raven's face while shaking him by the collar. After a minute of glaring angrily at Raven, Isla suddenly released his collar and stood up with a long sigh. Normally, you wouldn't act like this. Since we arrived at Dissect, I've sensed that something's not right. Raven still looked shocked, his eyes wide as he gazed at Isla. He was completely taken aback by Isla's departure from his usual calm demeanor and the disappointment in his tone. Isla continued to step back a few paces, gazing at Raven with an unreadable expression, always troubled by something. Since we arrived here, Raven knew that what Isla said was true, but he remained silent, his resigned mood making him feel it unnecessary to explain to anyone. Isla lowered his voice, looking down at Raven with a sorrowful expression. I've thought a lot about it, he said. Raven was once again surprised, as Isla normally didn't seem like someone who would concern himself with such matters, yet now he cared. Isla spoke somberly, his eyes now gazing at the floor instead of directly at Raven. This wretched place, Dissect, and our homeland, Valvas, they're truly alike. Outside the window, the rain had begun to pour heavily, the sky as gloomy as if it empathized with Isla's current mood. As Raven still didn't understand what Isla was trying to convey, he continued to explain. Valvas is a realm comprised of a jumble of overlapping territorial borders, so it's a place where endless warfare reigns. Isla's voice grew more bitter as he spoke. Fueled by the boundless greed and conservatism of the lords over the territories, countless civilians and soldiers have had to sacrifice, just like in Dissect now. Raven looked at Isla's sorrowful eyes, unsure of what to say to comfort him, as he himself had not yet escaped his own sense of despair. Isla recounted solemnly, back then, I killed many enemies, one after another, but in the end, it didn't change the situation in Valvas. I couldn't find a reason to keep fighting, so I ultimately chose to leave. Isla tightened his grip on his sword, his voice pained. I lost my sense of purpose as a Valvas knight, and I chose a life of wandering, never thinking I'd serve any lord again. Until I met him, Pendragon. Isla stepped closer to Raven, his eyes locking onto his. Raven looked up at Isla, his gaze slightly shaken by what he had just said. He had never imagined himself becoming the sole redeemer of Isla. Before, he had simply thought that his strength had been acknowledged by him. Isla looked earnestly into Raven's wide, surprised eyes, beginning to recall Raven's words that he had engraved in his heart. Just as you said after our battle, I am your sword, and you are my master. But that doesn't mean we're not equals, Isla continued. His voice firm, it's just that our roles are different. Isla reminisced about that moment, his heart filled with respect and even reverence for Raven's character. It was a victory so profound that it left me deeply impressed and humbled, and then you spoke those words. Isla lowered his sword to the floor, kneeling on one knee before Raven, just like the scene on the day they first met at the gates of Belint. That's why I, Elkin Isla, swore to become your sword. Isla looked into Raven's eyes, a mix of respect and reproach evident in his gaze. Raven could see the questioning gaze, wondering where the Raven of that time had gone, why he had now become weak and despondent. Raven avoided Isla's sharp gaze, trying to drown himself in his own despair. No matter what we do, it doesn't matter, he muttered bitterly. He clenched his teeth, hiding the core reason behind his dwindling fighting spirit. Despite everything, the Vault clan, and Raven Vault, no longer existed. Seeing Raven refusing to meet his gaze, Isla became frustrated. He grabbed Raven by the shoulders and shook him forcefully, a call to action ringing in Raven's ears like a hammer. Pendragon, Isla exclaimed, but it seemed as if Raven couldn't hear him. Isla fell silent, his glare conveying all the frustration he harbored towards the weak man before him, who seemed to be giving up entirely. After a moment of contemplation, Isla suddenly yelled into Raven's ear, Raven. The sound pierced through Raven's mind like a spike, causing him to jolt his eyes open. Raven turned to look into Isla's angry eyes, a mixture of astonishment and alarm evident in his own. Isla stared intently at Raven, his reaction confirming his predictions. The name Raven held significant meaning, even if he didn't understand what lay behind it. Isla gripped Raven's collar tighter, wanting him to listen carefully to every word. something happened to him on that rainy day, and although Isla didn't know what it was, he was determined to find out. We may not know what your connection is to the Vault clan, but, Isla's voice trailed off, leaving an unspoken question hanging in the air. The Vault clan is the only one on this barren land, known for sincerely protecting their people with all they have, Isla spoke with reverence, while Raven looked at him bewildered. After a few moments of silence, Isla continued hesitantly, his eyes trembling slightly. That time, when you chose to fight alone against the cavalry, I felt, it was like that. Isla's voice caught slightly, as if regretting that image and now seemed lost in Raven. Raven's eyes widened in shock as he watched Isla release his collar and stand up. Isla turned his gaze toward Soldrake standing behind him, speaking urgently, almost pleadingly to Raven, "So please, let me ride the griffin that she bestowed upon me once again." Although the griffin riders were under Isla's sole authority for management and training, if Raven didn't allow him to deploy, he would be powerless. Isla couldn't bear to see his newly regained fighting spirit threatened by Raven's despair. He grabbed him once again, lifting him by the collar, shouting into his face with all his fervor and concern, "You are Aaron Pendragon, and you have the power to change this world." Isla stared at Raven with unwavering determination. "You can change everything, even this devastated land of Dissect." Raven's eyes flickered again, this time with a small glimmer of light, fueled by Isla's trust and respect, more significant than his own fighting ideals, awakening him. Raven pondered carefully each word spoken by Isla. Indeed, even though the Vault clan was no more, their aspirations, their inherent goodness, their noble ideals, still existed within him. Memories of his family once again came alive in Raven's mind. His father, when he was still alive, lived up to the title of a respected knight. His father's motto was to establish a small army, enough to protect the villagers from monsters. His older brother shared the same ideals, and so did his mother, who supported those aspirations. They never lived for their own benefit but dedicated themselves to the happiness of the villagers, regardless of the dangers they faced when confronting the monsters. In that moment, Raven realized deep within his mind that the Vault family's ideological genes were still being passed down. He recalled instances where he disregarded danger to save others. Like when he leaped to rescue the young orc child from the spears of the cavalry, or when he blocked the sharp sword of the towering pirate to save Luna, who trembled in fear. He simply felt the need to save them. Raven also remembered the moment when he saw the happy smiles and grateful eyes of the Norton villagers, rescued from the bloody massacre caused by the rogue knights. At that time, he thought he did everything to restore the Pendragon family's reputation, aiming for a greater goal than using the Pendragon family's prestige to clear the Vault family's name. But now he understood. He did everything for the deep-seated aspirations shared by his parents and his older brother, for the happiness of the people. Seeing Raven still silent, Isla's anger almost reached its peak. The more he thought, the more bitter he became. The feeling of being misunderstood by his master made Isla's voice grow more accusing, while his hand tensed, ready for a second punch. How much longer would he tolerate his sword being abandoned and neglected? Isla swung his fist towards Raven with a cry of frustration. "I won't forgive you." Another punch landed, the sound reverberating throughout the room. Soldrake was about to rush forward to intervene, but suddenly she halted, her eyes widening in astonishment. Even Isla stopped his action, his face showing surprise. It turned out that Raven had blocked Isla's punch with one hand. Isla was taken aback, his hand falling limply to his side as he forgot his clenched fist. Raven, on the other hand, suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha, ha, ha." Isla was startled by Raven's laughter, slowly retracting his hand, but he continued to look at Raven with surprise. Raven kept chuckling teasingly. "You really, aren't you? Not speaking like you usually do, Isla." Raven grinned mischievously, looking straight into Isla's eyes, his confident and lively demeanor finally returning to him. Isla's eyes immediately lit up, and he unconsciously chuckled along with Raven. Isla teasingly remarked back to Raven, "Well, you're quite unusual yourself today, Pendragon, with that out-of-character expression on your face." Raven laughed back, "I don't want to hear that from you." In the room, only Soldrake remained, still looking bewildered. She stood watching the two seemingly madmen laughing heartily with each other. She couldn't understand how Raven could still laugh after being punched, nor could she comprehend what Isla had said to make Raven change his demeanor from cold to cheerful so suddenly. Raven even walked over to the table and grabbed a piece of bread that Soldrake had left there since morning. She had been coaxing him to eat it all day, but he had refused. Soldrake watched in surprise as Raven finally decided to eat something. Though she felt relieved that Raven was finally eating something, she couldn't help but feel curious and still a little worried, wondering if Raven was just acting strangely out of frustration. Raven cheerfully brought the bread to his mouth and gently said, "Sol, the dragon armor." A glistening tear welled up in the corner of Soldrake's eye. Although Raven had only spoken a few words, it was enough to make her smile softly and feel reassured. This meant that his fighting spirit had returned. In other words, the Raven she cherished had come back. At this moment, the dark clouds that had shrouded the Sisek sky dispersed, returning the land to a radiant light. The earth and sky seemed refreshed after the thorough cleansing of the rain, much like Raven's renewed spirit. Within the next hour, the three of them remained in Raven's room. From the outside of the inn, looking towards Raven's window, there seemed to be no change, but inside the room, a significant transformation had taken place. The Jodi trio had returned to Elma's tavern from the Manhwa village. Instead of entering immediately, they stood outside discussing their upcoming plans. Seeing Isla still inside Raven's room, Gus firmly stated to Jodi and Scylla, "We're not getting involved." Raven probably decided the same. Ultimately, standing alongside Tylan's faction won't benefit us in any way. Jodi sighed wearily in response, "Yeah, I don't understand why he turned the lord of the territory into an enemy. I'll have to agree with your decision on this." As the three of them reached a consensus to abandon the foolish rough Tylan, a faint rustling sound echoed from the tavern door. The gentle clinking of metal parts as Raven moved caused the armor to collide softly. Scylla was the first to spot Raven, but she was too stunned to utter a word. Jodi and Gus looked curiously in the direction of Scylla's gaze, and they too gasped in astonishment. Raven emerged from the tavern with a completely different demeanor. He smiled warmly at Jodi, apologizing, "Sorry for keeping you waiting, Jodi." The eyes of all three members of the Jodi trio widened as they saw Raven standing on the tavern steps. The atmosphere around them quickly grew tense. There stood Raven, adorned in armor reflecting the bright sunlight. It was a long plate armor resembling that of a white dragon, but its color was deep black. Thanks to Soldrake's enchantment, just the presence of this armor seemed to change the entire ambience around Raven, emanating a fierce and vibrant aura. Raven appeared more like a commander than a mere mercenary, and he calmly addressed them, "To Tylan's domain, then, is the horse ready?" No one answered Raven. Rather, they were too preoccupied to respond. They were busy observing every gleaming detail on the armor, unable to find even a speck of dust, let alone a scratch on it, not even beneath his leg armor. In Raven's hand, the Pendragon sword gleamed brightly, adorned with a sapphire gem on the hilt. Since setting foot in this area, Raven had not yet drawn it. It remained tucked mysteriously at his waist, catching everyone's eye with its enigmatic presence. However, the most captivating feature remained the intricate details on the breastplate, crafted from a horn of Soldrake, under the skilled hands of the most talented dwarf craftsman of that time. It was a relic among relics, a true treasure of the realm. Anyone who laid eyes on it couldn't help but feel that Raven looked even more imposing in this black armor. His cold, decisive demeanor truly complemented the color black, except for Soldrake, who still seemed unsatisfied. Ever since they made that armor, no Pendragon had requested her to change it to that color. She only did so reluctantly because Raven was the one who asked. Seeing the three members of Jodi's group staring at him without blinking, Raven solemnly asked them, "Shall we set out then?" Jodi still stared wide-eyed, utterly bewildered, at what was happening. The atmosphere around him suddenly felt much more dignified. Scylla's heart skipped a beat out of the blue, her face flushing red. Normally she found Isla intimidating enough, but now Raven seemed even more formidable than Isla. Among them, Gus was the most astonished. As a former thief, he was evaluating Raven's exorbitantly expensive armor. During his time as a thief, he had seen countless high-quality items, but he had never seen anything quite like this. Seeing armor of such high quality, it certainly couldn't have been stolen goods. It was meticulously crafted to fit him perfectly. Gus couldn't take his eyes off the armor, simultaneously feeling a rising suspicion. Gus looked up at Raven with skepticism. Was he truly just a mercenary? And Raven seemed completely oblivious to the amazed expressions of the three people in front of him. He urged everyone, "To Tylan's territory, now, bring the horses." All three of them snapped back to attention at Raven's commanding tone. Jody exclaimed in disbelief, What is happening? Jody, agitated, asked Raven again, Are you planning to ally with Tylan then? Seeing Jody's reaction, Raven just sighed. As he had predicted, they were mercenaries, and they wouldn't just intervene in the power struggles between lords for no reason. Besides, this wouldn't bring them much benefit. Scylla also vehemently objected, Don't you know that Tylan has incurred the wrath of the Supreme Lord? Gus chimed in his agreement, Even if we participate, what do we gain? On the contrary, that crumbling family will lose. Raven calmly replied after a deep breath, Is that so? He didn't blame them, for their thoughts were not unreasonable. If he were the Raven of the past, he would have made the same decision, and whether standing with Tylan or Brescia, it wouldn't fundamentally change the situation in this land. They were all equally greedy. However, Raven's issue was to save Rav Tylan because he was the only witness to the assassination 3 years ago. He calmly told the three of them in a neutral tone, nevertheless, letting him die now would be quite inconvenient. Without further explanation, Raven immediately mounted his horse. This is my battle, and I have no intention of dragging you into it. Do as you please, he said cryptically. He nodded farewell to them with a smile before riding off. Take care, Jody, Gus, and Scylla. Right after, to the astonishment of Jody's group, Raven spurred his horse forward without any hesitation. Isla and Soldrake also quickly mounted their horses without saying another word to Jody's group. Jody, panicked and bewildered, shouted, Hey, this is serious, Elkin. Isla paused for a moment, glancing back at their confused faces. They had fought monsters together and shared conversations, so there was a slight sense of familiarity between them. Isla intended to persuade them to join, but he couldn't think of what to say, remembering Raven's words to let them decide for themselves. Finally, he coldly uttered, I am his sword. With that, Isla and Soldrake spurred their horses and dashed off like the wind, following Raven. On the rough dirt road, only Jody's group of three remained standing dumbfounded like statues. They couldn't comprehend Raven's purpose, and they became even more bewildered when Isla left without hesitation. Suddenly, Scylla gasped, her body trembling as her heart fought against the screams of reason trying to hold her back. A hesitant call escaped her lips, Wait. Scylla's intense heartache overwhelmed her, and she unexpectedly leaped onto her horse amidst Gus's surprise. She shouted down the road ahead, Hold on, Elkin, Raven, wait for me. Gus grumbled irritably under his breath, That redhead's gone mad for the lad, but Jody seemed to have a different mindset from Gus. He shrugged with a gentle sigh, Well, after all, we do owe them for taking down that monster. Gus looked astonished at Jody, who was also mounting his horse. Hey, what's this? But Jody brushed aside his objections, continuing with enthusiasm, Moreover, I have a feeling that if we just go our separate ways now, we'll surely regret it later. Jody smiled confidently, trusting his instincts as he always did, and subtly reminded Gus that his instincts had always been right until now. With that, Jody spurred his horse to chase after the others, leaving Gus standing alone in solitude, feeling abandoned. He grumbled, watching Jody's figure fade into the distance, his mind swirling with various thoughts. As a former thief turned mercenary, Gus could be considered the most pragmatic and profit-oriented among the trio, but Gus and Jody had been bonded long enough to make him worry when he saw his comrade rush into danger. In the end, camaraderie triumphed over his practical thoughts. Gus mounted his horse and chased after Jody, wearing a frustrated expression and not forgetting to curse under his breath, Damn it, damn them all to hell. Elma and Rav Tylan's mansion were not far apart, with only one road connecting the two places. Raven spurred his horse to full speed and reached near the mansion within an hour. Both sides of the road were now adorned in a vibrant red hue, even though it was midday. The fire sparked by the Brescia household had spread widely, engulfing the surrounding houses and fields. Flames rose fiercely, casting a crimson glow against the sky, turning the azure day into a blood-red dusk. People fled their homes, but not everyone was fortunate. Some peasants were trapped under the rubble, and agonized children wailed as they witnessed their parents' deaths before their eyes. The roaring flames devoured everything, engulfing a vast area in cries of anguish. Raven witnessed it all on his journey, but he couldn't afford to stop now. He had to reach the Tylan mansion as quickly as possible to address the root of this turmoil. Isla noticed Raven's distraction and redirected his attention to their main objective. How do you see this conflict, Pendragon? Raven turned back to Isla immediately. Normally, Isla would just silently follow Raven, regardless of his actions. This was the first time he had questioned like this, and Raven realized he was trying to remind him of something more important ahead. He recognized Isla's intention to draw his attention back to the impending issue. After a moment of contemplation, Raven responded, "Normally, Brescia wouldn't declare war so abruptly, and it seems Thailand soldiers are also quite puzzled by this." Raven paused for a few seconds before voicing his judgment. "It's highly likely that someone has intervened in this conflict, and it's probably someone who wants to eliminate Thailand as quickly as possible." He silently pondered. "It's possible, I can't be sure, but it could be the same individual behind the attempts on Prince Shaun's life, Segunda, or even someone with a higher title." Understanding the importance of this revelation, Isla interpreted the underlying meaning in Raven's words. He furrowed his brow, staring ahead with determination, his hand already on his sword, ready to eliminate any obstacles in their path. Raven only now noticed the aura emanating from Isla and the tight grip on his sword. He surprised Isla with a gentle admonition, "If possible, try not to kill the soldiers." Raven explained solemnly to Isla, "They are surely just following their lord's orders." His words were simple but full of implications. Isla looked at Raven in astonishment. In Valvas, knights under various lords had fought each other with their lives on the line because they had sworn loyalty to their lords. Isla was fortunate to be a member of a falconer-trained family, fighting solely to protect their land in peace, but no matter how many enemy knights they killed, there would always be others seeking revenge. Isla smiled and nodded in agreement with Raven. Now he understood that as long as the instigators of the chaos, the lords, continued to issue their orders, more knights would fall due to their loyalty. So the three of them continued their rush towards the Thailand mansion, with the sole goal of holding the masterminds behind the turmoil accountable for their crimes. Soon after, at the end of the road, a mansion appeared engulfed in flames like a colossal torch. Isla and Raven stood in awe before the flames engulfing the sprawling mansion. Even from a distance of 2 or 3 kilometers, they could still clearly see the thick smoke and intertwining flames against the sky. Outside the mansion, flames roared, and smoke billowed, as soldiers clad in Brescia armor surged inward. It was evident that the fierce battle was far from over, despite the fire nearly consuming the entire mansion. Isla exclaimed in worry, "We're too late." Raven immediately dismissed it. "No, they're still attacking. If we capture that guy, the battle should end." In his heart, Raven reminded himself, "And moreover, the Thailand I know is too cunning to die so easily." Raven solemnly told Isla, "Ruv Thailand, he's not the type to sacrifice himself for honor. He may be hiding somewhere, which is why the Brescia soldiers haven't captured him yet." After a moment of contemplation, Raven directed Isla and Soldrake, "We need to split up to find him." As the trio approached the mansion gates, familiar shouts filled with affection echoed in the air, "Hey, Elkin, Elkin." Turning their heads, Raven's group saw Jody, Scylla, and even Gus rushing towards them. Scylla enthusiastically waved at Isla when she noticed his gaze directed towards her. Raven and Isla were both surprised. "Oh, reinforcements," Raven remarked. Raven glanced back and teasingly remarked to Isla, "Indeed, Valva's knights are quite different, aren't they? You've earned their trust quickly." Isla chuckled nervously at Raven's unexpected praise. He hadn't actively tried to gain anyone's trust, he had simply fought wholeheartedly against the monsters, but it seemed that was enough for people to see him as a reliable comrade. Immediately after, Raven returned to his serious demeanor. His voice resonated with the authority and experience of a respected commander as he commanded, "Let's go." With Raven's command, the trio from Jody's group also rushed towards the mansion with all their passion and determination. Inside the mansion courtyard, a fierce melee was underway. Brescia soldiers were breaking through Thailand's ranks, causing chaos everywhere. The sight of severed heads and splattering blood was enough to instill fear in the already weakened Thailand soldiers. Raven's horse finally came to a halt outside the mansion, where flames were spilling out like water onto the dry grass. The Brescia soldiers, armed with superior weaponry, continued to storm into the mansion like a raging storm. The only sounds audible were the roaring flames and the pounding of hooves on the ground. Meanwhile, the Brescia count had set up camp outside the mansion, boasting of his greatness to his daughter. "Mwahaha, look at this, Sophia." He laughed heartily, embracing Sophia, reveling in his perceived victory. "This is the fate of those who dare to oppose us, my dear daughter." Ruv Thailand is contemptible, he must pay for his foolish actions. Sophia sat on the Brescia Count's lap, leaning her head against his chest, speaking with a seductive voice, "Oh, my brave and noble father, I adore you so much." She smiled slyly and quietly mocked the foolish Brescia Count, who failed to notice his daughter's subtle change. Inside the mansion, the continuous clang of metal colliding echoed everywhere. Most of Thailand's soldiers had been defeated due to their inferior numbers and equipment compared to the Brescia soldiers. In the main hall of the mansion, 3 mercenaries hired by the Brescia Count clashed with Raven, who had just arrived. They laughed mockingly, "Hey, you miserable Thailand mercenaries, you're still alive, let's crush them, boys." Raven, without much word, immediately wielded his Pendragon family heirloom sword. With a swift strike of his blade, Raven effortlessly knocked down all 3 mercenaries. However, instead of finishing them off, he simply walked away. Raven muttered under his breath as he scanned the surroundings amidst the flames, "I don't have time to deal with those pests, I must find Ruv Thailand quickly." In another corner of the mansion, Isla was also engaged in combat with Brescia soldiers trying to obstruct his path. However, he subdued them without drawing his sword from its sheath. Isla simply struck the soldiers' necks, rendering them unconscious, following Raven's instructions efficiently. The Brescia soldiers lay motionless on the floor, likely to remain unconscious for quite some time. Isla easily dispatched them with a single strike to the shoulder or neck. Within moments, 5 or 6 Brescia soldiers lay sprawled around him. Isla cautiously scanned the area once more to ensure none were feigning unconsciousness. Satisfied, he let out a soft sigh, relaxing his combat stance. There was no trace of malice in his eyes as he prepared to continue his search for Ruv Thailand. Isla felt a slight sense of relief seeing his sword still unstained with blood. He was somewhat glad that he didn't have to resort to a massacre, though outwardly he followed Raven's orders. Deep down Isla didn't desire to immerse himself in bloodshed like back in Valva's. Suddenly, a metallic voice sounded from behind Isla, akin to rusty metal scraping against each other. "Why don't you finish them off?" Startled, Isla turned to see the knight they encountered at the gate of Elma. Fillmore smirked mockingly at Isla, "You're too gentle, especially compared to a Valva's knight." Isla turned back to look at him cautiously. "You're the one from back then." He knew he couldn't afford to be lax or yield when facing this knight captain, as he had intercepted one of his surprise attacks last time. Isla's sharp eyes stared intensely at Fillmore, immediately sensing something amiss about him. A Valva's knight, once they detect the aura of another warrior, would never forget it. Without hesitation, Isla drew his sword from its sheath. Raven had instructed him to be lenient if possible, and since he only needed to show mercy to the Brescia knights, he was free to handle other cases as he saw fit. Isla crossed his 2 swords in front of him, ready to face Fillmore head-on. He didn't hesitate to confront him directly. "You're not that knight." Isla stared intently at Fillmore's sinister smile while tightening his grip on his 2 swords. Fillmore didn't respond to his question, his face twisted into a malicious grin. With such an expression, there was no need for him to answer. Isla could be certain that he was some sort of madman, not the real Fillmore. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the vast mansion, streaks of blue light cut through the air. Simultaneously, spurts of blood shot into the sky before dispersing into hundreds of tiny droplets that fell to the ground. Soldrake moved slowly through a pack of giant wolves, their bloodthirsty gaze fixed on her. Once again, a flash of blue light, and the heads of 2 wolves were severed from their bodies, falling to the ground like pieces of wood, blood and flesh splattering after each stroke of her sword. Yet, the scene was strangely beautiful. Soldrake seemed like the queen of this battlefield, dispatching the wolves around her effortlessly. However, instead of coldly moving on to another area, she remained focused on the carcass of the slain beast. The giant wolf's body lay on the floor, its head separated from its body, yet it still emitted fierce and threatening growls, blood spurting from its mouth. Soldrake could even see the legs of the wolf twitching as if it wanted to stand up, but its body was now headless, unable to determine direction. Meanwhile, Jody's group was also fighting off a pack of wolves. He swung his sword, severing the neck of one wolf charging towards him. Scylla and Gus fought alongside him, both noticing the strange behavior of the creatures. They shouted in confusion to Jody, "Hey, what kind of creatures are these in the Lord's mansion? They've even been beheaded but still won't die." Jody quickly dispatched another wolf and shouted to Scylla and Gus, "Forget about that, let's find Ruv Thailand quickly." The three of them broke free from the pack of 5 wolves and hurried up the stairs to the next floor. The mansion was so vast that finding their target became increasingly difficult. Meanwhile, back where Raven was, he had just faced off against another wolf, beheading it with a single strike. However, similar to the situation in other areas of the mansion, the wolf's head lay rolling on the ground, still growling menacingly. Raven, like his comrades, couldn't help but be puzzled by the resilience of the creatures. He observed the glowing mark on the head of the wolf and silently speculated, the creature's head has been severed, yet it's still moving. And the sudden offensive launched by the Brescia family added to the mystery. Raven nodded silently in agreement with his own prediction. Someone was indeed pulling the strings behind all of this. His expression showed no surprise, only a sense of curiosity to uncover who had the power to orchestrate such events. Standing amidst the blood-soaked mansion after effortlessly slaying the surrounding creatures, Raven found himself in a familiar scene of chaos. The battlefield resembled an unorganized slaughterhouse, where human and beast corpses lay piled on top of each other. He had grown accustomed to such sights. Suddenly, a familiar hoarse voice echoed in the air, "You're quite strong compared to a mere mercenary." Raven froze upon hearing that voice, instantly recognizing the foul scent emanating from it. Baltai descended casually down the stairs in front of Raven, continuing to speak in a mocking and provocative tone, "Attacked by those undead creatures and yet not a scratch on you." Raven was stunned, his whole body tensing up, his face contorted like a wrinkled apple, his voice trembling as he muttered, "This voice." The memories of past lives flooded back as Raven was forcefully knocked down to the ground by Baltai, and his sinister laughter echoed, "Such a pity, Raven, you were so close to freedom. It's truly regrettable that you'll die here without ever achieving what you call freedom." Raven never forgot the moment Baltai grabbed his hair, pulling him close and whispering, "Everything is connected, Raven, it's all part of their plan." A shiver ran down Raven's spine as he recalled the moment Baltai swung his axe down with a gleeful smile, as if he had been waiting for this day for a long time. "Farewell, little Raven." The head of the raven was chopped off and flung from his neck in an instant, the last image lingering in his eyes being the sneering golden eyes and maniacal laughter of Baltai. Raven hadn't expected to encounter him here, so in a moment, he became dumbfounded, but Baltai, thinking Raven was intimidated by the pressure he exuded, only grew more arrogant. He swaggered closer, sneering, "Now, I'll have to take care of you myself." Baltai chuckled, looking at Raven with disdain. "You should feel honored to die serving our grand plan," he said. Raven suddenly lifted his head, his eyes glaring intensely into Baltai's, a surge of rage exploding within them along with a growl akin to a mighty bear. Baltai felt no flinch as Raven called out his name so distinctly, for no matter how much Raven might know about him, Baltai's arrogance firmly asserted that today Raven would not leave this mansion alive. Instead, he felt even more curious and intrigued. If Raven truly knew about him, it would indicate that he was someone knowledgeable about the Legion of the Damned, a worthy opponent deserving of Baltai's personal attention. Raven glared at Baltai's smug and arrogant smile, the flames of hatred burning fiercely within him. If it weren't for the fact that they were surrounded by fire, the heat from Raven's rage could even be felt palpably through that scorching gaze. Meanwhile, on the second-floor corridor of the mansion, Isla and Fillmore had begun to engage in an unforgiving sword fight, the clanging sounds of metal colliding echoing continuously. Fillmore laughed out loud while launching into an assault like a madman unleashed. For 5 uninterrupted minutes, he stabbed and slashed relentlessly, as if his body knew no fatigue. His eyes gleamed with each strike, carrying with them the essence of a night spirit, a special ability capable of instilling fear and horror in his opponents at an instinctual level that only a few warriors were strong enough to evoke. However, Isla was no ordinary swordsman either. He parried all of Fillmore's attacks and always sought opportunities to counterattack. He even displayed a knightly spirit more intense than what Fillmore could conjure, releasing a terrifying energy akin to the fear of orcs into the surrounding air. Finally, the moment came when Isla spotted a vulnerability in Fillmore's defense, and he quickly seized it. With a twist of his wrist, Isla pressed the blade of his sword against Fillmore's and exerted force, leaning half of his body over. Fillmore's sword unexpectedly buckled under the pressure, causing him to startle as he lost control of his weapon. He staggered and leaned forward, yielding to the force exerted by Isla. However, in less than a second of being startled, Fillmore's mouth curved into a wide grin. "You're too naive," he taunted, while Isla was leaning to the left to press down Fillmore's sword and hadn't yet launched his attack with his right-hand sword, Fillmore swiftly pulled back his own sword at lightning speed. Then, just as quickly, he thrust his sword upward, aiming straight for Isla's face, causing him to startle and hastily lean back, swinging his left-hand sword up to parry the blow. In the blink of an eye, the tables turned, with Isla's sword now lying beneath Fillmore's. Fillmore saw Isla coming in with the left-hand sword, but he disregarded it, swiftly shifting his body to counterattack, trading a grazing blow across the waist to seize the opportunity for a deadly strike. Fillmore excitedly exclaimed as he felt victory within his grasp, "You're too green." At the same moment, he knocked Isla's left-hand sword to the ground. With Isla no longer able to defend, Fillmore surged forward, swinging his sword from the right in a sweeping motion aimed at Isla's neck. He shouted triumphantly, "I've got you now." But Fillmore rejoiced too soon. Isla, with agile reflexes, managed to lean backward and evade the gleaming blade in the nick of time. Fillmore's thrust turned into a lunge, his momentum carrying him forward as he swung his sword, but Isla's body, remarkably flexible, contorted backward like a shrimp to evade his blade, the only thing Fillmore managed to sever being a few strands of his hair. As Fillmore's slashing motion concluded, Isla swiftly planted his heel back into a steady stance. He gracefully sprung upright like a resilient spring, simultaneously swinging his right-hand sword down in a swift arc aimed at Fillmore's head. Fillmore, losing his chance, found himself in a perilous situation. Gritting his teeth, he hastily raised his sword to block Isla's, creating a piercing sound as the two blades clashed. Isla continued the momentum of his right-hand attack, simultaneously bending low to the left, wielding the sword in his left hand upwards, ready for a follow-up strike. Everything happened in less than a second, leaving Fillmore no time to react. Before he could comprehend Isla's intentions, he felt blood spurt from his right waist, a deep cut revealing even the last ribs nestled close to his waist. Fillmore gasped in shock as blood gushed forth instantly, his eyes widening as Isla leaped towards him with the sword in his right hand raised high. Isla's next strike aimed straight for Fillmore's neck, and he did not miss. A bright arc of the blade cut across Fillmore's throat, followed by another gush of blood spurting from his mouth. His neck severed halfway through, the entirety of its inner structure exposed, blood gushing from the wound like an uncapped fountain. When Isla's exquisite swordplay ended, he was sure that Fillmore couldn't survive this fatal blow. But Isla failed to notice that Fillmore's hand still tightly grasped the sword's hilt, even his fingers silently tightening. In the moment Isla rose to his feet in the posture of the victor, Fillmore's neck still spurted blood. His hands suddenly moved, lightning fast, a precise thrust stabbing into Isla's right shoulder, leaving him stunned, releasing his sword. Fillmore continued to drive the sword deep through Isla's shoulder. Beyond the sudden surge of pain, Isla's mind was now filled with questions, unable to understand how this monstrous figure could still be alive. After a second of horror, Isla immediately leaped backward several steps away from Fillmore, enough to maintain a safe distance from him. Isla gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and stared intensely at Fillmore, more out of curiosity than anything else. He dared not risk taking his eyes off him again. Fillmore's head was tilting to one side, detached, yet his body still moved normally. He gracefully turned to face Isla and transferred the sword to his left hand. His eyes and expression were peculiar, lacking focus as if he were intoxicated. Then, with some effort, he used his right hand to lift his head, placing it back into its balanced position. Fillmore twisted his head slightly until it fixed back onto his neck as it should be. The black smoke emanating from the wound slowly dissipated, and a satisfied smile began to form on his lips. Isla's eyes were filled with confusion. He had encountered many types of monsters before, but none had survived having their throat cut. Even if they didn't die, the wounds to their neck and abdomen were usually enough to render them unable to fight. Fillmore chuckled mockingly at Isla's evident distress. "Just as I thought," he sneered, amused by the bewilderment in Isla's eyes. "Even a seasoned Valva's knight like yourself finds dealing with opponents like me unfamiliar, don't you?" Isla grimaced in response. "You have forsaken being a human being, you wretch." Fillmore laughed haughtily, speaking with arrogance. "Indeed, that's right, I have transcended the boundaries of humanity to serve the greater cause, to serve the Almighty." Proudly, Fillmore declared, "I possess this immortal body to eradicate his enemies." Isla furrowed his brow, looking at him with confusion. "The greater cause, what do you mean?" he asked. Fillmore smirked in response, "Ordinary creatures like you need not concern themselves with such matters." He shrugged calmly, "Whether it's me or you, we are all just ordinary beings compared to him and his plans." Isla remained silent for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. He spoke with a cold, slightly provocative tone, "So, you're certainly not human anymore, are you?" Isla paused. Isla stopped abruptly, and Fillmore glanced at him, momentarily surprised that he could regain his spirits so quickly after the shock. He also felt a hint of curiosity as Isla spoke ambiguously. The moment after, Isla lifted his head, smirked, and looked at Fillmore mockingly. "You're just a puppet," he said, emphasizing the word puppet with a mocking tone. Hearing the word puppet coming from Isla's mouth, emphasized with mockery, Fillmore became visibly irritated. His arrogant demeanor vanished, replaced by anger at being belittled. After exchanging taunts, they both raised their swords and charged at each other with eyes full of hostility, promising a fiercer battle to come. Meanwhile, on the other side of the estate, another intense sword duel was unfolding between Raven and his age-old nemesis, Baltai. This was no easy battle for Raven, as the difference in weaponry provided Baltai with a distinct advantage. Baltai wielded a massive iron war axe, weighing nearly 20 pounds, yet in his hands, it seemed as light as a feather. He could effortlessly lift it high above his head, twirling it through the air with swift and agile movements, not a drop of sweat on his brow. A cacophony of metal clashing against metal filled the air, the bright arcs of steel streaking through the space between them. Each clash reverberated with a resounding clang, accompanied by subtle ripples of energy pulsating through the atmosphere. Baltai swung the hefty war axe from side to side effortlessly, his face showing no signs of fatigue. He chuckled playfully while engaging in combat with Raven. Oh, how do you know my name?" he teased. "Have we met before, or am I just that famous now?" Contrary to his relaxed arrogance, Raven's expression was filled with anger from the outset. He growled with each swing of his sword, "I owe you no explanation." Raven was driven by a burning desire for revenge, evident in his hastened strikes. After more than 30 intense exchanges, Raven once again charged towards Baltai, declaring, "You will meet your end here." However, it seemed he was somewhat reckless in this duel, causing his sword strikes to lack the usual precision. Baltai effortlessly sidestepped Raven's attacks with subtle footwork, leaving Raven lunging past him, exposing his vulnerable back. Seizing the opportunity, Baltai swiftly raised his axe high to counterattack. He aimed directly for Raven's exposed back, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Take this, you sneaky rat." Baltai leaped forward towards Raven, his gleaming axe descending with force. He utilized the momentum of his body to add extra power to the swing, creating a resounding impact that echoed like a bell tolling in a distant temple. Baltai was taken aback as Raven swiftly turned around, blocking his axe with just one hand, and Raven's sword remained unscathed. He was momentarily stunned as he felt the friction between his axe and Raven's blade, realizing Raven had stopped his axe with just one hand. Raven smirked with satisfaction at Baltai's surprised expression. At that moment, he was brimming with confidence, his eyes glowing with the fire of a dragon, an aura of righteous fury enveloping his body, radiating a crimson hue of vengeful flames. Even his once blue eyes now turned blood-red. Raven's eyes narrowed to a single fiery point of rage, but its color resembled a burning coal red. His smile stretched unnaturally wide, resembling a demon emerging from the depths of hell. With the strength of one hand, Raven swung his sword in a sweeping arc over his head, sending Baltai flying backward, tumbling in a backward somersault. Baltai landed heavily on the ground, limbs sprawled out, forcing him to sit up to regain his balance as his body slid across the ground due to momentum. Baltai stared at Raven in horror, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could feel the overpowering aura of the dragon emanating from him, a terrifying energy surpassing any human opponent he had ever faced before. Raven grinned with exhilaration as he stood amidst the roaring flames, the mansion's fire blending with the flames of the dragon's wrath fused with his deep-seated hatred, transforming into a fiery red hue like the glow of sunset. The dragon coiled around Raven's back and shoulders seemed to be roaring silently, despite no sound other than the crackling of the raging fire, yet, the oppressive sensation it emitted was more intense than any previous encounter. Even Baltai, who boasted of decades of battlefield experience, having bathed in the blood of terrifying creatures like ogres, couldn't help but show fear in the face of this overwhelming presence. He looked at the dragon visibly manifesting above Raven's head with a mix of awe and terror. However, Baltai's momentary fear didn't last long. It took only a few seconds for him to regain his arrogant smirk. He chuckled arrogantly, his demeanor defiant as he challenged Raven. "How intriguing, you truly are a worthy prey," Baltai taunted, his laughter tinged with mockery. He stared intently at Raven, licking his lips with excitement. "To live up to the name of the Demon Legion, the demon blood within me is boiling for you," he exclaimed eagerly. Raven's sinister grin stretched wider, reaching almost to his ears. Inside him, a similar fervor was brewing, not just fueled by vengeance but also by the desire to hunt demons, a terrifying demon he had long awaited. For a long moment, Baltai and Raven locked eyes, their gaze filled with an intense hunger for victory, growing stronger with each passing second. After a moment of deliberation, Raven decisively charged forward, his mere footstep causing the granite beneath his feet to shatter into pieces. With vengeance burning fiercely in his eyes, Raven surged forward, the dragon's wrath emanating from him in a radiant blaze accompanying each step he took. Raven rushed towards Baltai with an astonishing surge of energy, yet Baltai remained calm, standing still as he watched Raven approach. It seemed as though he had no intention of evading or preparing to counter the attack. As Raven charged forward, Baltai calmly raised his hand to his mouth and blew a whistle. Instantly, Raven found himself surrounded by 4 ghostly wolves, lunging at him from all sides, causing him to come to a sudden halt. Raven gritted his teeth in frustration, his eyes glaring as he swiftly assessed the situation, his gaze sweeping over the 4 spectral wolves. Raven roared with the ferocity of a wild beast, commanding, "Back off." Simultaneously, several red streaks slashed through the air, cutting across with such speed and decisiveness that not a single wolf managed to escape. The action was so swift and decisive that not a sound escaped from their mouths. Immediately, the bodies of the 4 wolves fell around Raven, their heads and limbs severed, engulfed in flames. Amidst the scattered remains falling to the ground, Raven's gaze swiftly pierced through them, locking onto Baltai. He noticed Baltai riding atop a wolf and sneaking away while sending several lower-ranked monsters to distract him. Seeing Baltai's cowardly demeanor, Raven's anger surged a bit more, but instead of immediately giving chase, he stood still, his aura of hostility directed towards him, raising his sword. Raven swept his sword through the air, unleashing a fiery blade aura resembling a flaming scythe towards Baltai. He repeated this action several times, sending the blade auras chasing after the wolf's footsteps, causing it to become disoriented, leaping erratically instead of running straight. However, Baltai, seated atop the wolf, showed no signs of concern despite his escape plan being discovered so quickly. Instead, he grinned with satisfaction. Raven chuckled arrogantly under his breath, muttering, "You can't escape," paying no attention to the blood trickling from his nose. It was evident that his body was straining under the pressure of his newfound strength and unprecedented rage. Raven disregarded the strain his body was under, his mind completely clouded by hatred. Intermittent bursts of sound erupted from his mouth. "I will kill you, right here, Baltai." Raven aimed his sword at Baltai, abandoning the idea of fleeing and turning to face Raven head-on. Surrounding him were more spectral wolves that had just been summoned. In response to Raven's declaration, Baltai chuckled maliciously, his demeanor oozing with sinister intent. He looked at Raven with a skeptical gaze, as if doubting his abilities, a challenging glare in his eyes. The more Raven unleashed his fury, the more pleased Baltai felt. "Good, keep going, get angrier," he taunted. Earlier, he had intentionally pretended to flee to further provoke Raven's rage. The angrier Raven became, the more thrilling Baltai found the battle. Meanwhile, Jodi's group hurriedly searched the estate for Rav Tylan. With the monsters no longer hindering their path, their search could proceed more swiftly. Scylla glanced back at Raven, who was battling Baltai on the side. It seemed like he had already dealt with all those creatures. Gus also followed Scylla's gaze, appearing as if he was trying to lure them back towards him. "They're not chasing us anymore," he noted. Jodi exclaimed excitedly, "With his power, those monsters are nothing. That's even better for us. Now's our chance. We have to find Tylan quickly." Just then, Jodi suddenly yelled out as he spotted a small clearing amidst the flames. He recognized Rav Tylan crawling on the ground, facing 3 Brescia soldiers advancing with swords drawn. One of the Brescia soldiers roared angrily, "Ruv Tylan, you traitor, by the order of the great Duke of Brescia, we shall now vanquish you." Ruv Tylan, cornered and panicked, exclaimed in distress, "It's all lies, that foolish lord has gone mad, do you truly believe the words of that vile pig?" The Brescia knight raised his sword high, casting a fierce gaze upon Ruv Tylan. "This matter has been reported by Sir Fillmore, the bravest captain of the Sisek cavalry," he declared. With a particular reverence for Fillmore, the knight grew even more enraged as Ruv Tylan expressed his grievance. "There is no reason for him to unjustly favor you," he retorted. The knight swung his sword down with a panicked shout from Ruv Tylan, but just then, the sound of metal clashing rang out forcefully. Jody rushed in just in time to intercept the knight's blade aiming for Ruv Tylan's head. Ruv Tylan, now visibly shaken, cowered on the ground, too dazed to even scramble to his feet and flee. As he intercepted the knight's blade, Jody chuckled mischievously and turned back to Ruv Tylan with a teasing demeanor. Well, Mr. Tylan, are you all right?" "Oh, I guess not." Brushing off the matter with a flick of his hand, Ruv Tylan cheerfully exclaimed, Mercenaries. At the same time, Scylla and Gus appeared to surround the remaining 2 Brescia soldiers. They moved so swiftly behind them that the soldiers couldn't even catch a glimpse of their figures. Gus swiftly advanced towards one of the soldiers, swinging his sword decisively to cut across the man's abdomen, eliciting a pained scream from his lips. Immediately after, another horrifying scream echoed as Scylla's dagger sliced across the chest of another soldier. By now, Jody had also dealt with the soldier he was facing, swiftly dispatching him with a precise sword strike across his neck. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of 3 Brescia soldiers lay lifeless on the floor, while Ruv Tylan's legs still trembled, unable to stand on their own. Gus looked at his feeble figure with disdain. "Well, despite your sorry state, we managed to save you, lucky for you." Scylla chimed in, mocking him, "Turns out you're not so capable after all, yet you strut around acting all high and mighty as if you're in a league of your own." Ruv Tylan, consumed by humiliation, forgot who had saved his life and erupted into a rage, shouting and cursing at them, "Hey, you lot." Expecting him to be angry at their mockery, they were surprised when he instead began berating them. "You're late, you fools should have come sooner if you were so strong, and where are the other 3? Fed up with Ruv Tylan's incessant blabbering, Gus couldn't contain his frustration any longer. He grabbed him by the collar and hoisted him up. He unleashed all his anger on him, silencing him. "Shut your damn noble mouth, we didn't come here voluntarily, and yet you have the nerve to complain that I might break your neck." Seeing Ruv Tylan's pale face, Scylla joined in, brandishing her knife towards him menacingly. "And I'll hunt down your relatives to the ends of the earth, torture them, and rob them of their money." Jody seemed to be the only mature one among them. He cautioned them, "Hey, no time for jokes." As Scylla and Gus turned to look at Jody, they noticed over a dozen Brescia soldiers rushing towards them. Seeing the overwhelming number of enemies, all 3 of them were stunned and urged each other to flee. "Too many of them, let's run, hurry." Meanwhile, Raven was left alone to confront the ferocious pack of werewolves. Though they seemed insignificant compared to him, their advantage lay in their numbers and lack of fear. They relentlessly attacked Raven like moths drawn to a flame. Raven lived up to his reputation as the god of death on the battlefield. With each swing of his sword, blood and flesh splattered, limbs and heads of the monsters flew into the air amidst the gushing blood. He was adorning the battlefield with horror and gore. However, the advantage of the wolves was being effectively utilized as they relentlessly attacked Raven in successive waves, overwhelming him. Eventually, one of the wolves managed to sink its teeth into Raven's hand, adding to his plight. An arrow seemingly appeared out of nowhere and pierced his shoulder. Raven looked up to see Baltai holding a bow with a self-satisfied demeanor. He resembled a nobleman participating in a hunt for amusement, with Raven as the prey being cornered by the fierce hunting dogs. Baltai continued to rally more wolves to attack while laughing mockingly at Raven. "Oh, fighting each monster one by one, are we? I'm feeling rather lonely over here, weren't you going to kill me?" Raven's rage surged even more in response to Baltai's taunts, pushing him beyond his limits. However, it also meant that his body was enduring even greater pressure. Ignoring the blood flowing from his nose, Raven gripped the snout of the wolf clamped onto his right hand. With a burst of strength, he forced the wolf's jaws open, then shattered its skull, slamming it to the ground. As Raven finished dealing with the first wolf, two more wolves suddenly leaped into the air and lunged towards him. Raven swiftly swung his sword, creating fiery slashes in the air, and the blade energy immediately cut through the bodies of the two wolves. The fresh blood of the wolves sprayed into the air and splattered onto his black armor, but at the same time, blood started to trickle from the corner of Raven's mouth, his eyes became dull, and his mind began to lose clarity due to his growing disgust and rage. Baltai stood calmly, observing everything as if enjoying a horror movie directed by himself. That strength was truly astonishing. Despite being wounded or pierced through, he didn't stop. With the increasing aggression, Raven's desire for bloodshed and the dragon's rage emanating from him grew stronger. Baltai chuckled mischievously as he watched him, resembling a beast gone mad. Indeed, he possessed the aura of a dragon, unable to distinguish between prey and monster anymore. Baltai bared his sharp golden fangs with a sinister thought. Yes, the more you become like this, the less it resembles a battle. This is what a true hunt looks like. He notched an arrow onto his bowstring, laughing gleefully. Go mad, go on a killing spree, let the rage consume you, until you exhaust yourself completely. At this point, Raven truly resembled a bloodthirsty lunatic. The more blood spilled from the wolves, the more ferocious he became, but in exchange, more blood flowed from his mouth as the Pendragon's body endured overwhelming pressure from within. Baltai savored the spectacle with a wide grin of delight. He raised the bow, aiming it at Raven, and moved it back and forth agonizingly slow, as if choosing a vital point on his body to continue his amusement. A sinister chuckle escaped through his teeth. Ha ha ha, hunting dragons, what fun. The flames within the fortress grew more intense with each passing moment, nearly consuming half of Tylan's residents. However, those engaged in battle inside seemed oblivious to it. On Isla's side, the duel with Fillmore was unfolding fiercely. Isla, with her injured right hand, had lost the advantage of using her dual swords. Fillmore relentlessly attacked, his strikes showing no sign of weakening. Isla began to tire after parrying over 20 strikes from Fillmore. Her agility also visibly diminished due to the pain in her right hand, causing her to lose focus. This allowed Fillmore to land a few more scratches on her face and forehead. Fillmore charged once again, swinging his sword high over his head with a loud roar. However, Isla managed to block his downward strike immediately. Despite her weakened state, though weakened, she still had enough strength to thwart such basic frontal attacks. After a thunderous clash, the screeching sound of metal scraping against metal filled the air, sending shivers down one's spine. Fillmore exerted force, pressing Isla down and forcing her to lower her body's center of gravity to withstand his pressure. Behind him, the railing had broken, and a slight misstep could send him tumbling into the flames below. As Fillmore backed Isla into a corner, he smirked with satisfaction. You've done quite well, still holding on with one hand until now, but unfortunately, your life ends here. Just then, a group of Brescia soldiers rushed in on the ground floor, their shout startling Isla. Captain, Sir Fillmore. The soldiers eagerly rushed towards the staircase leading to the second floor, declaring their intention to support Fillmore. Fillmore laughed mockingly at the sight. If those soldiers join in as well, you won't stand a chance. His eyes glared challengingly at Isla. Now, you must choose, either run and be chased like a dog, or stay here and neatly become my appetizer. Choose, Fillmore shouted, urging Isla as he exerted more force on his sword, causing sparks to fly as the blades clashed once again. Gritting her teeth, Isla slowly stood up. She didn't want to choose either option, but if she didn't let go and flee now, she might not be able to preserve her life. Fillmore intensified his pressure once again, causing Isla's mind to become clouded. The honor of a Valva's knight did not allow him to falter before an enemy, but this situation. Suddenly, Isla caught sight of something, and a glimmer of realization flashed in his mind. His left arm had also reached its limit in resisting, trembling under the strain of the clashing swords. Finally, Isla made his choice. He let go, releasing his sword. But that didn't mean he intended to flee. Instead, Isla unexpectedly bent down, slipping his left arm behind Fillmore's back. Everything happened in less than a second. Before Fillmore could comprehend what Isla was about to do, Isla had firmly grasped his belt. Isla tightened his grip on Fillmore's belt and pushed forward. Despite his weakening left arm, he still had enough strength to execute a typical Southern-style throw, taking advantage of Fillmore's momentum to throw him off balance and forward. In front of him now was the railing of the hallway, missing its crossbar, with only sharp wooden stakes jutting out. Isla gently tossed Fillmore, and he was propelled into the air, landing on his back atop one of the wooden stakes. Isla had turned danger into opportunity, maximizing the advantages inadvertently created by Fillmore. A horrific scream erupted from his mouth. The soldiers below thought it was a cry of pain, but it was actually a scream of fury. A creature like him couldn't feel pain. The soldiers hadn't even reached the second floor yet when they saw Fillmore impaled by the wooden stake. They cried out in horror, "Captain, Captain!" They hurriedly rushed up the stairs, shouting and urging each other to help Captain Fillmore, to kill that wretched fellow. Isla had no intention of running away. He stood calmly facing Fillmore's upturned head. "Seems like you're quite respected," he remarked. Fillmore chuckled smugly in response. "Indeed, you can't resist that many soldiers." He glanced towards the staircase eagerly, his anticipation evident. "As for me, there's no way anything like this can kill me." Isla narrowed his eyes, gazing coldly at Fillmore's smug smile. An uncomfortable feeling surged within him. This demeanor clearly didn't deserve respect from other knights. Isla didn't want to engage in a verbal or physical confrontation with such repulsive arrogance. He calmly picked up his sword, ready to finish him off. Isla raised his sword in front of Fillmore, then slowly pronounced his death sentence. "You may think so, but..." The battle was over. Isla swung his sword high with a cold, sharp gaze. No matter how numerous the reinforcements Fillmore had, it didn't change the fact that he was now no different from a fish lying belly up on a cutting board, and Isla, coincidentally, was a Valvas, the people of the sea. Isla struck down with precision, aiming directly at Fillmore's neck, without caring whether he could reattach his head again. The sharp blade sliced through the neck artery, blood spraying into the air with a gory splatter, the squelching sounds of blood flowing echoing for a while afterward. Thus, a duel ended within the besieged fortress, surrounded on all sides by raging flames. Meanwhile, Raven found himself in a dire situation, becoming a helpless target for Baltai as the wolves relentlessly attacked him one after another. Raven's body was covered in wounds, and blood was gushing from his nose and mouth. He began to breathe heavily as his strength dwindled. The dragon rage continued to defend him, blocking the wolves' attacks, but the energy he emitted was visibly weakening. Raven gritted his teeth, suppressing the groans of pain. He forcefully pulled out the arrows lodged in his arms, the overwhelming feelings of hatred and anger overpowering the pain. Raven surged forward with ferocious energy, swinging his sword and leaving a bright trail in the air, decapitating a wolf charging at him. Once again, another bright red streak slashed through the chaos, and the head of another wolf fell to the ground like a rolling ball of fur. Raven stood amidst the chaotic battlefield, effortlessly slaughtering the monsters around him. The pile of corpses beneath his feet bore witness to his ruthless efficiency. The bloody scene only served to further excite Baltai. "Ha ha ha, continue the madness, become even more insane." Baltai smirked with sinister satisfaction. "Madness may generate power, but it will erode your intuition and reason, ultimately driving you to madness until exhaustion." Baltai keenly observed Raven's diminishing combat abilities. "Look at you, your strikes fueled by that dragon rage are indeed powerful, but their accuracy is nearly non-existent. This undead army is your true nemesis." With a smug grin, Baltai caressed the axe on his back. "I'll let these undead weaken your endurance and agility, then my axe will finish you off with a single strike." The more Baltai thought about his perfect plan, the more satisfied he felt. He grinned maliciously, unable to conceal his sinister pleasure. Then, he taunted Raven, goading his rage. "Do your best, little one, but whatever you do, it's all in vain." Baltai aimed his bow at Raven while laughing mockingly. "From the beginning, everything in this world has been predetermined, everything, even this battle." Raven's fiery anger intensified even further after Baltai's taunting, but he still didn't feel satisfied. He continued to shout, "Your foolishness and stubbornness won't make you live any longer." Baltai chuckled arrogantly, confidently declaring, "The fate of Ruv Tylan has been sealed, along with Sisek." The name Sisek echoed in Raven's ears like a tolling bell, resonating deep within his mind. It stirred him from his haze, gradually calming the rage within him. Baltai was so self-assured that he didn't even realize Raven's rage was beginning to wane. He continued to mockingly say, "Run wherever you want from your fate." Growing even more fervent, he arrogantly declared to Raven, "We will rule the empire, and eventually, you will become slaves to us alone, ha 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 ha. As Baltai, in the role of a verbose villain, continued to spew his words, he eventually uttered something that jolted Raven's mind back from the depths of regret. Raven realized he was losing sight of his original purpose and direction in this place of conflict. Raven recalled how the serfs and stewards of the Vault family had become wretched slaves under the oppressive rule of the tyrannical overlords. On his way to this fortress, he witnessed how the lives of the people here had become disposable to the extent that they could be innocently slaughtered without anyone caring, all because of a feudal war between two despotic lords that had brought no benefit to their lives. Raven realized that his initial purpose in coming here wasn't to duel Baltai and seek revenge for his own death in a past life, rather, it was more important to apprehend the two noble lords responsible for causing this chaos. As Raven's fiery rage subsided along with his newfound clarity and insight, he found himself introspecting and questioning his actions. What am I doing? He pondered. In the blink of an eye, the red-hot dragon rage surrounding Raven dissipated, replaced by a moment of tranquil contemplation. However, at that very moment, the wolves continued to heed Baltai's command, charging towards him. Simultaneously, Baltai aimed his bow at Raven with a menacing growl. Die, he shouted, releasing the arrow which soared through the air towards Raven. Several streaks of azure light sliced through the air, and the pure blue flames of the white dragon finally returned to Raven. As Raven regained his clarity, the dragon's aura emanating from him also regained its sharpness and precision. Just like any other day, it effortlessly cleaved through the arrows hurtling towards him at lightning speed. Baltai's arrow was sliced in half, plummeting to the ground along with the limbs of the wolves that had just attacked Raven from behind. He didn't even need to look at them, yet the dragon's aura still managed to strike them down. Baltai stared in shock, his eyes shrinking to the size of a grain of rice. Before him, the dragon's fury emanating from Raven took on a gentle yet imposing green hue, and his strikes carried not only the dragon's aura but also the traditional dragon fire. His slashes cut accurately through all four legs of the wolf, rendering it unable to continue its attack. The situation was vastly different from before, when Raven's dragon aura would land indiscriminately with 10 strikes only hitting 2 targets, each strike only managing to sever 1 or 2 parts of the wolf's body. Baltai was momentarily dumbfounded, a mix of astonishment and bitterness in his gaze as he looked at Raven. So, he could still wield his blade with such precision, rendering his undead army immobile. Despite his army's agility, Raven had made it impossible for them to move. Losing his arrogant smirk, Baltai began to feel a creeping sense of defeat. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, this damn wretch. In Raven's eyes, there was no trace of hatred anymore. He stared coldly into Baltai's eyes, exuding the demeanor of a warrior full of pride and honor. Having seen through Baltai's intention to drive him into madness, Raven's once tumultuous mind, akin to a stormy sea, unexpectedly transformed into a serene lake without a ripple. Baltai was shocked and horrified to see the clear change in Raven's demeanor, unable to comprehend why he had suddenly undergone such a transformation. He stood frozen in disbelief, questioning why Raven had changed so abruptly. As Baltai continued to gaze at Raven, his astonishment turned into bitterness. He realized that his deceitful schemes had come to naught. The very essence of his rage had shifted. You damned fool, Baltai muttered under his breath, knowing that at this moment, his plot had utterly failed. The current form of the dragon wrapping around Raven now exudes a serene and tranquil demeanor, devoid of the fierce roaring from earlier. However, it still emanates a more intimidating aura of the dragon. Raven breathed steadily, regulating his emotions and thoughts to become calmer. Indeed. He calmly looks at Baltai, who is now taken aback, as the hatred and resentment in his heart have temporarily subsided, realizing it's not the time to let his anger towards him overshadow his rationality. Raven closes his eyes, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly as the green light from the gem on the sword's hilt begins to radiate. He reminds himself that he is the inheritor of the Vault family's legacy. Just like his father and his elder brother. I will fulfill the duties of a member of the Vault family, Raven declares. He opens his eyes, all lingering doubts completely dissipated. He raises his sword towards Baltai, no longer with resentment but with the determination to carry out the family's wish of bringing peace to the people. He sees Baltai only as an obstacle to overcome swiftly. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, Brescia's soldiers continue to pour in, disregarding the fierce flames that could turn anyone careless into roast pork. The engulfing flames have reached the mansion's roof, burning fiercely and thickly, occasionally whipped by gusts of wind, spreading fire and smoke further. On a portion of the roof still untouched by the flames, Jody's group struggles to protect Ruv Thailand from Breshaw's soldiers, but they're being pushed to their limits. A knight from Brescia sneers triumphantly, pointing his sword at Jody. "It's over," he declares, "you won't escape." Jody's group grits their teeth, tense and desperate as they scan their surroundings for a solution, but it seems futile. They're truly cornered, facing over a dozen soldiers, surrounded by fire, and perched on a roof about 50 meters above the ground. Ruv Thailand, unable to offer any help, resorts to blaming them. "Why did we come here?" he complains. "Now we're all doomed." Scylla snaps back at him, "What other choice do we have? We can't just jump into the fire, the entire mansion is engulfed." Gus shoots a glare at Ruv Thailand, visibly irritated. "If you keep whining, I'll personally chop your head off and hand it over to them," he threatens. Even Jody joins in this time with a mocking smile. "Seriously, that might be the only way for us to get out of this alive." They say. Ruv Thailand, trembling with fear, stammers in response, "No, no, it can't be." Seeing that Jody's group has no way to escape, the Brescia soldiers charge forward simultaneously, their rallying cries echoing throughout the mansion. Jody's group prepares for a final stand, even though they could easily leave Ruv Thailand behind to increase their chances of escape. After all, mercenaries like these soldiers aren't bound by loyalty to a lord. As the Brescia soldiers close in, just a few steps away from Jody's group, a sound akin to rushing wind sweeps towards them. However, standing on the rooftop, no one pays it any mind, assuming it's just the natural howling of the wind against the flames. Suddenly, on the roof between the two groups, cuts of bright green flames appear, accompanied by the sound of cracking stones. In the blink of an eye, the portion of the roof beneath the feet of the Brescia soldiers crumbles into pieces, sending them tumbling down in a chaotic frenzy of startled screams. Jody's group is equally astonished, their eyes widening as they witness a section of the roof upheaved as if it were soil being tilled by an invisible force. At that very moment, Soldrake shot up from the hole just created in the roof. In the blink of an eye she appeared suspended in mid-air with her wings outstretched, trailing wisps of dusty smoke swirling along her flight path. The three members of the Jody group gaped in astonishment, watching Soldrake hovering in the sky, completely forgetting about fleeing from the Brescia soldiers. Even the Brescia soldiers themselves forgot their mission, standing on the rooftop dumbfounded, gazing up at the enchanting creature gracefully gliding through the air. In Soldrake's hand was the blazing aura sword, replacing the usual longsword she used to pass among the people here. Soldrake had revealed the telltale signs of a dragon, but still, no one recognized her true identity. After all, not everyone had knowledge about dragons, and no one would think that such a noble creature would be present in this ravaged land, let alone involved in such mundane affairs. After being momentarily stunned by Soldrake's mesmerizing beauty, Jody exclaimed joyfully, "Soul." At this moment, Scylla stuttered in confusion, "Wings, huh, what about them?" while Ruv Thailand remained indifferent, showing no suspicion towards Soldrake's appearance, merely murmuring in awe, "Beautiful." Soldrake hovered above their heads, everyone ceasing their activities to watch her, as she seemed to be calculating something. Seconds later, Soldrake swooped down towards the Jody group like a hawk targeting its prey, her wings slightly folding to reduce air resistance. The sudden movement of Soldrake startled the Jody group, causing them to recoil slightly, thinking she wanted to land and stand with them. However, Soldrake dove down close above their heads, spreading her wings wide, while simultaneously grabbing Scylla and Ruv Thailand with one hand. With her other hand, Soldrake grabbed the collars of Jody and Gus, lifting all four of them off the roof simultaneously, leaving them bewildered. Before anyone could grasp what was happening, Soldrake had whisked them away, soaring upwards at a dizzying speed, leaving everyone terrified and disoriented. They cried out in panic, looking up at Soldrake, but dared not struggle too much, fearing that any sudden movement might cause her to lose her grip. The Brescia soldiers stood dumbfounded, watching the group fly away into the distance, their figures becoming faint against the backdrop of the crimson sunset. It took a moment for the soldiers to regain their senses, and they yelled, "They're running away, what in the world is happening, who is that woman?" Soldrake effortlessly carried the four individuals in her hand, gracefully soaring through the sky as if she were an eagle, and the others were mere small mice caught in its talons. Ruv Tylan muttered anxiously under her breath, feeling the weight of lifting several grown individuals with just her hand, a truly frightening display of strength. Scylla, being carried alongside the indifferent Ruv Tylan, couldn't help but express annoyance. The only thing that surprises you is this. Both Jody and Gus shared the sentiment with Scylla, but they were too disheartened to say anything more to the indifferent noblewoman. A sigh escaped Gus's lips, rendering him speechless. By now, 2/3 of the mansion had crumbled into ruins, flames dancing atop the rooftops, spilling out of windows as if rejoicing in the downfall of the Tylan family. Inside the mansion, thick black smoke gathered in clusters like clouds before a storm, the sound of roaring flames occasionally punctuated by explosive cracks echoing here and there. The Brescia soldiers, backing up Fillmore, finally reached the second-floor hallway where their captain awaited. However, they stood rooted to the spot, hesitant to make a move. Isla's icy gaze swept over the soldiers, devoid of any hint of malice, yet still sending shivers down their spines. It wasn't Isla's presence that frightened them, but rather the sight of fresh blood flowing down his sword's blade. The soldiers saw the tip of the sword pointing towards the head of Fillmore, who was grinning broadly as he commanded, "You've done well, come here, quickly." The Brescia knights looked at their esteemed captain with eyes full of horror, but Fillmore remained oblivious to their fear, continuing to urge them on. "Yes, you're the Knights of Sisek personally trained by me, charge forth for me." Fillmore exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, my incredibly loyal comrades," yet Isla showed no fear of being attacked by the supporting soldiers. He looked down at Fillmore with a disdainful gaze. Fillmore was impaled on a wooden stake, his neck severed halfway, his head dangling loosely but still grinning foolishly. "Quickly, get him," he urged. To ensure Fillmore couldn't reattach his head immediately, Isla carefully severed both of his arms. Fillmore's throat emitted continuous urging sounds, filled with dark gas. "Hurry," yet the Brescia soldiers remained frozen in place, unable to approach him, a wave of nausea rising in their throats as they witnessed the gruesome scene. Trying to suppress the urge to vomit, some soldiers hesitantly spoke up, Commander Fillmore." Fillmore still hasn't grasped the problem lying with him. He looks at them bewilderedly. A Brescia soldier regained consciousness and admitted the truth. No, he's not the commander." He points at Fillmore and shouts decisively, "What's that monster's name? This must be an imposter." Fillmore's eyes widen in confusion. In that moment, he still doesn't understand why they're so agitated, but then his eyes suddenly shrink to the size of a pinhead as he overhears what the soldiers are discussing among themselves. The Brescia knights have begun to regain their clarity of judgment. This battle only happened because the commander said something to the Brescia count, didn't it? Yeah, that means Tylan's betrayal. Isla turns to look at the soldiers conversing amongst themselves. He wants to see if they're as intelligent as normal humans. The result is just as Isla expected. They reassure each other, everything from the beginning was a sham, right? We've likely been deceived. Seeing the soldiers staring at him with bullet-like intensity, Fillmore begins to feel fear as things spiral out of his control. The Brescia knights start to grow angry, reassuring each other, "I knew something was off from the start." "Me too, I thought the same," others chime in. They're both frustrated at feeling deceived and angry that many comrades have perished in this senseless battle. All the knights turn towards Fillmore simultaneously, shouting in fury, "How dare you deceive us? Where is the real commander? Who are you, you wretch?" Rage erupts, and the knights brandish their swords, charging at Fillmore, intent on killing him. Yes, kill him. They don't wait for an answer from him because even if they did, nothing coming from that repulsive throat would be trustworthy. Seeing the knights rushing towards him with terrifying intent, Fillmore screams in desperation to explain himself, "I am your true commander, I have transcended the limits of humanity." He continues to struggle to utter broken words before the sharp blades descend upon him, "For the sake of the great plan, our plan." Soon after, blood splatters everywhere. Each knight's sword strike is merciless, stabbing and slashing as if to vent all their anger and resentment for their fallen comrades. Isla coldly glances at Fillmore, his face devoid of any hint of satisfaction, for this bloody scene is just the inevitable outcome he believes Fillmore deserves. More importantly, a bitter feeling wells up within Isla as he looks at the blood-stained sword in his hand and murmurs, "A puppet, exceeding the limits of humanity, huh." Isla gazes intently at the sword, marked with scratches from various battles, involuntarily feeling sorrow for a lifetime where he too threw himself into combat with the praised strength exceeding the limits of humanity. He sees images of his past self, fighting for noble ideals to protect Valvas, yet the outcome remains unchanged. The knights under other lords, those who fell under his sword, they're no different from Fillmore, puppets controlled by the boundless greed of the nobility. Isla squints sadly at his past self, silently thinking that if he had been more aware back then, and if the other knights had been more insightful, had pondered more deeply about the origins of those battles, then they wouldn't have fought and fallen in vain like that. However, the past is the past. Isla knows he can't change Valva's past, but he can change the present and future of Sisek. After a long sigh, he sheaths his sword, pushing aside his melancholic thoughts to continue his assigned mission. As the blade disappears completely into its scabbard, Isla lets out a bitter smile. How foolish, he mocks Fillmore, but it's also a sarcastic jab at his own past foolishness. Right after that, Isla coldly turns his back and walks away. He knows there's no need to lay a hand on anyone in that group of soldiers anymore because surely, after this incident, they have understood that the root of all their troubles lies with the devil masquerading as their commander. Behind Isla, the Brescia soldiers are eagerly rushing to tear Fillmore apart with ferocity. Tylan's mansion now resembles the Vault family's estate of old, engulfed in flames and on the verge of becoming a desolate ruin beyond salvation. 10 minutes have passed, but Soldrake still holds 4 figures suspended in the sky above the mansion. They silently look down below, waiting for the appearance of the most important person. At this moment, Jody notices the peculiar actions of the Brescia soldiers in the mansion's courtyard below. He nudges Gus gently and points, "Hey, look, there's something strange going on." He hesitates, questioning Gus with suspicion. "The Brescia army, they've stopped attacking, what's going on?" Soldrake, however, pays no mind to the soldiers. She's focused on scanning everywhere to find Raven, but she doesn't spot him anywhere outside the mansion's compound. Her gaze immediately returns to the burning mansion, a surge of worry washing over her. Soldrake silently calls out Ray's name, knowing he's amidst that sea of flames. She sensed the dragon's rage emanating from him earlier, but now she can't feel that anger anymore, which only adds to her growing concern. Meanwhile, the remaining Brescia soldiers inside the mansion are quickly spreading the latest intel from their comrades. Commander Fillmore is an imposter, then why are we still fighting? Raven and Baltai, engaged in combat nearby, overhear the entire conversation of the knights. The outcome of the large-scale battle is clear. Now, it's only the outcome of this duel that matters. Upon hearing the spreading rumors among the Brescia soldiers, Baltai's arrogant demeanor wanes further. He scoffs and curses at Fillmore. Truly a useless puppet. Raven strides forward confidently, using a mocking tone to provoke him. "Seems like you won't be getting any more support. Then let's quickly end it here, Baltai." Baltai squints at Raven with a resentful glare. By now, he's noticed that the wounds on Raven's body have healed as if nothing ever touched him. Baltai furrows his brows, observing Raven from head to toe intently. He can't help but wonder how the injuries this punk received have healed so quickly. How is that even possible? The more Baltai looks, the more puzzled he becomes. He entertains various speculations in his mind. Could Raven also have an immortal body like those undead creatures? No, it can't be. It's different, this power, it's like him. In a moment, the image of the Troll King flashes fleetingly in Baltai's mind. It's a truly terrifying monster, not only possessing formidable strength but also possessing incredible regenerative abilities, making it almost invincible. Baltai clenches his teeth at the thought of the similarity between Raven and the Troll King. A chilling sensation washes over him. If his speculation is correct, then this punk, he's not to be trifled with. More importantly, Baltai still wonders how Raven knows his name. He even worries that there might be a spy or even a traitor within his organization. He questions Raven again, but this time, his tone is much more serious than before. "How do you know my name? Who told you this? And what else did they say?" Raven pauses for a moment, then calmly opens his mouth and speaks with confidence and arrogance. "I am." In Raven's heart, he silently recalls the name Raven Vault, a name he had once wanted to say in situations like this before, but now, it's unnecessary to speak it aloud. Raven Vault's past is something only he and Soldrake need to know. A mysterious smile appears on Raven's lips as the intense blue flames of the dragon erupt from his body. The name Raven Vault may no longer exist in this world, but it still lives on within Raven's heart, alongside another name. The dragon's rage emanating from Raven suddenly intensifies exponentially, and a pair of wings spread wide behind him. The overwhelming pressure released makes even the undead wolf that Baltai is riding, fearless by nature, stand on edge. The overwhelming oppression generated by the dragon's rage makes even the master of the undead wolf feel a chilling fear coursing through his spine. Therefore, the wolf, being under its master's control, is naturally unable to escape the influence of its master. This is one of the rare occasions where Baltai, counting on his fingers, feels panicked before his opponent. He widens his eyes, staring at the radiant blue light enveloping Raven's entire body. What in the world is this? Under the dazzling light of the blue flames, Raven's black armor gradually shifts back to white, and even the screaming blade of the widow is returning to its original pure color. Seeing Raven's armor fading from black to gray and finally revealing a bright white hue adorned with golden patterns, Baltai is astonished and filled with suspicion. His armor, its changing color, turning white. As the disguise magic gradually fades away, the rapid change in color spreads to Raven's breastplate. Not only is the black color washed away, but the blood of the monster and his own blood that once stained his armor are also cleansed away. The next thing to change is his cloak, and finally, Raven's hair returns to its original color. If Soldrake were to witness this scene, she would be delighted because she's someone who doesn't want to see Raven in that dull black outfit anymore. As Raven completes his transformation, he stands tall and proud like a knightly statue carved from the annals of history. The beauty of righteousness, honor, calmness, and determination converge within him. Raven coldly opens his mouth, emitting a sound that is sharp, cold, yet crystalline clear. I am Aaron Pendragon, the contracted guardian of the White Dragon. When Baltai gazes into the deep blue eyes of Raven, he is shocked into silence. They are eyes of such serene calmness that no matter how long one looks into them, they can never fathom the thoughts of their owner. After a moment of dismay, Baltai's panic turns into a frantic shout, his voice trembling with suspicion and horror. Aaron Pendragon, are you saying? Seeing Raven's cold silence, his icy stare fixed upon him, Baltai immediately confirms that this is indeed the one he sought, the one he wanted to eliminate in the Ancona forest but failed, and the one who escaped from Tolio Arangis's grasp. Baltai's eyes quickly shift to become wary and resentful. He glares at Raven for a while, cautiously assessing his presence here. It's clear that a duke posing as a mercenary, coming to such a desolate land, must have some covert purpose that needs to be carried out. Baltai tries to search for answers in Raven's eyes but to no avail. However, soon after, his intuition tells him that Raven might be here to investigate the assassination case from 3 years ago, meaning under the orders of Prince Ian. This further drives Baltai to conclude that he must eliminate Raven right here to conceal the secret of the mastermind behind the assassination. He doesn't dare hesitate for a second. Baltai immediately charges forward with his axe raised high, ready to confront Raven head-on. Raven is equally prepared for the confrontation. Baltai rushes in, lifting his axe overhead with both hands, taking advantage of his height advantage while riding the wolf. He intends to bring down the axe like chopping wood. Raven has no intention of leaping to Baltai's height. Instead, he deliberately lowers his body's center of gravity to match the wolf's head level and swings his sword horizontally. The ancestral sword of the Pendragon household is now enveloped in potent dragon energy. Just one strike is enough to sever a person's body effortlessly. Raven's eyes gleam brightly in this decisive moment. At the same time, Baltai is bringing his axe down with a thunderous roar and a ferocious expression. A bright streak of green cuts through the air, carrying with it blazing dragon fire and crackling lightning. In just one move, Raven cuts Baltai in half, sending his upper body soaring into the air, passing over Raven's head. Meanwhile, Baltai's lower body, along with the wolf, collapses beneath Raven's feet. The conclusion for one of the major villains in Raven's life seems to come too quickly and too easily. With just one swift stroke of his icy blade, Raven cleaved Baltai in two, sending his upper body soaring into the air, arcing over Raven's head, while his lower torso, along with the wolf, collapsed beneath his feet. Baltai was cut down in an instant, yet Raven's countenance remained cold and impassive, his mind serene like water, his eyes unwavering even as his own hand dispatched the foe. Baltai was cleaved in twain in the blink of an eye, the events unfolding so swiftly that he barely had time to register anything, his face frozen in a scream as he launched his attack on Raven. After somersaulting once in mid-air, Baltai's upper half collided with the ground with a resounding thud, like a sack of sand being thrown down. Meanwhile, Raven was in the process of retracting the dragon's wrath wrapped around his sword, the aura diminishing along with the fading green light. Raven had no intention of turning back to look at the remains of his foe, or at least he didn't feel the need to do so hastily. He was confident that no one could survive that sword strike, so he acted calmly and deliberately. However, contrary to Raven's prediction, Baltai suddenly opened his mouth to speak with a sinister smile. "You are indeed someone special, Aaron Pendragon." Raven, upon hearing Baltai's voice, was startled and turned back, a person who should not have survived now laughing mockingly, sending shivers down Raven's spine with astonishment. As Raven turned back to look at Baltai, it was clear he was nothing but a lump of flesh, a torso missing both arms, lying sprawled on the ground, yet, his mouth continued to speak with a taunting tone. "You are strong, but unfortunately. This is merely a puppet." Baltai chuckled smugly, looking at Raven with a mocking gaze, lying in a pool of thick blood with a wisp of black smoke emanating from his abdomen. The head of the wolf Baltai rode still growled menacingly, and from its severed neck, a stream of dark energy was also pouring out. Raven clenched his teeth, caught between shock and bitterness to the point where he couldn't find words. "You," he muttered, falling into silence as he realized his own complacency, forgetting that someone as brutal as Baltai, who could kill even an ogre, wouldn't easily perish like this. Unlike other puppets, Baltai's body began to melt like flowing resin, laughing uproariously as he taunted Raven once again. "Where did you get that immortal body, and how do you know of me?" Baltai knew Raven wouldn't intend to answer him, so he didn't wait for a response, instead continuing to mock. "A brat from the Pendragon family, once mocked for being a weakling, yet so knowledgeable. Strange, isn't it?" Raven gritted his teeth, infuriated but helpless, for the figure before him was nothing more than a puppet. Baltai's soliloquy persisted, and Raven, instead of leaving, patiently listened to gather more information. He thought to himself, "Regardless. It seems you are a rather significant obstacle to our plans." Raven heard, and in an instant, a familiar sensation washed over him. In his past life, they also referred to Raven and Aaron Pendragon as hindrances that needed to be eliminated. With a face contorted more and more like a plastic doll melting in the fire, Baltai declared defiantly, "I will pursue and hunt you until you die, by any means necessary. I swear upon the name of the Mad Dog commander of the demon army, Tovan Baltai." Before completely dissolving, he rolled his eyes upward, his golden pupils glinting with bloodlust as he stared at Raven. Finally, amidst an echoing laughter resonating throughout the mansion, his eyes became hollow and filled with the light of dark magic, and the viscous, dark substances oozed out from his body like tree resin. Just a few seconds later, his body completely transformed into a pool of thick, black, foul-smelling slime before Raven's eyes. Raven pondered silently on Baltai's recent words, reminiscent of his past life. After a while, he gently uttered, "Yes, indeed, nothing has changed for now. But this is just the beginning." Raven looked around the Thailand mansion, engulfed in flames, much like the Vault family mansion of old. Baltai was unaware that while they were executing their schemes, Raven was also steadily progressing with his own plan, seeking revenge and building a better life in places where the Pendragon influence could reach. Revenge is best served cold. Haste would yield no results. Nonetheless, Raven had already achieved a victory by gaining control over Ruv Thailand. His gaze returned to its familiar resolute and icy demeanor. Firstly, he must start with Ruv Thailand. Meanwhile, in the southern seas of the Empire, the last rays of the day hurriedly ran towards the horizon at the call of the sun, casting a reddish hue over the sky and sea. The winds grew stronger, carrying thick black smoke across the sky. The direction of the billowing black smoke led towards a prominent city amidst the vast sea, the domain of Duke Oranges. It was a bustling coastal city spanning thousands of square kilometers off the coast of Aragon, housing the stronghold of the most powerful sea mage corps at that time and a fleet of over 10 of the largest sailing ships in the empire. The final wisps of black smoke seeped into the most luxurious chamber on the island, also the secret abode reserved for the Duke's special guests. Inside the chamber, several beautiful young women lay naked, modestly covering their sensitive areas with thin blankets, their eyes trembling with fear as they stared intently at the man sitting amidst the bed. The man sitting amidst the bed is indeed Baltai, the women gaze at him with fear not because he is the mad dog of the demon army, but because amidst their revelry, wounds suddenly appear on his body, oozing blood. Even Baltai himself is taken aback by what is happening. When his puppet dissolved into a puddle at the Thailand mansion, its separated soul swiftly returned to his original body, but it brought along the wounds inflicted by Raven's sword. Though the wounds are not deep, the sudden, genuine pain coursing through his body shocks him. This is the first time his physical form has felt injuries from his puppet. Seeing his darkened complexion, Baltai remains silent, biting his lips in frustration and horror. One of the hesitant women speaks up, Baltai, you're bleeding. Baltai remains silent, his lips pressed tightly together in anger and disbelief. The wounds I received there, they penetrated through the puppet and transferred to my real body. How is that possible? After a moment of hesitation, he angrily commands the women sitting around him, leave, I must urgently report this matter to the one in charge. Returning to Dissect, the sky is veiled in darkness, shrouding this vast yet desolate territory. The only illuminated spot near the horizon shines a deep red, reminiscent of the sunset. Beneath that crimson sky, lies the mansion of Ruv Thailand, engulfed in the dance of fire and wind. Flames flare up with each gust of wind, resembling a wild and deadly dance. Soldrake has landed along with the others, watching as the mansion gradually crumbles into rubble. After a moment, their eyes meet, all gazing down at a figure kneeling below. The gaze of everyone is fixed on Ruv Thailand, his teeth clenched tightly as he tries to maintain a facade of resilience, but his trembling lips betray his resolve. Raven stands before Ruv Thailand, his demeanor arrogant and icy, his sharp eyes full of judgment scrutinizing every expression on Thailand's face. Ruv Thailand, bound and kneeling at Raven's feet, appears frail and pitiful, with the burning mansion as a backdrop. The scene resembles that of years past, but the people involved have changed. Raven couldn't help but marvel at the resemblance. He spoke with a weary tone, back then, our positions were reversed, I was even more terrifying. His voice, tinged with melancholy, sent shivers down Ruv Thailand's spine. Thailand shuddered at Raven's ominous tone, raising his eyebrows with a puzzled expression. His mouth stuttered as he asked, what are you saying? Raven remained silent, narrowing his eyes at him. His icy blue eyes, deep and cold as the unfathomable depths of the sea, brought a rush of memories flooding back into his mind. Raven recalled his own situation 10 years ago, chained like a dog, forced to watch everything engulfed in flames. At that moment, Ruv Thailand approached Raven, grabbing his hair and jerking his head up, scrutinizing his youthful face. He stared deeply into Raven's resolute and unyielding eyes before breaking into a contemptuous smirk. Raven remembered the moment when he had knelt in agony, watching the heads of his family members paraded before the noble elite, ridiculed and mocked. The same person who had caused his family's downfall was now kneeling in humiliation before him. Facing the one who directly harmed his family, Raven couldn't help but feel disgust. He gritted his teeth, producing chilling, grinding sounds. The legendary sword of the Pendragon house gleamed in the air, carrying Raven's entire fury with it. He swung the sword down without hesitation, but it stopped the moment it touched Ruv Thailand's neck. Thailand's face went pale, devoid of a single drop of blood, unable to comprehend what he had done to incur the wrath of this mercenary. Raven didn't sever Thailand's neck because he still found him useful. He glared at him, breaking the silence. 3 years ago, you sent a letter to the Vault family, didn't you? Ruv Thailand was stunned, caught off guard by Raven's question. He never expected the day would come when he would be asked about this, especially not by an obscure mercenary. Ignoring Thailand's trembling in fear, Raven continued, to serve the assassination of Prince Shaun, you sent a letter filled with poison. Thailand's eyes widened in horror, and he stammered in a disjointed manner, how did you? Thailand had been confident that all traces had been buried when the Vault family was annihilated, but now that confidence had vanished completely. Raven didn't hesitate to unleash the draconic wrath, using terrifying coercion to pressure Thailand psychologically. He knew Thailand was cunning enough to come up with a fleeting excuse, and he would easily lie with wide-open eyes. The draconic wrath emitted immediately sent shivers down the spines of those unaware of Raven's true identity, instilling horror in the atmosphere. Though the coercion wasn't directed at them, the overwhelming feeling still enveloped the air. Jody, seasoned by decades of combat experience, trembled under this immense pressure. This was an aura, something only mighty warriors who had endured countless battlefields could wield. But this was the first time I'd ever seen such a massive aura, Jody murmured, swallowing a gulp of horror. He had anticipated Raven to be powerful, but he never imagined a mercenary could possess such strength. Raven scrutinized Ruv Tylan with eyes that could see through the truth, infused with the judgment of a dragon. He began with the simplest question: why did you frame the Vault family, betraying them? Ruv Tylan's eyes widened, his face turning pale, and his body trembling incessantly. He stuttered, unable to speak, overwhelmed by fear. Either he was too frightened to respond, or he was simply buying time to come up with an excuse. Raven sensed that Tylan was stalling for time. He glared at him, urging him sternly, "Answer me." Feeling a shiver down his spine, Ruv Tylan quickly opened his mouth in response to Raven's cold voice. Yes, sir," he stammered, inwardly panicked. What is this? I can't resist." Under the pressure of Raven's penetrating gaze, Tylan's resistance became futile. Words spilled out of his mouth involuntarily. "The Vault family, they opposed the policies I enacted, they were inferior beings." Feeling the icy currents of wrath piercing through him like daggers, Ruv Tylan panicked and blurted out urgently, "But I didn't know that poison would be sent to the prince." His face contorted in distress, Tylan's stomach churned, and a wave of nausea surged up his throat. His aura had exceeded normal limits, akin to that of a certain individual. Tylan knew that only a select few, those chosen by deities or possessing magical prowess, could unleash such terrifying energy, akin to the fear of orcs. Raven pressed on with steely determination, his voice sharp as steel. "Who ordered you to do it?" Ruv Tylan bowed his head, unable to continue facing Raven. He struggled to swallow down the nausea rising in his throat, stuttering out each word in response to Raven's voice filled with malice and hatred. Or. With labored breath and trembling voice, Ruv Tylan managed to speak coherently. "It was an orc." Raven furrowed his brow at Tylan's vague answer, a heavy silence weighing on him like a lead weight on his chest. Ruv Tylan knew that Raven's silence meant he was waiting for a clear explanation. He continued, his voice still trembling. "He is a half-breed, born of an orc and a human, a fearsome pirate lord. He sent word to me, requesting the removal of the guest in the house of Count Brescia at that time." Raven furrowed his brow again, his eyes narrowing as he realized a surprising coincidence. "A pirate, you say?" Immediately, Isla also noticed the unexpected coincidence. There was only one pirate lord who had appeared to obstruct their investigation, and his towering figure, twice the size of an average person, was evidence of his half-orc heritage. Ruv Tylan struggled to catch his breath, attempting to justify his own unavoidable situation. Of course, he had been wary of him, but he couldn't resist his power, and alongside that, Ruv Tylan recounted the singular encounter between him and Tolio. Tolio had assured him that, even if he were exposed, they couldn't harm him in any way. Tolio smiled confidently and declared to Ruv Tylan, "You see, you're safe. I'm not just some ordinary pirate, you know." Tolio's face was filled with arrogance, and his tone was a mix of determination and threat, pushing Ruv Tylan into obedience. Caught between fear of Tolio and the suffocating pressure of Raven's anger, Ruv Tylan was overwhelmed. For a moment, his hair turned white, his face hollowed, and his throat parched. Finally, he struggled to utter a few words. "Orangus." "Tolio Orangus, that's his name." The answer was given instantly, leaving Raven stunned. Raven couldn't hide his astonishment. His previous judgments about Tolio in the previous battle were completely accurate. Tolio was half-human, half-orc, a renowned warrior from the south, and also the offspring of a noble with peculiar tastes. But he never expected the answer to terrify the listener to this extent. "Orangus, the Duke Orangus," he said. It wasn't fear that Raven felt, for Pendragon was also one of the 5 dukes on par with Orangus. However, compared to the current Pendragon, Orangus was truly formidable. His family, the supreme rulers of the southern territories, wielded superior economic and military power. Even the Empire had to show some deference to him, as he received the protection of the Sea Dragon King Viscula. The more Raven pondered the battle with that pirate, the more he felt all the pieces of the puzzle fitting together perfectly. Naturally, Tolio Orangus's personal involvement meant there must be someone else orchestrating behind him, besides Duke Orangus. Who else had the capability to manipulate Tolio? In Raven's mind, the scenario involving House Vault and Prince Shaun was becoming clearer and more complete. Now that he had the answer, he quietly reigned in the dragon's wrath. However, Ruv Tylan, still too frightened, couldn't lift his head. As the pressure emanating from Raven dissipated, Jody dared to show curiosity, turning to Isla and asking, "What in the world is he talking about, Elkin?" But Isla remained silent, refusing to respond. Isla glanced at Raven and nodded slightly, indicating if he understood what he needed to know, but she almost slipped and mentioned Pendragon's name. Luckily, she only uttered half of it before correcting herself with Raven's name. Raven solemnly sheathed his sword and nodded. It seems we've uncovered the perpetrators behind this." At that moment, a roar like a wild boar sounded. Count Brescia, tears streaming down his face, rushed before them, shouting, "You wretched scoundrels, what have you done to my Sophia?" Count Brescia held Sophia in his arms, but she was now nothing more than an empty shell. He staggered forward, approaching Raven and Ruv Tylan, his accusatory gaze piercing. Raven glared at the old man, a cold tone emanating from his lips. Count Brescia, Raven had intended to settle matters with Ruv Tylan before confronting him, the one who had directly ordered the attack on his family without thorough investigation, but he hadn't expected the Count to bring Sophia's lifeless body to him. Count Brescia stormed forward, panting heavily like an enraged bull. Count Brescia gritted his teeth and wailed, tears streaming down his face, "My dear Sisek, no, one of the beauties of the Empire, my beloved daughter, Sophia, how could my beloved daughter end up like this?" Count Brescia trembled with pain as he looked at Sophia's hollowed face and her empty, darkened eyes. Even at this moment, Count Brescia blindly placed all the blame on Ruv Tylan without any hesitation. "It's your fault, isn't it, Ruv Tylan?" Ruv Tylan stood there, dumbfounded and trembling in the face of Count Brescia's irrational accusation. Count Brescia screamed like a madman, clawing at his eyes, demanding Ruv Tylan to crawl on the ground like a dog for him, begging for his death. However, no one obeyed the old man's command. All eyes filled with suspicion turned towards him. Gus and Scylla frowned at Count Brescia with disdain, their voices sharp and mocking. "What's that fat pig blabbering about?" Raven cast a cold glance at Count Brescia. The old man remained as foolish as ever. His foolishness had already cost the lives of a loyal and brave family, and now it had led to the death of Sisek. He muttered bitterly, "Captain Fillmore has been manipulated by someone, like a puppet." Raven slapped Count Brescia in the face in front of the old man's soldiers. "Perhaps your daughter, Sophia, has also fallen victim to a similar problem." Raven didn't need to directly confront Fillmore or meet Sophia again, but he could still accurately deduce that both of them had been acting abnormally. As Raven's words spread among Count Brescia's soldiers, they began to murmur and discuss among themselves. They knew what Raven said was true. Meanwhile, Count Brescia stared at Raven in shock and disbelief. He had noticed the unusual behavior of Fillmore and Sophia, but he had chosen to follow his heart instead of listening to reason. Raven's sharp gaze glanced at Count Brescia once more, sending shivers down the old man's spine. "You ignited this senseless war, all because of your own blindness, your useless foolishness." Raven calmly turned his attention to the soldiers standing nearby, observing everything. "If you think I'm making this up, just ask your soldiers why they're not attacking anymore." Count Brescia, struck to the core by Raven's words, became utterly powerless. He trembled with anger, unable to accept the humiliation he and his daughter had suffered at the hands of a mere mercenary. The wrinkles on his face deepened as his expression twisted into one of anguish. Incoherent sounds of frustration escaped him. You wretches." Count Brescia turned back and shouted orders to his soldiers, his voice filled with rage. "You insolent lot, seize them." However, the soldiers remained still, unmoving. They turned to each other, discussing something among themselves, nodding in agreement. Count Brescia grew even more enraged at being ignored. "What are you doing? Didn't you hear my orders?" he screamed, his voice turning into shrill squeals akin to a pig's. "Seize them at once." But the soldiers responded to his command with angry glares and defiance. A sense of desperation began to seep into his voice. "Didn't you hear me? I command you to seize them." Raven stared intensely at the back of Count Brescia's head, sending shivers down his spine. The accusations carried a steel edge, laced with indignation, as they poured out of Raven's mouth. "Because of you, you ignited this senseless battle. Countless villagers and soldiers have sacrificed their lives while you cradled that puppet in your arms, shedding tears for her. Hundreds have died at your hands without an ounce of mercy. You coerced and slaughtered people who didn't even understand the reason for this war, all because of your selfishness and foolishness. Even now, though the truth has become glaringly apparent before your eyes, you still obstinately cling to displaying authority and act like a fool," Raven accused Count Brescia with sharp eyes piercing into the old man's gaze. But Count Brescia remained unrepentant, continuing to shout and block Raven's throat, "Silence, silence, silence, the villagers, the soldiers, what are they? Nothing." Count Brescia's mouth gaped open like a greedy pig, "They are all just my property." Enraged and ashamed, Count Brescia shouted into Raven's face with a disdainful tone, "Mercenaries, mere insects." Just a few short words managed to stir Isla's anger. She never allowed anyone to disrespect her master, Pendragon. Isla didn't utter a word but immediately drew her sword from its sheath. Without hesitation, she swiftly raised her sword to Count Brescia's neck. If Raven hadn't finished his conversation with the old man yet, his head would have already been severed from his body at this moment. Isla glared at Count Brescia, warning him with her eyes, "Silence." Immediately, she asserted, "You have no right to speak here." Each word that came out of Isla's throat carried an echo like the growl of a wild beast. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Count Brescia trembled, silent and motionless, even a sound of concern choked in his throat without daring to escape. While Count Brescia was intimidated by Isla's sword, not a single one of his soldiers showed any intention of protecting their lord. The discontent in their hearts was visibly manifesting without restraint. Raven stood quietly, observing Count Brescia's stubbornness. After a soft sigh, he gently called out to Soldrake, "Sol." Soldrake glanced at him and immediately understood his intention. She spread her iridescent white wings adorned with gleaming golden scales and began to ascend, clinging to Raven's shoulder. Behind Soldrake, her dragon tail, sleek and agile, coiled around him. Slightly taken aback to the point of forgetting about the sword at his neck, Count Brescia exclaimed, "Wow." Meanwhile, Soldrake continued her transformation, the cloth covering her head unfurled, revealing a high forehead adorned with sparkling green gems. A perfectly beautiful face stood out against the night sky. In this moment, Count Brescia remained transfixed, his eyes widening in admiration of Soldrake's beauty. "Beautiful, so beautiful," he murmured. Soldrake clung to Raven's shoulder, simultaneously dispelling the disguise magic on him. A gentle blue light spread out, enveloping them. Raven's armor, originally entirely black, began to gradually change color. Within seconds, a stream of silver-white light expanded before erupting into an explosion, surrounding the two of them, creating a blinding veil of light and billowing smoke. The light and smoke made it difficult for everyone around to open their eyes and see clearly what was happening. Suspicious murmurs echoed everywhere. "What's happening? What's going on?" The wind howled stronger and stronger, to the extent that Count Brescia was blown up into the sky, spinning like a ball kicked into the air. The blinding light subsided slightly, but the thick layer of dust still billowed up, obscuring the vision of everyone like a dense fog. People squinted as the light dimmed and the dust slowly dispersed. The silhouette of a gigantic creature appeared faintly against the sky, stretching dozens of feet long. After a powerful exhale, the dust was completely dispersed. Soldrake's cold, sharp eyes were the first thing that everyone saw. She spread her wings wide, raising her head with a resounding roar full of majesty, the vivid image of a legendary creature shining in the Sisek sky. The Jodi group gasped in astonishment, unable to contain their awed murmurs. "Dragon star, Sol, she's turned into a dragon star." No ordinary person could withstand the fear of standing before a dragon, and Ruv Tylan was even terrified to the point where his aged face contorted, stammering sounds escaping his trembling lips. This was a white dragon. Soldrake shone in the sky, her wings flapping gently yet exuding pride and power. Everyone gazed up at her majestic form with awe, their minds becoming empty, unable to utter a word. Ruv Tylan, overwhelmed, attempted to force out disjointed sounds. The creature capable of single-handedly annihilating an entire nation, the mightiest creature in the world. The majestic presence of the dragon overshadowed Count Brescia's authority, leaving him pale-faced and speechless. Indistinct muttering emanated from his throat as realization dawned on the onlookers. So, this man was. While no one could move, and the most powerful figure in Sisek remained helpless on the ground, Isla calmly took a few steps forward, causing the stunned onlookers to startle. Count Brescia, fearful, watched Isla's every move. He quietly knelt on one knee, bowing his head in reverence before the dragon. However, he soon realized that Isla wasn't bowing to the dragon but to the young man standing beneath it. A thought flickered in his mind, but he tried to deny it. no, it couldn't be. The three words repeated incessantly in Count Breshaw's mind, but no matter how hard he tried to deny the truth, his body couldn't suppress the horror rising within. No one, except the emperor, could hold their head high before one of the 5 great duchies of the empire, especially someone who had forged a covenant with the creature hailed as the mightiest in the world. Raven, adorned in dazzling silver-white armor, was caressing Soldrake's head affectionately, silently affirming his identity. The nobles close to the Pendragon family might be less shocked as they were accustomed to this sight, but the same couldn't be said for those in distant territories. If lucky, they might have the chance to witness this scene once in their lifetime. However, for Count Brescia, seeing this sight was unfortunate. In his panic and turmoil, a hoarse scream escaped his lips. You're the Dragon Duke, Pendragon." Raven didn't dignify Count Brescia's nonsensical question with a response. Instead, Soldrake extended her neck towards him and let out a deep rumbling roar that shook the ground, affirming that she was a true dragon, not a product of Raven's fury. The giant silver-white creature standing steadfast before them was the answer. A shockwave erupted, the roar of Soldrake creating a forceful push in all directions, aimed directly at Count Brescia. Unable to withstand it, he was sent flying into the air within seconds. Count Brescia's round, bloated figure tumbled on the ground like a kicked ball, the metallic clangs of impact echoing as he crashed down, adding to the chorus of his agonized screams, much to the satisfaction of those present. Count Brescia couldn't even stop himself gracefully. He hit the ground face first, his body still dragging for a moment before coming to a halt. When Count Brescia lifted his head, no one could recognize him as the Count anymore. His face was swollen and disfigured, resembling a bee-stung mess, and all of his front teeth were missing. Count Brescia struggled painfully to get up, groaning in agony with pig-like sounds. Just as he raised his head, he suddenly found himself confronted by the angry figures of the peasants glaring down at him. The peasants, who had lost loved ones and homes in the massive fires, had gathered at the Tylan estate, expecting an explanation from their lord. However, they were in for an unexpected harvest when they came face to face with Count Brescia, the one responsible for all their suffering. Count Brescia shouted hoarsely, his swollen beak-like mouth gaping, You peasants." Before Count Brescia could spew more vile words, a peasant erupted in rage, thrusting a pitchfork into the side of his ribs. Even the most patient worm will turn, and the peasants had reached their limit. The fires today were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The peasants no longer cared about or feared Count Brescia's status. They exploded in fury, charging forward with their crude tools and sticks. "Your instigation of this battle led to our homes being destroyed. We will not tolerate you any longer." Amidst the cacophony of shouts, a chant arose, "Die, you despicable pig." Then, a symphony of chaos ensued, with Count Brescia's desperate cries intermingling with the sound of clubs striking flesh. Blows and stabs rained down relentlessly, causing Count Brescia to scream in agony, "Please, someone, save me, it hurts, my loyal knights, my soldiers. Save me, please." Count Brescia lay flattened in a pool of blood, reaching out desperately towards the Brescia knights and pleading with them in agonizing cries. However, the knights only stood by, arms crossed, casting him disgusted and scornful glances. Isla calmly observed the scene of Count Brescia being pummeled by the peasants, blood and flesh mingling, exhaling softly as if relieved from heavy thoughts. Finally, "It's over." Raven shared the same sentiment with Isla, simply nodding in agreement. Raven directed his gaze towards the bright rays emerging at the end of the horizon where the sun was rising. He spoke with a light-hearted tone, "At least it's over now. We've saved Sissek, at least a bit." Raven's gentle voice blended with the warm morning sunrays. Raven, Soldrake, and Isla all looked towards the light. Their faces lit up with profound realization, their eyes brimming with hope. Soldrake let out a resounding yet gentle roar, welcoming a new dawn rising over Sissek. While Count Brescia's death didn't guarantee a bright future for Sissek, at least it was an opportunity for this land to embrace the light. That night, the Jodi group returned to the tavern in Elma, while Raven departed with the Brescia soldiers to the Brescia castle to attend a gathering with the nobles. There, he would clear the name of the Vault family and expose the truth about those directly involved in the assassination attempt on the prince 3 years ago. In the Elma tavern, the atmosphere was quieter than usual, as most of the mercenaries who participated in yesterday's battle had perished. After a sip of cold beer, Jodi set his glass down with a voice still tinged with surprise, "And there he is, the Dragon Duke, Pendragon." He looked up at the ceiling thoughtfully. I always thought he couldn't be just an ordinary man, but life is unpredictable, isn't it? Scylla was the only one who chuckled at the thought of Raven's formidable presence, a powerful and handsome lord. Let's work for him then. Gus shook his head in response. That's foolish. If you want to follow him, go ahead. We're mercenaries, not servants to anyone. And there was no indication that we would encounter him again, Gus said coldly, gazing out the tavern door. Though his tone was indifferent, there was a hint of anticipation in his voice. Both Jody and Scylla returned to a gloomy mood after that remark. They understood why Gus acted so aloof. Mercenaries like them were worth little in the eyes of nobles. Moreover, Raven had disappeared with the Brescia soldiers since this morning without leaving any goodwill gestures for them. Just as everyone was feeling disheartened, thinking they would never see Raven again, a bell rang, and a familiar figure stepped through the tavern door. The three members of the Jody group immediately turned their heads towards the tavern door, their eyes widening in astonishment at the figures stepping inside. Entering the tavern were three individuals. Raven had removed his disguise, Soldrake had made no changes except lowering the cloth covering her forehead, and finally, Isla followed behind Raven. Raven spotted the Jody group and saw their bright smiles. Just as I thought, everyone's here, Raven said with a smile. Jody, Scylla, and Gus too, Jody exclaimed in amazement. Pendragon. Jody was taken aback, unsure whether to stand or sit properly in front of Raven. Why didn't you come to welcome the nobles of Sisek? When Soldrake and Isla went to the room, Raven casually sat down with Jody, giving a slight smile. After hearing your praises, suddenly, the food doesn't taste as good. All three members of the Jody group were surprised. Raven's behavior was even more approachable than usual. He continued to smile warmly at them, his voice devoid of any coldness or arrogance. So, I came here to drink with everyone, and I also have something to ask of you all. After a short conversation among the four of them, Raven essentially had the intention of recruiting the three of them from the moment they ran to the Tylan estate with him. He sensed that they were reliable teammates, and as Pendragon was growing, he would need more people like them. After discussing with the Jody group, Raven returned to his room with a relaxed mood. He went straight to the balcony where Soldrake and Isla were waiting. Isla, upon seeing Raven, immediately asked, "Is the matter you needed help with resolved?" Raven smiled contentedly and nodded, yes. Then, he stepped out onto the balcony and looked out into the quiet night, his eyes filled with thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Raven solemnly spoke, "You've helped me wield the sword in battle once again, Isla, everything is thanks to you." Isla felt briefly astonished, casting a curious glance at Raven. He had never expected to receive such gratitude from his master. To Isla, helping Raven was simply part of his duty. Raven didn't hesitate to confide in Isla. After that shock, my mind fell into a coma. I felt like I had no reason to live anymore. Raven paused for a moment, searching for the right words to explain, then continued, "At that moment, I didn't understand who I was anymore." Isla gazed up at Raven, sensing that despite his openness, there were still hidden secrets within him. With Raven's vague explanations, it was evident that Isla couldn't fully understand the reasons behind Raven's turmoil. Raven had no intention of elaborating further to Isla. To him, the cause of his breakdown didn't need to be revisited. What mattered was the solution Isla had provided. He expressed his gratitude to Isla, saying with a grateful tone, "When you struck me, I awakened and came to understand many things." Raven looked up at the moon, his eyes sparkling with a glimmer of light. He smiled softly with a sigh of relief. "I am not just anyone, but myself." Raven's smile brightened as he declared, "And I am Aaron Pendragon." His laughter now held a sense of ease and liberation that had been absent before. His eyes mirrored the joy in his smile, a genuine expression of comfort that emanated from deep within his soul. Taking a deep breath, Raven's eyes gleamed with determination and fervor. "As the ruler of the Pendragon territory, I vow to fulfill the responsibilities entrusted to me." Hearing this, Isla couldn't help but smile along with Raven. The cause of his previous crisis was no longer a concern. As long as Pendragon remained true to the spirit of the honorable warrior and responsible lord he had always known, that was enough for Isla. Isla quietly stepped closer to Raven, positioning himself nearer to him. It was the first time Isla stood so comfortably alongside Raven, more like a friend. He chuckled playfully and said, "If you stray off course again, I'll just have to give you a good whack." Raven was momentarily surprised by Isla's rare jest, and even more so by the lack of formality between them. though Raven had previously declared them as comrades, Isla had always maintained a respectful distance, considering Raven as his master. With a wide grin, Isla turned to Raven and remarked, "After all, I am your sword, aren't I?" In that moment, Raven understood that his own openness had prompted Isla to open up as well, and that they had truly become allies. Raven's smile widened with contentment. In this journey, he had harvested much more than just the secrets of their enemies. Even the dark corners of his and Isla's minds had been illuminated. To some extent, they both felt they had grown a little. As the two men silently celebrated their growth, a flap of wings and a strong gust of wind startled them, causing them to look up at the sky. Soldrake had suddenly flown off without saying a word to Raven. Raven looked up at Soldrake, calling her name, but she didn't even turn to look at him, continuing to fly straight towards the moon. In reflex, Raven searched for the reason Soldrake had left. He immediately turned to where Soldrake had been sitting earlier and noticed 2 cups and a bottle of beer on the table, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Raven pondered the table for a moment. At first, he didn't understand her intention, but after some thought, he finally realized it. The two men celebrating should indeed have a full new beer. Raven couldn't help but burst into amused laughter. Soldrake, somehow, even though she didn't understand the conversation between the two men, recognized the joy in their eyes. Soldrake left Raven's balcony with a happy smile. As long as Raven was happy, she was happy too. She had seen before in human society that men shared their joys or sorrows over drinks, and in this moment, Soldrake couldn't help but feel proud of her own subtlety. Afterward, Raven and Isla had a cheerful drinking session together, like close friends enjoying each other's company. They burst into joyful laughter as they raised their glasses for the first time, celebrating a newfound camaraderie, a precious friendship nurtured. Early the next morning, the people of Dissect gathered in large numbers on both sides of the main road long before sunrise. They huddled along the roadside cautiously yet eagerly, their eyes fixed on the road leading to the town of Elma. The villagers buzzed with anticipation for Raven's arrival. They excitedly whispered to each other. It seemed that Duke Pendragon had arrived in Dissect, and thanks to him, the loathsome and tyrannical Count Brescia had been defeated. When the Raven group appears on the main road in a simple manner, without flags or drums, without ostentation, the impoverished people become even more moved and cheer. "We will forever engrave the majestic figure of him. He has arrived, look there." Meanwhile, Scylla is the most enthusiastic one. She can't contain her excitement and bursts into laughter. "Ho ho, it seems like everyone has been waiting for a long time to be rescued by a hero from the hands of the foolish ruler." Scylla eagerly urges her horse to gallop ahead in the air. "I am the only woman of the Pendragon army, the female warrior on the battlefield, Scylla." Scylla gleefully laughs heartily as she leads the group riding their horses as if they were celebrating a victorious march. Jody feels embarrassed for her and quickly interjects, "Hey Scylla, you're overdoing it," but Raven just laughs and tells Jody, "Let her be, she's having fun, it's much livelier that way." Raven suddenly shifts the conversation towards Isla. "I always end up stuck with these two silent individuals," Raven remarks, "so it's getting boring to the point of madness." Isla, irritated by being dragged into the conversation, scoffs lightly, but knowing Raven is right, he remains silent. Raven smiles warmly at Jody. "I'm very grateful that you all accepted my proposal." Jody politely nods. "It's nothing, I wish we could do more, on the contrary, we're the ones who should be thanking you." Raven shakes his head, saying to him, "Without your help, capturing Rough Thailand would have been impossible." Raven continues with a satisfied expression, "You are strong enough, and above all, you are comrades who have been with me through thick and thin, I can trust you." Raven suddenly turns to Isla again. "Ah, the Valva's night here, I also greatly appreciate you." Isla remains indifferent, not bothering to acknowledge Raven's words. He doesn't even glance at Jody. Jody hesitantly observes Isla's cold demeanor and wonders to himself, is that supposed to be his way of showing affection? Unable to withstand Isla's icy gaze any longer, Jody shifts his gaze to the right, where another companion stands with an expression not much warmer than Isla's. Jody playfully teases Gus, "Hey, I didn't think someone who despises the nobility like you would agree to join us, Gus." Gus reluctantly responds, "That's because of our messed up relationship." Moreover, beside Gus, there are moments of hesitation with a scheming expression on his face. He seems about to say something, but when Jody perks up his ears in anticipation, he decides against it and remains silent. Gus ponders these thoughts quietly to himself, recalling the events of the previous evening when Raven had humbly requested their allegiance to Pendragon. Gus whispers to himself, when he bowed his head and asked us like that. I sense that he's not like those rotten nobles out there. A smile involuntarily forms on Gus's lips as he thinks about the scene of a duke voluntarily lowering himself before a mercenary. It's the sincerity surpassing Gus's expectations and completely convincing him. Meanwhile, Raven moves through the crowd, unaware that the former steward of the Vault family is also among the onlookers, silently following his steps. Romelda is awestruck as he watches Raven, the man who cleared the Vault family's name and apprehended the true culprit of their injustice 5 years ago. An indescribable feeling of emotion wells up within him as he gazes at Raven, who is Aaron Pendragon. Romelda strokes his beard thoughtfully as he attentively observes Raven. Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise as he feels a sense of familiarity with him. Where could he have seen him before? In a moment when Raven's silver armor sparkles under the sunlight, Romelda suddenly catches a glimpse of another shadow faintly appearing behind Raven, a shadow that is incredibly familiar to him. In just a few fleeting seconds, the shadow of the mysterious man becomes clear, revealing the image of Grey Vault, Raven's father in his past life. Romelda's eyes widen in astonishment, his lips involuntarily trembling. Lord Grey Vault. Tears well up in Romelda's eyes, his heart overflowing with emotion as he cries without even realizing it. An indescribable surge of feelings washes over him as he sees the faint silhouette of his former lord behind the figure of the young duke, though he doesn't understand why it affects him so deeply. Romelda is stunned as he follows Raven and steps out of the crowd, his feet moving in the direction of Grey Vault's shadow. However, the shadow quickly disappears, leaving Romelda standing alone in the middle of the road, silently watching Raven's back with a complex feeling. Finally, he reassures himself that perhaps what he saw was a commonality between them, honorable warriors. At this moment, Raven is carrying a sense of determination and a heart full of passion as he declares to his companions that they are heading back to Pendragon territory. Returning to the previous night, after Baltai's puppet was defeated, he hurried to Orange's castle to report the situation to Duke Oranges, a man with a particular penchant and charm for the females of other races. Upon hearing Baltai's report, Duke Oranges doesn't erupt in anger, but his words are filled with reproach. Not only has my lazy son been defeated, but you also suffered a shameful failure, he remarks. Baltai bows his head before Duke Oranges. I beg for your judgment, sir. Duke Oranges suddenly bursts into laughter. Well done, I like strong individuals, adversaries who can contend with someone as strong as me. Surely, you must be a tough one too. Duke Oranges smirks slyly as he asks Baltai, even so, you must have considered the next plan, haven't you? Although Duke Oranges poses the question to Baltai, he is essentially making a demand, urging him to come up with a strategy to deal with Raven. Baltai immediately bares his teeth in a sinister smile upon hearing this request, interpreting it as permission to do whatever it takes to eliminate Raven. Baltai lifts his head to gaze confidently at Duke Oranges. I'm delighted to hear that. Even his giant pet beast proudly reaffirms the abilities of its master. Baltai asserts with a resounding shout echoing throughout the castle halls, I will do everything to please you, Sea Dragon King, Duke Oranges. Duke Oranges chuckles scornfully as he watches Baltai leave the hall, muttering to himself, Duke White Dragon, Aaron Pendragon, what a nuisance of a name. With the moniker Sea Dragon King, Duke Oranges is the absolute ruler in the south, commanding a large army of over 10,000 soldiers along with a formidable navy, supplemented by a unit of sea wizards. Furthermore, the Oranges family has a pact with the sea dragon Viscula, one of the 6 dragons that appeared when Raven formed a pact with Soldrake. While they don't have a close relationship with the dragon, in times of war, Viscula will undoubtedly side with the Oranges family. Facing a dragon is an impossible feat unless there's another dragon of equal strength, which is why the name Pendragon sounds so grating. A few days later, Raven traversed through 2 large territories after leaving Sissek, finding them even larger and more powerful than he initially thought. With only a few days left until reaching the gates of Belint, Raven sent a letter to his family at Pendragon territory, Conrad Castle. Upon hearing the news, Lindsay and Aaron couldn't contain their joy. Aaron ecstatically exclaimed, Our brother is coming back. Kazal read the letter and relayed the message to her, stating that he had completed his mission in Sissek, so he would be returning home soon. Aaron happily grabbed Lindsay's hand and danced around, exclaiming, "Did you hear that, Lindsay? Just as we hoped from our brother." Helene also reminisces about her son and quietly smiles upon hearing the news of Raven's impending return. In her heart, she wonders how Raven will return this time, whether he will exude the same majestic aura as before, and if he will bring any surprises like his previous journeys. Meanwhile, at the training grounds of the castle, Killian is sparring with the knights, training in swordsmanship. Killian had promised Raven to fulfill his role as a trainer in his absence, so he is always enthusiastic and diligent. Furthermore, Killian is very confident in his improved swordsmanship skills since the battle with the orc pirates at the seaside villa. He points his sword towards the three knights with a proud and challenging smile on his face. The three knights show no hesitation before Killian's challenge. They charge forward with a resounding battle cry, each adopting a different attacking stance, presenting a formidable challenge to stop all three attacks simultaneously. However, Killian remains undaunted. He also rushes towards the three knights with a fierce determination in his eyes. With both hands wielding his sword, Killian decides to unleash a sweeping horizontal strike. In the next moment, three clangs resound in quick succession, followed by a series of clashing sounds. In the blink of an eye, Killian has disarmed all three opponents with a powerful horizontal sword strike, sending their wooden swords flying high into the air before crashing down to the ground. The three knights stand frozen in place, bewildered as to why their swords suddenly disappeared from their hands. The other knights erupt into amazed murmurs at witnessing Killian's skilled swordsmanship. Even Karta and Kratul are wide-eyed in astonishment at his significant improvement in recent days. The defeated knights tremble in disbelief at what just happened. "He's even stronger now," they mutter incredulously, unable to believe Killian's newfound prowess. Killian immediately beams with pride. "Of course, I'm the one who slaughtered all those orc pirates in the battle at Sylve's coastline." With an air of self-assurance, Killian smirks triumphantly, as if the others have finally realized his true strength from serving the Pendragon family for many years. He strikes a cool pose to impress the knights, boasting, "As I am now, I could even defeat someone like Isla." The knights all simultaneously cheered in support of their supremely cool commander, with only Karta and Kratul knowing just how enchanted or self-absorbed Killian was. Their faces clearly displayed disdain, with many of them refraining from speaking outright. The knights eagerly hailed Killian to the skies, just as expected from their leader. Right at that moment, an odd round of applause rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Killian quickly noticed the appearance of the unfamiliar figure who had managed to enter this training ground, meaning that person had received special approval to pass through the castle gates. Vincent appeared with a graceful smile and compliments without any hint of awkwardness. "I must admit, I failed to recognize someone as important as yourself, Captain. Thinking about the three knights being defeated simultaneously, you truly possess remarkable strength." Killian immediately responded with a friendly smile. "Oh, thank you for the praise. I didn't realize we've met before. You are a visitor to our Duke, right?" Vincent promptly confirmed what Raven had told him. "Exactly as Raven mentioned to you, I'm here at the invitation of Pendragon himself. My name is Ron Vincent." After hearing Vincent's introduction, Killian's smile faded, and his expression turned grim. The other knights present mirrored a similar attitude. Up until now, the only man in Pendragon's knights personally endorsed by Raven was Isla. Therefore, the appearance of a young stranger claiming to be chosen by Raven shocked all the knights. Seeing a chilling silence enveloping the atmosphere, Vincent quickly looked up at Killian and sensed that something was amiss. Approaching Vincent with a wooden sword slung over his shoulder and an uneasy expression, Killian spoke, "I understand, so, I suppose you've also heard from the Lord. Here, politics or military matters are irrelevant. We will lead and rebuild this kingdom from its very foundations," Killian stated, still wearing a proud smile. But then, he pointed his sword directly at Vincent's face and yelled harshly, "And yet here you are, daring to proudly claim that our Lord chose you." Vincent, still bewildered, then felt a wooden sword thrown at his feet. He looked at the sword with suspicion. What was this unfounded accusation all about? Killian glared at Vincent with a fierce determination. Picking up his sword, "It's time for your initiation test," he declared once more, his voice echoing across the training ground. "Show us your true strength, right now." As the crowd of knights around cheered in support, Vincent felt a shiver run down his spine. Not understanding what was happening, Vincent hesitated to pick up the sword, not out of fear of Killian, but because he didn't want to rush into a fight without understanding the reason and purpose of this duel. In a moment, the cunning smile Raven had worn during their meeting at the Luz Guild office flashed through Vincent's mind. He realized that Raven was deliberately testing him. Raven had anticipated that Vincent wouldn't go straight to Conrad's castle but instead would wander around to observe the general atmosphere of the kingdom. By the time he entered the castle, Vincent's decision might have already been made, and the duel with Killian would be a test to see if Vincent was astute enough to recognize Raven's intentions. Despite being personally recommended by Raven, Vincent was like a small stone unable to dislodge a larger rock embedded deep in the ground. If Vincent defeated Killian upon arrival, it would attract unnecessary attention. Conversely, if he lost intentionally, it would imply rejecting staying here. Nobody wanted to work under the command of someone weaker. That was Raven's way of giving him a choice. Vincent muttered sarcastically as he picked up the wooden sword. Well, it seems I'm truly the cunning old fox here. Vincent found himself in a situation where he had to choose between winning or deliberately losing. However, he didn't feel conflicted because he had made his decision. A sly smile crept onto his face. All right then, let's fight. Meanwhile, Raven was on his journey back home, encountering numerous surprises as he passed through the territories of other lords. Their wealth and development amazed him. Some places, under the rule of counts, boasted economic power greater than Pendragon Kingdom itself. Among them was the domain of Count Sirad, a bustling place with a population exceeding 100,000 people. The streets were bustling and crowded, with vibrant commercial activities. The territory deserved to be called a small kingdom, albeit ranking only moderately among the territories of the 13 supreme lords of the empire. Scylla gleefully skipped and hopped along the busy streets with a radiant smile. Haha, fantastic, a big city truly is a whole different world. Scylla excitedly showed off a handful of sparkling jewelry to everyone around, exclaiming, look at this, look at these dazzling gemstones I just bought. Most people paid no attention to Scylla's gemstones, except for Gus, whose keen eyes of a seasoned thief immediately scoffed disdainfully. More than half of those are fake, he remarked. Scylla cried out in frustration, why didn't you warn me beforehand? While the Jodi group was thrilled to pass through the big cities, Raven began to sink into a contemplative mood, more accurately since setting foot in Count Sirad's territory. Jodi noticed Raven's discomfort and worriedly asked him, why the long face, my lord? Trying to lighten Raven's mood with a jest, Jodi said, I understand that for you, a big city like this is a common sight, so you must not be as excited as we are. Raven sighed deeply. It's not that, he replied pensively. In truth, he was feeling uneasy about the prospect of visiting Count Sirad. Despite the long-standing friendship between the Sirad family and the Pendragon family, Raven couldn't shake off the awkwardness he felt, especially after the conversation with Luna at the mansion the previous evening. Jodi swiftly changed the subject and asked Raven, why are we all here? After some contemplation, Raven replied with a somber expression and a cold tone, to pay our respects to Count Sirad. Though not as grand as Conrad's castle, Count Sirad's stronghold was still quite sizable. Moreover, it was built atop an artificial lake, created by connecting branches of the river. This unique feature made its appearance quite distinctive and striking. Raven's unexpected visit left both Count Sirad and his daughter Luna stunned. Luna's face flushed slightly upon seeing Raven. After the events of the previous evening, she still harbored hope for him. Entering the castle with a completely different demeanor, Raven had concealed his identity during the journey from Dissect to here. Although his current attire was rather ordinary, his presence made him stand out, attracting all eyes. Seeing the bewildered expressions of Count Sirad and his daughter, Raven politely bowed his head and greeted them. It's been a while, Count and Lady Luna Sirad. Count Sirad forced a hesitant smile. This is the first time I've seen you since you were in a coma. I've heard rumors, but to think that Aaron Pendragon could change so much, his face, his demeanor, and above all, his spirit have completely transformed, it's truly miraculous. Luna's eyes never left Raven for a moment, and she couldn't help but feel excited as she looked into his eyes. There's something different, she thought to herself, there's been another change. Luna noticed a change in Raven's demeanor, exuding more maturity and calmness than ever before. Her heart raced with excitement. Since Luz, he had changed, once again. Shortly after, Count Sirad and Luna invited Raven to their private parlor for a conversation. The space inside the castle was not overly extravagant, but it exuded a comfortable yet luxurious atmosphere. Impressed by Raven, Count Sirad, after pouring tea, curiously asked him, "I've heard about your activities in Sissek, thinking about how you apprehended the mastermind behind the prince's assassination attempt. I believe your contributions will be recognized by the Empire." Raven gently lifted his teacup, his posture and demeanor befitting of the heir to a prestigious family. He spoke slowly. He was not the mastermind, there are others with greater influence pulling the strings behind him, but I cannot divulge more about it here. With a gesture full of seriousness and elegance, Raven took a sip of tea before continuing, "Soon, I will journey to the capital and explain everything to the Emperor, then, perhaps, everything will be clarified." Count Sirad nodded with interest. "I understand," he replied. However, immediately afterward, a look of concern crossed Count Sirad's face. "Will everything be all right though?" he asked anxiously. "Count Brescia also died because of this incident. I fear you may not escape suspicion either." Raven calmly raised his teacup to his lips once more and spoke with a cold tone, showing no hesitation. "A foolish ruler deserving of death," he stated flatly. Both Count Sirad and Luna were startled by Raven's indifferent attitude. Deliberately killing a count recognized by the Empire was akin to declaring war against the Empire itself, even if the perpetrator was another duke. However, Raven seemed unconcerned about this. Count Sirad stood up in alarm. "Could it be? Are you the one who? This goes against the laws of the Empire, this is no joke." In response, Raven remained composed. He placed his teacup down and spoke frankly. He was a tyrant, oppressing and exploiting the common people. He was dealt with by his own people, and if the Empire attacks those people, so they will have to prepare themselves to face me. Raven emitted the natural fury of a dragon as he expressed his determination to protect the innocent. Count Sirad was completely petrified when confronted with Raven's powerful wrath and icy gaze. A heavy silence fell over the room, filled with thoughts of the looming war in his mind. However, Luna didn't feel fear in the presence of Raven's demeanor. On the contrary, she sensed a clear maturity and ambition in his eyes. It was no longer the gloomy gaze it once was. In Raven's eyes now, there were shining sparks of brightness. Later, Luna led Raven to a room prepared for his rest. As Raven approached the balcony, overlooking the bustling city below, Luna quietly stepped up behind him. However, she didn't know what to say, so she stood at a comfortable distance and watched him. An awkward silence ensued. Outwardly, Raven seemed indifferent and cold, but he wanted nothing more than to escape this awkwardness as quickly as possible. Finally, he decided to break the silence. "Luna," Raven initiated the conversation between them, starting with a light-hearted topic but tinged with Luna's expectations. "Your territory is developing quite well, even surpassing Pendragon's territory now." Luna's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Raven. She didn't understand his intention, why he would start the conversation with this topic. Meanwhile, Raven recalled their conversation at the mansion and thought he might have been a bit too harsh on her, but he didn't regret it. If he hadn't set clear boundaries from the start, he didn't know what might have happened in the future. He had too much to worry about and too many goals to achieve to think about women. Nevertheless, he still politely apologized to Luna. "I'm sorry about Luz, I couldn't listen to you." After a moment of silence, Luna responded hesitantly, "It's okay, really, it's just," her face flushed with embarrassment, and she glanced down in awkwardness. Raven fell into a brief contemplation before resolving to address the awkwardness between them. He slowly confided in her. "Back then, I didn't understand. My life, what does it mean?" he continued. "Why do I live? But now, I have found the answer for myself." Raven paused for a moment, looking down at the bustling cityscape below, reflecting on the events that had transpired since Luz to Sissek. He recalled the warm embrace of Helene's welcoming hug and the affectionate love of a mother. Though he wasn't embarrassed by her intimate gestures anymore, he still thought of her as Aaron Pendragon's mother rather than his own. Then, when Isla awakened him with a punch, he realized he was drowning in the past, a past that belonged to a previous life. Now, living in a new body, only his soul remained the same, still carrying his ideals and desires. The body he inhabited no longer mattered as much as it once did. Raven also recalled Soldrake's smile upon seeing him awaken, as if she could fully sense the harmony between his soul and body, and for some reason, she smiled happily to see him in such a state. When he liberated the people of Sisek from the tyranny of Count Brescia and gave them a freer and more beautiful life, Raven accomplished what the Vault family wanted to do, but it was all thanks to him inhabiting Aaron Pendragon's body, and he keenly felt the support of both soul and body, something he foolishly tried to separate. Raven gazed into the distance with determination. I live under the guise of Aaron Pendragon. And under the name of a Pendragon, my domain will be a place where people live a rich and happy life. Raven spoke proudly, his eyes gleaming with conviction. Raven has successfully achieved enlightenment, infusing the essence of Vault into this Pendragon's body, turning it into a harmonious entity. He smiled, gazing towards the future. That's the solution I found in Sisek, and the answer to my own questions. At this moment, Luna merely listened silently to Raven, but her eyes subtly trembled. His transformation was also altering something in her thoughts. Sensing Luna's continued silence, Raven returned to the main topic hesitantly. But, about what you said earlier, I understand now, he began, his voice trailing off slightly. Luna immediately caught his drift, and without hesitation, she responded, "It's okay, I understand." She smiled gently at him. In this moment, Raven couldn't lose himself in the intoxication of love. He fell silent for a moment, not expecting Luna to accept the situation so easily. He fumbled, avoiding Luna's gaze, fearing she might cry like she did before. Just then, Luna unexpectedly interjected with a calm voice, cutting off Raven's train of thought. "So, what now?" Luna's sudden proposal left Raven stunned. "A secretary, is that what you're suggesting?" he asked, thinking he misheard. He strained to listen again and looked at her with a hint of suspicion. "What?" he said, confused. Luna affirmed confidently to Raven that if she was shown how, she could do it. She even mentioned that she could be around to assist him further. Raven looked at her awkwardly, shaking his head. No, that's not," he trailed off, unsure of how to respond. Luna smiled, gazing down at the city with sparkling eyes. "I suggest this not solely because I want to be by your side, but because your words earlier have stirred something within me," she explained. Looking up at Raven with sincerity and pride, Luna continued, "I also want to live as my own person." Raven couldn't resist the determination and longing reflected in Luna's eyes. "I want a life where I don't have to wait for a Prince Charming," she said. "I want to try something on my own." Luna stood tall, welcoming the autumn breeze with a calm demeanor. "So, you don't need to worry about that," she reassured Raven, her voice steady. She glanced at Raven briefly, acknowledging that today might not be the right time after all. Her eyes held a hint of sadness, but there was no regret or concern about her decision. In this moment, Raven also realized that Luna had changed from before. She had become stronger and more resolute. Finally, Raven remained silent, allowing Luna to do as she wished. The domain of Count Sirad was not far from Conrad Castle, so just a few days later, Raven's group arrived there. Upon seeing Raven, Aaron rushed towards him with a radiant smile. "Big brother." She embraced Raven tightly in joy. It had been so long since she last saw him. Raven still felt a bit surprised whenever someone hugged him, but he quickly felt happy, thinking of her as his little sister. However, when Lindsay approached to hug Raven, his heart raced with confusion. He still hadn't gotten used to his wife's embrace and awkwardly draped his arm lightly behind her back. While everyone exchanged warm hugs, Helene stood frozen, gazing at Raven. She didn't rush to embrace her son like before, feeling a strange sensation that made her hesitate. Raven hugged Mia with a gentle smile, akin to an older brother comforting his younger sister. It was different from his previously awkward smiles, and his eyes softened. Helene noticed all these changes and pondered, the atmosphere around that boy has changed again. Raven quickly noticed Helene standing hesitantly in the same spot. For the first time, his gaze actively sought out his mother in such a situation. Without hesitation, Raven approached Helene, causing her to look surprised. Then, Raven proactively extended his arms towards her, offering a hug. He gave his mother a warm hug and spoke softly and warmly, "I'm home, mother." Helene was momentarily taken aback. She thought it might be a dream, hesitating to wrap her arms around her son, fearing she might wake up. It wasn't until she felt the genuine warmth radiating from Raven that Helene realized it was real. Tears of happiness welled up in her eyes. It felt as if the Aaron from before he fell into a coma and the Aaron of now had merged into one, making her unable to contain her emotions. Helene smiled affectionately as she hugged Raven, gently patting his back. She didn't know what had happened during the journey, but she knew it was good for their family. "Welcome home, Aaron," she said warmly. After the greetings, Luna stayed behind to arrange her luggage in the guest room, while Raven and Isla immediately headed down to the training grounds. On the training grounds, Killian directed the knights to form a formation to welcome their lord back. Alongside Raven were Jody, Scylla, and Gus. Killian enthusiastically shouted with his commanding voice, "It's been a while, my lord." Then, he eagerly began to recount his own experiences. In Raven's absence, Killian, the loyal knight, had led the entire team and defended the castle flawlessly. While Raven smiled with satisfaction, Isla's eyes brimmed with hostility as she looked at one of the knights in the group. Excitedly, Killian clapped Vincent's shoulder and continued, "And we also have a new recruit full of zeal joining us." Vincent smirked slyly at Raven, his eyes displaying arrogance and disdain towards what he perceived as Raven's easy challenge. Killian continued his enthusiastic narration, acknowledging Vincent's arrogance but praising his undeniable skills. Despite Killian's somewhat bland commentary, Vincent remained calm, smiling without showing any signs of dissatisfaction. Killian chuckled boastfully, "However, he's still no match for my skills, despite his arrogance, just youth, you know." Islan was astonished, her eyes widening. He had recognized Vincent from the moment he saw him, but what was absurd was how Killian could surpass someone he merely brushed off. Killian proudly pounded his chest as he chuckled. It was quite an entertaining match, but he surrendered midway. The difference lies in enduring training. Vincent politely chuckled in response, "After all, I'm just a common resident, there's no way I could match up to you, Captain." Isla was shocked for the second time, staring at Vincent with bewilderment. Then, he began to shift his gaze into a more hostile one, unable to shake off the suspicion about the true intentions of this wolf in sheep's clothing. Vincent understood Isla's thoughts but could only offer a bitter smile, knowing that the one who forced him to play the role of the sheep was none other than Isla's master. Raven witnessed the entire scene and struggled to suppress his laughter. He glanced teasingly at Vincent with a mischievous smile in his eyes. Afterwards, Raven invited Vincent to his office for a beer. Raven chuckled mischievously, teasing, "In the end, you're still truly the cunning old fox." With a sly grin, Raven pretended innocence and said in a naive tone, "Pretending to surrender to hide your true strength, huh?" Vincent calmly took a sip of beer and then bluntly exposed Raven's challenge, "Isn't it you who's truly the old fox here?" Vincent swirled the beer in his glass and looked at Raven with sharp eyes. "You wanted to test me, didn't you?" Initially, Raven pretended not to understand, but seeing Vincent's straightforwardness, he couldn't help but reveal a sly smile. Vincent remembered the scene of his sparring match with Killian and continued to expose the game Raven had orchestrated, a newcomer full of doubt and a mysterious background defeating the captain of the knights. Others would certainly react strongly to such a revelation, and without you there to intervene, things would escalate into an uncontrollable conflict. So, to preserve the honor of the captain, I concealed enough skill to compete fairly and dropped my guard long enough for people to believe I lost due to exhaustion. In the end, Killian proved himself as the captain of the Pendragon family's knight team, and Vincent was recognized as a remarkable knight who stood shoulder to shoulder with Killian in dozens of strikes. Vincent, contemplative, rubbed his chin. "You truly have a good team of knights, sir." Raven chuckled and asked Vincent, "So, do you like being part of the Pendragon family?" Vincent shrugged indifferently, "Depends on you, sir." Raven furrowed his brow, the smile disappearing from his lips. This answer indicated that Vincent still hadn't fully accepted becoming part of Pendragon. Vincent calmly finished his beer and handed the empty glass back to Raven. His tone remained indifferent as he said, "Anyway, there's a very special flavor in the beer brewed here, but for me, that's not enough." Vincent held up the beer bottle and examined it. After a while, he looked away from the bottle and straight at Raven provocatively, "Why do you think that is?" Raven smiled faintly, hiding a growing sense of concern within him. "It's starting," he thought to himself. The test from the owner of the Twilight Tower, Ron Vincent, was something Raven had anticipated would happen, almost inevitable, much like how Isla had tested herself before following Raven. However, Vincent, being an economist, would present more cerebral challenges rather than physical ones. A tense silence enveloped the room after Vincent's question. Raven carefully pondered his response, knowing that even a small mistake could mean losing the big fish he had been fishing for so long. but for someone whose past life involved more physical action than mental prowess like Raven, this was no easy task. After a while of careful consideration, Raven cautiously spoke up, his face betraying no hint of worry. "What is this domain lacking?" He repeated Vincent's question, seeking confirmation. Vincent responded with an enigmatic tone, "What do you think?" After pouring another glass of beer, he directed his gaze, full of aura, towards Raven. "What's different about the beer here compared to the beer we used to drink in Luz?" Immediately, in front of Raven appeared a strong current of air, displaying Vincent's resolute attitude and sharp intellect as he scrutinized Raven. Raven keenly sensed an invisible sword pointing towards him, laden with threat. He bravely forced a smile in the face of Vincent's pressure, as if this sword could strike him at any moment. This question. It felt like he was dueling with him. No, even worse than dueling with someone. Raven silently sighed bitterly. Raven dared not show any signs of haste. He regulated his breathing to maintain calmness, adopting the mindset of a college entrance exam taker, where one misstep could cost everything, and he wouldn't have the upper hand. Raven pondered deeply. Vincent's comparison of the beer here with the beer at the harbor was merely a metaphor. In reality, Vincent was alluding to the differences between Pendragon and Luz in terms of resources and land. Pendragon's territory might not be far behind Luz in terms of land and resources, but economic power isn't solely determined by the extent of land and resources. Many factors, including population, must be combined and efficiently utilized for the Pendragon realm to truly become an independent and powerful territory greater than it currently is, and what is lacking here compared to the bustling economic region of Luz is. Raven closed his eyes, pondering deeply under the pressure of the invisible sword. When he opened his eyes again, a confident answer flowed from his lips. "It's the people, the biggest difference lies in the population." Vincent immediately withdrew his gaze, which had been filled with chilling scrutiny, and offered a gentle smile of acknowledgement at Raven's answer. Raven began to elaborate on his answer. Despite the vast expanse of Pendragon's territory, its population density was sparse. Normally, this land should accommodate over 100,000 people, but the population now barely reaches 30,000, Raven explained. As for Luz, because it has a seaport, the flow of people coming and going into the city is much greater compared to Pendragon. That's the immense difference between them. Raven clasped his hands together tightly, expressing his concerns about this issue. Population can be considered the strength of a territory. Without enough concentrated population here, there would be no technological advancement or military strength. Therefore, the quality of the beer also wouldn't improve, it would remain the same. Raven looked straight into Vincent's eyes, emphasizing his thoughts decisively. "So, a dense population, that's what Pendragon currently lacks." Vincent nodded in agreement, likening it to the traditional sake of a local region. Having a unique cultural identity is crucial, and to create something culturally significant, the population must be dense enough. Taking a sip of his beer thoughtfully, Vincent continued, "Simply put, the strength of a territory is measured by the distinctive goods it produces. There must be people to create and circulate a certain quantity of goods." Raven let out a small sigh of relief as his answer proved correct. However, his demeanor remained tense because he knew the examination wouldn't stop there. Vincent continued to express his thoughts after conducting his own survey around the kingdom. According to his findings, the rapid development of the realm was largely due to Aaron Pendragon's leadership and guidance, and immigration was also progressing. However, many immigrants were living in poverty. Vincent left his words there, waiting to see how Raven would respond. Raven didn't hesitate to continue. Then we must support them first. The development of the territory comes from the wealth of its people." Raven immediately sensed the sharpness in Vincent's gaze, like a dagger aimed at him. He could feel the tension in the air, and he knew this was the second test question Vincent was posing. Though Raven had recently learned and matured, he was someone who had spent more than half of his life on the battlefield. Therefore, he couldn't think of any effective solution in the moment other than a short-term one, providing fertile land and granting them the right to cultivate it. Raven utilized the agricultural knowledge from his previous village, Manhwa, to answer Vincent's question. By doing so, he could naturally assimilate them into his people while simultaneously increasing the food supply, hitting two birds with one stone. Vincent, however, still maintained his intense gaze, indicating that this answer didn't satisfy him. Raven acknowledged this flaw in his agricultural strategy without hesitation, yet there was a problem with this tactic. Vincent relaxed his demeanor slightly and raised his glass, signaling his willingness to listen further. He encouraged Raven to continue. Reflecting on the situation in Dissect where monsters and bandits roamed freely due to insufficient knights allocated to those areas, Raven elaborated on the safety issue. If thousands of people were to come here for agriculture, villages would sprout up like mushrooms. Raven confidently asserted that they couldn't currently deploy enough soldiers to protect them from bandits and monsters. Vincent's scrutinizing gaze persisted as he posed another question, suggesting the possibility of entrusting the task to the bird tamers. Raven's eyebrows furrowed even more tightly in response. The subsequent questions delved deeper into details and posed greater challenges to the mindset of a seasoned warrior. After a moment of contemplation, Raven shook his head. Regardless of how well trained the bird tamers were, he explained, their fundamental nature remained that of monsters. Under Vincent's pressure, Raven still maintains a calm demeanor to explain the reasons why. If we truly want to transform them into our people, we must allow those they trust to take on the task of protecting the area, such as knights. Or at the very least, they must be capable and morally upright mercenaries. Raven tightened his grip on his hands as he spoke, his voice growing more impassioned. The more Raven speaks, the tighter he clasps his hands. If he doesn't, the people will feel like they're not treated as human beings, and their psyche will be oppressed, feeling more like peasants. Vincent's eyes suddenly widened with a significant change. He was surprised by Raven's intense reaction when mentioning peasants, and also by his concern for the thoughts of the people. After a moment of solemn silence, Raven continued, they came here to escape poverty. After all, the dream of a better life is waiting for them. Raven sighed softly. If we treat them like peasants, the influx of people with dreams and ambitions will cease. Seeing Vincent's astonished expression, Raven didn't hesitate to explain why he thought so. We've seen Dissect fall into that situation before, and there are many other places where many nobles believe that using force to oppress the people is justified, but if we do that, this territory will not prosper. Raven's eyes began to sharpen and firm. He recalled the scenes of suffering he had witnessed in Dissect, and couldn't help but tremble in his voice. Even the most resilient worm will eventually wriggle, and in the end, the pent-up fury of the people will explode. And inevitably, the tyrannical lord will be dealt with by his own people. As Raven spoke, Vincent's eyes brightened. Every word that came out of Raven's mouth was hitting the key points in Vincent's thoughts. Finally, Raven concluded with a firm assertion, because the true masters of a land are all the people living within the same territory. As soon as his words ended, the oppressive tension in Vincent immediately dissipated as if it had never existed. A gust of wind swept into the room. Despite the windows being tightly shut, the wind relieved the tense and heavy atmosphere in the room, injecting a fresh sense of vitality into the conversation between the two of them. Vincent concluded his examination, still looking at Raven in awe. After meeting him again, he felt like Raven had changed somehow. Vincent looked into Raven's eyes and could see the maturity in his thoughts. Raven simply smiled gently in response to Vincent's observation. Well, why not? Vincent took another sip of his beer, his gaze returning to a thoughtful expression. That's true, he said frankly to Raven, even if you have noble ideals, without a plan, they're useless. Raven remained silent for a moment, intending to hold back but couldn't help but grumble. Are you being too strict? Inside, Raven couldn't help but feel frustrated by Vincent's challenging questions, which were too difficult for someone not versed in economics like himself. Vincent shrugged nonchalantly. If you were just an ordinary person, I wouldn't hesitate to praise you to exploit you. But I intend to seriously cooperate with you. Vincent paused, then took a swig of his beer. Vincent's action surprised Raven, who stared wide-eyed, seemingly waiting for a definite confirmation, perhaps thinking he had misunderstood Vincent's earlier statement and now anticipating a clear affirmation. Vincent refreshed himself with a big gulp, finishing off the remaining half of his beer. He lowered the bottle with a satisfied nod and burst into a hearty laughter. I still want more of this good beer. Raven's eyes brightened with joy. Finally, he had managed to grasp another potential talent capable of changing the future of the Empire. Convincing someone as discerning as Vincent was indeed a memorable achievement for Raven. Raven smiled brightly and looked at Vincent with sincere anticipation. I really want to hear your thoughts. Vincent smiled confidently and expectantly back at Raven. While surveying the kingdom, he had already formulated bold and innovative plans in his mind, just waiting for this moment. Vincent casually replied to Raven, "I have a solution for immigration, and I also intend to attract even more people to our territory." Raven nodded in understanding, "I see." Vincent's eyes sparkled with boldness and determination. "Part of the answer lies in what I just said, Pendragon." In the days that followed, a significant change occurred in the kingdom of Pendragon. The fleet of falconers continuously soared through the skies, but not for battle. Under Isla's guidance, the falconer army was tasked with transporting massive timber blocks. Both the stone quarry and the timber mill of Pendragon were located within the Ancona forest. The falconer army's mission was to airlift the wood and stone out of the forest to shorten the transportation time. However, the falconers only transported the materials to the gates of Belint. From there, the subsequent transportation process into the reconstruction area was handled by orc warriors and centaurs. Initially, both the orc warriors and centaurs were puzzled by this arrangement. It seemed cumbersome and inefficient to split the transportation process into two stages. However, they agreed when they realized that this was a fantastic opportunity to show the world that the kingdom of Pendragon was opening its arms to other races such as orcs and centaurs. Ultimately, the wood was transported to construct a magnificent architectural structure not far from Pendragon Castle, a location that Vincent had already scoped out during his survey of the kingdom. The people around the area were all amazed and astonished by the rapid construction of the grand structure. It was truly remarkable, transforming this once dilapidated village of York into something magnificent. Now it had transformed into a bustling city, with people and nobles alike gathering curiously at the gates of the newly constructed city. In just half a month, a sturdy and grand wall was nearing completion, and dozens of other large and small buildings were springing up in the empty spaces within the new city. Half a month prior, in conversation with Vincent, Raven had been repeatedly astonished. He had said, "The answer lies in what I just said, doesn't it?" Vincent had nodded firmly in agreement. "Exactly." Vincent had proposed the idea, "We will undertake a large-scale construction project." Raven looked at Vincent with skepticism. "Constructing what exactly?" Vincent began to explain his idea. "Now, we will address the issue of providing employment for the impoverished immigrants. However, instead of just handing them land and letting them do as they please, assigning them a specific construction job would be better. Since this is a large-scale project, we will need thousands of laborers like them. And more importantly, this way we can gather them all in one area." Vincent chuckled triumphantly as he touched on the key point of his initiative. Raven immediately became enthusiastic. "If we do that, we can significantly reduce the number of soldiers needed to protect the populace because we only need to defend that one area." Raven was highly impressed, but Vincent wasn't finished yet. He continued with pride, "Furthermore, because it's a large-scale project, we'll definitely need even more laborers than we do now." Rumors spread, one person would bring another, and the involvement of orc warriors and centaurs in the construction process meant that they would also have freedom of entry into the city once it was completed, albeit under the laws of the kingdom. However, this would lead to the formation of a free city, a city that welcomes everyone, regardless of race and species, where everyone has equal citizenship rights. Vincent had unwavering belief in himself and was steadfast in his idea. If everything went well, the population would boom at an astonishing rate, and everything would unfold just as Vincent had envisioned. In the meeting room of York City, ever since the city's scale became widely known, there had been a flood of people eager to immigrate and trade there, even before the city was completed. Workers and traders from all over rushed to the city, and to be allowed to conduct business within the city, they had to present their plans to Raven, Vincent, and Luna in their roles as secretaries. My plot of land, nearby there's a forest with plenty of good timber. Please prioritize using us in this expansion of the city," one of the presenters stated. "I want to open a tavern for all the immigrant workers. After all, there's nothing like a pint of beer after a hard day's work. They'll work diligently, so at the end of the day, give them a place to relax," the presenter suggested. Raven smiled inwardly as the plan unfolded smoothly. Finally, he understood the intention behind it all. At that moment, Vincent confidently asserted that this person would attract others. If there were enough laborers here, the demand for other business opportunities would also increase. "And from now on, this would be the most important thing," Vincent said with particular seriousness and sat up straighter. Vincent looked at Raven with a calm gaze and spoke with a stronger tone than before. We will sign contracts with merchants who want to gather here for trade. And so, with Vincent's plan, Raven addressed the selected workers and merchants. From the bottom of his heart, I'm deeply grateful to everyone for not hesitating to come here despite the long journey, Raven said. Raven was a bit nervous giving his first speech to the people, but he quickly regained his composure. This city of York will be a free city, without discrimination based on race, species, or nationality, he declared. Then, Raven waited for Luna to produce a bag of something and continued his speech. However, if you want to do business here, you need to adhere to one rule. Luna opened the velvet bag and poured a pile of gold coins onto the table, each one engraved with the symbol of Pendragon. Raven declared firmly to everyone, the requirement is that you must conduct transactions using these gold coins. The merchants, who had been enthusiastic just moments ago, suddenly became confused. A brand new coin that they had never seen before left them questioning its value in the market. Their expressions were still not as shocked as Raven's when he heard Vincent's idea. At that moment, Raven felt a dryness in his throat so severe it was difficult to speak. Creating a new coin, and an independent one at that. He knew little about the empire's economy, but he was aware that various currencies were used across the empire. However, never had a large territory or a kingdom within the empire created its own currency. Of course, the High Lords represented the emperor, so they couldn't produce independent currency. The 5 kingdoms, being independent entities, were not bound by such regulations. However, the kingdoms remained stuck using the imperial currency for a simple reason. They had no reason to create their own currency, and they didn't want to create an uncomfortable relationship with the empire. Vincent calmly responded, of course, the empire won't easily agree to this. However, if the Pendragon family moves in the right direction from now on, they will. Vincent began to explain, thanks to your battle at Luz, the prince of the empire, Ian, is very grateful to you. And then, thanks to you capturing the mastermind behind the plot to assassinate the emperor's heir in Dissect, you gained even more prestige. What's more important is that the mastermind behind that plan was the Sea Dragon King Oranges. Therefore, the empire will be wary of a war with Oranges, and in a battle against a family allied with dragons, the power of the Pendragon family and the White Dragon will be the necessary balance of power. Raven's pounding heart began to calm down, and he listened attentively to Vincent. Vincent continued confidently, for all these reasons, the empire has no choice but to support the development of Pendragon. If we request to use our own currency, it will be approved without hesitation. Furthermore, once we conduct transactions with the empire using this currency, the Pendragon family's influence will only increase. When our gold coins enter the empire's market, royal gold will also flow into our kingdom. At that point, we will be able to influence the empire not only militarily but also economically. Think about it, Vincent urged. To achieve more than desired within the empire, you need even more strength and influence. Raven suddenly remembered his declaration at Sirod Castle. Then they will have to prepare to face me when I stand up against the empire, he thought to himself. His eyes once again became determined. He wanted to protect the innocent people, so he needed more strength and influence, just as Vincent had said. Raven rubbed his hands together anxiously, feeling conflicted. Vincent had persuaded him, but he still had doubts. However, one thing was certain. Raven expressed his concern, even with all the mines on our territory, we won't be able to mint all that gold, right? His worry stemmed from the fact that only gold was considered the legitimate currency in the empire. And the value of gold in other kingdoms was determined by comparing it to the gold content in the imperial gold coin. Vincent was taken aback by Raven's words, but then he burst out laughing, breaking the silence and startling Raven. Vincent chuckled at Raven's innocence. Vincent calmly reassured Raven, you don't need to worry about that, money will find its own path. Returning to the present, after exchanging their imperial gold coins for dragon, the merchants still harbored doubts. Is this coin of dragon really usable? They wondered. The young merchants couldn't help but worry. Compared to the imperial currency, this one contained only about 7 parts of gold, and it was much smaller. They feared that once we completed this project, a low-quality currency like this might disappear altogether. Surprisingly, a seasoned voice echoed, I believe it's the imperial currency that will disappear. The elderly man scrutinized the coin of dragon attentively. He was Toast Giovanni, the head of Giovanni, the fourth largest trading guild in the empire, owning bills and documents accepted as a form of currency within the empire. Tos observed carefully before addressing the young merchants, because it's compact, it's easier to carry around, and regardless of how much gold it contains, its value has been established to be equivalent to the imperial currency. So in terms of circulating value, both currencies are equal. However, the imperial coins are heavier and less convenient to carry around. Tos held up the coin of dragon in his hand, feeling its convenience. He then glanced at the young merchants with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. So, which one would you choose to keep and which one to spend? The young merchants were stunned, realizing the narrowness of their perspective. Meanwhile, Vincent is opening a beer bottle to celebrate with Raven. In the world of business, there's a saying, money goes before wisdom. Now Vincent is explaining in detail to Raven that the value of money is determined by its circulation in the market. If we can make the currency of the empire used as a reserve asset, sooner or later it will become like natural gold ore today. Although gold ore is valuable, it cannot be used in its natural form, and when the empire's gold money falls into a similar situation, the market will be flooded with bad liquidity. Luna smartly exclaimed, so basically something of low quality will replace something of high quality. Vincent nodded approvingly as he cracked open a beer to celebrate. Exactly. He confidently declared, just a piece of paper alone can make that happen. I believe so. Raven was astonished, unable to believe his ears. Really? Vincent shrugged in response. Anyway, that's just my theory. Vincent's gaze was filled with unwavering belief towards the sun outside the window. Nevertheless, I believe that in a future beyond even our own deaths, there may be evidence to prove that to be true. Raven was staggered by the calculating ability of the business genius, knowing Vincent would be the one to shake the entire empire by controlling 30% of the empire's commercial activities in less than 5 years. Yet, when he conversed directly with Vincent, it exceeded everything Raven could have imagined. Money makes the world go round. Just thinking about it sent shivers down Raven's spine. Even though he knew what the future truly held, he couldn't believe Vincent could see so far and wide. Raven looked at the mischievous smile on Vincent's lips and shuddered slightly. You're such a scary person, Twilight, Ron Vincent. In the meantime, Tos outside the city office was still thinking about Raven and Vincent. To come up with such a terrible plan, that person must also be capable, so he succeeded. Capture that cunning fox, Aaron Pendragon. Tos clutched the dragon in his hand, a smile of amusement mixed with a hint of nervousness. Within a year, no, just half a year from now, it would be a big hit. The city of Liberty, York. Tos uttered those words as the bright afternoon sun stained the principality sky red. When he first heard those words, he didn't fully understand them, but now, as he thought them over and quietly muttered these words, he knew that it also meant that the principality was capable of freedom from the empire. The Ancona orcs are both great warriors and skilled, diligent workers. They completed the city's stone gate in less than a week. The once relatively quiet village of York has been transforming into a bustling city with the sounds of construction and the hustle and bustle of people streaming in. The native residents of York, as well as the impoverished migrants seeking employment, eagerly anticipate the completion of York City. They come in search of food, work, and opportunity, and finding these things makes them happy. They are also deeply moved and grateful that the ruler of the realm personally came here to promote the development of this new city. However, as usual, there are still some people surprised, suspicious, or worried about the recent developments in the realm. Most of them are merchants from other territories wanting to open branches or immigrate to York City, but before they can start their business here, they must overcome a challenge. Every day, new business ideas from merchants or locals stream into the city office after breakfast. Greeting them is Luna, the secretary of Lord Pendragon. She aims to contribute to the construction of the new city as a representative of the Sirod territory, a loyal clan of Pendragon. After a few days familiarizing herself with the duties of a secretary, Luna quickly becomes adept at receiving merchants alone. She listens attentively to the details of their business plans, takes notes, and then sorts through and screens potential candidates. Luna has undergone significant changes, accompanying Raven throughout the journey from the Sirod domain back to Conrad Castle without any assistance. She took care of her own affairs, enduring 4 days of cold wind and dusty surroundings without complaint. Upon arriving at the castle, she began learning from the steward about note-taking and ledger management. She has become much more resilient, energetic, and proactive than ever before. Luna typically spends the morning receiving merchants, and the early afternoon is dedicated to sorting and screening contracts. It's only when the sun begins to cast long shadows that she returns to Conrad Castle. Luna brings a stack of carefully annotated documents to Raven's office. "Here are today's business contracts for York, sir," she says, her words and actions reflecting the professionalism expected of a secretary. Raven and Vincent carefully review the detailed plans submitted by the merchants, as well as Luna's notes highlighting any issues she feels are worthy of special attention for discussion regarding the formal contracts. Raven attentively reads through the records with a serious expression, pondering over some contracts for a while before gaining clarity. On the other hand, Vincent swiftly grasps the content at a glance. Therefore, although Raven directly participates in contract discussions with the merchants, the actual person responsible is Vincent, his advisor. After some time spent reviewing the reports, Raven ultimately turns to ask for Vincent's opinion. "Everything is proceeding as planned, right?" he inquires. Vincent nods in agreement. "Yes, everything is progressing well." Vincent continues to scrutinize the reports, his tone somewhat cool as he addresses Luna. "Nevertheless, you've demonstrated a keen business acumen and even insight into their true intentions. You're truly talented in this field," he remarks, offering the first praise to Luna, which surprises her. After a moment of surprise, Luna's face flushes slightly, and she shyly beams a bright, innocent smile like a child. Vincent looks up at Luna with an encouraging smile. "With the recent increase in business ventures, just the two of us wouldn't be able to handle the workload without your assistance," he acknowledges. Luna responds with excitement, her heart pounding with gratitude. She thanks him profusely. Having lived in the Sirad noble house, she had never been required to lift a finger for anything. She had been like a beautiful doll awaiting her master's return, her future life seeming bleak until her mind was opened by Raven. Leaving the office with a buoyant joy, Luna realizes her life has gained much more meaning since she began striving to learn and work to become an independent, strong woman. Vincent's praise further motivates her to prove her worth beyond just being a living doll. Closed. As Luna leaves, returning the quiet space to Raven and Vincent to continue their work, both men's gazes linger on the closed door, each with thoughts that are similar yet different. Vincent, of course, is aware of the failed engagement between Raven and Luna, but he still smirks knowingly at Raven, his question laden with implications. "She's quite remarkable, isn't she, Pendragon?" Raven, deep in thought, hadn't expected Luna to change so much, feeling somewhat surprised. However, he also feels a slight unease when thinking about the way she looks at him every time. After a moment of reflection, he simply smiles and nods lightly. "Yes, indeed, despite everything, Luna's changes are positive," he acknowledges. In the days that followed, construction continued at a dizzying pace in the new city. They recruited all kinds of workers, starting from ordinary laborers to blacksmiths, carpenters, masons, and other skilled craftsmen, pushing the construction progress forward rapidly. The Orc warriors, including Karta, contributed actively to the construction efforts. They organized scattered materials into orderly rows, moving from one task to another. Large chunks of wood and stone that might require 4 or 5 strong men to carry were easily handled by just one Orc warrior. Moreover, even Raven himself participated in the construction as a laborer. Karta enthusiastically shouts towards him, "Hey, catch this, Pendragon." As he finishes his sentence, he promptly launches a piece of wood straight towards him. Raven catches the hefty piece of wood with one hand, while the other shields the worker standing beside him. The people had heard countless stories about Raven, but now they witness firsthand that this young nobleman is indeed different from the heirs of other noble families. Raven grumbles, "Watch it, don't throw so hard," but Karta laughs heartily. He's just teasing Raven on purpose. "It's not his fault, for us orcs, that's nothing," he jests. Meanwhile, Isla is controlling her falconer to check the security around the area. Besides transporting wood and stone, the falconer is also creating a friendlier atmosphere with the people by participating in ensuring the city's security. Isla gazes down at Raven fervently working alongside the laborers. Though his expression remains indifferent as usual, she feels a sense of unease. It seems this scene mirrors what he had imagined about the Vault family, as he had heard stories. The news of Raven sweating and toiling under the scorching sun quickly spreads among the populace. Though not headline news in the newspapers, it becomes a positive rumor that spreads far and wide. drawing more curious individuals to the nobleman who is so close to the people. Meanwhile, Vincent sits contentedly aside, admiring his masterpiece gradually taking shape, and the detail that makes the painting perfect is none other than Raven. Luna looks curiously towards Raven and asks Vincent, "Can I ask why Aaron is involved in construction?" Vincent chuckles mischievously in response, "Ah, well, that's all about image strategy." He casually shrugs while taking a sip of beer. If he sweats alongside the laborers, he'll earn even more goodwill from the people. Vincent grins slyly. That way, he'll be known as someone who will stand by them through thick and thin. A good leader isn't just about giving orders, they must build trust and unity. Luna looks at Vincent with a sheepish smile, surprised to be working with someone with such unconventional ideas. Vincent looks towards Raven with a mixture of pride and a hint of surprise. "That's what I suggested he do. But it seems he's quite familiar with this kind of manual labor." Vincent nods slightly as he gazes up at Raven. The more Vincent thinks about it, the more he finds Raven intriguing. Raven's differences from other young nobles in the Empire are becoming increasingly apparent. He never questioned or complained when Vincent suggested this approach. Throughout the work, despite the exhaustion, he never once showed irritation towards the people. In reality, Raven feels comfortable doing these tasks not because he's intentionally building an image, but simply because he wants to work alongside everyone, just like in the past. Raven works with joy as he reminisces about the beautiful memories of his past life, when he had helped so many people alongside his family. He remembers the peaceful lunchtimes when the Vault family lived in tranquility, his mother always hand-making bread and rice balls to bring to everyone in the fields. The bread was quite hard, being a mix of barley and wheat, while the meat was a blend of various parts of lamb and pork. The rice balls were simple, seasoned only with sesame salt, yet everyone received them from Raven's mother with boundless joy. For the poor, it was a delicious meal, and more importantly, the members of their lord's family were willing to eat the same food with them. Raven smiles with a hint of sadness in his eyes as he thinks of his mother from his past life, a woman whose beauty shone brightly because of her kind soul. Just as Raven is reminiscing about his mother's lunches, Lindsay arrives with a large basket of food and calls out to him, the workers, Aaron, and everyone else. Lindsay beams with a basket of freshly baked, aromatic bread in her hands. "It's lunchtime," she announces cheerfully. The bread is prepared in various sizes to suit the appetites of different races: humans, orc warriors, centaurs, and even falconers. People share the bread amongst themselves and eagerly dig in right on the spot. The people are accustomed to the Pendragon family's care for them, and they can't help but be touched by the Duke's handmaiden personally preparing food for them. Lindsay specially hands a piece of bread to Raven, her face lighting up with a sparkle of desire mixed with shyness. Raven takes a bite and immediately savors the irresistible flavor. The Pendragon family may have better resources than the Vault family, resulting in higher quality bread, but what's more important is the kind heart and meticulousness of those who make it. Lindsay blushes slightly at her husband's praise but smiles sheepishly. "Well, I used to be a commoner after all, so I'm used to doing these things." She doesn't intentionally act modest in front of Raven. It's just that she's accustomed to the hard life and the mundane tasks of caring for everyone in the castle. Even when her fingers turn red and swollen from kneading dough, she doesn't complain. Raven's eyes flicker as he looks at Lindsay. Despite her changed status and attire, her actions in these past few days haven't changed much from before. Even her shy demeanor and awkward expressions when standing before Raven remain unchanged. Suddenly, a spark ignites in Raven's eyes, and his heart gently flutters. In a moment, he sees the silhouette of his mother in Lindsay, with her sincere heart and kind soul mirroring hers. Suddenly, Raven's heart pounds with intensity. For the first time, he looks at Lindsay with genuine affection in his eyes. Once again, he reaffirms that he made the right choice by steadfastly choosing Lindsay over any noblewoman. Raven smiles warmly at Lindsay, causing her cheeks to flush red with embarrassment. Clearly, this is no longer a shy smile as before, and they gaze at each other affectionately, oblivious to the watching eyes around them. Vincent suddenly bursts into amused laughter, teasingly telling Luna, who's gazing at Raven and Lindsay with a dumbfounded expression, "I have a feeling we're about to enjoy some good beer in this territory." In an instant, a sense of sadness and regret fills Luna's eyes. Despite growing stronger, she hasn't changed her feelings for Raven. Vincent subtly glances at Luna, noticing the confusion and bitterness creeping onto her face. he tries to divert her attention with a different topic, but it's clear that it's not working. There's a hint of puzzlement arising within him. Why would Raven overlook someone as intelligent and resilient as Luna? Meanwhile, Soldrake has been absent for several days, only to reappear in the kingdom's sky. Soldrake has replenished her mana and surveyed the area around her lair and territory. Each dragon has its own territory, and their mana is constantly replenished within it. However, if they leave their territory, their mana supply will be cut off. While this won't cause any harm in the short term, they may face difficulties if they're away for an extended period. As Soldrake returns to the skies outside Conrad Castle, she can't help but be surprised by what she sees. Everything is changing. York Village lies adjacent to Lindelway Bridge, one of the two routes connecting Pendragon territory to the rest of the Empire. It's considered one of the largest villages in Pendragon territory, but it's not wealthy. Soldrake gazes at the magnificent buildings emerging on both sides along the riverbank and sighs. Since her first arrival in Pendragon territory, there hasn't been such a significant change. However, after she formed the covenant with Ray, everything is undergoing remarkable transformation. Soldrake reminisces and feels as though the events at the Pendragon tomb passed in the blink of an eye, yet, upon opening her eyes, she finds herself witnessing a transformed Pendragon territory. Previous generations of Pendragon dukes were proud warriors, and they treated the people well. However, they couldn't significantly impact the lives of the people due to their lack of economic strategy. As a result, the population here was sparse, and matters worsened when Aaron Pendragon lacked the ability to succeed the family line. A complex emotion welled up within Soldrake. She felt joy but also a fleeting sadness. She contemplated the future yet reminisced about the past. Soldrake's eyes took on a distant gaze reminiscent of when she looked upon the raven. A gentle question arose. How do you see it, Alex? Soldrake raised her eyes to the vast blue sky. A gust of wind swept through, swirling momentarily in the air before dissipating, carrying Soldrake's call into the endless expanse. Alex Pendragon. Simultaneously, not far from the city of York, a youth appeared atop a hill with his gaunt horse. The young man fixed his gaze intently towards the city. The youth couldn't contain his emotions, causing his voice to tremble. Finally, I've arrived here, the place I've always longed for, the Pendragon territory. He tightened his grip on the sword at his waist, filled with determination and fervor. He spoke to himself, and right here, I, Leon John Bolt, will become a proud and honorable knight. Leon broke into a radiant smile as the winds carried the echo of his voice resounding across the Pendragon domain. Leon appears to be around 20 years old and quite handsome, with a straight nose and full lips. He exudes masculinity and straightforwardness, with determined and sparkling eyes promising his potential as a talented individual. However, it's always challenging to assess someone solely based on their appearance. In the days that followed, the plan to build the image for the Pendragon family continued to unfold. The noblewomen of the ducal family, including Lady Helene, participated in distributing food to the refugees. Despite the area being filled with poverty, filth, and stench, Helene didn't flinch as she personally handed out food to them. Erin was also present, her smile radiant like a flower. Everyone in the Pendragon domain was providing employment opportunities for immigrants. So now that everyone's here, let's stay and work together, Erin said with a friendly smile as she walked around, calling out to the refugees. The impoverished were deeply moved by the help from such influential individuals. They looked at Erin with admiration and bright smiles. She's so beautiful. Yeah, she's really beautiful, they murmured. Isla sat cross-legged nearby, wearing a satisfied smile. Just as I thought, Miss Erin is perfect for this task. She's doing so well, she remarked. Kazal, not understanding, responded with a puzzled expression. You're saying this is a strategy to enhance some sort of image, huh? Humans are truly strange creatures. Kazal frowned as he stared at Erin's beautiful face. She's not ugly at all, is she? She looks just like an elf. The aesthetic standards of elves are completely different from humans. To a creature like Kazal, the most abhorrent race is elves. In Kazal's eyes, Erin's beauty rivals that of legendary elves. Vincent understood this, but still felt uncomfortable when Kazal kept criticizing Erin. You know you're insulting a Pendragon behind her back, right? Kazal immediately fell silent. Despite Erin being Aaron Pendragon's sister, whom he feared and respected, he dared not utter another word. Meanwhile, Erin approached a young man who seemed despondent. She offered him a portion of soup, saying, Here, take it, don't hesitate." However, the young man didn't seem uplifted. His voice remained hollow as he thanked her. Leon held a steaming bowl of soup but couldn't muster a smile like the other wanderers. His face crumpled in a grimace, resembling a sour apple. His facial muscles tightened with eyes reflecting profound disappointment. In just a few days, Leon's mood had undergone such a significant shift. Erin was unaware that he was on the verge of leaving the Pendragon domain. She tried to comfort the young man's sorrow, saying, "It'll be okay, we'll provide employment for all immigrants," but before she could finish, Leon sighed heavily, cutting her off. "No, I." Leon hesitated, realizing he shouldn't have spoken. Meanwhile, Erin observed the young man closely and noticed something special about him. Erin glanced at the golden-hilted sword adorned with shining gems on Leon's belt, astonished. "This person, he carries quite a fine sword," she thought to herself. Erin tilted her head in puzzlement, examining Leon's attire. He was dressed quite neatly as well. Could he really be a wandering immigrant who had come here? At that moment, a monster emerged from the forest right beside where Erin stood. Its fierce roar startled both of them. Leon and Erin simultaneously turned their heads towards the monster, and panic ensued among the others. They hadn't expected a monster to appear so close to Conrad Castle. As the only creatures here who had faced similar foes in the abandoned mine area of the Ancona forest, Kazal exclaimed in horror, "A ghoul." Remembering the past events vividly, Kazal panicked. It was just like the undead horde that appeared back then. While everyone was still in shock, the ghoul extended its sharp claws and lunged towards Erin. Erin had never faced a ghoul at such close range before. She stood frozen in place, letting out a shrill scream. In the moment the ghoul was about to reach Erin, Leon swiftly intervened with his unsheathed sword, bravely attempting to fend off the monster. "Watch out, it's dangerous." However, even Leon's strength couldn't withstand a swipe from the ghoul. He was immediately thrown backward, unable to even scratch the creature's claw. Once again, the ghoul aimed for Erin, its gaping mouth closing in on her. Erin, still in panic, couldn't muster the strength to flee. Just as the ghoul was about to lunge at Erin, Vincent rushed forward with incredible speed, charging towards the ghoul like an arrow. He grabbed Erin by the shoulder and pulled her aside. Meanwhile, his sword swung swiftly, slicing the ghoul into 3 pieces. The ghoul's body parts fell to the ground like chunks of wood. Erin, still trembling with fear, breathed heavily in relief. Vincent remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any other signs of monsters. Once he confirmed there were no more threats, he let out a sigh of relief. This forest edge area was indeed dangerous, but nothing as described in the information board mentioned such creatures. How could a monster like this appear? Erin, now regaining her composure, hurriedly thanked Vincent, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you very much, Sir Ron," she said. Then she turned her attention to Leon, who lay motionless on the ground like a statue. Erin rushed to Leon's side, who was trembling and lying stiff on the ground. "Are you okay? What's wrong?" she asked anxiously. Leon remained silent, his head bowed in shame rather than from injuries inflicted by the ghoul. Leon gritted his teeth in anguish, unable to restrain himself from self-blame. "It's pathetic, I'm truly so shameful," he muttered, consumed by his own disappointment. Erin, with genuine encouragement, reassured him. "No, you're truly brave." Vincent also agreed, praising Leon. "Indeed, thanks to your help in restraining it, I was able to arrive in time to kill it." Leon burst into tears, repeatedly pounding his hands on the ground in agony. "But that's not enough. I came to Pendragon because I wanted to become a knight, but, Leon struggled to articulate his thoughts. Erin and Vincent exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why Leon was crying so bitterly. They couldn't help but feel bewildered by this strange young man. Later, Leon returned to Conrad Castle with the Pendragon entourage. Raven, upon hearing the incident, expressed gratitude to him. "Thank you for saving my sister," he said. Raven observed Leon from head to toe before speaking again. "From what I've heard, you attempted the White Dragon's test to become part of the Order, but failed." Leon bowed his head before Raven and replied with a heavy-hearted tone, "Yes." Tears welled up in Leon's eyes, and he forced a hesitant smile. "Even though I couldn't become a knight, meeting you, sir, is an honor I never dared to dream of. I've admired you for a long time." Raven looked momentarily surprised at the change from sadness to excitement on Leon's face. "Admired me for a long time? Leon eagerly recounted, yes, ever since the Governor Segunda's banquet. The more he spoke, the more excited Leon became. I was there too, witnessing the orc pirate attack. Everyone was running away in fear, but not you, sir, Leon exclaimed enthusiastically, his eyes shining with admiration. Vincent and Aaron remained speechless before his contagious excitement, mirroring the adoring gazes of the young women towards Raven. Leon couldn't contain his fascination as he recalled the scenes he had witnessed at Governor Segunda's mansion. You fought against the pirate horde with all you had, and you even defeated them, he exclaimed. He is the hero of Luz. Leon exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with a wide smile, I want to become a knight as strong as you. After careful consideration, I came all the way here from the capital just to achieve that. Raven was momentarily at a loss for words in the face of Leon's exuberant reaction. He remained silent for a moment before nodding. Is that so? While Leon enthusiastically recounted Raven's exploits, Raven observed the sword at his belt. Raven squinted at Leon and began to inquire, since you were there, you must be a noble, right? Upon hearing the question, the wide smile on Leon's face immediately vanished, and his expression stiffened as if Raven's question had touched upon a deep sadness within him. Leon bowed his head in embarrassment, causing everyone to become curious about the reason behind his sudden change in demeanor. After hesitating for a while, he spoke with a despondent tone, yes, my name is Leon John Bolt, I am the second son of Duke John Bolt. Raven looked at Leon suspiciously and asked again, Duke John Bolt, Leon's response puzzled Raven. While dukes were usually the highest-ranking lords, Raven couldn't recall any John Bolt among the Empire's high lords. Moreover, having mingled with most major noble families at the Luz banquet, he had no impression of the name John Bolt. Sensing Raven's doubts, Leon became even more awkward. He struggled to suppress a sigh preparing to escape. With a forced smile, Leon continued, John Bolt is an honorary duke, we are, jesters of the royal castle. His voice carried a bitterness that was palpable. Raven couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment and asked again, honorary duke, are you saying that your family has national-level talent? In reality, after working for years in the capital, even jesters could be granted honorary titles, but to attain the title of a duke, they must surely be exceptionally talented and have a long history of association with the royal family. However, Leon seemed unenthusiastic about that title. He reluctantly smiled once more, yes, I wouldn't call it a remarkable achievement, but my father is a talented jester, our family has taken pride in that lineage through generations. Leon's tone continued to carry bitterness and sounded almost self-mocking. My predecessor emperor granted the title to my father while inebriated. However, the royal court jests were never meant to be taken seriously, but the joke turned into reality, and the nobles in the royal castle, those who knew the truth behind my family's title, mocked and ridiculed us. Raven was stunned by Leon's story. The blatant disdain was enough to hurt a young man full of enthusiasm dreaming of becoming a knight. Leon continued with bitterness, simply jesters, jests for the amusement of the masses, I can't bear it, their contempt towards us. Raven silently stared at Leon, understanding the overt contempt all too well. In his past life, being born as an illegitimate child and eventually finding his father, other nobles always looked down on him. If it weren't for his caring brother treating him well, he might have left home. So, for Raven back then, the only solution was to become a true knight, just like Leon yearning to change reality now. As Raven expected, Leon began to reveal a pained expression. That's why I want to become a knight, to fight like an honorable warrior, and change the way other nobles perceive my family. Leon clenched his fists in anger and determination. I will restore the honor of the John Bolt family. Raven remained silent for a long while, seeing his own past reflected in Leon's story. It turned out that here was another victim of the heavy-handed discrimination present in the Empire. Deep in thought, Raven pondered. He was no longer the illegitimate child he once was, now standing at the helm of the Pendragon Empire, yet Leon still harbored dreams of being knighted. Raven looked at Leon with a firm gaze. Lord John Bolt, no, Leon, I want to see your performance. Leon's expression twisted, feeling slightly frustrated. He had just explained his situation, yet Raven still wanted to see some sort of performance, making Leon doubtful if Raven saw him as nothing more than a crude jester. Despite his inner anger, Leon maintained his composure, as he usually did when facing other nobles. he silently thought that Raven was no different from those in the royal court who mocked him and called him a noble jester. Being a professional jester, Leon couldn't resist the request from a duke, so he reluctantly began to remove his cloak and tossed it into the air, a hint of resentment hidden in his actions. "I understand," he muttered. Leon moved slowly, his two eyes looking in different directions like a startled deer. It was the beginning of his routine whenever he prepared to perform acrobatics, a skill he had been trained in since he started learning to walk. His limbs contorted in strange ways, his whole body moving with the fluidity of a snake curling and twisting upon itself. Leon began to imitate planting banana trees, appearing to have no joints as he bent over, his upper body arched like a shrimp, while moving the contorted body parts with a comical expression on his face. One of his legs lifted up behind his back and protruded between his shoulders. He pulled his body into a coil, with one leg even looping up and over his neck, forming a complete circle with his body supported only by one hand placed on the ground. Raven's eyes widened in astonishment. Leon seemed like a boneless creature, and it was hard to believe that the human body could move in such ways. But Leon's performance didn't stop there. He balanced on one hand and slowly lowered his body down, the supporting arm beginning to tremble under the weight of his entire body. As everyone watched in curiosity, unsure of what Leon was about to do next, he suddenly extended his arm straight out from the ground, creating a powerful upward thrust that propelled his body high into the air. Raven followed each of Leon's movements as he soared upwards, almost touching the ceiling, his body unfurling completely from its previously coiled position. Then, he executed a perfect mid-air somersault, all of this happening in a very short span of time. Even before the scarf Leon had tossed up earlier had a chance to fall back down. Finally, Leon landed gracefully on the ground like a feather and held onto his scarf. The magic performance concluded, he smiled brightly, dramatically spread his arms wide, then folded them again, bowing deeply in a polite gesture. Both Aaron and Vincent were stunned, deeply impressed by the acrobatics. It was almost like artistry, but at the same time, they felt sorry for Leon being looked down upon by other nobles. However, Raven showed no significant expression, just staring at Leon with a hint of surprise, carefully observing each of his actions. Raven suddenly stood up from his seat and spoke with a solemn tone. "Perhaps, I cannot turn you into a knight. But I know someone who can nurture your talent." He looked at Leon with cold yet determined and serious eyes. Everyone was surprised by Raven's announcement, especially Leon. He looked at Raven with a mixture of astonishment and skepticism, unsure if he was being teased, like how the previous emperor had joked with his grandfather. However, Leon felt more certain when he looked into Raven's sincere eyes. There was no falsehood in his words at all. Raven reflected on the person who had taught him martial arts in his previous life, the one who had been by his side during their time in the demon army. They had gone through life and death together. That person was not only his sole friend but also his mentor. However, fate had been cruel and had taken the life of that talented man after just 2 years in the demon army. As Raven's eyes grew misty with memories of the past, he silently acknowledged that Argos, the Black Herald of the demon army, would have been able to nurture Leon's talent. Leon looked at Raven in bewilderment as he began to explain his abilities, his exceptional agility, adaptability, balance, and incredible jumping ability. Raven laughed heartily as he declared, "Leon John Bolt, I appoint you as a guardian of the Pendragon kingdom, and you are very well suited to become a warrior." Leon and everyone else were surprised by Raven's decision. Warriors were those who fought with their fists rather than swords or spears. The pinnacle of a warrior's skill was said to be able to break large rocks with a single silent strike. Leon no longer hesitated, his eyes sparkled like stars as he accepted Raven's arrangement. In his heart, he couldn't help but marvel, warrior, how cool. Raven continued to prepare for the journey to the royal castle as planned, but he had an additional goal in mind. Not only did he intend to rescue the rare first-class warrior of the Empire from his fate, but he also aimed to find a capable apprentice for him. The next evening, Vincent, feeling somewhat concerned about Raven's decision, sought him out. "So, you and Leon will be traveling together to the capital?" he asked, his gaze still filled with doubt and confusion. Raven nodded without hesitation. Sensing Vincent's worry, Raven immediately explained, "In this journey, perhaps we can find someone who could become his mentor." Vincent furrowed his brow slightly. "Is everything all right then? This journey is very important for us, and there will be many goals and issues to address." While Raven remained contemplative, Vincent continued with a tone of concern. For instance, negotiations regarding the rewards that Pendragon rightfully deserves after achieving so much for the Empire need to be considered. Furthermore, we also need to think about how to punish Ruv Tylene. And most importantly, we must obtain trading permits for Pendragon's currency to circulate on par with the Empire's currency. Vincent added, his expression growing more vigilant with each word. On top of that, Ruv Tylene's escort team is about to depart. There are too many lurking dangers. He could be eliminated on the way. Raven remained contemplative for a moment before responding with determination. That's why we must act on these matters as swiftly as possible while also working to strengthen our forces. Raven furrowed his brow with seriousness. I've just received word from Karta and the Orc warriors. Part of the undead and demon forces have appeared near the abandoned mine in the Ancona forest, where we passed through on our way to the tomb a few months ago. The Orc and Centaur warriors in the forest have dealt with them. He couldn't help but express his concern to Vincent. However, these creatures should have disappeared after their manipulator was killed, which means the Lich has been resurrected, or perhaps it wasn't completely destroyed last time and is regaining its strength. Moreover, the fact that I couldn't finish off the Lich even with the Scream Sword of the Widow, which contains the energy of the Soldrake, indicates that the Lich is quite powerful. Vincent hesitated before asking, so, the undead attack on Lady Erin yesterday was? Raven nodded. It could be, although there are still many questions. I can be certain that the Lich is no longer in the Ancona forest. Soldrake couldn't have failed to notice that if the Lich were within its domain or inside the forest. Vincent sat up abruptly, his face filled with astonishment. Even after you signed the covenant with the White Dragon, he didn't lose all his power right after. Raven pondered for a moment, considering the worst-case scenario, but it wasn't entirely impossible. It seemed that someone was behind this. Raven whispered with a rising sense of unease. It could be a creature of power equivalent to a dragon behind the Lich. It deliberately placed the Lich there to obstruct the Pendragon Kingdom's alliance with Soldrake. The Lich's main body may be elsewhere. That night, Raven carried his worries and a slew of new questions back to his chamber, feeling weary. Too exhausted to dwell further, he fell into a fitful sleep as soon as he lay down on his bed, his mind filled with swirling thoughts and vague dreams. In the middle of the night, a familiar flapping of wings along with a gentle tapping on the window stirred Raven from his slumber. His silver hair danced in the moonlight as he beheld the sparkling forehead and indifferent eyes of Soldrake outside the window. In an instant, Raven felt joyous and relieved, calling out her name. Soldrake entered the room and sat down across from Raven. Concerned, he asked her, "It's been a while since I last saw you. What brings you here?" Soldrake's response was cold and indifferent, her eyes displaying the familiar detachment. "Recovering my magic power, in the lair," she replied to Raven's inquiry. Soldrake explained to Raven that maintaining her human form outside the Pendragon territory required a significant amount of magical energy. Raven was somewhat shocked to learn this, realizing that Soldrake had been accompanying him for months to Luz and Sissek. Despite this knowledge, despite being referred to as the Queen of Dragons, Soldrake was still a dragon, and her only choice was to rest in her lair to replenish the magic she had expended during their travels. Raven understood that Soldrake had endured hardships for him, and he asked her with a tone of regret mixed with concern, "Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? If I had known, then I wouldn't have." Soldrake shook her head in response to Raven's caring words. "Ray and I are soul companions. I feel most at ease when I'm with Ray. I want to be by your side." Raven stood still, looking at Soldrake. She spoke with a calm voice, not too loud nor too soft, yet her deep and genuine feelings of love were conveyed through her words. Soldrake glanced at Raven with a curious look and gently flapped her wings unconsciously. "You're not happy, are you?" she asked. Raven became flustered in front of her. No, it's just," Raven tried to explain that she didn't need to worry about him like that, but he hesitated. His body trembled slightly in response to the empathy of a soul that transcended the normal boundaries of contractual agreements. Raven recalled the moment when he collapsed in pain at the old mansion of the Vault family. At that time, Raven's heavy breathing and constricted heart finally overwhelmed him, preventing him from clearly expressing his feelings to Soldrake, even though he desperately wanted to pour out everything. But even when Soldrake couldn't understand the reason for his suffering, she still became his support. Soldrake listened quietly, her eyes reflecting understanding and compassion. "You don't need to thank me, Raven," she replied softly, being there for you is what I want, your well-being is important to me. Raven felt a pang of guilt wash over him as he realized how much Soldrake had done for him without expecting anything in return. I know I haven't been the best company lately, he admitted, his voice filled with regret, but I want you to know that I appreciate everything you've done for me. You've been my rock, Soldrake, and I'm grateful for your unwavering support. Soldrake nodded gently, a small smile playing on her lips. We're in this together, Raven, whatever challenges lie ahead, we'll face them together. Soldrake's words struck a chord within Raven, and he felt a mix of emotions swirling within him. He reached out and gently placed a hand on Soldrake's, offering a reassuring squeeze. Soldrake, he began softly, you have nothing to apologize for, you've been my guiding light in the darkness, my strength when I falter. Without you, I don't know where I would be. Soldrake's eyes softened at his words, and she gave his hand a comforting squeeze in return. We're in this together, Raven, she reiterated, her voice filled with warmth and understanding. No matter what challenges we face, we'll face them together, as partners. Raven nodded, a sense of gratitude washing over him. Despite the trials and tribulations they had faced, he knew that with Soldrake by his side, they could overcome anything. Together, they would forge ahead, united in purpose and resolve. Soldrake listened to Raven's question with a serene expression, understanding the depth of his curiosity. She took a moment to gather her thoughts before responding. Raven, she began softly, the events of our past lives are shrouded in mystery, and some questions may never have clear answers, but what matters is that we're here now, together, and we have the opportunity to shape our future. Raven nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in Soldrake's words. He knew that dwelling too much on the past could only lead to more questions and uncertainties. What mattered most was the present moment and the bond they shared. Soldrake reached out and placed a comforting hand on Raven's shoulder. We may not have all the answers, Raven, she said, her voice gentle yet reassuring, but we have each other, and together, we'll face whatever challenges come our way, just as we always have. Raven understood Soldrake's hesitation and respected her honesty. He reached out to gently grasp her hand in a gesture of reassurance. It's all right, Soldrake, he said softly, some mysteries may never be unraveled, and that's okay. What's important is that we're here together, supporting each other through whatever challenges come our way. Soldrake looked up, meeting Raven's gaze with gratitude in her eyes. She squeezed his hand gently, a small smile playing at the corners of her lips. Thank you, Raven, she replied, her voice filled with warmth, for understanding. In that moment, Raven felt a deep sense of connection with Soldrake, knowing that they would always be there for each other, no matter what uncertainties the future held. Raven patiently listened, and Soldrake continued speaking with a mournful tone, even as such a magic existed. It requires a large amount of mana, and a specific location containing the necessary mana, a dragon vein. Soldrake paused as it contemplated deeply. A dragon vein is a type of mana storage that only dragons can access. They are exceedingly rare to the point that Soldrake knew of only about 10 such locations across the land. Most existing dragon veins have been utilized by dragonkind as lairs. Mount Ancona, where the Pendragon family tomb lies, also houses a dragon vein. Soldrake paused for a moment before continuing, stating, and it requires the life force of mine, the leader of the dragon clan. Soldrake's reasoning was sound. Dragon veins contain immense amounts of ancient mana, but they are raw and powerful to the extent that even dragons must pay a steep price to fully utilize them. And for something like a time reversal spell to occur, what must be sacrificed is certainly not just the life of an ordinary dragon. Soldrake added. Raven pondered for a moment and nodded gently. I suppose that's true. Thinking back, it was the white dragon at the time. Raven recounted the scene from that moment. Soldrake had not fought with all its might against the horde of monsters. And in the end, she let the horde of monsters kill her, as if she actively wanted to end her life. Raven said, solemnly reflecting with a voice laden with concern, much like Aaron Pendragon in my past life. Wanting to return to the past and be reborn, Raven recalled the sorrowful gaze of Soldrake and the resigned expression of Aaron at that time. Intuition told him that his judgment was not wrong. Raven furrowed his brow and fell into contemplation. Even Soldrake had no answer for this matter. It seemed that everything was once again at an impasse. Suddenly, Soldrake stood up abruptly after seeing Raven's thoughtful gaze. She spoke with determination. That's why I have decided to leave. To the place where both of us died then. Soldrake's gaze wandered into the distant misty horizon. Looking towards the deep night sky, the gentle moonlight illuminated a corner of the sky but couldn't entirely dispel the mysterious darkness of the night. Right after that, Soldrake took off from Conrad Castle, heading towards the Lobton Plains. She was hasty and determined, seeming concerned that the lack of answers to this matter would once again cause Raven to become despondent, so she took the initiative to seek out a solution, knowing that only she could find it. The next morning, a luxurious horse-drawn carriage left Conrad Castle, embarking on a journey towards the capital. Luna was not on that carriage. She was the secretary and had to stay behind to assist Vincent in managing the new city. Although she was determined to become a strong, independent woman, she couldn't resist the romantic allure of youth. So Luna could only sadly watch as the horse-drawn carriage carrying Raven departed. She gazed after the carriage with dreamy eyes filled with longing. Meanwhile, Soldrake was also on her way out of the Pendragon territory. Her silver-white body shimmered brightly in the morning sunlight, as she reminded herself firmly that she must clarify what she wants to know because that's what Raven wants to know too. Inside the carriage, accompanying Raven, was a group of innocent and cheerful individuals, Leon, Aaron, and Lindsay. However, Raven was not particularly pleased as his stubborn older sister insisted on following him, along with his little maid. Raven tried to suppress a sigh, but the worry about the overwhelming workload was evident on his face. If it weren't for Helene's pleading to help Aaron, he would never have agreed. Anyway, this was their first trip to the capital, and Helene had convinced him that letting Aaron go would broaden her horizons. Having Lindsay accompany him would also ease her mind. After a few days of travel, Raven's group reached the territory of Alice, which could be called the gateway to the heart of the Empire. Alice was one of the 3 wealthiest and most powerful territories of the Empire. The most famous place in Alice was Edgel, the city where the castle of the Supreme Lord Louvre stood. Here, festivals were frequent, and at this time, the extravagant Dante's Festival was underway. Lasting for 10 days, it included a horse race and a doubles combat tournament among warriors. So, as usual, hundreds of knights and mercenaries flooded into Edgel to showcase their skills and try their luck. Among them were knights from the Louvre family. Last year, the eldest and third sons of the Count Louvre had made it to the finals. However, this year, the third son, Eder, was defeated by a formidable opponent in the early rounds. Even Eder's frail bones were broken and protruding. He didn't become a knight at the age of 20, as influenced by his father. He was indeed a talented young knight who could defeat many others, but unfortunately, his opponent this year was extraordinary. Seeing the reigning runner-up defeated so disgracefully, other warriors couldn't help but be amazed. Oh heavens, even the third son of the Duke of Louvre lost. To think that Eder, with his legendary prowess, was beaten so thoroughly, it's unbelievable. Moreover, Eder didn't lose to a fellow knight but to a mercenary, and more importantly, a bare-handed fighter. The crowd erupted in chaos as they sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the fighter. Who was he, this mercenary? Who could he be? Typically, no one is foolish enough to discard their weapons when serving as a mercenary, as they are constantly engaged in battles. Even the rarest warriors, appearing once in a blue moon, would wield simple daggers, yet this seasoned warrior fought with nothing but his bare hands, not even resorting to supportive gloves. No one in the stands knew the identity of this fighter. Some mercenary groups had long-standing histories and high reputations. There were also individual mercenaries renowned for their superior skills and abilities. However, they tended to be recruited as knights by nobles throughout the empire. Those who chose not to serve under noble houses often formed their own groups, earning widespread renown. But this man didn't belong to any category. As all eyes were curious and tense, the referee announced the winner, the warrior Argos. He was nearly 50 years old, an age where most others would have retired from mercenary work long ago. However, Argos was a special case. His body remained as robust as a 30-year-old's, his gaze sharp, his instincts keen, and his movements remarkably agile. Aaron and Lindsay burst into laughter, their faces beaming with delight as they finally got to see Edgel, something they had only heard of in stories before. "Oh, it's truly beautiful," they exclaimed, "the domain of Alice, the galactic city of Edgel." The astonishment of the two women reached its peak as they crossed the bridge spanning the famous World Waterway, a symbol of the Louvre family, the Cosmos Bridge. The cosmos flowers bloomed at the end of summer throughout autumn, adorning the waterways and pathways of the city, creating a breathtaking scene renowned throughout the empire. The scenery was magnificent, and the city was bustling with activity. Tall buildings lined the immaculately maintained streets, while boats of all sizes floated along the waterway, which spanned over 50 meters wide. Both sides of the waterway were packed with people enjoying the autumn festival, their faces full of joy and vitality. In contrast to the excitement of the two girls, Raven felt a tinge of bitterness as he looked around. The grand domain of Alice, with a city like this, would soon rival the empire itself. Edgel had a stable population of over 20,000 people, and with the ongoing festival, thousands of tourists flocked to Edgel every day. This meant that within 2 or 3 days of the festival's start, the population here would equal or surpass the entire territory of Pendragon. Erin looked excitedly at the bustling crowd before her, amazed by the throngs of people passing by. Sensing her curiosity, Leon quickly explained to her that due to the frequent hosting of annual festivals, Edgel had become a popular tourist destination. With a proud tone, Leon boasted to the two women, "I've been here many times to hone my skills." He said with a slightly exaggerated air, but not without truth. Tricksters like Leon were indispensable at festivals like this. The two girls immediately looked at him with eager anticipation. "I want to see Leon's skills," one exclaimed, and the other nodded in agreement. Leon's surprise at the excited faces and requests of the two girls didn't last long, as he readily agreed. "All right then, just give me a moment," he said. Leon had a good grasp of others' personalities and always behaved accordingly. When with Raven, he spoke less, but when interacting with the two girls, he told humorous stories and was always ready to entertain. After taking a bite of an apple, Leon pulled out 6 more from his bag and began his impromptu performance. The two Pendragon girls were already enthralled by the beginning of his show, giggling like children watching a circus for the first time. Leon clasped his hands behind his back and began juggling the 7 apples with his head, knees, and toes, while his eyes spun in opposite directions. As one apple veered off from the initial juggling trajectory as scripted by Leon, he immediately bent forward, using his shoulder to catch it and then flicked it back into the intended path. Throughout the juggling act, Leon's hands remained firmly clasped behind his back, further demonstrating his balance and agility. The spectators spontaneously formed a circle around Leon, their eyes filled with excitement. "Wow, he's not even using his hands, that clown is really talented." After a while of juggling, Leon concluded his performance with a climax. He kicked each apple high into the air. Flipping and twisting his body as he did so, Leon soared upward, contorting his spine, with his head touching the ground and his hands still clasped behind his back. After a perfect somersault in the air, Leon kicked and hit the apple he had just tossed up moments ago. Seeing this, both Erin and Lindsay cheered excitedly and clapped to cheer on Leon. Leon, proud of his performance, gracefully landed on the ground in a one-legged kneeling position, arms outstretched, awaiting the crowd's cheers and applause. However, it was strange that there was no sound other than the voices of the two Pendragon girls, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the apple that had just been kicked away. Their faces showing a collective sense of concern. Sensing the unusual tension in the air, Leon quickly turned his head to follow the crowd's gaze, and he too began to feel anxious the moment he saw what everyone else saw. The apple Leon had kicked had landed right in front of a warrior, whose massive figure and sturdy muscle tone rivaled that of orc warriors. He carried a large axe over his shoulder, made from a human skull, and he looked at Leon with an intense gaze that sent shivers down his spine, causing Leon to panic. Immediately, Leon reflexively bowed his head to apologize to the warrior, but even in his panicked state, he couldn't shake off his clownish habits, falling dramatically to the ground and landing on all fours and his forehead. Leon was sweating bullets with fear, cautiously looking up at the warrior. Luckily for him, the warrior wasn't interested in picking a fight with a clown, and he walked away. However, just then, Raven casually strolled over and plopped down on Leon's backside. Leon turned back to look at Raven with a puzzled expression and an awkward smile, feeling even more embarrassed than when he had bumped his head moments ago. Leon hesitated, looking at Raven, who glared back at him, and a cold warning voice rang out, reminding him that food was not something to be wasted. Feeling threatened to the point of tears, Leon stammered out an apology. I'm sorry." Afterwards, the crowd that had gathered to watch Leon's performance began to disperse, and the Pendragon group continued along the riverside, blending into the bustling crowd, which included many warriors along the way. Leon became crestfallen after being chastised by Raven, but he knew he was in the wrong, so no one could argue to defend him. Erin felt even more guilty because she was the one who sparked this performance, so she could only gently pat Leon's shoulder with a reassuring smile. Seeing Raven's tense expression, Lindsay quickly tried to change the subject to lighten the heavy atmosphere, saying that there were indeed a lot of strong people here. Raven pursed his lips and replied, "It's because today is the day of the fighting festival here, and now we're heading to the arena." Erin looked at Raven with a mixture of surprise and curiosity, not understanding why they were heading to the arena. Meanwhile, Leon, still reeling from the earlier incident, responded with a disheartened tone, "That's right, I completely forgot about that, luckily, the warrior earlier." Suddenly, a spark of realization lit up in Leon's mind, causing his previously furrowed expression to immediately change. Leon became excited, his demeanor shifting instantly as he grinned widely at Raven. "So, could it be that you intend for us to participate?" Raven still couldn't get used to the expression of admiration from a girl appearing on a boy's face. He paused for a moment before reluctantly nodding, "Yes, that's right." Raven turned away pensively, his expression filled with concern. With Argos, he could potentially turn Leon into a useful warrior. However, he wasn't sure if Argos would listen to him anymore. Most soldiers in the demon army were vicious criminals, but there were exceptions, and Argos was one of them, drafted into the demon army at the age of 48. Raven looked conflicted and saddened as he remembered his old friend. Argos was a powerful fighter, but according to Raven's memory, he was only living in a physical sense. He had lost everything, and Raven couldn't do anything to change Argos's painful past, leaving him feeling bitter. After passing by the tower of the goddess Lumina, one would eventually come across the castle of Count Louvre, known as Cosmos Castle in the Louvre district. Despite being one of the three most powerful territories within the empire, the castle of the Alice Dominion was relatively small and compact. Seated on the golden throne in the main hall of the castle, Alice, the Countess of Louvre, was fuming with rage. It was indeed humiliating. The Countess was seething with fury upon learning that her third son had been defeated. Her anger was justified, as in the past decade, there had never been a case where a knight or mercenary from another region had won in the doubles tournament against the Alice Knights. Moreover, the defeated party this time was the reigning runner-up from the previous year. The Count of Louvre scolded Eder, who was kneeling at the foot of the dais. Throughout generations, the Louvre family had always been renowned for producing prestigious individuals. Despite his anger, the Count couldn't believe the truth. His voice was harsh and tinged with uncertainty. "And you, who have been specially trained since birth, now renowned across many lands, known as the Saint's Eye, yet here you are." With each word from the Count, Eder felt a pang of pride pierced into his heart. He was also filled with frustration to the point of trembling. The Count of Louvre roared angrily like a furious lion, "And you lost so disgracefully to an old man without a weapon." The Count erupted in fury, slamming his hand heavily on the armrest of his throne. "You don't feel ashamed?" Eder and his two close knights simultaneously bowed deeply to the ground. "I apologize, we apologize, please forgive us for this failure." The Count, both enraged and worried, shouted, "If he's the ultimate victor, the Louvre family's galactic knights will become a laughingstock." Eder could only remain silent under the Count of Louvre's criticism. In the 7 or 8 most recent tournaments, the Galactic Knights had emerged victorious overall, with only 2 or 3 instances where children of other nobles within the Alice territory or their knights had won. Despite the excellence of the Galactic Knights, their victories weren't solely due to their skills. At times, they also resorted to external means. However, it was crucial not to suffer a humiliating defeat like Eder's. At this moment, Morgan, the eldest son of the Count of Louvre, entered with confidence. "You needn't worry, father," he said calmly. He casually brought 2 beauties into the meeting in the grand hall of the castle. While his father was in a fit of rage, Morgan spoke nonchalantly, "After all, you still have me." A confident smile spread across Morgan's lips. He was the reigning champion of the previous year's tournament and a proud swordsman. With his pedigree and achievements in the tournament, he had every right to be arrogant. But above all, Morgan was arrogant because he believed in his own charm. After taking a sip of his wine, he calmly declared, "Wait for the appearance of Alice's number 1 heartthrob." With that, Morgan raised his glass high, with still a third of the wine shimmering inside. As the glass was still in free fall, Morgan swiftly drew his sword. In less than a second, he sliced vertically through the falling glass, his movement so rapid that onlookers barely caught a glimpse of a flash tracing along the glass. When the glass landed in the hand of the woman beside him, it remained intact, without even a scratch. However, seconds later, as the woman had already caught the glass in her hand, it unexpectedly split into two. The Count of Louvre stood in astonishment at his son's impressive display. Even Eder, who regularly trained with his elder brother, had never seen such a skill demonstrated before. It seemed like a new trick that Morgan had just devised. Morgan exuded a slightly weaker energy compared to Argo's, but he brimmed with confidence as he proclaimed, "Don't forget, I am the greatest knight in history. And I am Morgan Louvre," Morgan declared dramatically, his voice brimming with confidence and arrogance. He adjusted the cosmos flower crest of his family with a touch of theatrical flair, demonstrating his deep-seated belief in his abilities, even if at times it bordered on overconfidence. The next day, cheers erupted in the arena once again. The entire stadium became noisy in an instant, as the victor once more turned out to be Argos. And after a tense silence following another match, shouts erupted everywhere as the referee declared Morgan Louvre the winner. As the referee announced that both of them would advance to the finals, Morgan gazed at Argos with sharp eyes and a slight smirk, giving him a somewhat arrogant appearance. In contrast, Argos's face grew grim and dark, as if he had encountered his archenemy. Meanwhile, in the jurisdiction of Alice's legal territory, the domain of Count Dawson, the knights were also eagerly anticipating the news of the warriors advancing to the finals of the tournament. They excitedly discussed the news for their master, Lord Dawson. "Lord Dawson, what do you think of that fighter? Let's hire him to be a guard for our Dawson family." The knights chuckled, praising the fighter's prowess in the matches. However, suddenly, Count Dawson's face turned dark and indifferent. He cut across the knights' chatter with a tone of annoyance. "Enough." But the knights persisted, continuing to persuade Dawson, perhaps that fellow could defeat even a prodigy like Lord Morgan. Dawson, with a sorrowful expression, commanded, "That's enough, leave immediately." The two knights hurriedly left the room of the Count, wearing discontented expressions. "What's wrong with Lord Dawson?" one of them muttered. As they walked away, the two knights whispered behind Dawson's back, "Even though he's a knight, he doesn't follow the tournament, and he doesn't train either. It's as if he's not even a noble anymore." The murmurs of conversation continued outside the room, with bafflement evident in the voices. "I just can't understand how such a useless person like him managed to obtain such a title," one voice remarked. Even as Dawson heard these sounds, he showed no reaction whatsoever. The man, around 40 years old but appearing haggard and aged beyond his years like a 70-year-old, simply stared at a small emblem in his hand with a vacant expression. Then, the image of his eldest daughter, who was supposed to be married into a wealthy family this spring, flashed before his eyes. In Dawson's hand was a button engraved with the emblem of the supreme lordship of the Louvre family, something only direct descendants of the Louvre family were allowed to wear. The button was stained with dried, blackened blood. Dawson bowed his head into his hands and began to weep, remembering the image of his daughter in a pool of blood. He felt as if the sky was collapsing, but no one could understand his pain, the pain of a father who had to sacrifice his daughter's life for a title that was only hollow. That night, Raven's group stood outside a modest inn in the middle-class area of Edgel. They hesitated at the entrance for a while, clearly not there to rent a room. Leon looked at the illuminated inn with a worried expression. "So, my master is staying in this inn?" he asked. Raven responded with a heavy sigh. Raven himself had only followed the information he had gathered from the knights at the tavern. He couldn't be sure if the Argos they mentioned was the one he was seeking, the revered master from his past life. Was he really here now? Meanwhile, Leon's complexion visibly paled as he glanced nervously around the inn's entrance. On the ground lay countless warriors, their bodies battered and wounded. Leon stuttered as he asked Raven, What happened to these people?" A warrior lying nearby suddenly spoke up, his voice feeble. "We came here, to meet Argos," he said. Leon, thinking they were either dead or unconscious, jolted in surprise. "What? Oh, yes," he muttered. The wounded warrior weakly tried to speak again. Don't say anything to him, turn back while you still can, he's insanely strong, even when he only uses his head." He continued to warn Raven's group that all the nobles and knights had come here to assess his strength, after witnessing his abilities during the festival, and all of them had been beaten to this state. Aaron and Lindsay had been frightened all along, and now they couldn't contain their horror as they let out horrified sounds. Leon was sweating profusely and looked at Raven with alarm. "Everything will be okay, right?" he asked. Raven replied calmly, "Well, there may be some situations beyond our control." He gestured to reassure the trembling trio. "Now, just leave it to me." Then Raven walked into the inn and followed the directions straight to Argos's room. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Raven politely knocked on the door. "Sir Argos, I have some things I'd like to discuss with you," he said. Raven fell silent, waiting for a response, but it seemed like there was no one inside the room. There wasn't even the slightest sound. After a prolonged silence, a gruff voice rasped, "Leave, unless you want to lose an eye." Raven immediately recognized it as Argos, the one he was seeking. Taking a moment to compose himself and carefully choose his words, Raven responded. "I've come to talk to you about the unfortunate events involving George and Raja." Raven barely had time to react before the door swung open with a loud bang, propelled by a powerful hand like that of a ferocious serpent. Argos lunged at Raven with eyes ablaze, his gaze piercing into the unfamiliar young man like a volcano on the brink of eruption. His swift and hostile actions made Raven instinctively recoil. Argos's countenance was fierce, his eyes predatory as if he were a hunter sizing up his prey. Upon closer inspection, it was a complex gaze, filled with shock, suspicion, and indescribable worry. Argos's hand gripped tightly, poised like a blade ready to sever Raven's head. Luckily, Raven was quick enough to dodge, but still caught a glancing blow across the face, leaving a bloody gash on his cheek. As Raven instinctively raised his hands to shield his face, he saw Argos's foot swinging towards him. Despite being aware of Argos's strength, Raven couldn't help but be astonished by his speed. With lightning reflexes, Raven managed to block Argos's high kick with both hands. However, he still didn't pull back. Argos flexibly changed his attack stance according to the situation, curling his foot around Raven's arm and suddenly pressing down, forcing him to bend down. At that moment, Argos pushed his other foot onto the ground, propelling himself into a mid-air spin. As Raven's center of gravity was pulled low, Argos rotated in mid-air intending to kick him in the face with his heel, but Raven, being flexible, raised his upper body in time and leaned backwards. The wind generated from Argos's kick was sharp like a knife, cutting off a few strands of Raven's bangs, but he grinned with delight. As expected, it was a technique he greatly admired. Raven had learned martial arts from Argos in a past life, so he was familiar with the techniques Argos often used. His eyes sharpened in an instant as he observed Argos's stance. Now he would use his third technique. True to Raven's prediction, Argos stood on one leg while the other was raised high above his head, employing a technique he called the axe kick. Raven didn't hesitate, leaning away from Argos's powerful heel strike, causing him to startle in astonishment at his opponent's agility and seemingly preemptive understanding of his attack. Immediately after evading Argos's kick, Raven spun and swiftly delivered a straight slap to his face, the sound echoing like a drumbeat. Argos was even more astonished by Raven's lightning-fast counterattack, realizing that he was one of the rare few who could land a hit on him in the past 20 years. Raven chuckled mischievously and continued his relentless assault, lifting his leg high to create an arc in the air just like the technique Argos used for his initial kick. Argos immediately raised both hands to block the incoming attack around his neck, their defensive stances mirroring each other. And in the moment Raven's kick was blocked, he hooked his leg around Argos's elbow, pulling it down, leaving him astonished once again. Immediately after, Raven planted his other foot on the ground, propelling himself into a mid-air spin. As Argos's center of gravity was pulled low, Raven rotated in mid-air and delivered a kick to his face. Argos hastily lifted his upper body and leaned backwards to evade. But due to being shocked by Raven's technique, so similar to his own, he couldn't completely dodge the kick. Argos, astonished, stared at Raven, a long scratch dripping blood appearing on his forehead from Raven's shoe. Finally, Argos managed to compose himself and spoke to Raven, though his eyes remained wary. "You copied my technique, huh? No, more importantly, do you understand them?" Raven responded to Argos with a mysterious and smug smile. He clearly couldn't explain the intricacies of his fighting techniques, so it was best to simply laugh it off. Just as Raven predicted, Argos wasn't overly concerned about how he knew the fighting techniques. Instead, he was more curious about Raven's earlier statement when he knocked on the door. "Who are you, and how do you know about my daughter?" Argos confronted Raven directly. "Are you the henchman of that scoundrel Morgan Louv?" Raven replied solemnly, "I'm here to change your fate, sir." The Raven spoke with a calm and persuasive tone to Argos, "So I hope you will listen to what I have to say." The Raven looked at Argos with a completely serious and sincere gaze, "And I hope we can finally drive the last nail into the coffin of that monster disguised as a human." By now, night had fallen. In an empty space outside the walls of the Louv castle, the cold wind swept through the stillness and created a chilling sensation. Morgan, dressed sloppily, stood up in the empty lot, laughing joyfully as he savored the lingering scent of blood in the air. I never get tired of this," he exclaimed. He didn't even bother to zip up his pants, laughing arrogantly as he looked down at the bodies of the two women who had been tortured to death on the cold, damp ground. What could be more entertaining than this slaughter? He chuckled. With a smug and self-satisfied attitude, Morgan reveled in his own beauty and intelligence, believing that these foolish women couldn't resist his allure. He grinned wickedly and hungrily as he looked at the seemingly more beautiful bodies in the pool of blood, knowing that with the power of his family's influence, any scandals and bad rumors about him would be covered up. Morgan laughed triumphantly, as if he held the entire world in his hands. Symbols of debauchery or power, he had them all under his control. Ha ha ha. Leaving the two still warm bodies lying naked in the deserted area, he swaggered over to pick up his sword, feeling pleased with himself. 2 more days until the final match. The seasoned mercenary had dared to challenge his family's power. "That name will drown in a sea of blood," Morgan arrogantly reassured himself while chuckling wickedly, revealing the demeanor of a bloodthirsty pervert, his sword still stained with the blood of his victims. Back in Argos's lodging, he had agreed to let Raven into the room to talk, but his face still held suspicion and concern. A solitary lantern cast shadows into the corners, but the overall atmosphere in the room remained eerily quiet. Argos took a drag of his cigarette before asking Raven, "Do you expect me to believe what you're saying, even though I barely know you?" Argos didn't hide his suspicion in his words, but Raven remained calm in the face of doubt and hostility. He spoke with a respectful tone, addressing the extraordinary warrior. "Argos, I truly only want to save you. I will ensure that the truth about your daughter is known to the world," Raven said, looking up at Argos with sincere and unwavering eyes. After taking a long drag of his cigarette, Argos sank into contemplation. However, a hollow laughter escaped his thick lips shortly after, sounding somewhat appreciative. "That's quite touching, but will it bring my daughters back?" Raven's eyes turned bitter. He knew that was the truth, and even if he could turn back time, it wouldn't change anything. Argos growled with the pain of losing his daughters, and an underlying rage threatened to consume everything. They were abducted and murdered by that despicable scoundrel, Morgan. There's nothing that can bring George and Raja back, is there? Argos spoke with his mouth open, his eyes glaring at Raven with a fierce redness, as if tears of blood could flow at any moment. "Those wretched aristocrats, they're above the law themselves, no one dares to accuse them, and all evidence has been wiped clean." Argos gritted his teeth, lamenting that even if they committed the most heinous crimes, no one dared to touch them. Argos's fierce, red eyes trembled with disgust for the first time. "If no one dares to do anything about them, then I will." Clearly, Raven could see through Argos's thoughts. Killing Morgan was the only form of revenge that could possibly soothe the souls of his children, but he knew it wasn't the best solution. Raven spoke solemnly to Argos, "What you say is true." After Argos's eyes gradually regained their composure, Raven attempted to persuade him. However, he pointed out that if Argos continued down this path, he wouldn't achieve his revenge. Killing Morgan wouldn't solve anything. Instead, it would brand Argos as a criminal and draw him into the ranks of the demons for killing a nobleman. Others would mourn for a wretch like Morgan. Though still filled with anger and resentment, Argos knew Raven's words held value, and his aura of hostility began to diminish. Raven spoke with a mournful tone, as if recounting a past event rather than a hypothetical situation. "If that were to happen, you would only find yourself crawling through the mud in countless wastelands, fighting in those meaningless battles." As Raven recalled Argos's fate in his past life, eventually becoming a soulless undead, a mere tool for killing, longing only for death, he felt his heart constrict. What he said was what Argos would truly endure if he continued seeking revenge in this manner. Once again, silence fell over the room, the atmosphere growing heavy, but Argos's hostility had dissipated. Argos raised an eyebrow, looking at Raven skeptically. You speak as if you can see the future. As he calmed down, Argos recalled the brief sparring match between the two of them moments ago, and a sense of suspicion resurfaced. He looked at Raven with a scrutinizing gaze, remembering Raven's counter-move from earlier. Timing and reflexes, Argos remarked. Both are impeccable. You knew and learned that technique from me, didn't you? Argos glared with a threatening and suspicious look. Clearly, Raven's actions raised too many suspicions, even though he hadn't shown any ill intent so far. The more Argos looked, the more he felt there was something off about Raven. He bluntly asked again, his gaze piercing through him, "So, I ask you once again, who are you?" Argos didn't hide his hostility, but Raven remained calm in the face of it. He knew all too well where Argos's suspicions were coming from. Raven shook his head with a troubled expression. "I can't disclose that to you. But I haven't uttered a single lie, everything I've said is sincere. Please, try to understand," Raven pleaded, his voice steady and his gaze sincere. Raven bowed his head, clasping his hands tightly together in anxiety. This was the moment of decision, whether he could save the righteous man who would greatly assist him in the future or not. After a long drag of thoughtful contemplation on his cigarette, Argos looked up at Raven with a slightly softened expression. He asked in a cold, hoarse tone, devoid of the previous hostility and threats, "So, speak then, what is it that you want me to do?" A day passed swiftly in the festive atmosphere, with many people flocking to Edgel to enjoy the festivities as it neared its end. The attention of everyone was focused on the doubles tournament, and cheers of support for the local Lord's son, the favored contender, echoed throughout the stadium. The announcer declared, "The final match of the Alice Territories fighting tournament will commence now." In the center of the arena, Morgan and Argos are ready for the most anticipated duel in Alice today. Morgan appeared in a light leather armor, confidently adorned with thin metal plates, and wielded a heirloom longsword. The cheers reached a crescendo as his introduction rang out, hailing him as a once-in-a-century genius, the strongest knight of Alice, Morgan Louvre, the knight prodigy. Argos appeared modestly, with his black hair tied up high, revealing his muscular chest as he stood shirtless. Cheers of support for Argos also rose as the announcer introduced him, though not as loud as the support for Morgan. On the other side of the arena, a lesser-known individual with an undefeated record, the dark horse of the tournament, the warrior Argos, garnered attention. The nobles seated in their own stands eagerly watched from above the arena. "I've never seen such excitement," one noble remarked. "Indeed, old man Argos has become quite famous," another agreed. Two nobles glanced at each other in surprise. Even Dawson, known for his disdain of the festival, came to watch. The crowd continued to cheer, but Dawson remained seated, appearing bored and disinterested. A look of tragic determination flashed across Dawson's wrinkled face. There was a reason driving him to this place. A glint of vengeance lit up in his sad, weary eyes. Perhaps he was preparing for revenge even if it meant his own demise. Amidst the cheers and jeers for Argos, he remained unmoved, gazing at his opponent with a cold stare and a calm demeanor. Leon couldn't help but be amazed as he looked at Argos. Was this the same Argos we often hear about in rumors? For some reason, he suddenly felt that Argos was strangely serene. Lindsay glanced curiously at Raven. What did he talk to him about? Aaron, accustomed to Lindsay's way of addressing him, though it didn't sound like how a maid would call her husband, was too focused on the match to give a detailed response. "Yeah, something like that." Leon, Aaron, and Lindsay all looked at Raven with curiosity and puzzlement. His ambiguous answer only fueled their curiosity further. Raven paid no mind to their curiosity, his gaze fixed on the arena below. He advised Leon, "You must pay close attention to this match, Leon." Count Louvre, seated in the honor box, felt annoyed by the cheers for Argos. He muttered under his breath, grumbling, "Look at those fools, ignorant of the truth. Eder and Morgan's skills are on a different level now. Last time, it was just luck." The Count's eyes turned fierce and bitter. He smirked with satisfaction and cunning. "Let's show them the difference between nobility and commoners." Meanwhile, thousands of eyes focused on the two warriors standing in the arena. A cold wind swept through the arena, kicking up dust and creating a suitable backdrop for a battle. Morgan smirked arrogantly and taunted Argos. "Last time, you humiliated my younger brother with that move, old man." But Morgan's taunt seemed futile. Argos remained silent, looking at Morgan with a cold expression and deep, dark eyes seemingly unaffected by his words. Morgan interpreted Argos's demeanor as a lack of respect towards a noble and sneered with a colder gaze. It was a smirk of arrogance coupled with an intent to kill. "Your hearing's gone, old man," he jeered. Morgan seemed to snap at the feeling of being insulted. He unleashed an uncontrollable, frenzied aura, and his voice sounded like claws scraping against iron. "This time next year will be your death anniversary, old man, leave your corpse here." A powerful surge of energy radiated outward, palpable to everyone in the stands. It was an aura full of murderous intent, fully embodying the will of its creator. Except for Raven, everyone in the stands was overwhelmed by the terrifying aura emanating from Morgan. It was the kind of energy that would make ordinary people faint on the spot when confronted with it. Though not frightened, Raven felt surprised by what was happening. It was something that very few possessed. Aura. Raven hadn't expected to encounter it in this territory. Morgan glared at Argos like a wild beast with blazing red eyes. "This festival can only end with your death. Don't blame me. After all, swords and spears have no eyes, and the law is inexorable." Argos showed no sign of anger, his face strangely calm. After a moment, a half-smile crept onto Argos's cold face. "Is that so? Hearing that makes me glad." Morgan furrowed his brow, puzzled as he looked at Argos. He couldn't understand the meaning behind Argos's words. The expression of an empty old man's face had transformed into that of a wolf with cunning eyes and a sly smile. "You're the one who's going to die. I'll finish you without hesitation." Morgan's eyes widened in astonishment at Argos's sudden change in attitude. His anger flared even more at being disrespected and taunted by an unremarkable commoner. Like a wild beast, Morgan charged towards his enemy, his sword gleaming under the sunlight. His attacks stirred up strong gusts of wind, filled with intent to kill and fierce determination. Morgan was a formidable knight. His swordsmanship had been honed through years of training and practice, and he was highly skilled in offense. But Argos was much stronger than him, faster and more agile. Despite the speed at which Morgan's sword was thrusting, Argos managed to evade it simply by lowering his center of gravity. As Argos lowered himself, his body surged forward without hesitation, closing the distance with Morgan instantly. To the spectators, it seemed like he was moving in a strange manner, but in reality, Argos had a clear objective. Argos unleashed a strike, simple yet powerful, filled with intense spirit. It was a blow that even experienced knights would fear, a strike aimed straight at Morgan's flank. From his hand emanated silent shockwaves that the audience couldn't perceive. A loud explosion erupted upon impact, but nothing more. In that moment, neither Morgan nor Argos budged from their positions. The crowd erupted into cheers for the unveiling of the match's first move, but just a second later, they fell silent. The audience gasped in tension, mouths agape with anticipation. They dared not blink for even a second, afraid to miss a single moment of the intense battle unfolding between the two heavyweight opponents. The stands remained silent for an unusually long time. Typically, this duration would have been enough for the adversaries to exchange at least 10 combat moves, yet, Morgan and Argos stood still on the field like statues carved in stone. Confusion and perplexity began to spread among the crowd. Clearly, Morgan seemed to have the upper hand, but Argos remained unscathed. The spectators peered down at the arena below with suspicion, wondering why the combatants remained motionless. The most impatient person at this moment was Count Louv. He finally lost his patience and shouted, "What are you doing? Kill him, Morgan." In the stands, there was only one man silently smiling to himself, Raven. He observed quietly as Argos' revenge unfolded according to plan. The outcome of the frenzied battle had already been decided before anyone realized it, and the title of heir to the Alice territory would soon pass to another. Despite Morgan showing no signs of injury, in reality, only he could feel the unimaginable pressure pressing down on his ribs. He gasped for breath, trembling as if struck by a fever. Argos leaned in close, mocking him, and whispered in his ear, "Remember your declaration, fool." Argos's sweat poured down like rain, and his shoulders moved up and down as he breathed heavily and laboriously, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out of their sockets and his veins bulged prominently. In the next moment, streams of blood sprayed from Morgan's eye sockets, like a water balloon being squeezed, forcing the liquid out. A resounding scream echoed throughout the arena. Morgan stood still like a statue, but blood began to gush from his nostrils, flowing like a stream from his left chest to his throat and other openings on his head. In an instant, Morgan's entire body was covered in blood. Then, the body of the successor to the Earl of Louvre fell backward like a felled tree, dead without a single visible wound on the outside of his body, not even a dent on his armor. Morgan lay dead with his tongue grotesquely protruding, his once proud face now drenched in blood, a horrifying death that shattered his handsome image in an instant. The unbelievable scene drove the spectators wild. Some women stood up, screaming, then fainted, while others vomited and retched. The stands became a chaotic mess beyond description. Argos calmly looked at Morgan's body on the ground, showing no signs of jubilation or crazed celebration, like someone who had just successfully exacted revenge. Instead, his eyes were filled with quiet contempt for Morgan. Though he didn't overtly display joy at having avenged his daughter, Argos couldn't help but smirk slightly and mock Morgan. What's the point of talking to a corpse? The host, after a moment of shock, exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, unbelievable, the eldest son of the landlord Alice, Morgan Louvre, has been defeated and killed in the match." Leon stood up agitatedly, his expression bewildered. What just happened? He should have only hit his armor, but how? Raven calmly spoke amidst the astonishment of everyone. "Penetrating strike, with that technique, perhaps his internal organs are damaged." Raven slowly described how Argos's technique worked. When he touches the opponent, the force flows from his hand like waves. Those waves would penetrate through the opponent's armor and shatter their vital organs. It's a technique that's very difficult to defend against. With armor as thin as his death was inevitable. Leon still couldn't believe his ears. He stuttered, asking Raven again, "That's possible?" Raven shrugged in response. "That technique is only passed down to the holy warriors of the Tiramis temple, bestowed by the supreme grace. The knights of the Tiramis temple undergo decades of training without distraction, except for the time they eat, sleep, and pray. Though their numbers are few due to the austere nature of the Tiramis temple, they are all monsters on a different level compared to ordinary knights." Argos stands out even among the members of the Tiramis temple and is always regarded as the leader. Leon was baffled by what Raven called supreme grace, but his eyes still gleamed with curiosity and fascination. Within 3 seconds, Leon's expression transformed into that of a teenage girl's admiration. "Incredible, his overenthusiastic reactions always surprise Aaron and Lindsay," he exclaimed. Raven smiled faintly, delighted to witness his master's unique technique after so long. "That technique, even I can't replicate it," he admitted. Raven couldn't help but feel a sense of joy as he looked down at the training ground, his eyes shining with silent admiration. "Just as I thought, Argos, you are the strongest warrior," he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, the Earl of Louvre leaped up from his seat with a desperate cry, "No, no, Morgan, Morgan." The nobles and the audience were startled by the mad scream of the Supreme Lord. "Alice, my son." The Earl of Louvre screamed frantically as he pointed towards Argos, "Get that old man, kill him now." While the soldiers were still in confusion, the Earl of Louvre withdrew a long sword from a nearby knight and charged forward with a mad cry, "If no one else will do it, then I will." In his frenzy, the deranged Earl pushed aside the knights trying to assist him and stormed down the stairs, brandishing the glittering blade. No one dared to interfere with the Lord's manic actions. The Earl of Louvre approached Argos, his trembling hand raised, and the sword pointed towards the man who had just emerged victorious. "How dare you?" he seethed. The Earl of Louvre's anger boiled over as he interrogated Argos. "How could a lowly peasant like you dare do such a thing to my son?" Argos shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor cool and composed. "Well, according to the rules, the festival only ends with death." He glanced towards Morgan and taunted the Earl of Louvre. "Wasn't it your foolish and ugly son who said that?" With a disdainful smirk, Argos raised an eyebrow, mocking the Earl of Louvre. "Seems like even you can't abide by the rules you set. Turns out nobility is nothing but a bunch of cowards, huh?" The more ashamed and enraged the Earl of Louvre became, the louder he shouted, "Silence, silence, now." In the midst of his outburst, the Earl of Louvre proclaimed arrogantly, "In this domain, I am the law." Suddenly, a voice like thunder echoed throughout the chaotic stadium, "That's enough, you've done what you came to do," causing the Earl of Louvre to immediately turn around. A chilly autumn breeze swept through the stadium as the Earl of Louvre narrowed his eyes, observing a young man making his way towards the center of the arena with a stern gaze. Raven walked slowly, his eyes determined and sharp, locking onto the Earl of Louvre like a sworn enemy. Argos, too, was surprised by Raven's appearance. Clearly, Raven hadn't mentioned this part of the plan during their discussions the previous evening. The Earl of Louvre continued to vent his rage, his teeth clenched as he aimed the tip of his sword at Raven. "What about you, scoundrel, do you want to protect him?" His eyes widened, veins bulging as he stomped his foot and roared at Raven with all his might. "Accomplices will be punished just like the criminals, is that what you want?" Raven glanced at the Earl of Louvre with disdain. "Accomplices are criminals too, aren't they?" he said firmly. "Then you, sir, are also a criminal." Raven's unexpected accusation startled the Earl of Louvre. What? All of his soldiers under his command were equally shocked. Raven began to recite the charges against him, disregarding the crimes of his son, bending the rules he himself had created, and insulting and punishing those who were enforcing justice. As the Earl of Louvre struggled to find any defense for himself, Raven continued with a mocking tone, "A fool like you is unworthy of being the lord of this domain." Raven furrowed his brow, his eyes sharp and resolute as he stared directly at the Earl of Louvre. "The one I'm talking about is you, Earl of Louvre." The Earl of Louvre was flustered by the accusations of an unknown young man. He vehemently denied. What are you talking about? What do you know to speak like that, you brat? Who are you?" the Earl of Louvre shouted, his expression furious and bitter. Raven narrowed his eyes at the Earl of Louvre. "Criminals like you always resist like this. You won't admit your guilt until you're cornered," he remarked, unhesitatingly revealing his identity. His deep blue eyes sparkled with golden light. Immediately after, the aura of the white dragon spread in all directions, emanating like a storm surrounding Raven's body. The wrath of the white dragon was on a completely different level compared to that of Morgan and Argos. The Earl of Louvre's face paled with horror. Sweat poured down the Earl of Louvre as if he had just taken a bath, his expression on the verge of tears, his knees knocked together rhythmically, creating a steady tapping sound. What is this terrifying aura? Meanwhile, thousands of people in the stands were frozen in place, overwhelmed by instinctual fear and awe in the face of the dragon's wrath. "What is that? Look, is that a dragon?" they murmured in disbelief. The wrath swiftly coalesced into a large specter of a dragon perched upon Raven's shoulders and back. Raven calmly spoke with a chilling gaze. "I am the pact-bearer of the white dragon, Pendragon." The wrath formed into the shape of a dragon, its wings spread wide, hovering on one side of the stadium behind Raven. Dragons were known as kin to the proud gods and giants, and the magnificent image of the dragon, created from the dragon's wrath, struck fear and awe into the hearts of humans, leaving them frozen in place. This wrath couldn't kill, but it exerted immense mental pressure. It wasn't until a while later that the crowd was released from the spiritual bind and erupted into cries. Pendragon, one of the 5 great dukes of the kingdom, in the flesh. The most astonished person here was Argos. Even though he had been so close to Raven, he couldn't detect the potent wrath he concealed. The Earl of Louvre's face immediately contorted, but his eyes still held a fiery and hostile glare towards Raven. The Earl of Louvre tried to speak with a sober tone while glaring at Raven. Pendragon, what's so special about you? You only know how to borrow the power of dragons to threaten others." The Earl of Louvre stubbornly shouted like a madman in uncontrollable rage. "Bring your army here, I'll fight you. Alice is one of the strongest forces in this kingdom." He pointed his sword straight at Raven with an arrogant tone and a challenging attitude. "We are the embodiment of justice." Raven remained steadfast and replied with a cold tone. "Haven't you heard a word, fool? You are the criminal." The Earl of Louvre clenched his jaw, not understanding what Raven meant, but his eyes still held the same defiant and provocative glare towards Raven. Raven calmly raised his head and took a deep breath. After gathering enough breath to shout, Raven delivered his final blow with a powerful voice that echoed throughout the stadium. "People of the domain, hear me, the warrior Argos stands before you. It is because Morgan Louvre has humiliated countless women, killed them, trampled upon them. He is the most heinous criminal," Raven roared as if venting anger on behalf of Argos. Raven's shout reverberated like a shockwave across the crowd, leaving them murmuring in confusion and doubt. What is he talking about?" Raven pointed directly at Argos without hesitation, causing countless eyes from the crowd to fixate on him. "His daughter is his victim," Raven declared. The Earl of Louvre became frenzied. "What are you saying, you wretched creature? Don't falsely accuse my son." The Earl of Louvre lunged at Raven once again in his madness. "Where's the evidence? If you don't have any, then you." Raven closed his eyes and whispered just loud enough for those on the field to hear, "Ryan Dawson." The Earl of Louvre immediately fell silent, unable to comprehend why Raven knew that name. Argos, too, didn't understand whom Raven was referring to. He looked at him with a curious and expectant gaze. Raven shattered the last defense of the Earl of Louvre and shouted, "Verid Domain Knight, under the command of Alice Domain, Count Dawson, are you here?" The crowd erupted into screams, and a man sitting near the luxurious seats stood up, drawing the attention of everyone. The murmurs ceased as all eyes turned towards him. Dawson rose with a grim, indifferent expression, but those nearby could see his trembling hand. Raven gazed at Dawson with unwavering determination and trust. He lowered his voice but still proclaimed to everyone with steel in his tone, "The evidence lies in his hands."